Shortly after my parents' divorce, my stepmother and stepsister entered my life, and a series of tragedies began to unfold, ultimately driving me to a path of vengeance. When I was in middle school, my father became involved with my homeroom teacher. They were discovered in a compromising situation in the school library, their pants barely on. In retaliation, my mother, taking advantage of my father's absence, frequently brought men home, making sure their activities were loud and conspicuous. She deliberately wanted me to hear, hoping I would report it to my father. Eventually, my parents' marriage ended in divorce. When the court asked who would take custody of me, my mother uttered words that would haunt me forever. She looked at me with disdain, saying that I resembled my father so much that the sight of my face made her nauseous. When the court awarded custody to my father, I cried uncontrollably, my body convulsing on the ground. My family was shattered. The feeling is indescribable. It was as if a pair of small hands, once capable of holding two warm, loving hands, suddenly found themselves empty. Less than a week after the divorce, my father eagerly brought the homeroom teacher, along with her daughter, into our home. From that day, I had a stepmother and a stepsister. The homeroom teacher, Lu Hui, was in her early 30s but looked much younger, with a well-maintained appearance and an air of sophistication. She wore glasses and always dressed formally, exuding the charm of an intellectual. This was the reason my father was so infatuated with her. Once, after a drinking session, he confessed to her that his lack of education made him particularly attracted to women who exuded a cultured aura, and that being with such a woman satisfied his desire for conquest. Lu Hu's attitude towards me was initially positive. I was a top student with a wall full of awards and a consistent presence in provincial math competitions. Even when I was in the first year of middle school, the local Key High School offered me a chance to skip a grade. As a well-behaved and academically gifted student, I was a favorite of many teachers. Lu Hui often called me to her office, pinching my cheeks and praising my academic achievements. I thought her actions were a sign of her appreciation and affection. However, after she moved in, I realized it was something else entirely. Lu Hu's daughter, Jiang Sui Sui, was a year older than me and the school's beauty. She inherited her mother's good looks and developed quickly, standing out among her peers. Our relationship was superficially cordial, but we harbored mutual disdain. I blamed her and her mother for the destruction of my family, while she saw my father as an uncultured nouveau riche. She looked down on both of us. About 6 months after they moved in, I accidentally read one of her diary entries. In it, she described my father as a greasy pig's head and me as a docile, obedient dog. She also mentioned that the sound of me calling her sister made her nauseous. Reading this, I felt a deep sense of humiliation and anger. I wished I had been a rebellious, troublemaking student, for then I might have had the courage to confront them. From that day, I stopped calling Jiang Sui Sui sister and referred to Lu Hui as Teacher Lu. My father scolded me for days over this. One night, after a work accident and a bout of heavy drinking, he woke me up and dragged me to the living room, where he forced me to call Lu Hui mom and Jiang Sui Sui sister. He threw me to the ground, and when I refused, he beat me, leaving me in a daze. The memory of his rage, the coldness of the two women, and the pain of seeking medical help in the cold, alone, and in tattered clothes, planted a seed of hatred in my heart. This seed began to grow in high school. After skipping a grade, I was in the same year as Jiang Sui Sui, who, despite her poor academic performance, was admitted to the same school through my father's connections. Lu Hui, now a housewife, often asked me to tutor Jiang Sui Sui, who had a severe cleanliness obsession. She insisted I shower and change clothes before entering her room, and even chew gum to keep my breath fresh. After I left, Lu Hui would scrub the table multiple times. The initial politeness of the two women had turned into complete disregard for me. Lu Hui, in her role as the matriarch, often berated me in front of my father, calling me ungrateful and claiming she had been kind to me. Jiang Sui Sui, pampered by my father, became increasingly domineering. He lavished her with expensive gifts, while I was left to fend for myself. The final straw came before my college entrance exam. With my father often away on business, I discovered a bundle of new, but damaged, stockings in the gap between the washing machine and the wall. Lu Hui never wore such stockings, but Jiang Sui Sui did. I suspected she was involved in some illicit activities. Jiang Sui Sui, who had been expelled from high school for her behavior, was the final catalyst for my decision to confront them. Before my college entrance examination, she was working in a newly opened karaoke establishment in our city, not out of necessity for money, as she was well off, but rather to flaunt and show off. Previously, our city had only had small singing rooms and karaoke halls. This was the first large-scale karaoke venue. She believed that working there would elevate her status among her friends. It was there that she met a young, unruly man in his 20s, and before long, they were entangled, often bringing him home to engage in their escapades. Thus, upon encountering a pair of stockings, my immediate intuition was that she had been up to no good with that man. I thought this was my opportunity to inform Lu Hui, who had always disapproved of Jiang Sui associations with such ruffians. If she discovered her daughter was misbehaving with a delinquent at home, it would surely be a spectacle to behold. However, I never anticipated that my decision would plunge me into a series of tragedies that would irrevocably alter the course of my life. When Lu Hui returned that evening, I handed her the stockings, saying, "Look at the good deeds your daughter has done." Lu Hui initially froze. Then her expression turned frantic, betraying a guilty conscience. Observing her reaction, I feared I had erred. Perhaps these stockings did not belong to Jiang Sui. Realizing that they might belong to Lu Hui herself sent my heart racing. Could it be that she was betraying my father? I recalled that when Lu Hui first came to our home, my father was still in good health. As long as he was home, I could hear the sounds of their intimacy echoing through the walls. However, during my senior year, my father's health deteriorated significantly. He appeared aged, and his vitality seemed to wane. The sounds from next door had become scarce, and I distinctly remembered Lu Hui once lamenting about being in her prime, questioning how she would cope in the future. At that moment, I thought it possible that Lu Hui might stray. Now, was it indeed the case? After a brief hesitation, Lu Hui took the stockings from my hands and stammered, Zhang Yang, what is this? Where did you get it?" I fixed my gaze upon her and replied, "It's clearly a pair of stockings. Can't you recognize them? Look, they have holes in the back, clearly the result of some illicit encounter." Lu Hui appeared increasingly uneasy, even avoiding my gaze. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and frowned, asking, "Are you saying these belong to Sui?" I almost retorted, "Aren't they yours?" But considering I had no concrete evidence, I thought better of it, and simply stated that they were not mine. Lu Hui then cursed Jiang Sui under her breath before dialing her number. I couldn't ascertain if the call was genuine or feigned. I only knew that Lu Hui was on the sofa, vociferously questioning the origin of the stockings. After hanging up, she approached me with a smile, claiming, "I've clarified those stockings belong to Sui. But she's not fooling around with any man. She simply made the holes herself." I found it hard to believe her words. It was evident she was using Jiang Sui as a decoy. She had certainly strayed. Initially, I intended to inform my father, but I recalled how he had been bewitched by this vixen over the years, readily believing her every word. Lacking direct evidence, I feared he might not believe me and could even lash out at me. I resolved to gather proof before confronting him. In the meantime, while I felt pity for my father, I also believed he deserved it. After all, he had forsaken a stable life to chase after her, and now, mere years later, she had betrayed him. Such was the consequence of his actions. That night, around 11 o'clock, as I lay in bed, the door to my room was suddenly knocked upon. During that time, I was preparing for the college entrance examination and required ample rest to study effectively during the day. Thus, being disturbed was quite vexing, and I grumbled, "Who is it?" A voice from outside called, "It's me, open the door." I donned a pair of shorts and approached the door to let her in. Jiang Sui stood outside, clad in a thin silk nightgown, illuminated by the light behind her, rendering the garment somewhat translucent and creating an ethereal appearance. I couldn't help but marvel. She had come of age, and her figure was undeniably impressive. With a sullen expression, she snapped, "Those stockings are my doing. Don't you dare spread any rumors that could tarnish my reputation. I won't let you off lightly." In response to her words, I inwardly scoffed. "With your reputation, what do you have to worry about?" Anyone who knew her was well aware of her character. I coldly retorted, "Why would you be fiddling with stockings?" "Because I want to. And who are you to question me? Just so you know, my boyfriend is connected to the local gang. Do you know Brother Gecko for Sport Street? He's his godbrother. Think carefully about whether you want to cross him." Although I was a diligent student with no affiliations to such circles, I had heard enough about the local underbelly. Brother Gecko was notorious in that area, running multiple establishments and having once caused a stir by assaulting a teacher at our school. The mention of him instilled a sense of apprehension within me. However, I reminded myself that I would soon be leaving for university and had resolved never to return to this wretched place, except for the sake of one childhood friend, who was the only thing worth clinging to. With a disdainful huff, I slammed the door shut. Lying back in bed, I mused that Jiang Sui's sudden appearance was likely orchestrated by Lu Hui, who wanted to divert suspicion away from herself. Once the examinations were over, I would thoroughly investigate this matter. Following that incident, I noticed a notable shift in Lu Hu's demeanor towards me. She began to show concern, preparing breakfast each morning, cutting fruits, and even washing my clothes, including the undergarments I'd hastily left by the bed. Her reasoning was that I was approaching my exams, the most crucial moment of my life, and deserved to be free from worries. She even promised to buy me the latest Nokia phone once the exams were over. Recognizing her sudden attentiveness as a ploy to curry favor and divert my suspicions, I grew increasingly convinced that something was amiss. With only 3 days left until the exams, we had a break. While leaving the examination hall that day, I encountered Lin Chuyu, my childhood friend. Lin Chuyu had lived in the same building as my family when we were young, and our parents had maintained a cordial relationship. After she moved closer to the garment market for her parents' business, our contact diminished, yet our bond remained steadfast. Following my parents' divorce, she frequently called to comfort me and visited on weekends to keep me company. We had recently agreed to apply to the same university. Seeing her as I exited the exam hall filled me with joy. Lin Chuyu was dressed in a knee-length floral dress, paired with chunky shoes and knee-high socks adorned with lace, looking every bit like a princess. As for her beauty, it was beyond compare. When she was in elementary school, she was already strikingly beautiful, and in middle school, she became the belle of her school. Now, on the verge of entering university, she has blossomed into a graceful young woman, reminiscent of a ripening peach. Though my non-biological sister, Jiang Sui Sui, was also once a school beauty, I believe she pales in comparison to Lin Chuyao. I approached Lin Chuyao and greeted her. Upon seeing me, she appeared genuinely pleased, and we exchanged a few casual words. She mentioned a craving for spicy hot pot, so I led her to a nearby restaurant specializing in it. As we reached the entrance, we unexpectedly encountered Jiang Sui Sui. Beside her stood a young man with bleached hair, her boyfriend. It seemed they had just finished their meal. Upon spotting Lin Chuyao and me, Jiang Sui Sui whispered something to the young man. He then stepped in front of me, casting a sideways glance at Lin Chuyao. With a mischievous grin, he remarked, I had heard from Sui Sui that you were interested in a rather attractive girl. This must be her, right? She truly is stunning, I dare say, even more so than Sui Sui. Before I could respond, Jiang Sui Sui kicked him playfully, saying, They'll give you another chance who looks better, me or her. The young man chuckled. You're both beautiful, but Sui Sui is the fairest of them all, right? Then he turned to me and asked, Are you two off to grab a bite? Previously, when he had visited my home to be affectionate with Jiang Sui Sui, he often sought to provoke me. Aware of his troublesome nature, I merely held Lin Chuyao's hand and attempted to step inside, stating, She's not my girlfriend, we're just friends. To my surprise, as we passed him, he grabbed Lin Chuyao's arm and said with a smirk, In such a hurry to finish your meal and head to a hotel, are you? I haven't finished my questions yet. Clearly agitated, Lin Chuyao shook off his grip, exclaiming, What are you doing? Don't touch me. Though I had no desire to escalate the situation, seeing Lin Chuyao upset compelled me to step protectively in front of her and confront him about his intentions. To my astonishment, he retaliated with a kick to my stomach. Then, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, he casually stated, It's nothing serious, just wanted to formally introduce myself. I've been to your house several times, and you still don't know my name, do you? Well, now you do. Wang Hao Wang, as in prince, and Hao, meaning vast righteousness. Remember it well. Chapter 3 Hiding beneath Jiang Sui Sui's bed. I was abruptly kicked by Wang Hao, igniting a fierce anger within me. It was particularly infuriating that he struck me under such pretexts. I felt an overwhelming urge to confront him, yet at that moment, I was too cowardly to act. Despite my indignation, Lin Chuyo, however, boldly questioned him. Why are you hitting someone? Have they wronged you in any way? Little sister, Wang Hao replied with a smug grin. Speak to your brother with a bit more courtesy. You are quite the beauty, yet your words are so harsh. Be gentler, will you? If you don't know how to speak softly, perhaps another day, I can take you to a nice place and teach you properly. I'm calling the police, Lin Chuyo declared, pulling out her phone. Go ahead. If you can get your brother locked up, then I'll acknowledge your prowess, Wang Hao retorted, leading Jiang Sui Sui away. As they departed, Jiang Sui Sui turned back to cast a glance at me, an expression of smugness in her eyes that only stoked my frustration further. Once they were gone, I saw Lin Chuyo was still intent on calling the police. So I stopped her, advising, let it go, don't call the police. It's pointless, and if you do, it will only provoke him further. He might come looking for trouble. Lin Chio stared at me for a moment and sighed. Why should they bully you? Jiang Sui Sui and her mother rely on your father for their livelihood. Why does she have the audacity to mistreat you? Perhaps it was because, during those years, I had seldom received affection or concern, but her words struck a chord, bringing a sting of tears to my eyes. To prevent her from noticing my impending tears, I hurriedly pulled her toward a spicy hot pot restaurant, saying, It's nothing, just a kick. I'll be fine. Once we get into college, I want to return here, and I'll have no further dealings with them. Are you sure your stomach is all right? Does it hurt? She asked. I assured her it did not. Lin Chio insisted I stop, then bent down to brush off the dirt from my clothes. At that moment, her collar gaped open, revealing more than I should have seen. While Lin Chio may not have developed as impressively as Jiang Sui Sui, among girls my age, she was certainly distinguished. My gaze lingered longer than it should have, and I couldn't help but admire my own audacity, even at such a critical time. After brushing off the dirt, Lin Chio raised her head and sighed. It's infuriating to be treated this way for no reason. Her words trailed off as she glanced down, straightening her posture and adjusting her clothing. Clearly, she had noticed my furtive glance, which rendered us both awkward. My face burned with embarrassment, while Lin Chio's complexion flushed deeply, leaving us in silence for a considerable time after we sat down to order our meal. As fate would have it, on our way back from dinner, I unexpectedly ran into Lu Hui. She was driving a BMW, a car my father had gifted her. In the passenger seat sat a man whose face seemed familiar, although I couldn't place him. Upon noticing me, Lu Hui accelerated suddenly and shielded her face with her hand, clearly apprehensive about being recognized. Such foolishness. Hiding her face wouldn't conceal her license plate. That afternoon, upon returning home, I found the house empty. I approached the washing machine and peered into the gap, but found no stockings. I even ventured into Lu Hui's room to search, but uncovered nothing of substance. It occurred to me that if she had any incriminating evidence, she wouldn't keep it in her own room. It was likely hidden in Jiang Sui Sui's room. Without further thought, I walked straight into Jiang Sui Sui's room. Having lived in my home for quite some time, I had only entered her room once to tutor her when she first entered high school, and I had never returned since. I had little interest in her space, and she prohibited my entry. Even when passing her door, she would insist I keep my distance. As I stepped into her room, an unexpected feeling of guilt washed over me, quickening my heartbeat. I began by rifling through her wardrobe, but found no stockings. I then opened her bedside table, discovering nothing suspicious. Just as I was about to check beneath her bed, the door suddenly creaked open. Someone had returned. I heard Wang Hao's voice. Isn't that idiot out with his little girlfriend? How could he possibly be back so soon? Jiang Sui Sui scolded. What if he is home? I then heard her call my name a few times. Realizing Jiang Sui Sui had brought Wang Hao back to my house, my heart raced. I had intended to leave immediately, but I worried about how to explain my abrupt exit from her room. If Jiang Sui Sui thought I was a pervert, I would be in serious trouble, and Wang Hao would surely take the opportunity to confront me. In a moment of panic, I swiftly crawled beneath the bed. Zhang Yang, are you home? Jiang Sui Sui called out, apparently checking my room to confirm I was absent. She and Wang Hao settled onto the living room sofa. I told you, that idiot isn't home, Wang Hao stated. Just then, Jiang Sui Sui exclaimed in frustration, What the hell are you so impatient for? What if my mom or he suddenly comes back? Wang Hao's lewd voice came from the other side. Then let us go to your bedroom. Even if someone comes back unexpectedly, I can hide under your bed. Once they're asleep, I can sneak out and join you in bed, haha. Get lost. Do you think I'm that easy to handle? Let me tell you, touching and kissing is one thing, but winning me over is no simple task. Although I may appear carefree, I have my limits. Jiang Sui Sui's declaration surprised me. I had always assumed she was no longer a virgin. Given her tone, it seemed she still was. Wang Hao had not won her over. What had they been doing together in her room? Were they merely hugging and kissing? At that moment, I heard their footsteps drawing nearer, evidently approaching the bedroom. My anxiety heightened, and beads of sweat began to form on my forehead. I peeked out from beneath the bed and saw 4 slender legs enter the room. 2 of those legs, delicate and fair, undoubtedly belonged to Jiang Sui Sui. Her skin was remarkably smooth and pale, a rarity among girls. My father often joked that she resembled Snow White. Once they reached the bedside, they sat down, and I heard Wang Hao say, Have you thought it through? When will you give it to me? As a young man in his 20s, it's truly unbearable. It feels like 1,000 ants are crawling inside me. It's torture. I already told you I'm not that easy. How long have we known each other? I can't give it to you. At least 6 months must pass, Jiang Sui Sui replied. 6 months? By then, the yellow flowers will have wilted. Well, it depends on your performance. If I find you to be a devoted and reliable man, perhaps I'll consider it. But first, you need to earn my mother's approval. She is not fond of you. She dislikes your type. Wang Hao scoffed. Your mother is a mistress herself. How can she criticize me? Shut up. How can you speak like that? I'm not lying, am I? By the way, your mother has become involved with another man. What is going to happen with your stepfather? Are they divorcing or what? At this moment, my heart sank. It was true. Lu Hui had indeed been unfaithful. Chapter 4, Did I Steal Underwear? I was somewhat taken aback to discover that Wang Hao was aware of Lu Hui's infidelity. It appears that Jiang Sui Sui harbors a certain fondness for Wang Hao, willing to confide in him about everything. This kind of girl, with her skewed values, tends to shy away from those who are studious or honest, instead gravitating towards the charmingly rogue types who seem to thrive in the world. This aligns with the adage, bad boys are irresistible to women. Of course, after my own descent into wickedness, I came to grasp the essence of this saying deeply. Yet at this moment, I still consider myself a decent man. Then I heard Jiang Sui Sui exclaim, of course, it's divorce. That old man is done for. My mother says he must have indulged in many women in his youth, which has ruined his health. However, she has no immediate plans to divorce him. What? Are you reluctant? Is there some affection involved? What nonsense! If my mother weren't intent on providing me with a better living environment, why would she ever have married that old man? The reason she isn't divorcing him now is purely for financial gain. For money? Yes. My mother is currently scheming to persuade him to buy a house, claiming my grandmother needs money for medical treatment. And then she plans to get herself a Mercedes or BMW. Her aim is to swindle him out of substantial sum before finally divorcing him. Wang Hao laughed and chided. Wow, you and your mother are truly ruthless. But you both should tread carefully. That old man has been around since the 80s and 90s, and he knows many influential people in this area. Be wary, or he might come after you too. What do we have to fear? Aren't you here? You're the Gecko brother. Surely you can handle him. You should be cautious too. If that old man gets drunk and loses his wits, discovering your mother's infidelity, what if he confronts you both with a knife? Oh no. Jiang Sui Sui immediately grew anxious. You can't say that. Given his temperament, he might actually do something like that. I think it would be best to find an opportunity to eliminate him. Then all his money would belong to you too. The moment Wang Hao made that suggestion, my fist clenched even tighter. I felt nauseated as Jiang Sui Sui spoke of scheming to take my father's money. This mother-daughter duo was indeed cunning and merciless. Yet Wang Hao's words filled me with even more loathing. The thought of wanting to eliminate my father was unbearable. After a moment of contemplation, however, I concluded that he was merely jesting. After all, who among ordinary people possesses the audacity to commit murder? Jiang Sui Sui retorted, Are you out of your mind? This is a matter of killing someone, a serious crime. What does it matter? As long as it's done discreetly and no one is aware, it will be fine. Then you should go ahead. If you have the guts, take care of it yourself. I could do it, but only if you first give yourself to me. Only then would you genuinely be my woman, and I would be willing to go to such extremes for you. Get lost. I knew you had ulterior motives. Don't think you can easily deceive me. I'm not that gullible. Enough of this. Let me touch you for a while. Oh, can you please not focus on that one spot? You heard me last time. All right, I'll change it up. After that, the two fell silent and began to kiss intimately, and I could even hear Jiang Sui Sui's soft moans. I initially planned to sneak out while they were preoccupied, but fearing discovery, I ended up hiding under the bed for over half an hour. That duration was excruciating, as I dreaded them finding me and was especially terrified of Lu Hui returning. If she did, Wang Hao would likely have to hide under the bed too, and we'll be face to face. Fortunately, after their half-hour of intimacy, they finally left for dinner, allowing me to emerge and hastily return to my room. Lying in bed, I began contemplating how to handle the situation with this mother-daughter pair. Although I harbored resentment towards my father, he was still my father. If they swindled his money, I would undoubtedly be displeased. Therefore, I needed to intervene. I even regretted not recording their conversation while hiding under the bed. If I had captured their words, I could show them to my father later, which would serve my purpose perfectly, perhaps due to my newfound awareness of their duplicitous nature. The following days were unbearable. Whenever I encountered them, I felt nauseous and my demeanor towards them grew increasingly hostile. The afternoon before the college entrance examination, I I returned home to find Lu Hui had washed my underwear again. I exploded in anger, declaring, "I told you before, don't touch my underwear. I'm a grown man. Why on earth would you wash them? I wouldn't even let my own mother do that. Isn't that disgusting?" Lu Hui seemed taken aback by my sudden outburst, staring at me in shock for a moment. Then, pointing at me, she shouted, "You ungrateful brat. I thought I was helping you before your exam, and now you accuse me of wrongdoing? Even a dog knows to wag its tail in gratitude." I retorted, "Stop pretending to be kind. Do you think I don't see through your intentions? Besides, how am I your dependent? You and Jiang Sui are both being supported by my father. You're the ones who are like dogs in this household." Lu Hui appeared even angrier, advancing towards me as if to slap my face. Yet, she refrained from doing so. "Fine, you think you've grown wings? You've got some nerve." I chose not to continue the argument, instead walking over to the clothes rack, grabbing my underwear and tossing it into the trash can, then retorted with a remark as I returned to my room. About 10 minutes later, Lu Hui unexpectedly entered my room, smiling as she asked, "By the way, do you know something? You mentioned you were aware of my intentions. So tell me, what exactly do you think I'm up to?" In that moment, I had indeed spoken out of anger, and now I realized that with the impending exam, confronting her might jeopardize my performance. Thus, I replied, "It's nothing. Please leave. Tell me the truth. What do you know? Are you planning to report me to your father? Could you please leave? I need to study." "Humph." Lu Hui scoffed coldly. "Let me warn you, it's best not to provoke me, or you will regret it." I raised my gaze to meet Lu Hui's, noting the fierce glint in her eyes. I had never seen such a look from her before. The thought of my once adoring teacher, who had turned into my stepmother, and now this, stirred a deep discomfort within me. "You'd better listen. If you don't believe me, go ahead and test me. I will make you regret it for the rest of your life." With that, Lu Hui turned to leave, and upon reaching the living room, she added with irritation, "Get out for dinner tonight. I won't be cooking for you." I silently cursed her, thinking, if I ever rise up, I will make sure to deal with you all. Perhaps it was the anxiety of the upcoming exam, but that night I struggled to sleep, finally drifting off around midnight. However, I was abruptly awakened in the middle of the night by a loud bang on the door. Startled, I jumped up and turned on the light, only to find my father standing at the door, holding a bottle of alcohol. His face flushed and his eyes glaring at me, clearly intoxicated. Behind him stood Lu Hui and Jiang Sui, their expressions filled with malice. Then Lu Hui led Jiang Sui into the room and, grasping my father's shoulder, began to weep. Sui's underwear has been going missing, and I thought it was Zhang Yang who took them. I didn't dare to tell you, but now it's getting worse. Yesterday, when Sui was taking a shower, he hid by the door, trying to peek. We're terrified to sleep at night. At her words, my mind went blank. This wretched woman was actually framing me? Immediately following that, Jiang Sui rushed to my wardrobe, flung it open, and retrieved a handful of garments from some obscure corner, which she then threw at my feet. Among them were several pairs of underwear and bras, belonging to her and her mother. Chapter 5. I shall sever all ties of fatherhood at that moment. Jiang Sui pointed at the clothes on the ground, feigning a look of deep sorrow as she addressed me. "Zhang Yang, how could you do this? Ever since I entered this household, I have regarded you as my brother, yet you harbor such thoughts." Lu Hui continued to stoke the flames before my father, embellishing the narrative. "Old Zhang, you're always busy away from home, and with no man around, Zhang Yang has grown into quite the young man. If something were to happen to us..." She paused, her expression shifting to one of panic as she lamented, "What would we do if something truly occurred?" I quickly donned my shorts and descended from my bed, retorting, "You two shameless creatures are framing me. When have I ever touched your filthy clothes? I find them repulsive. Zhang Yang, I've caught you red-handed, and you still dare to deny it? Jiang Sui regarded me coldly. You must have hidden these in my wardrobe while I was out dining. How disgusting of you." Before I could finish my sentence, my father hurled a beer bottle at me, but I managed to evade it. The bottle shattered against the wall, scattering glass and beer foam across my bed. My father then charged at me, delivering a kick to my stomach. "You wretched beast, I will beat you to death today," he bellowed with a fierce glare. Liu, playing the role of the concerned party, chimed in, "Old Zhang, please do not resort to violence. The child has his college entrance examination tomorrow. If you harm him, what will become of his future? You only need to educate him. There is no need for violence." Not only was I falsely accused, but I was also kicked, which fueled my anger. However, with the examination looming, I chose to temper my emotions. I informed my father that he had been deceived, that the mother and daughter were colluding against me. I pointed at Lu Hui and declared, "Stop your pretense. I have no use for your insincere concern." As soon as I spoke, my father retaliated with a slap across my face. His drunkenness rendered his movements clumsy, and I had anticipated his actions, dodging to the side. My bedroom was small, leaving me little room to escape. I attempted to make my way to the living room while maintaining my distance from him. As I walked out, I exposed Lu Hui's infidelity to my father, stating, "Lu Hui has been unfaithful. She has brought other men into our home, indulging in promiscuity while wearing countless black stockings, all riddled with holes. I even spotted her driving a man around town. I discovered this, which is why she is so eager to slander me." I had hoped that this revelation would shift the situation in my favor, prompting my father to confront Lu Hui. However, he dismissed my claims, cursing me for my audacity to speak such nonsense, vowing that he would not rest until he had beaten me senseless. Lu Hui, now in a fit of tears, cried out, "I cannot live like this. How can this child slander me? If word gets out, where will my reputation be?" Jiang Sui sighed dramatically and said, "Zhang Yang, you have truly disappointed me. Is it because my mother and I entered your home that you have harbored resentment? Is it because we discovered you stealing our clothes? You refuse to admit your fault, and yet you dare to speak ill of my mother." The mother-daughter duo's performance ignited my father's fury, and he stormed towards me, ready to strike. I was utterly speechless and profoundly disappointed in him. I retorted coldly, "You do not believe your own son, yet you trust these two vixens? They have not only cuckolded you, but also intend to rob you blind and ruin you. If you heed their words today, you will find yourself in a dire situation, unaware of the peril that awaits you." Before I could finish, my father lunged at me. In my attempt to evade him, I slipped and fell to the ground, granting him the opportunity to pin me down, his fists raining down upon my face. Although my father was aging, his strength had not diminished significantly, and each blow left me seeing stars. Yet, I was no longer the naive child I once was. I had grown stronger. I seized his wrist and, summoning all my strength, pushed him off me. Rising to my feet, I pointed at him, berating him, "You foolish man, you will come to regret this. From this day forth, I, Zhang Yang, shall sever all ties of fatherhood with you." My anger propelled me to make such a declaration. After uttering those words, I turned and strode towards the entrance of the living room. My father, now in a frenzy, shouted that he would beat me to death, as if he had never fathered me. Yet, before he could reach the door, I yanked it open and fled, leaving him to curse at me from the threshold. As I dashed down the stairs, I resolved within my heart that I no longer needed this father or this home. Ever since his divorce from my mother, this household had been shattered. The thought of Lu Hui and Jiang Sui bringing me to such a dire state filled me with rage. I felt an intense unwillingness to accept my fate. I could sever ties with my father and never return home again. But the thought of their lives improving while mine deteriorated gnawed at me. Once I completed my examinations, I would seek retribution for this injustice. To my astonishment, Lu Hui and Jiang Sui had laid an ambush at the base of our apartment building. As I exited the building, a group of individuals emerged from the nearby greenery, wielding steel pipes, and began to assault me. I shouted and ran, but before I could cover 10 meters, a steel pipe struck the back of my head. Darkness enveloped me, and I lost consciousness. When I regained awareness, I found myself in a dilapidated room, resembling an abandoned factory, with thick dust and debris strewn across the floor. My hands and feet were bound. Realizing I had been kidnapped sent waves of panic through me. My first instinct was that Lu Hui and Jiang Sui had orchestrated this. After our heated argument, and my words about severing our father-son relationship, I feared that even if I were to be harmed, my father would not report it, likely believing I had simply run away. If I were to perish here, it might take a long time before anyone noticed my absence, and that thought filled me with dread. At that moment, the door was kicked open, and 2 men entered. I did not recognize either of them. One was stocky and dark, while the other was thin, both appearing to be in their 20s. "Hey, brother, are you hungry? Thirsty? If you are, call out, brother, and maybe I'll feel generous enough to share some food and drink with you," the thin one said, munching on a sausage. His long, side-parted hair obscured part of his face, and the dim lighting in the room made it difficult to discern his features. At that moment, I had no appetite for food or drink. I asked, "What is your purpose in bringing me here? Did Jiang Sui and Lu Hui send you?" Chapter 6. The college entrance examination is complete. Jiang Sui and Lu Hui? The thin man feigned ignorance. "Who are they? I don't know them. I chose not to pursue the topic of the mother and daughter duo any further and instead asked, "What do you intend to do with me?" The slender man chuckled and said, "It's nothing serious. Just wanted to have a chat with you. By noon or this afternoon, we'll let you go. Don't worry too much. We are law-abiding citizens and won't harm you in any way. It's purely a conversation." Upon hearing his words, I felt a slight relief, realizing that he indeed had no intention of causing me harm. However, as the reality sank in, my heart tightened once more. It was already the latter part of the night, and technically, today was the day of my college entrance examination. If they released me only by noon or afternoon, wouldn't that mean I would miss my exam? Missing one subject could be salvaged, but a day's delay would render my entire efforts futile. In desperation, I pleaded, "Please, today is my exam day. I need to go back and take it." "Take your exam? What's the point?" "Let me give you a piece of advice. Studying is of no real use. Those who attend university often end up like bookworms. Look at me. I didn't even finish elementary school, yet I live quite freely now, chasing girls and drinking. That's what life is about." At that moment, the realization dawned upon me. Liu Hui and Jiang Sui had orchestrated my abduction to sabotage my examination. Despite my father's shortcomings over the years, he still harbored expectations for me, hoping I would excel and bring honor to our family. If I were to miss the exam and fail to enter university, I would surely be seen as a failure in his eyes, and his attitude towards me would worsen. My future and prospects would be obliterated, and Liu Hui and Jiang Sui would no longer need to fear my potential retribution. Their plan was indeed cunning. For me, the examination was paramount. After my parents' divorce, my life spiraled into despair. I had experienced disappointment, regret, and hopelessness, but ultimately, my academic performance provided me with the courage to believe in a brighter future. I was confident that if I performed well, I could gain admission to a good university and escape my father's grasp, as well as the clutches of Liu Hui and Jiang Sui, liberating myself from this painful environment. However, if anything went wrong with the exam, this sole pathway would be severed. I couldn't bear to contemplate the implications. Moreover, Lin Shuiyue and I had already planned to attend the same university. If she succeeded in her examinations while I failed, would it not jeopardize our relationship? I dared not think further and hastily begged once more, "Please, I truly implore you. The exam is vital to me. Let me go, and I will pay you whatever you ask." "Money? How much can you give?" I replied that I had only a few dozen yuan on me, but that I could gather a few hundred from my savings at home. "A few hundred?" The slender man burst into laughter. "Are you kidding me? A few hundred won't even cover a night out. I expected you to offer thousands. I could manage a few thousand, but I don't have it right now. I can write you an IOU. Once I have the money, I will surely pay you. Please, just let me go. I cannot afford to miss my exam. Do you think I'm a fool? If I let you write an IOU, that's evidence against me for having kidnapped you, and you could report me. Just stop with the nonsense and stay put. We can provide you with food and drink, but letting you go for your exam is simply out of the question." I remained undeterred, continuing to plead, assuring him that I wouldn't report him and that I would indeed pay. Yet, regardless of my words, he refused to release me. Feeling desperate, I attempted to free myself from the ropes. The slender man warned me several times to behave, and when he saw I still struggled, he approached and kicked me, one blow landing painfully in my groin, causing me to roll on the floor in agony. Afterward, he and his accomplice returned with more rope, binding me even tighter. Realizing they had no intention of letting me go, despair washed over me. My examination was doomed, and my life appeared to be at an end. I screamed frantically, cursing vehemently until my voice grew hoarse, but to no avail. I endured until dawn, and, as the sun rose higher outside the window, utter hopelessness consumed me, and tears streamed down my face. I understood it was over. Finally, around 5 in the afternoon, the slender man and his accomplice untied me. He patted my shoulder and said, "Remember what I told you last night. School won't lead to success. If things don't work out, just follow my lead." "Shut up." My heart was filled with despair, and I cursed him vehemently. On the ground lay a brick. I picked it up, intending to strike him. But as I did, he swiftly delivered a kick to my jaw, revealing his martial prowess. I felt my body weaken, and I stumbled to the ground. Although I retained consciousness, my mind was foggy. I could only see 2 indistinct figures before me, their words muffled, a buzzing sound filling my ears. By the time I regained my composure, the slender man and his accomplice had vanished without a trace. Emerging from the room, I realized I was in an abandoned steel factory. After wandering nearby and asking passersby, I discovered that I was in the western suburbs, over 10 kilometers from my home. The slender man had taken all my money, leaving me no choice but to walk back. Anxious, I alternated between walking and running, taking over an hour to reach my residential complex. Filled with rage towards Lu Hui and Jiang Sui, I planned to confront them. However, just as I approached the entrance of my building, a girl emerged from within. It was Lin Shui. Her expression was one of urgency, likely searching for me. Upon seeing me, her furrowed brow relaxed slightly. "Zhang Yang, where have you been? Why didn't you go to the exam venue?" I asked with Zikai, and he said you haven't been to the exam all day. What happened? Looking at Lin Shui, my heart ached, and tears threatened to spill. "Yeah, it's over. Everything is ruined. That mother-daughter pair has destroyed my chances of going to university." Lin Shui then scrutinized my appearance. Recalling that I had left the house in slippers and shorts, my upper body bare. She seemed to realize something and quickly stepped closer. "What happened? What did they do to you?" "Don't panic. Just take your time and explain." Feeling the urgency, I had no time to elaborate to Lin Shui. "I need to go back and settle things with that mother-daughter duo first. I'll tell you everything afterward." "Your family's not home," Lin Shui replied. I knocked for quite a while, but no one answered. I remained undeterred and ascended the stairs with Lin Shui, knocking on the door repeatedly until we confirmed no one was inside. Leaving the complex, I recounted the previous night's events to Lin Shui, who became incensed upon hearing my tale. Despite her usual poise and refinement, she couldn't suppress her anger and let slip some profanities. Learning that I hadn't eaten, she took me to a dumpling shop and even helped me report the incident to the police, insisting that the mother-daughter duo should pay for their actions. While we awaited the arrival of the authorities, Lin Shui offered me comfort. "If it comes to it, you could just study for another year. If your dad turns his back on you, I can help cover your living and tuition fees. I'll wait for you at the Provincial Institute of Technology. You can take the exam next year." At that moment, feeling utterly disheartened, I shook my head and said, "I won't study anymore. I want to confront that mother-daughter pair." Chapter 7. A chance encounter with an elementary school classmate. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui immediately shook her head. "No, you can't do that." I looked at her in silence. Her beautiful face was clouded with worry, and I could sense her genuine concern through her flickering gaze. "If you confront them, you'll end up in prison. If that happens, your life will truly be ruined. We've already reported it to the police. They'll handle it. What you need to do is maintain a positive mindset and focus on studying. All right?" As Lin Shuyao's tone grew increasingly pleading, I remained silent, grappling with my own unwillingness. Deep down, I felt a sense of injustice. Yet the thought of imprisonment was equally unappealing. My emotions were in turmoil. Lin Shuyao continued to persuade me. "Consider it as my request. Please think about us, all right?" Her words struck a chord within me. Lin Shuyao and I had grown up together, and my feelings for her, while outwardly platonic, harbored the undercurrents of romantic affection. I had always been uncertain of her sentiments towards me, but I suspected they mirrored my own, as if we were on the cusp of breaking through that invisible barrier. I had planned to confess my feelings once we reached university. At this moment, her plea to consider us clearly transcended mere friendship, indicating her own romantic inclinations towards me. My heart raced, a blend of despair and subtle joy coursing through me. "Zhang Yang, you must speak. Your silence is making me anxious," Lin Chuyao said, moving a small stool to sit beside me, her gaze more urgent than ever. Her presence softened my heart instantly, and I sighed, "But I feel so wronged. They've caused me this misery, sever my ties with my father, while they will continue to live carefree. It infuriates me. Don't worry. Let's focus on the college entrance exams next year. Once we succeed, we can seek our revenge. Besides, I've already reported them. The police will surely apprehend them." She reassured me. I shook my head with a bitter smile. "I doubt they will be caught. This will likely fade away. But you can't give up. Your grades are excellent. Don't underestimate your potential. Even the best universities in Beijing, Shanghai, or Guangzhou are within your reach. Your future is bright. Why let those two worthless individuals ruin your life?" I nodded. "You're right. Then does this mean you've agreed to study hard and refrain from confronting them?" She asked. "Yes, I promise," I replied. "Zhang Yang, you are so wonderful," Lin Chuyao exclaimed, gripping my arm with excitement. I mused that if we weren't in a restaurant and surrounded by others, she might have embraced me. After the police arrived, they took my statement and allowed me to wait for further news. Lacking a house, key, and unwilling to return home, Lin Shuyao took me shopping for clothes and invited me to her house, where she generously offered me over 2,000 yuan she had saved. As she escorted me out of her neighborhood, she comforted me, saying, "I will be going to university soon, and my parents will undoubtedly provide me with ample funds. I can save up for you. Your tuition and living expenses will be covered, but I worry about where you will stay." Where to stay was indeed a dilemma. I certainly wouldn't return home. My mother had started a new family, and after discreetly observing her new life, I saw her happy and did not wish to intrude. Even if I sought her out, she would likely respond coldly, given that she hadn't visited me since her divorce from my father years ago. As for my grandparents, I had never met them. Other relatives were unknown to me as well. I had once inquired about them, but my father would dismiss me with disdain, claiming they were all dead. The only remaining family was my maternal grandparents and uncle, who aligned with my mother's sentiments and would not welcome me. With nowhere else to turn, I felt utterly pitiful. Without Lin Shuyao, I truly wondered what purpose my existence would serve. "How about I rent a small courtyard for you? It's inexpensive, though a bit remote. I'm not sure if you'd find it suitable," Lin Shuyao suggested. I replied at this point, even living under a bridge would be better than returning home. She looked at me with concern. "It's hard to believe your home was once so good, only to fall to this state. Since it was late, we couldn't find a small courtyard today." Lin Shuyao booked me a room at a hotel for the next 2 nights, promising to help me find a place after her college entrance exams. By the time I settled into the hotel room, my frustration boiled over, and I resolved to confront Lu Hui and Jiang Sui. I thought it reasonable to unleash my anger verbally or with a few slaps. Yet it seemed that mother and daughter were on guard. The house remained empty, and even the neighbors confirmed they hadn't seen anyone coming or going. Reluctantly, I returned to the hotel. As fate would have it, I encountered an old classmate, Yuan Fuqiang, known as Monkey. He had transferred to my class in the 3rd grade, where I was assigned to assist him due to my academic prowess. However, he left after a short time, and I hadn't seen him since. Upon recognizing him, I noted he had grown much larger, his naturally curly, yellowish hair making him quite distinctive. "Zhang Yang, right?" he exclaimed, recognizing me and playfully patting my shoulder with enough force to sting. A scantily clad girl stood beside him, and he encouraged her to go wash up, suggesting he wanted to chat with me. "Remember when we were desk mates in elementary school? I often borrowed your books." He reminisced. I nodded, recalling those days. "What brings you here? If you're free, why not join me for a drink?" As a model student, I had rarely indulged in alcohol, and I instinctively hesitated. However, considering my current mood, I decided to drown my sorrows and drink. A good bout of intoxication seemed necessary for a good night's sleep. "All right, let's go for a drink now," I agreed. He grinned, gesturing towards the hotel. "Not just yet. Give me half an hour to attend to something." "Sure, I'll wait for you in my room on the 4th floor." "You're staying in this hotel too? What a coincidence." "I'm on the same floor." We ascended together, and upon reaching our rooms, I discovered ours were adjacent. He jokingly warned me that his activities might get loud. I didn't think much of it until moments later when the sound from his room startled me. It was as if he were unleashing a primal fury. As a young man, I found it difficult to ignore the ruckus, and my mind inadvertently wandered to Lin Shuyao, fantasizing about what it would be like if we were together. If I hadn't faced these setbacks, I could have been preparing for university alongside her, bringing us closer to a relationship. But now, all of my hopes lay in ruins due to that repugnant mother and daughter duo. The thought only fueled my resentment. Yuan's time was brief. He returned to my door just minutes later. "Zhang Yang, let us go. I'm buying you a drink." I stepped outside and told him that I would treat, but he generously declined, insisting that he would cover the expenses for the evening. Thus, we strolled towards the food stall, engaging in conversation. It was quite peculiar, as we hadn't seen each other for many years, yet our dialogue felt entirely familiar, as if we had always been close brothers. This was largely due to his amiable nature. He possessed a carefree demeanor and was exceptionally articulate, a trait that often aids individuals in navigating social circles successfully. Upon reaching the food stall, he ordered an array of dishes and even requested the proprietor to serve 2 bottles of liquor. During our meal, we exchanged stories about our lives over the years. When he learned that my studies were hindered by my stepmother and sister, he slammed his palm on the table in frustration. "Damn it, is there really such a shameless person, living off your father while bullying you? Leave this matter to me. I'll handle those 2 women for you, and ensure you get your due revenge." At that moment, he appeared quite inebriated, so I took his words lightly, perceiving them as mere pleasantries. However, after so many years apart, his willingness to express such sentiments warmed my heart. I decided that this friend was worth keeping, and as the meal concluded, I took the initiative to ask for his phone number and QQID. Since my phone was at home, I had no means to jot it down, so I requested a piece of paper from the stall owner to write it down. That night, I truly adhered to the notion of not returning home without being intoxicated. It was in fact the first time I'd ever gotten drunk. The sensation was indescribable, light and airy, offering a brief respite from the emotional pain I carried within. I slept soundly that night, awakening well past 10 in the morning. The thought of my peers still engaged in their college entrance examinations filled me with a profound sense of regret. Perhaps fueled by a lingering sense of unwillingness to accept my situation, I returned home, only to find that Lu Hui and Jiang Sui were still absent. Remembering that my phone was still inside the house, I decided to take matters into my own hands, attempting to break the door lock with a brick to retrieve my belongings. Unfortunately, the lock proved quite robust, and despite my efforts, I was unable to breach it, disturbing several neighbors in the process. Reluctantly, I sought the assistance of a locksmith to gain entry. Once inside my bedroom, I retrieved my phone and gathered some clothes. Before I left, I decided to leave a rather unsavory mark on Jiang Sui and Lu Hui's bed, thinking to myself, isn't Jiang Sui known for her cleanliness? Let us see how she handles this. As I exited the building, a middle-aged man in a suit suddenly intercepted me. My heart skipped a beat. Could he be someone sent by Lu Hui and Jiang Sui? Had they anticipated my return and positioned someone to await my arrival? To my surprise, he greeted me politely and produced a photograph from his pocket, asking, "Young man, do you recognize this individual? He appears to be from your community." This photo captures him in his youth. I casually glanced at the photograph, but upon closer inspection, my heart raced. The image depicted a young man, around 18 or 19, dressed stylishly while leaning against a Soviet-made Volga car. His youthful face radiated confidence, exuding the air of someone from a wealthy family. This was indeed my father. Although I had never seen a childhood photo of him, recognition struck me immediately. From a young age, I had been curious about my grandparents' occupation and whether I had uncles or aunts. Now, this individual with the photograph had piqued my interest, and I wondered if he had some connection to my father. Tentatively, I inquired, "What is your relationship with the person in the photograph?" While scrutinizing the man, I noted that he bore no resemblance to my father, suggesting he was not a sibling. Instead of answering my question, he seemed agitated and asked, "Do you know the man in the photograph?" I concocted a story, mentioning that he used to live in my building and was my neighbor. "Is he no longer residing here?" He pressed. I replied that he had moved away years ago and asked again about his connection to my father. He responded, "I have no relation to him. I was sent by our former leader to find him." Hearing the term former leader sent a jolt through my system. Could it be that my father's original family held some prominence? Was my biological grandfather a high-ranking officer in the military? I probed further. "What is the relationship between your former leader and him?" "That is not something I can disclose. If you possess any information about him, such as his current whereabouts or how to contact him, I would be immensely grateful for your assistance." Although I was eager to clarify the situation, I remembered that I had severed ties with my father and had no intention of relying on him in the future. I commented, "He moved away to another city several years ago." With that, I turned and walked away from the community. After retrieving my phone and returning to the hotel, I sent a text to my friend, informing him of my new number. He responded almost immediately, stating that he had already begun searching for people on my behalf and would soon deal with Lu Hui and Jiang Sui, inviting me to join in the confrontation. I cautioned him not to escalate the situation too much, as I needed to focus on my studies for university entrance exams. He assured me he would handle it appropriately. Around noon, I messaged Lin Chuiyue, letting her know I had retrieved my phone. She called me shortly after, her voice barely audible as if she were in her bedroom. "You haven't gone after that mother-daughter duo, have you?" she asked. I replied that I hadn't, explaining that they were not home, and I had enlisted a locksmith to gain entry. "That's good. I won't keep you any longer. I need to study for my exams. I'll come find you once they're over." The following day, I spent another night at the hotel. By the afternoon of the next day, Lin Chuiyue called again, mentioning that she had intended to meet me, but her grandmother had suddenly fallen ill, and she had to accompany her parents to the countryside. I realized that staying alone in the hotel was not a viable option, especially given its high costs. Thus, I decided to rent a small courtyard in the suburbs at an annual rate of 800 yuan. After a few days of residing there, boredom struck, and I thought to visit the city center's entertainment venue to play some computer games. However, as soon as I arrived, a crowd suddenly encircled me. I soon heard Jiang Sue's voice, filled with anger. "You scoundrel! I knew you would come here to use the internet. I've been waiting for you." Chapter 9. What happened to Lin Chue? I thought to myself that I was in trouble. After all, I'd left a rather unsavory surprise on Jiang Sue's bed. Given her obsessive cleanliness, it was evident that this incident had infuriated her, and she had likely been searching for me throughout the city. Knowing I could not escape this confrontation, I retorted angrily, "How dare you seek me out? You and your mother ruined my chances for college. I should consider it a favor that I left you a little surprise on your bed." Upon hearing my words, Jiang Sue's eyes widened in shock and fury as she pointed at me, exclaiming, "You defecated on my bed? I can't believe this. You all can beat him up. Let us get it over with." I was taken aback. Judging by her reaction, it seemed she was confronting me not because of the incident. But what could it possibly be about? I didn't have time to ponder. A wise man avoids immediate danger. My instinct was to flee, but I was quickly surrounded and unable to escape, leading to a brutal beating. After they finished with me, Jiang Sui approached and pressed her foot against my chest, demanding, "Did you take a covert photo of my mother? Is it you who sent someone to your father?" I was utterly confused. It seemed to make no sense. What photographs? What clandestine captures? When I remained silent, Jiang Sui stomped her foot and exclaimed, "Stop pretending to be innocent. You, as a grown man, have done what you did and still refuse to acknowledge it? Even if you deny it today, I will ensure you pay the price." At that moment, Wang Hao's voice echoed from a distance. "You all are quite impressive. I step away for just a moment, and you managed to capture this guy?" Wang Hao quickly approached, instructing Jiang Sui to step aside before delivering a couple of kicks to me. "You've got some nerve, taking clandestine photos of Sue's mother to show your dad. Do you think that once your father learns about her infidelity, your troubles will be over? Let me tell you, I'm determined to make your life a living hell. You'll know nothing but hardship." After saying this, Wang Hao spat in my face, the rancid odor almost overwhelming me. From his words, I understood that someone had captured evidence of Lu Hui's infidelity and presented it to my father, who must have dealt with Lu Hui, which explained Jiang Sui's and Wang Hao's furious search for me. I thought to myself, truly, divine retribution has arrived. Lu Hui's misdeeds have come back to haunt her. As for my father's reaction when he sees me, that remains uncertain. However, I would not choose to forgive him when he chose to believe that seductress over me. His own son, our father-son bond was irrevocably severed. I let out a cold laugh, gazing at Wang Hao and Jiang Sui, saying, "You think you can condemn me to a life of misery? I doubt you possess the capability." "Oh, I lack the capability?" Wang Hao retorted. "You ought to inquire about who I am. Go to Sport Street and ask about my brother, Gecko. As long as I'm alive, I'll make sure you suffer in Port City every single day. You'll find yourself begging on the streets, toiling as a laborer." Jiang Sui scoffed even louder. "Exactly. If you had participated in the college entrance examination, perhaps you could have gotten into a good university and achieved something, but we ruined your chances. You'll be reduced to manual labor. So what are you even boasting about?" With the conversation reaching such a point, I could only muster the courage to declare, "Just wait. I will rise to greatness one day, and then both of you will kneel before me, begging for forgiveness." Jiang Sui erupted in laughter, clutching her stomach. "You're hilarious. Where does your confidence come from? If that day ever comes, not only will I kneel and apologize, I will also call you dad while doing so." "How about that?" Wang Hao chimed in. "Me too. We'll both kneel and call you dad together." The people around us joined in the laughter. "You better keep your word. Don't back out when the time comes, I warn them." "Don't worry, I'm more trustworthy than you," Jiang Sui replied. Then jokingly nudged Wang Hao, saying, "He just claimed he took a dump on my bed. Thinking about it makes me furious. Do you have to pee? If so, why not just urinate on his head?" Wang Hao shrugged, exasperated. "If only you had mentioned this earlier. I just came from the restroom." He then asked others if they needed to relieve themselves, suggesting they could just urinate on my head. Surprisingly, a couple of people admitted they needed to go, and they began unzipping their trousers. While I wasn't afraid of being beaten, I still valued my dignity. If someone were to urinate on my face, it would be an unimaginable humiliation, leaving a lasting scar on my psyche. I panicked, cursing them and attempting to struggle to escape, but it was futile. As I braced myself for the worst, a few authoritative voices suddenly rang out nearby. I was fortunate. A few patrolling officers arrived, just in time, and under their reprimand. Jiang Sui and Wang Hao had no choice but to take their leave. However, before departing, Jiang Sui pointed at me and said, "This isn't over. I have a much bigger surprise waiting for you. Just wait and see." Initially, I assumed her surprise would involve another beating or some form of abduction. Yet I was unprepared for her to target Lin Shuyo. Lin Shuyo and I had grown up together. After my parents' divorce, she frequently visited me. Jiang Sui was aware of our relationship. Once, while chatting with Lin Shuyo downstairs, we had encountered Jiang Sui, who had scolded Lin Shuyo, leading to some verbal sparring. That night around 9, I was in the courtyard contemplating how to cultivate a small vegetable patch to save a bit of money when Lin Shuyo unexpectedly sent me a text, inviting me to her home. I felt a surge of joy, thinking her grandmother must have recovered, allowing her the time to meet. I pondered why she wanted me to come over so late. Perhaps her parents were out of town for business, leaving her home alone. I quickly replied, saying I would arrive shortly, changed into what I considered my best outfit, tidied my hair, and hurried to Lin Shuyo's house. To my shock, when I knocked on the door, it opened to reveal her mother standing there. During my journey there, I had assumed Lin Shuyo was home alone, so seeing her mother left me momentarily dumbfounded. Once I regained my composure, I awkwardly greeted Annie. What surprised me further was her mother's scowl, her gaze filled with animosity and disdain. I wondered what had happened. I hadn't confessed my feelings to Lin Shuyo, nor were we dating. Why was her mother treating me this way? Without speaking to me, her mother merely scoffed and stepped aside, gesturing for me to enter the living room. Upon entering, I found Lin Shuyo's father seated on the couch, the room thick with smoke, indicating he had smoked quite a bit. His expression was also unfriendly, and I quickly grasped that something was amiss. Lin Shuyo must be in trouble. A chill ran through me as I asked, "Uncle, Annie, what is going on? Where's Yao Yao?" Just then, I heard footsteps approaching from Lin Shuyo's room, suggesting she was about to come out. I couldn't help but wonder if her parents had discovered she had borrowed over 2,000 yuan from me. That wouldn't warrant such a reaction. Our families had always had a good relationship, and they shouldn't be angry even if they found out she lent me money. When Lin Shuyo finally emerged, I was taken aback. Her face was severely swollen, her head appearing round and her arms seemingly scratched. Seeing her like this made my heart ache. It dawned on me that this must be Jiang Sui's doing. She had mentioned a surprise, and this was it. Honestly, if Jiang Sui were standing before me at that moment, I would have felt compelled to stab her. Why take it out on Lin Shuyo? Lin Shuyo, noticing my concern, apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Zhang Yang. It was my dad who sent you the text from my phone. I told them this wasn't your fault, but they wouldn't listen." I quickly responded, "Yao Yao, don't apologize. It's my fault." Was it Jiang Sui who did this? Lin Shuyo nodded. My fury reached its peak. I would not let this slide. Filled with rage, I turned to confront Jiang Sui, but before I could leave the living room, Lin Shuyo's father called out, "Wait a moment." Controlling my emotions, I turned to face him. After taking a drag from his cigarette, his father coldly stated, "I do not wish to delve deeply into the grievances between you and that mother-daughter pair. As for the incident where Yao Yao was assaulted, I will not hold you accountable. The reason I summoned you today is to inform you that you should refrain from contacting my daughter Yao Yao in the future. She is about to embark on her university journey, and the disparity between your academic pursuits and her future is only set to widen. I hope you can understand, as any parent wishes for the best for their child." Upon hearing these words, a chill enveloped my heart. Lin Shuyo, visibly angered, looked at her father and exclaimed, "Dad, he is not the one who hurt me. Why can't we continue being friends? What if that person seeks to harm you again? This time, it was merely a bruise. Next time, who knows what could happen? Can your parents gamble with your safety?" He retorted, "Why don't you seek out Jiang Sui? Why target Zhang Yang? He too is a victim. His college entrance examination was ruined, and he can no longer attend university. His father has severed ties with him, and yet you still speak of him this way. Enough. His fate is his own concern. You should focus on your own life," he added, turning his gaze back to me. "Do not mistake my firmness for cruelty. It is all for Yao Yao's sake." Lin Shuyo's mother interjected, "To be frank, with our daughter's prospects, we certainly wish to find her a suitable match. Let us be honest. Your family situation, with your parents divorced, renders you unsuitable for her. Even if your family remained intact, I believe our families are simply not destined to intertwine. So, if you harbor any intentions towards Yao Yao, I advise you to abandon them. You two are not compatible." Her words stung my pride. igniting a flush of embarrassment on my face. Lin Shuyao stomped her foot. Mom, what are you saying? We are not even dating. We are merely friends. Perhaps you view him as a friend, but that may not be the case for him, her mother replied. Then turn to me. You may leave now. And remember what I and your uncle said. Do not contact my daughter again. Lin Shuyao continued to urge me not to take it to heart, insisting that her parents were merely speaking out of anger. I longed to explain, to defend myself, to assert that Lin Shuyao and I were just friends and that I had no intentions of pursuing a romantic relationship. However, I realized the futility of such words. Would her parents believe me? Deep down, I understood that the beautiful dream I once cherished had shattered. I recognized my unworthiness in comparison to Lin Shuyao, and a wave of inferiority washed over me. I said nothing and turned to leave. It seemed Lin Shuyao intended to follow, but her mother blocked her, slamming the door behind me. I distinctly heard her mother shout, "He will amount to nothing but a laborer, unable to provide you with even decent clothing or accessories. Can't you see that?" As I walked away from their apartment building towards the neighborhood entrance, I felt an overwhelming sense of lightness, as though the world had cast me aside. It was over, truly over. I was left with nothing, no home, no future, and even the companionship of Lin Shuyao, who had been my childhood friend, was slipping away. Although I knew Lin Shuyao would likely reach out to me in the future, I felt that under her parents' influence, we would inevitably drift apart. My wounded pride prevented me from seeking her out again or nurturing any lingering affection. I harbored resentment towards Jiang Sui Sui. She had destroyed everything I held dear, and I was determined to confront her. Just as I resolved to seek her out, I received an unexpected call from Yuan Ho. Upon answering, he inquired, "Hey, regarding what you mentioned about your stepmother and sister, is your sister named Jiang Sui Sui?" "Yes, that is her," I confirmed. "What a coincidence. A friend of mine has had a bit of a run-in with her and is planning to confront Jiang Sui Sui. He just briefed me on her situation, and it seems to align with what you told me. She is indeed your stepmother's daughter." I was eager to confront Jiang Sui Sui, so I pressed, "When are you planning to deal with her?" "Count me in. Tomorrow. It seems she is headed to a temple with her mother to pray. We'll intercept her along the way. I'll call you with the details when the time comes. Make sure I'm included in this." I gritted through my teeth. There wouldn't be enough space in the car for everyone, especially if we have to fit Jiang Sui Sui and her mother. "Just wait for my message tomorrow." He replied, "Okay." After hanging up, I suppressed my anger and returned to my small courtyard. Since we were planning to confront Jiang Sui Sui and Lu Hui the following day, I decided to hold off on any encounters with them for now. That night, I lay in bed, unable to sleep. My thoughts were consumed not only by Lin Shuyao, but also by my studies. If Lin Shuyao and I ceased to communicate, how would I secure funding for my tuition and living expenses? What was I to do? Would I be destined to abandon my education and succumb to a life of labor? Such a fate would render me a failure, just as Wang Hao, Jiang Sui Sui, and Lin Shuyao's mother had suggested. I would forever be looked down upon by them. I felt a deep sense of frustration, yet I found myself powerless to change my circumstances. I thought of my father, knowing he was aware of Lu Hui's infidelity and the truth behind our argument. He must have realized I was unjustly accused by the two of them. If he knew, why hadn't he reached out to me? Even a simple message or phone call would suffice. I had been away for several days, and he showed no concern for his son. It appeared that I was of no significance to him. Perhaps he had long since wished to be rid of me as his son. With my mind burdened by these thoughts, sleep eluded me. Eventually, I ventured out to buy a bottle of liquor, and after consuming it, I fell into a hazy slumber. The following morning, around 10, I was jolted awake by a phone call. To my surprise, it was from our local police station. After identifying themselves, they immediately inquired, "Zhang Weigua is your father, correct?" "Yes, what is the matter?" "Someone has reported him missing, and we're looking to gather information from you." "Do you know his whereabouts?" "Missing?" "Yes, he went to Qingyuan County, Shiguzi Village, with a drilling team. He suddenly disappeared a couple of nights ago, and despite searching for 2 days, we have found no trace of him. Someone provided us with your contact information, stating you are his son. I had a quarrel with him and severed our relationship. I haven't seen him in several days. Perhaps you should consult my stepmother." "Your stepmother, Lu Hui, right?" "We've already spoken with her, and she claims she has no information." "Then I cannot help you. Perhaps you should continue your search elsewhere." "All right, but if you hear anything, please contact us immediately." After hanging up, I pondered the situation. How could my father be missing? Had something unfortunate occurred? Previously, Wang Hao had mentioned to Jiang Sui that something needed to be done about my father. Could it be that after discovering Lu Hui's infidelity, he confronted her, and in turn, she sought revenge by having him harmed? While this was a possibility, I felt it was unlikely. Lu Hui and Jiang Sui were indeed malicious. But would they go so far as to commit murder? Just then, Yuan Ho called again, instructing me to meet him at Nanshan Dam. Without further thought, I quickly prepared and set out. I arrived at Nanshan Dam around 11, where a small wooden house by the riverside awaited. This was where Yuan Ho had directed me. Upon my arrival, I found him already waiting for me. As he approached, he began to complain. Damn it, I was supposed to go along. But there were too many people. They thought it was a bit cramped, so I was asked to wait here. Who are these people you called? I inquired. One is my friend, and the other is my sworn brother. My brother also brought along a group of his buddies, all from Chung County. Chung County, being our neighboring county, is not far from here, merely 20 kilometers or so. If they are all from a neighboring county, how'd they come to have a conflict with Jiang Sui? The monkey handed me a cigarette, lit it, and, after taking a puff, said, my friend once pursued Jiang Sui. She didn't outright reject him, merely said she would consider it, essentially toying with him. Recently, when he discovered she was in a relationship, he confronted her, only to be scolded by her and beaten up by her boyfriend, resulting in a broken arm. I chuckled. Your friend clearly lacks discernment to fall for Jiang Sui. She, like her mother, is quite the seductress, surrounded by admirers. By the way, my friend mentioned that Jiang Sui is exceptionally beautiful. Is that true? I haven't seen her yet. I replied, she is just pretty with a decent figure. Nothing else remarkable. The monkey smirked. It seems we are in for quite a spectacle today. Observing the monkey's somewhat lecherous grin, I felt a twinge of anxiety. I pondered what his brother and friends intended to do with the mother and daughter. Was it merely to give them a beating? If it were just that, I could vent my frustrations alongside. But if they intended to do something more outrageous, what then? I wasn't worried for the mother and daughter. In fact, I wished for their demise. I was merely concerned that if the monkey's friends acted recklessly, the situation would take a different turn. If the mother and daughter reported it, and the police pursued the matter, what would happen to me? They were from out of town, and what if I ended up in jail? Even if I dodged prison, it would likely disrupt my studies, ruining my future. The thought sent a wave of panic through me. Tentatively, I asked the monkey, what do they plan to do with the mother and daughter? Who knows? We'll see how they feel at the moment, he replied. It won't be anything too outrageous, right? I can't afford to get into serious trouble. I still have to study. If this blows up, before I could finish, the monkey waved dismissively. Don't worry, my brother and my friend are quite prudent. Today is just about teaching them a lesson. It won't escalate into a big issue. Relieved by the monkey's assurance, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. Moments later, the monkey pointed into the distance. Here they come, that van over there. I turned to look where he was pointing. A van was approaching from the opposite bank of the dam. In no time, it drove down the dam and stopped before us. As the van came to a halt, 6 youths, ranging from their 20s to 30s, disembarked, dressed in a manner reminiscent of street thugs. They pulled Lu Hui and Jiang Sui from the vehicle, both clearly having endured considerable beating, evident from the slap marks on their faces. Upon seeing me, Jiang Sui and Lu Hui momentarily froze. Then Jiang Sui erupted. So it was you filthy scoundrel. How dare you have someone kidnap my mother and me? You're finished. Just wait, your death is imminent. Lu Hui chimed in. What do you want, you little brat? If you dare touch me or Sui today, I swear you'll regret it. Let's go. At this critical juncture, I found it outrageous that they still dared to curse me, especially recalling how Lin Xiao's face had swollen so badly yesterday. My anger surged. Without a second thought, I rushed at Jiang Sui and slapped her across the face with great force, each strike sending her hair flying. I struck her a dozen times, enough to leave her weak and crumpled on the ground, likely dazed from the blows. My hand even throbbed from the impact. I felt an intense loathing. If murder were not a crime, I would relish the chance to end her life. As for Lu Hui, she could only watch helplessly as I assaulted Jiang Sui, held back by 2 of the thugs. She could only shout and curse at me, insisting that I take my wrath out on her instead. I thought, this shameless woman truly cares for her daughter. One of the thugs, the oldest among them with slanted eyes, pointed at me and asked the monkey, is this your elementary school desk, mate? The monkey nodded, yes, brother. The man with slanted eyes chuckled. This is a fine show, a son beating his stepmother and sister. As Jiang Sui regained her composure, she frantically attempted to rise to confront me, repeatedly exclaiming, "How dare you hit me?" I swiftly kicked her back down, warning, "What makes you think I wouldn't dare? Do you really think you are some proud princess? You are nothing but the spawn of a mistress. Remember this. If you ever trouble Yao Yao again, I will end you. Do you believe that?" Jiang Sui remained defiant, vowing to retaliate against Lin Chu Yao and even threatening to have her deflowered by thugs. Upon hearing this, I lost all composure. I seized her by the throat, declaring, "Do you believe I want to ruin you right now?" With my grip on her neck, Jiang Sui struggled to respond, her mouth moving without sound, her expression defiant, her eyes burning with hatred. However, as the seconds passed, her struggle weakened, her face paling as she gasped for air, her hands clawing at mine in desperation. Chapter 12. The pleas of mother and daughter nearby. Lu Hui, fearing for Jiang Sui's safety, began to shout, and when she saw I was unyielding, she resorted to pleading. She begged me to release her, claiming they understood their mistakes and promised to leave me alone if I spared them. She even offered me a sum of money as compensation. I knew her words were utterly insincere. If I let them go now, they would turn against me the moment they returned. However, I had no desire to escalate the situation. My purpose today was merely to vent my frustrations. If I were to accidentally kill Jiang Sui, I would have to pay the price with my own life. Her worthless life was not worth my own, and I would be nothing but a fool. Thus, I decided to withdraw, releasing Jiang Sui. After I let go, she coughed for a good while, gasping for breath, seemingly frightened into silence. I continued to warn her, "Remember this. If you ever plot against Yao Yao again, it won't be so simple next time." I then turned to Lu Hui and slapped her several times, scolding, "You two are the most shameless pair. Only a woman like you could raise such a daughter. You've ruined my family, prevented me from taking the college entrance exam, and destroyed my future. I would have killed you both just to ease my resentment. Do you understand?" As I spoke, I kicked her a few times. With each kick, memories of her past misdeeds against me flooded my mind, and I kicked harder with each recollection. The satisfaction I felt was unparalleled. It was as though years of pent-up frustration were finally released in that moment. Lu Hui remained silent, likely understanding that the more she spoke, the harsher the beating would be. After I finished, the man with slanted eyes approached to check on me, while the monkey introduced us to one another. After exchanging a few words, the man glanced around and remarked, "Though there aren't too many people here, if someone spots us from afar and calls the police, our fun will be spoiled. Let us take them inside." Afterwards, the others, following the instructions of the man with the triangular eyes, dragged the mother and daughter into the wooden hut. Inside, there was a man in his early 20s with a buzz cut who, like me, grabbed Jiang Sui and beat her, all the while cursing. He was the friend of Yuan Hui who had a crush on Jiang Sui, and his left arm was immobilized, having been broken by Wang Hao. Perhaps feeling that we had vented enough, Lu Hui began to plead for mercy. She looked at the man with the triangular eyes and said, "You've beaten and cursed us enough. Shouldn't you let us go now? I assure you, if you let us go, we won't pursue this, and we won't call the police. I can even give you some money. Is that acceptable?" The man with the triangular eyes chuckled, but he did not respond to Lu Hui. Instead, he walked over and smacked her chest with the back of his hand. He then smirked lewdly and said, "How old are you, sister?" Lu Hui, startled by the slap, stepped back and stammered, "WH, what do you want?" "I'm just asking how old you are. Why are you so nervous?" Lu Hui replied that she was about to turn 40. TSK, you're in your prime, aren't you? I've heard that you're quite a vixen in your city. I want to see for myself. Will you oblige me?" As he spoke, the man with the triangular eyes pinched Lu Hui's waist and buttocks, and his expression indicated that he was quite pleased with her figure. "WH, what do you mean by see for myself?" Lu Hui, now panicked, stammered, "You're no innocent, so stop pretending. Don't you know what I want? Do I need to spell out for you?" Lu Hui, with a pained expression, pleaded, "Please, I'll give you money." "Will that do?" "I don't want money. I just want to see your vixen side." The others in the room also began to clamor, all eager to partake in the spectacle. Watching this, I had a foreboding feeling. It seemed that the man with the triangular eyes had brought the mother and daughter here not just to beat them, but for something more sinister. If that were the case, wouldn't I be in trouble too? I had thought of asking Yuan Hui to persuade the man, but I knew it would be futile. The man with the triangular eyes would not listen. I had already vented my anger, and the rest was none of my concern. If I left now, even if something happened and the police got involved, I could claim ignorance and non-participation, and they wouldn't be able to do much to me. With this in mind, I said to Yuan Hui, I have some other business, so I'll be on my way. Before Yuan Hui could respond, the man with the triangular eyes interjected. Hey, where are you going? You're the main character today. If you leave, how will this play out? I wondered how I had become the main character. Weren't they the ones who had kidnapped the mother and daughter, and I was just there to vent my anger? I replied with a smile. I have other matters to attend to. I've already taken my revenge, so there's nothing left for me here. But I'll remember the favor you did for me, and I'll treat you to a meal another time. I really must go now. You can't leave, the man with the triangular eyes said firmly. Yuan Hui then came over and grabbed me, trying to persuade me. These two bitches have harmed you so much, even causing you to drop out of university and estranging you from your father. A few slaps and kicks are not enough. You need to take proper revenge, or you'll look weak. They won't fear you and will just cause more trouble for you. I sighed. What more do you want me to do? Do you want me to stab them? The man with the triangular eyes smirked. Stabbing is too extreme. It could be fatal. You can use something else. A fat man nearby, feigning ignorance, asked, Something else? What do you mean, boss? Of course, I mean the thing every man has, the man with the triangular eyes said, laughing. The others joined in, their laughter growing louder. I, however, could not laugh. I truly did not want to escalate the situation. I looked at Yuan Hui, hoping he would help me persuade the man. Yuan Hui, however, continued to urge me. They have no blood relation to you, so why do you care? Why not join us and taste the mother and daughter? Wouldn't that be more satisfying? I won't touch them. It's disgusting, I said. The mother and daughter, now on the verge of tears, continued to beg for mercy. Jiang Shui, too, began to apologize to the man with the buzz cut. I'm sorry. Please let me go. If you let me go, I'll consider dating you. I'll even call Wang Hao and break up with him. Please give me my phone. Before she could finish, the man with the buzz cut slapped her. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you really think I still want to date you? I just want to have my way with you and then discard you. And you want to call Wang Hao? To warn him. Is that it? Seeing that the man with the buzz cut was not to be swayed, Jiang Shui turned to me with a pleading look. Zhang Yang, please. I'm truly sorry. I'm still a virgin. Please let me go. I swear I won't cause you or Lin Shuyao any more trouble. I'll do whatever you want. The others laughed again. The man with the buzz cut sneered. You're a virgin? You're just pretending. You probably gave it to Wang Hao long ago. I really am a virgin. Please. I beg you, Jiang Shui said, tears streaming down her face. While the others did not know, I was certain that Jiang Shui was indeed a virgin. The man with the triangular eyes pointed at me and said, You're Zhang Yang, right? Do you believe her? I said nothing, just looked at the man, wondering what to do next. Come here. The man with the triangular eyes gestured for me to come closer. I hesitated, and he glared at me. What are you waiting for? Come here. I was still a naive young man, and his glare intimidated me. I walked over and asked, What is it? He pointed at Jiang Shui. Go and take off her skirt. I want to check if she's really a virgin. He sighed. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to check. You're a grown man, and you don't know how? Use what's in your pants. If you don't know, I'll show you. As he spoke, the man with the triangular eyes pushed me toward Jiang Shui. She yelped as I bumped into her and quickly retreated to the corner of the room. She looked at me with terrified eyes, shaking her head. Her pleading gaze was like that of a frightened puppy. Seeing her pitiful state, I thought, you deserve this, it's your own doing. Of course, I would not do such a thing. Lu Hui, seeing this, pleaded with me again. Zhang Yang, we are still family. You can't do this. Please, convince them to let us go. I hesitated, then looked at the man with the triangular eyes. Brother, a few beatings should be enough. Let's not go any further. The man with the triangular eyes gave me no quarter and glared. Stop your nonsense. Take off her skirt. Yuan Hui also signaled for me to comply, warning me not to anger the man. I was now in a difficult position, realizing that something terrible was about to happen. I regretted coming here. What was I to do now? The man with the triangular eyes, seeing my hesitation, became furious and kicked me in the stomach. If you don't do as I say, I'll stab you. Do you believe me? I was also infuriated by his kick. I cannot fathom why, despite our shared intention to confront Jiang Shui and her mother, you would turn your aggression towards me. At that moment, I cast a questioning glance at the monkey, seeking clarity on this perplexing turn of events. The monkey approached the squint-eyed man with a smile, saying, Brother, please refrain from violence. If he does not inspect you, simply let another person take his place. Why the hostility? Silence, you fool. Squint-eyed retorted, pointing a finger at the monkey, who immediately fell silent. I thought to myself, this is a disaster waiting to happen. Just then, Lu Hui conceded, addressing squint-eyed, "What if I accompany you? I assure you, I will cater to your desires. Just spare my daughter. I can offer you a sum of money. Name your price, or I can transfer ownership of my BMW to you. Would that suffice?" "Oh, you are quite savvy for your age," Squint-eyed chuckled as he stepped closer to Lu Hui. The men around us began to jeer, proclaiming how impressive it would be to drive around in a BMW. "I beg you, as long as you do not harm my daughter, I will comply with anything. It depends on your capabilities. If you please me, I shall let your daughter go." With that, Squint-eyed began to unbuckle his belt. But Lu Hui insisted on not performing such acts in front of Jiang Sui Sui. She requested to step outside with him, and reluctantly, he pulled her away toward the distant woods. The remaining men followed suit, leaving only the monkey and me to watch over Jiang Sui Sui. "I apologize, brother. My brother's temper is rather impulsive. Please do not take it to heart," the monkey said awkwardly. I feigned indifference, but inwardly grumbled, "Your brother is utterly unreliable. Rest assured, I shall have a word with him later." Before I could express my thoughts further, the monkey suddenly winced, clutching his stomach. "Oh no, my stomach aches. I must have eaten something bad this morning." He then rose to leave for the restroom, cautioning me to keep an eye on Jiang Sui Sui, warning that if she escaped and his brother found out, I would be in grave trouble. With the monkey gone, it was just Jiang Sui Sui and me. She seemed to sense a glimmer of hope and pleaded, "Zhang Yang, you are my only chance now. Please let me go. If you do, we can part ways peacefully, and I will ensure there are no future troubles between us. Regarding your inability to attend university, I will compensate you handsomely with my mother's help. You are an excellent student. Just one more year of study will suffice. We will cover your review expenses, please." I remained silent, weighing my options. Should I release her? If I did not, I risked becoming an accomplice in whatever calamity ensued today, possibly facing imprisonment. Yet, the thought of letting her go felt disheartening. I had come to confront her and her mother. How could I simply set her free? That would be utterly disgraceful. Consider Lin Chu Yao. If my mother and I face misfortune, how would she view you? Jiang Sui Sui's words struck a chord. Indeed, if Lin Chu Yao learned of this incident, even if I claimed I only intended to teach Jiang Sui Sui a lesson, she might harbor negative feelings towards me. What would her parents think? Surely they would perceive me as consorting with ruffians, engaging in unlawful activities. Without further deliberation, I asked, "Will you truly leave me alone after this?" Jiang Sui Sui seemed to grasp my intention to release her and quickly wave her hands. "I will not pursue you. I promise. And you won't involve Lin Chu Yao, will you?" "Absolutely not. Never again." "Your word is your bond?" "Yes, without a doubt." "Very well then, you may leave." Jiang Sui Sui sprang to her feet and headed for the door, but just as she reached it, she turned back to me. "Could I use your phone to call Wang Hao? I fear I won't get far before being caught, and at least he would know to come to my aid." Without hesitation, I handed her my phone. After a brief conversation with Wang Hao, during which she disclosed our location, she returned the phone to me and dashed away. Once she departed, I felt a surge of anxiety. I worried about Lu Hui's fate and feared Squint-eye's wrath for allowing Jiang Sui Sui to escape. I contemplated fleeing myself, but then thought of the monkey. He had been kind enough to assist me, and abandoning him felt disloyal. As I anxiously awaited his return in the cabin, he eventually reappeared. Upon noticing Jiang Sui Sui's absence, his expression darkened. He inquired about her whereabouts, and I sheepishly admitted I had let her go. Furious, he smacked his thigh and rushed into the woods to find Squint-eyed. When Squint-eyed returned, he wasted no time in attacking me, berating, "I helped you deal with her, and you let her escape. Are you trying to have her report us?" In his fury, he dispatched several men to search for her. After a fruitless 10 minutes, he began to panic, declaring that we should leave this place immediately. Now, only Lu Hui and I remained in the cabin. I anticipated her ire, but to my surprise, she expressed gratitude, saying it was fortunate I had freed Jiang Sui Sui. She vowed to treat me well in the future and promised not to bully me alongside her daughter again. At this juncture, I was uncertain whether to feel elated or disheartened. I could not fathom how to navigate my relationship with these two women moving forward. My thoughts were a tumultuous mess. All I yearned for was a restful sleep, followed by a period of diligent study to prepare for next year's university entrance exams. However, I could never have anticipated that my act of mercy towards Jiang Sui Sui would not only fail to mend our relationship, but would instead plunge me into a dire predicament. Around 1 o'clock that afternoon, upon returning home after lunch, I was apprehended. Jiang Sui Sui and Lu Hui had accused me of kidnapping and extortion. As I was escorted to the police station, fear and resentment coursed through me. Fear of wrongful imprisonment and resentment towards the mother and daughter duo who, despite my intentions to save them, chose to repay my kindness with betrayal. Upon my arrival at the station, I learned that Squint-Eyed and the monkey had already been captured. During my interrogation, I recounted the events in detail, asserting my innocence and claiming that Squint-Eyed and his cohort had conspired to abduct Jiang Sui. I merely intended to intervene for a moment, not as the orchestrator of this scheme. I had not extorted any money. I urged them to consult the monkey, who could corroborate my account. To my utter astonishment, the monkey's testimony aligned perfectly with that of the mother and daughter. He labeled me the mastermind, asserting that everyone had acted under my orders. His cold demeanor during that moment rendered him unrecognizable to me. I felt as if I were confronting a stranger. A wave of disorientation washed over me, my mind buzzing with disbelief. I realized, with a sinking feeling, that my world had collapsed. Chapter 14. 4 years in prison, I never anticipated that the monkey would conspire with the mother and daughter to frame me. While I was somewhat prepared for their betrayal, given their morally bankrupt nature, the monkey's treachery cut deeper. That evening, as we dined and drank, I thought we had forged a genuine friendship. He appeared loyal and eager to assist me in confronting Jiang Sui and her mother. I had hoped he would become a true ally. Yet, the outcome was a blade thrust into my back, leaving me with a profound sense of betrayal. Although I had indeed let Jiang Sui go, which was a misstep on my part, it should not have warranted such a conspiracy against me. I shouted in desperation, pleading for understanding, questioning why he had chosen this path. I insisted that I was innocent, that they had deliberately set me up. However, they all spoke in unison, and indeed, I have had long-standing grievances with Lu Hui and her daughter, which my neighbors and friends are well aware of. I have severed ties with my father, and now my life is riddled with complications. From the police's perspective, I possess a motive for kidnapping and extortion. Realizing the precariousness of my situation, I sought someone to defend me. But my father is missing, and upon learning about my predicament, my mother declared that she would not involve herself, leaving my fate to the court's judgment. I have also been unable to contact Lin Chuyo. In that moment, I found myself utterly alone, devoid of anyone to assist me. Moreover, Lu Hui and her daughter hired expensive lawyers from out of town. In desperation, I ultimately found myself imprisoned, sentenced to 4 years. Before my incarceration, during the humiliating physical examination, stripped of dignity, I wept. I felt wronged, aggrieved, and pitiable. A fierce resentment brewed within me. As one of the top students in my grade, I was destined for a bright future at a prestigious university. Yet here I was confined behind bars. Everything I had worked for was shattered. The prospect of studying or attending university the following year was obliterated, along with any remaining chance of rekindling my relationship with Lin Chuyo. I had become a pariah, a convict scorned by all. I silently vowed that once I emerged from this ordeal, those who had wronged me would not escape unscathed. I would no longer show mercy. To fortify my resolve and ensure I would remember this lesson, after completing the necessary paperwork, I took a pen and plunged it into my left arm. It pierced my flesh, creating a gaping wound, and the excruciating pain sent shivers through my scalp. I twisted the pen, intensifying the agony, and declared to myself that from this day forth, I would no longer be a good person. As for my life in prison, it began rather dismal. Upon my arrival, I was unaware of the internal hierarchy, and, being young and vulnerable, I became a target for bullying. I often found myself assaulted in the dead of night, my meals snatched away, leaving me perpetually hungry. As time passed, recalling my prior experiences, I gradually succumbed to depression, even entertaining thoughts of suicide. Perhaps it was a manifestation of the saying that extremes lead to a reversal. Once I contemplated ending my life, I found myself indifferent to everything, thinking that death was merely an exchange, one life for another, or even two for one. Embracing this death-seeking mindset, I began to fiercely confront anyone who dared to bully me. Ironically, my newfound ruthlessness instilled fear in others. Gradually, I carved out a niche for myself within the prison walls, and life improved. However, after a year in our local prison, due to structural changes, a number of inmates, including myself, were transferred to a prison located hundreds of kilometers away in the northern suburbs of the provincial capital. Initially, I resisted the idea of moving, having finally found some semblance of comfort in my previous environment. Now, I would have to readjust to a new setting and navigate relationships with new inmates. And given the size of the prison, it was likely to be a more challenging endeavor. To my surprise, my 3 years at the northern suburban prison turned out remarkably well, marking a significant turning point in my life. The prison was expansive, housing numerous divisions, and I was placed in Division 08, primarily filled with corrupt officials, gang members, and economic offenders, individuals who, even in incarceration, led relatively comfortable lives. I found it perplexing that a kidnapper like myself ended up in such a facility, but I later understood the circumstances after connecting with my paternal grandfather. However, that is a story for another time. During my 3 years at the northern suburban prison, I gained invaluable knowledge from 3 exceptionally skilled mentors. One was a former official, another a martial arts instructor, and the last, one of the top 10 entrepreneurs in the provincial capital. I will elaborate on the process of how I became their apprentice later, but for now, I will share what I learned from them. The first master, Chun Ching-shan, had held a significant position in government. His influence was such that department heads would visit him during holidays. He possessed an elevated level of education and philosophical insight, imparting to me lessons in political science, economics, and philosophy, particularly on how to navigate relationships within the system. However, as I was already imprisoned and had no intention of entering politics, much of his wisdom seemed futile to me at the time. The second master, Zhao Wu, was a martial arts instructor from the military. He taught me practical fighting techniques, and after training with him for several years, I not only improved my combat skills, but also transformed my physique, becoming a vastly different individual from the frail boy I once was. As for my third master, while he presented himself as a businessman, he was essentially a reformed thug, having built a successful enterprise from scratch after years of navigating the underbelly of society. He understood the nuances of dealing with people in the real world, teaching me the intricacies of earning a living and social interactions. All 3 masters were exceptionally talented, but due to the limited time and constraints of prison life, I only scratched the surface of their teachings. Nevertheless, even this minimal exposure drastically altered my life. Both mentally and physically, I underwent significant growth and development, which instilled in me a profound sense of confidence. I believed that upon my release, I could forge my own path, even without relying on the connections of my 3 mentors. 3 years is not an extensive period. It passed in the blink of an eye. On the day of my release, I was filled with ambition and aspirations. Naturally, the pent-up resentment I had harbored for years began to surge forth. Jiang Sui Sui, Lu Hui, Yuan Ho Wang Hao, and those with slanted eyes, those who had looked down upon me and mocked me, I would make them suffer. Chapter 15. Encountering Jiang Sui Sui, just after my release. In addition to seeking revenge on these individuals, I also thought of Lin Chiyo. Following my arrest and imprisonment, all contact with her had ceased. Initially, I held on to the hope that she would visit me, but that never materialized. I later attempted to contact her through the prison, but my calls went unanswered. Countless sleepless nights were spent speculating the reasons behind this silence. Perhaps she had lost faith in me and chose to cut ties. Or maybe her parents' influence forced her into silence. I longed to find her, to tell her of my wrongful conviction, and to express how much I had missed her over the past 4 years. Before returning to Gangcheng, I followed my third master's instructions and visited the Dongfang International Hotel in the provincial capital to meet his daughter, Su He. She was said to be 2 years younger than me and exceptionally beautiful. My master advised that I become acquainted with her before heading back home. Unfortunately, fate was unkind, as Su He was away visiting a friend, and I missed the chance to meet her. Upon my return to Gangcheng, it was around 4 in the afternoon. A few prominent locals had come to welcome me back, intending to treat me to a feast at the best restaurant in town, the Sihai Grand Hotel, as arranged by my 3 mentors. However, I felt that returning from prison was not something to celebrate, so I politely declined their offer. After bidding them farewell, I took a taxi to Lin Chiyo's former residence. For years had passed. She must have graduated from university by now. I was eager to see how she had changed, whether she had blossomed into a true woman while I had matured into a genuine man. However, to my disappointment, I discovered that Lin Chiyo had moved away, and the current residents were unaware of her whereabouts due to multiple changes in tenancy. I even inquired with a neighbor across the hall, but they too were uninformed. As I exited the complex, pondering whom I could ask about Lin Chiyo's current situation, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before me. It was Jiang Sui Sui. For years have elapsed, And now Jiang Sui Sui has blossomed into a 23-year-old woman, radiating an alluring femininity. She is clad in exceedingly short shorts and a crop top that reveals her midriff. Her slender waist accentuated by her ample bosom, and her cascading waves of hair fall naturally over her chest. She appears even more beautiful and statuesque than before. However, to me, she is merely a toxic and repugnant beauty, eliciting nothing but disdain. Beside her stands a man sporting a slick-back hairstyle, presumably in his late 20s, whose opulent attire suggests considerable wealth. The two are engrossed in flirtatious banter, indicating that this man is likely Jiang Sui Sui's current partner, suggesting that she has long since parted ways with Wang Hao. One can hardly blame her, with a woman like Jiang Sui Sui. It is implausible that she could maintain a relationship with a single man for long. As she approaches, Jiang Sui Sui glances my way, momentarily failing to recognize me due to my transformation, before returning to her playful exchange with her companion. It is only when she draws within a few meters of me that she notices my unwavering gaze, her expression shifting to one of profound shock. Upon recognizing me, she exclaims, "Zhang, Sangyang, you're out?" Had I retained my former temperament, I would have unleashed a torrent of wrath upon her, questioning her treachery and exacting a swift reprisal for her betrayal. Yet, I have since cultivated a greater composure. I now perceive vengeance as a multifaceted endeavor. The 4 years I languished in prison warrant a more elaborate form of retribution than a mere physical confrontation. I yearn to torment her slowly, allowing her to experience the depths of anguish and despair. Only then will my spirit find solace. With a cold smirk, I remark, "Ah, my dear sister, it's been quite some time. Have you found yourself a new beau?" Well, the previous one, Wang Hao. Jiang Sui Sui's brow furrows as she retorts sharply, "Don't even mention Wang Hao. I haven't been in contact with him for ages." She then turns to her companion, saying, "This is the man who kidnapped and extorted me and my mother." I barely recognized him given his transformation. The slick-backed man spits disdainfully on the ground, scoffing, "Is this the fool who is easily framed by you and your mother?" Jiang Sui Sui quickly admonishes him, "Be careful what you say. What if he has a recording device? What if he uses it as evidence against us?" The man, undeterred, raises his chin defiantly. "What are you worried about? My uncle is Ma Dahai. Even if he brings a recording to the station, it will amount to nothing." Upon hearing the name Ma Dahai, I cannot help but chuckle. He was among those who came to welcome me upon my release. Ma Dahai is currently the head of the police department in our port city, having ascended through connections with a provincial official who was once mentored by my own master. In this moment, I regard his nephew with indifference. I turn to Jiang Sui Sui and say, "Jiang Sui Sui, so you finally admit to having wronged me all those years ago? I showed you kindness by letting you go, and this is how you repay me?" Jiang Sui Sui scoffs, "Please, you're hardly spotless yourself. Otherwise, how could you associate with them? Besides, you've already served your time, so accept reality. If you're wise, you'll say a few flattering words, and perhaps my boyfriend can find you a decent job. Otherwise, you might find it challenging to secure employment." Before she can finish, her companion strides toward me, cursing, "What is the point of talking to this idiot? Just hit him." He lunges at me, throwing a punch, but I deftly seize his wrist with my left hand and, with my right elbow, strike forcefully at his arm. A sickening crack reverberates through the air as his arm breaks. "Ah!" he cries out, clutching his arm in agony as he stumbles back. Attempting to move his arm only intensifies his pain, and he points at me, shouting, You broke my arm. You're finished. Do you know who I am?" Jiang Sui Sui, now frantic, circles around him, inquiring about his condition while glaring at me with venomous intensity. His uncle is the chief of police in our port city. If he makes a call, you'll find yourself back in prison for years, forever branded a criminal. Unfazed, I reply with a smirk, "Is that so? Then let him call. I'll be right here waiting for his uncle." The slick-backed man, now pale with pain, instructs Jiang Sui Sui to fetch a car from the community to take him to the hospital while pulling out his phone. "I'm calling my uncle right now. You better stay put." I yawn casually, "Tell your uncle to hurry. I have matters to attend to." He quickly dials the number, lamenting into the phone, "Uncle, I've had my arm broken. You need to come quickly. I'm at the entrance of my community." "What? You're nearby? Then hurry over." After hanging up, he looks at me. My uncle is close. He'll be here shortly. Ignoring him, I stroll to a nearby store to buy a pack of cigarettes. Just as I finish my first smoke, a Passat pulls up, Once parked, a middle-aged man in his 40s emerges from the back seat. It is none other than Ma Dehai, the very person who intended to welcome me upon my release. Chapter 16. Jiang Sui Sui. Your good days are over. Upon seeing Ma Dehai, the slick-back man rushes over. His face twisted in pain as he points at me. Uncle, it's him. This fool has broken my arm. It hurts like hell. He has a criminal record. Just got out of prison. You need to arrest him and give him a heavier sentence. Ma Dehai curses as he approaches. Let me see who has harmed my nephew. Today His words falter as he freezes, his expression shifting from anger to shock and embarrassment. Zhang, brother Zhang? The slick-back man, bewildered, furrows his brow and inquires. Uncle, who are you calling brother? You must be mistaken. This fool is a freshly released loser. Why are you calling him brother? Before he can finish, Ma Dehai slaps him across the face, followed by a barrage of curses. Who are you calling a fool? Who are you calling a loser? How many times have I warned you not to leverage my connections to stir up trouble? Do you want to be the reason I lose my position? Perhaps seeking to relieve his frustration, he gives the slick-back man another kick. I approach with a smile, greeting Ma Dehai, brother Ma. I had no idea this fellow was your nephew. My apologies for being so heavy-handed. I was already aware of his relationship to Ma Dehai when I confronted the slick-back man. My statement serves merely to feign respect and maintain cordiality with Ma Dehai. While I possess 3 masters behind me, I have no need to regard Ma Dehai with reverence. However, as I intend to gradually establish myself in the port city, I will inevitably require his assistance in the future, so it is prudent to show some courtesy. Ma Dehai waves his hand dismissively. It's nothing. A broken arm is of little consequence. Just take him to the hospital. However, this scoundrel has offended brother Zhang. I must apologize on his behalf. He didn't cause you any trouble, did he? I shake my head, assuring him that all is well. The slick-back man, clearly dissatisfied, protests, Uncle, why are you siding with him? He is just a recently released criminal. Why not support your own nephew? My arm is broken. How will you explain this to my mother? A sharp slap echoed as Ma Dehai struck him again, his voice laden with anger. If you keep spewing nonsense, I swear I'll tear your mouth apart. Do you really think you can provoke someone like Zhang? Hurry up and apologize. The man with the slick-back hair, feeling wronged, covered his face. What is so special about him? Why are you so afraid of him? Don't ask too many questions. Just apologize. If you don't win his forgiveness, your uncle's reputation is at stake. The realization dawned on him, and his expression shifted to one of fear as he reluctantly offered his apologies. Sorry, bro. It's all because of that wretched Jiang Sui Sui that I offended you. I truly apologize. I hope you won't hold it against me. Seeing his demeanor, I deduced that he likely harbored no genuine feelings for Jiang Sui Sui and was merely toying with her. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, forget it. Let this matter rest. Jiang Sui Sui is not a good person. Steer clear of her in the future. Sure, bro. I don't have any feelings for her either. I swear I want to interact with her again. Also, I prefer that you keep my acquaintance with your uncle a secret. She caused me to spend years in prison, and I want to slowly torment her, if you catch my drift. The slick-back man nodded earnestly. I understand. I want to breathe a word. Turning to Ma Dehai, I express my gratitude. Thank you, brother Ma. I have some matters to attend to, but we should definitely have a meal together when I'm free. Please take your nephew to the hospital to get his arm checked. All right, Zhang. Remember to call me if you need anything. As Ma Dehai led the slick-back man away, Jiang Sui Sui emerged from the residential area in a Mercedes. The sight of the car reminded me of the time she plotted to swindle my father into purchasing a Mercedes. I wondered if this was the very vehicle she conned from him. For years had passed, and I was oblivious to my father's current situation or whether Lu Hui was still with him. Parking beside me, Jiang Sui Sui hurriedly exited her car. She anxiously scanned the surroundings, and upon noticing the slick-back man was gone, immediately inquired, "Where's my boyfriend? Where'd he go?" I scoffed. "You think he sees you as his girlfriend? He probably views you as nothing more than a toy. At your age, can't you grasp that? A person like you doesn't deserve a man's sincere affection." "Shut your mouth." Jiang Sui Sui cursed. "You filthy ex-convict, stop pretending to be so righteous. You're just a broke loser with no connections, and yet you dare to call me trash? Your childhood friend Lin Chuyao would probably spit on you if she saw you now." Her mention of Lin Chuyao was the last straw. I stepped forward and delivered 2 stinging slaps that sent her crashing to the ground, blood streaming from her nose. She touched her face, infuriated, and pulled out her phone. "You dare hit me? How could you? My boyfriend's uncle is a director. If I don't send you back to prison today, I want to be named Jiang." I chuckled. Oh, really? Then go ahead and call him. Make sure to put on speaker so I can hear how you plan to send me back to jail. To my amusement, Jiang Sui complied, likely brimming with confidence that I would soon face dire consequences, oblivious to the fact that I was merely enjoying the spectacle. As soon as the call connected, she began to whine. Baby, are you at the hospital? Why didn't you wait for me? Zhang just slapped me twice and made my nose bleed. You have to. Before she could finish, the slick-back man interrupted. What the hell? Who are you calling baby? I was just playing with you. Don't ever call me again. Jiang Sui stood there, dumbfounded, struggling to comprehend his words. When she finally did, she frantically asked, Baby, what's wrong? It's me, Sui. I'm your girlfriend. Why are you saying this? Did Zhang hurt you? Please don't be like this. Get lost. He roared. Didn't you hear what I said? I was just playing around. Did you really think I was serious about you? If you call me again, I'll smash your family's store. Do you believe me? With that, the line went dead, and I noted that the slick-back man kept his promise to ignore Jiang Sui. She, however, seemed unable to accept this outcome and attempted to call him again, but the call wouldn't connect. She muttered in disbelief before fixing a venomous glare on me. Zhang Yang, did you have something to do with this? What did you say to my boyfriend while I was driving? Why is he treating me like this? Her agitation escalated, and she charged at me, attempting to strike me. I swiftly grabbed her hair, yanking her back to immobilize her. She writhed in pain, pleading for me to release her. I lightly tapped her face, smirking. Jiang Sui, you seem to have been living quite well these past 4 years, driving a Mercedes. But from today onward, your fortunate days are over. I'll ensure you understand the meaning of despair. Chapter 17. Has Lin Chuyao started dating? Jiang Sui, still defiant, spat. You dog, let go of me. If my boyfriend really breaks up with me, I want to let this go. We'll see whose life ends and who suffers. I yanked her hair again before releasing my grip, causing her to stumble and fall, scraping her knee against the floor. She winced at the pain, glaring at her injury with a look that could kill. You're not a man for hitting a woman like this. I coldly retorted. Go tell your mother to come and apologize to me. If she does it early, I might spare her some suffering. But if she misses her chance, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll return everything you've given me tenfold. Please, it was just 4 years in prison. Don't act like you're superior. You think because you spoke ill of me to my boyfriend, he de-abandoned me? You overestimate yourself. P.S. just upset because of his arm. Once he calms down, you'll see how he handles you. I was eager to find Lin Chuyao and didn't want to waste time with Jiang Sui any longer. Spitting at her, I turned to leave. Jiang Sui shouted after me, Zhang Yang, even if my boyfriend leaves me, I still have many people backing me. I'll make sure you can't stay in Hong City, and you won't find a job either. You'd better get out of here. I didn't look back, but merely laughed. You're mistaken. Not only will I stay in Hong City, but I will thrive here. Remember what you told Wang Hao? If I succeed, both of you will have to kneel and call me daddy. That day is not far off. Even after emerging from prison, my confidence remained unshaken. If I truly wished to strike Jiang Sui, I could easily do so. Before my release, my 3 mentors had lined up excellent opportunities for me. My third mentor, for instance, owns numerous enterprises in the provincial capital and could easily secure me a position unattainable for ordinary people. Alternatively, finding a lucrative job in Hong City would be a breeze. Yet I turned down all offers. Although I have learned quite a bit during my years in prison, it remains largely theoretical knowledge, devoid of practical application. I intend to seek a modest job in the port city, gradually relying on my own abilities to navigate life. This journey of growth will undoubtedly present numerous challenges, and by confronting these obstacles, I shall achieve substantial personal progress. In this manner, when I eventually find myself in a prominent position, I will be able to stand more firmly and avoid the risk of falling easily. Thus, the matter of having Jiang Sui bow to me and call me father shall be postponed for now. Throughout the remainder of the day, I diligently sought news about Lin Chuyao and, by evening, managed to connect with her close friend, Duan Ting. Duan Ting informed me that Lin Chuyao's family had moved to the Desert Oasis community, a new residential area established during my incarceration. Located in the eastern suburbs and comprising villas, it seems that Lin Chuyao's family's clothing business has thrived over the years. Initially, I contemplated visiting her residence directly, but then I realized that if her parents were home and discovered a former convict seeking their daughter, they would likely utter a barrage of disparaging remarks. This would undoubtedly create an awkward atmosphere between Lin Chuyao and me, rendering a meaningful conversation impossible. Consequently, I asked Duan Ting if she could inquire about Lin Chuyo's whereabouts or arrange for her to meet me. After a moment's hesitation, Duan Ting cautiously questioned, "You don't have any ulterior motives, do you? It's just for a casual chat?" I nodded in affirmation, assuring her, "Rest assured, my time in prison has nothing to do with her. I harbor no resentment, and as you know, we were once very close friends. I merely wished to have a brief conversation with her." "All right then, let's meet at the entrance of the sports street, where a new CAF named Island Coffee has opened. I'll arrange for you to meet her there," Duan Ting replied. Following this, she sent a text to Lin Chuyo to coordinate the meeting. Once confirmed, she indicated that she would not accompany me, as she had other matters to attend to, instructing me to wait at Island Coffee for Lin Chuyo to arrive in approximately half an hour. Before departing, I suggested exchanging phone numbers for future contact. But Duan Ting declined, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain, perhaps due to my past as an inmate. As I made my way to Island Coffee, my anxiety intensified. I believed myself to have matured into a composed man, yet the prospect of seeing Lin Chuyo transformed me into a nervous child. I pondered whether she was the only one capable of evoking such emotions within me. Upon reaching the CAF's entrance, I glanced at my reflection in the glass door. Although I had grown taller and more robust, and considered myself more manly and handsome than before, I felt utterly uncertain. My attire, a rather ordinary Zhongshan suit, appeared somewhat outdated, and my hairstyle, a mere 3 millimeters in length, resembled that of someone freshly released from prison. Moreover, after 4 years of separation, I was unsure of the space I still occupied in her heart. What if I had become inconsequential to her? As each second ticked by, my nervousness escalated. Finally, a BMW Mini pulled into a nearby parking space, and through the window, I caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in the driver's seat. It was Lin Chuyo. As she stepped out of the car, her deliberately distressed white sneakers revealed her slender legs, and she emerged in a pleated skirt, clutching an LV handbag. My heart raced. Lin Chuyo appeared even more beautiful than before, her figure having matured from that of a girl to a goddess, exuding both innocence and allure. During my 4 years in prison, I had dreamt of her countless times, imagining how she would transform as she grew older. Yet I never anticipated she would become so stunningly perfect, a veritable work of art. As a striking beauty, Lin Chuyo seemed accustomed to being observed, and as she approached, she did not cast a glance in my direction. Just as I prepared to call out to her, a roaring sports car suddenly sped around the corner. Hearing the engine's growl, Lin Chuyo turned her head, and in the blink of an eye, the car came to a halt behind her BMW Mini. It was a Porsche, and the license plate indicated it was from our provincial capital. Consequently, a tall, handsome young man, approximately 185 centimeters in height, exited the vehicle. "Yao Yao," he called out, striding towards her. A wave of unease washed over me, as I harbored a dreadful premonition. Could this dashing young man be Lin Chuyo's partner? For years had passed. Had she indeed found someone? During my incarceration, I had entertained such thoughts. Yet I had clung to the hope that she would prioritize her studies upon entering university and refrain from dating. However, imagination often diverges from reality. The realization that Lin Chuyo might be in a relationship sent a chill through me. "What brings you here?" "I was supposed to have coffee with Ting Ting. Why are you tagging along?" Lin Chuyo inquired. "I came to hang out with you," the handsome young man replied playfully. "Besides, what if you secretly arrange a date with a guy? I have to keep an eye on you." "Don't be ridiculous. It was Ting Ting who asked me out." She insisted. "Is that so? Then who asked this guy behind you?" "He has been staring at you," the young man said, gesturing at me with his chin. Although he was jesting with Lin Chuyo, she turned to glance at me, stating, "He's definitely not with me." I was just. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Chuyo froze, her eyes flickering with recognition. Chapter 18. This fellow just got out of prison? To be frank, had it not been for this unexpected interruption, I would have greeted her directly upon her recognition. However, the presence of this handsome young man made me uncertain of their relationship, and I feared that initiating conversation might lead to misunderstandings or complications for Lin Chuyo. Thus, I remained silent, merely observing her. As our eyes met, my heart raced. After a brief moment of shock, Lin Chuyo exclaimed, "Zhang Yang?" Since she had acknowledged me, I smiled and responded, "Yao Yao." You were out?" "Yes. I just got released today." Then you." Lin Chuyo appeared genuinely excited, even somewhat flustered. She then turned to the handsome young man and waved him off, saying, You should head back." I need to discuss something with my friend. The young man furrowed his brow, clearly displeased as he scrutinized me. Who is this guy? Didn't you say Ting Ting invited you? It's true that Ting Ting invited me. Is it wrong for me to run into a friend? Just go for now, Lin Chuyo insisted, pushing him away. Reluctantly, he agreed to leave, stating he was going to grab a coffee. But as he walked into the CF, he kept glancing back at me, sizing me up with an air of disdain, likely judging my somewhat outdated appearance. Now it was just Lin Chuyo and me, and the atmosphere had turned even more awkward. Did you just get released today? She asked, appearing more anxious than I was. Yes. Congratulations. After you were arrested, I wanted to visit you, but my parents confiscated my phone and Woon T let me go out. I couldn't find a way to see you. When Lin Chuyo spoke these words, there was a hint of guilt in her eyes, as if she understood that given the nature of our relationship from 4 years ago, it was indeed excessive for her not to have even visited me during my incarceration. I quickly reassured her, saying, "It's all right, I suspected as much. You don't hate me, do you?" She replied, "How could I? I was in prison not because of you." I hastened to clarify, by the way, I was wrong back then. I ran into a classmate from elementary school whose friend had a conflict with Jiang Sui Sui. They ended up kidnapping Jiang Sui Sui and her mother, and I merely intended to vent my anger on them. When I realized the situation was escalating, I let Jiang Sui Sui go, but then they falsely accused me of being the mastermind. Even my elementary school friend aligned with them, which is why I ended up in prison. Oh, Lin Chuyo frowned upon hearing this. So that is how it was? They were truly wicked to have harmed you like that. Your 4 years in prison were utterly unjust, and they ruined your life. It's infuriating, observing her anger. A flicker of warmth arose within me. Yet, I quickly realized, her astonishment and indignation stemmed from the belief that I had genuinely committed kidnapping and extortion. For 4 years, she must have thought me a criminal. This thought chilled me. Despite my explanations, the passage of time had likely ingrained the belief in her that I was indeed guilty. Such an impact is profound. How could mere words undo years of misconception and restore our former connection? Especially since, upon seeing me, her demeanor was more tense and awkward. Despite a trace of joy and excitement, it felt as if everything had changed, and we could never return to the past. Tentatively, I inquired, "So, did you truly think I had kidnapped them during these 4 years?" Lin Chuyo hesitated, her cheeks flushing as she responded, "Well, how should I put it? At that time, my face was swollen from being hit, and my parents urged you to stay away from me. I thought you must have been very angry and impulsive. So when I first learned of the incident, I indeed believed you were responsible. However, I never thought you were a bad person. I knew you were coerced and acted impulsively. I never imagined you would be sentenced to 4 years, nor that it was all a fabrication by them." She sighed. "Now that I think about it, I feel quite sorry for you. If my face hadn't been swollen, and if my parents hadn't said anything, perhaps none of this would have happened. You could have continued your studies, and things wouldn't have turned out this way." Seeing her guilt deepen, I quickly countered, "Don't say that. My grievances with them were not instigated by you. They were already deep-rooted. Even if you hadn't been struck by Jiang Sui Sui, I would have sought revenge. I can only blame my own foolishness for being falsely accused." "Then you didn't seek them out after your release, did you?" Lin Chuyo asked anxiously. I replied, "I didn't seek them out, but I did encounter Jiang Sui Sui and had a bit of spat with her." Lin Chuyo immediately became tense. "Please, don't cause any more trouble for her. It took so long for you to get out. If you do something to retaliate, you might end up back inside. Since you were wronged, you can gather evidence and pursue legal action. I believe in due time, you will clear your name. If it were up to me to handle Jiang Sui Sui and Lu Hui legally, I would be utterly unwilling. I wish to torment them slowly." But seeing Lin Chuyo so anxious, I nodded in agreement. Then I asked her, "So, you've graduated from university now?" "Yes, I graduated not long ago." "Your university life must have been quite enjoyable." "It was quite good." "That's wonderful." At this point, I was at a loss for words. Before seeking her out, I felt I had so much to say, yet now I was unsure. After a brief silence, I awkwardly remarked, You look even more beautiful than before." "Thank you. You seem to have become more handsome as well. Have you grown taller and bulkier?" she remarked, assessing me. "You look quite dashing in that Zhongshan suit. It gives off a Huang Feihong vibe." Just then, a handsome man in the CAF sat by the window, casting a lewd glance my way. Curiosity piqued, I asked, "Who is that guy? Is he your boyfriend?" Lin Chuyo shook her head. "No, he is a friend I met in university. Back then, I I was a member of the Student Union's External Relations Department, and I met him while seeking sponsorship from a sports equipment factory. His family is in the equipment business. Hearing this eased my mind. They were not dating. He seems quite fond of you, I joked. Well, I suppose so, she replied. Not wanting to dwell on the handsome man, Lin Chiyo turned the conversation back to me. How about you? Did you fare well during those 4 years? Did you suffer a lot? I heard it's easy to be bullied by fellow inmates. I thought, being a top student, you wouldn't face too much trouble. I smiled and shook my head. I was quite well off in there. And you just as Lin Chiyo was about to continue. A girl wearing glasses suddenly appeared beside us. She looked somewhat familiar, but I couldn't place her. She first tapped Lin Chiyo on the shoulder and then turned to me in surprise, saying, "Wow, isn't that Zhang Yang? He is out of prison?" At the same time, the handsome man happened to exit the CAF. Upon hearing the girl's words, he chuckled disdainfully. What? This kid just got out of jail? Chapter 19. My father has been missing for 4 years? The handsome man had already looked down on me, and upon learning I was just released from prison, his disdain deepened. It made sense. His family was in the equipment business, able to afford a Porsche, clearly a high flyer. Why would he regard someone like me, just out of prison from a small county, with any respect? Yet, I was indifferent to his opinion. My only concern was Lin Chiyo's view of me. She sensed the handsome man's hostility towards me and quickly waved her hand, saying, "This doesn't concern you. Could you please leave?" Instead of departing, the handsome man smirked. "I remember Meng mentioning you had a childhood friend who was imprisoned for 4 years for kidnapping and extortion. That must be him, right? It's about time he got out." Jiangnan. Lin Chiyo evidently became furious, calling the handsome man by name. "Can you please stop? Are you trying to provoke me?" Jiangnan shrugged. "I haven't said anything bad, and I mean no harm." He then waved at me. "Hey buddy, I mean no ill towards you. Since you and Yao Yao were such good friends back then, I'd like to get to know you. I'm Jiangnan, from the provincial city." Lin Chiyo interjected. "She doesn't want to be friends with you. Please leave." Jiangnan's demeanor shifted slightly, and the girl with glasses asked me, "Zhang Yang, do you still remember me?" I glanced once more at the bespectacled girl. Earlier, Jiangnan mentioned that he had heard from Meng about my relationship with Lin Chiyo, which clearly identified this girl as Li Meng. Li Meng was a classmate of Lin Chiyo. I had encountered her a few times in the past, but their relationship back then was rather lukewarm, not particularly close yet not entirely distant. Judging by the current situation, it seemed their bond had strengthened significantly. As for Li Meng's appearance, she had changed considerably since those days. She no longer wore glasses and exuded a more feminine charm, though her looks remained rather unremarkable. "You must be Li Meng," I said. "Oh, I thought you might not recognize me," she replied. I smiled but said nothing further. At that moment, Lin Chiyo tugged at Li Meng's sleeve, saying, "You and Jiangnan should head inside and call Duan Ting to see when she'll arrive. I need to talk to Zhang Yang privately for a bit." Li Meng nodded and pulled Jiangnan inside. Lin Chiyo then turned to me with an apologetic smile. "Jiangnan can be a bit harsh with his words sometimes, but he means no harm. Don't take it to heart." I assured her it was of no consequence. Such trivial matters didn't bother me. She then inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" "I'll find a class first. I haven't thought much beyond that," I replied. "What kind of job are you looking for? I can help you find something suitable." In truth, I had my own plans regarding employment, but I preferred not to divulge too much to Lin Chiyo at this time. I simply stated that I would search for opportunities on my own, as I had just been released from prison and had not yet contemplated much. "All right then," she said. "Before asking, where do you plan to stay?" "Your home." At this point, she suddenly furrowed her brows, her lips slightly parted, as if there was something she wished to say but found it inappropriate. I asked her what was wrong, and she cautiously inquired, "Do you know about your father's disappearance?" A chill ran through me. When I was arrested, my father had already been missing for 2 or 3 days. The police had even called me to inquire about him. After I was imprisoned, he had not visited me even once. I had come to believe that he genuinely did not want me as his son, which only fueled my resentment towards him. I had accepted the reality of our estrangement. So, upon hearing Lin Chiyo mention my father's disappearance, it struck me that he was still unaccounted for. Without further thought, I asked urgently, "Is my father still missing?" Lin Chiyo appeared taken aback by my apparent ignorance. She looked somewhat forlorn and sighed. "I assumed you already knew. Your father has been missing for 4 years. It seems your house was also sold by Lu Hui. My parents sometimes express their sentiments about your father." I remained silent, pondering where my father could have gone. A sinister thought crossed my mind. I recalled hiding beneath Jiang Suisui's bed when Wang Hao suggested to Jiang Suisui that they should eliminate my father. At the time, I had dismissed the idea, believing they could not be so cruel as to commit murder. However, given the circumstances, it was unsettling to consider how he could have simply vanished. It was quite possible that he had been killed. If that were the case, it would explain why, despite knowing Liu Hui's infidelity and my wrongful accusation, he had never sought me out, not even after my imprisonment. It was not that he had ceased to care for his son. Rather, he was no longer alive. Though our relationship was far from perfect, he was still my biological father, and if he had indeed been murdered by the two women, it would be disingenuous to claim I felt no sorrow. The desire to avenge my father's death would undoubtedly stir within me. Noticing my prolonged silence, Lin Chio softly asked, "Are you all right?" I shook my head, assuring her I am fine. Understanding my apprehension, she attempted to comfort me, saying, "Perhaps your father has started a new life elsewhere and has simply chosen not to return. Don't dwell on it too much. Now that you're out, focus on working and living well. Taking care of yourself is what matters most." I sought to alleviate the heavy atmosphere between us and quickly shifted the topic. "So, you've graduated now. Still no job, I presume? What are your plans?" Lin Chio replied, "I majored in foreign languages at university. Initially, I intended to find a translation job in the provincial capital, but my parents wanted me to stay closer to home, emphasizing that making money is secondary to spending time with them. I haven't settled on where to work yet." Just as I was about to respond, Li Meng and Jiang Nan emerged from the coffee shop. Jiang Nan's expression was grim as he pointed at me, stating, "You, how can you be so cunning? You were the one who asked Tingting to invite Yao Yao, weren't you?" Clearly, he and Li Meng had already contacted Duan Ting. Lin Chio gazed at me in surprise upon hearing this. I chose to ignore Jiang Nan and explained to Lin Chio, "I was looking for you all day. When I bumped into Duan Ting, I asked her to help arrange for you to meet here. This location was her suggestion. I was just about to inform you, but I got a bit carried away." Lin Chio shook her head, smiling, and said it was no problem. However, Jiang Nan was visibly upset and continued, "Then why didn't you clarify when they asked us to go inside and inquire about Tingting's arrival? Why didn't you mention that she wasn't coming at all and that it was you who invited Yao Yao here?" I felt a surge of irritation. I was discussing matters with Lin Chio, and she had no objections. "You are merely Lin Chio's admirer. What gives you the right to question me? If it weren't for your connection to her, I would have confronted you by now." I glared at him and added, "What does it matter to you?" Jiang Nan seemed to be anticipating my anger, viewing it as an opportunity to provoke a conflict. He clicked his tongue and approached me, saying, "So you think being released from prison makes you special? Don't act all tough with me." Chapter 20. Future plans. At that moment, I was prepared to defend myself. Although I didn't want to create a bad impression on Lin Chio right after my release, I would not back down if he pressed the issue. Just as Jiang Nan closed the distance between us, Lin Chio intervened, blocking him. She appeared particularly furious, shouting at Jiang Nan, "This is my business. Can you please stop meddling? How many times must I tell you? I'm not your pet. I don't need you watching over me 24/7. Just leave me alone." Her voice was raised, drawing the attention of bystanders. Li Meng, startled, tugged at Jiang Nan's sleeve, signaling him to cease his antics. Jiang Nan seemed momentarily taken aback, his defiance waning, but he shot a fierce glare at me before departing with a warning glance, retreating to his Porsche. "You two continue your conversation. I need to go talk some sense into Jiang Nan. He's being unreasonable," Li Meng said hurriedly as she jogged towards the car, opening the passenger door and getting in. Lin Chio turned to me apologetically. "I'm sorry. He can be like that. Just don't let it bother you." I shook my head. "It's fine. Let's go inside and have a coffee, shall we?" "It's on me." Lin Chio pointed towards the entrance of the CAF. I insisted on treating her, but she seemed to think I was short on funds after my release and insisted on paying. I did not press the issue further. Once seated inside, we continued our conversation for about 10 more minutes, primarily discussing our future plans. During our chat, I inquired if she had dated anyone during college. Lin Chio replied that she hadn't, as she had not encountered anyone suitable. Knowing that she had remained unattached brought me a secret sense of delight. I had initially contemplated inquiring about her current perspective of me, yet I soon dismissed the notion, realizing that even if I were to ask, she might not divulge the truth. Furthermore, should she express that she merely regards me as a friend, it would only serve to deepen my discomfort. "By the way, you once lent me over 2,000 yuan, a sum I've kept in mind for the past 4 years, so I intend to return it to you now." As our conversation progressed, I unexpectedly retrieved a pre-prepared envelope from my pocket and handed it to her. When we initially rented the small courtyard, she had given me all her pocket money. Since this money was borrowed from her, it was only right that I repay it. Lin Shuyu paused momentarily before shaking her head vigorously, exclaiming, "No, I don't want it. I never lent it to you. It was a gift." I insisted, stating that a loan is a loan, and one must honor their commitments. Lin Shuyu continued to shake her head, insisting, "No, if you insist on giving it to me, I will be quite upset." With her firm stance, I conceded, suggesting instead that I treat her to a meal another day. This proposition was met with a smile, and she seemed genuinely pleased. At that moment, I felt a flicker of the feelings we once shared. While I understood that rekindling our relationship to its former state might be challenging, I believed that maintaining a solid friendship was still within reach. As we spent more time together, our bond might even strengthen. We exchanged contact details, but soon after, her mother called, requesting her to return home due to an urgent matter, prompting her to leave in haste alongside Li Meng. I lingered at the CAF's entrance, watching her retreating figure until she vanished at the street corner before I decided to depart. Just as I was about to leave, Jiang Nin emerged from his car and approached me, asking if I dared to have a private conversation without informing Yao Yao. He glanced toward the direction where Lin Shuyu had disappeared. Moments ago, she had warned him not to trouble me, lest she sever ties with him entirely. It was evident that he feared I would report his behavior to her. I coldly responded, "I have the courage, but I have no desire to converse with you." "No desire to chat?" Jiangnan laughed. "Do you truly think you are someone of significance? A mere ex-convict. What pretense are you putting on before me? Do you even know what my family does, or how much we earn annually?" He gestured to his short-sleeved shirt, boasting, "Do you recognize this brand? It's a limited edition Gucci, worth over 10,000. Your entire outfit combined wouldn't even match its value." I interrupted him sharply. "What your family earns is of no concern to me, and that wealth belongs to your parents. How audacious to rely on them while criticizing others." I asserted that I was not dependent on my family, as I owned a business and could earn my own living, likely more than he ever could. I added, "People like you, from the lower echelons of society, are destined to earn a meager salary, perhaps never affording a car in your lifetime. Out of respect for your connection to Lin Shuyu, I shall refrain from retaliating today. However, should our paths cross again and you provoke me, do not blame me for being unkind." With that, I turned to leave, adding, "Just because your family is wealthy now does not guarantee future prosperity, and my current lack of funds does not predict a similar fate." "What? You still wish to strike me?" he taunted. "You are nothing but a poor fool, destined to remain impoverished. You never deserved Yao Yao before, and certainly do not now that you have emerged from prison. Do not assume that your release qualifies you as a member of society. I am unimpressed. In this world, money speaks, and you are insignificant." I chose not to indulge his provocations any further. As he continued, I swiftly turned and delivered a swift kick to his jaw, sending him crashing to the ground without a sound. After muttering a curse under my breath, I walked away. After leaving the sports street, I returned home. Although Lin Shuyu had informed me that my family home had been sold by Lu Hui, I still wished to see it one last time. The current owners, an elderly couple, appeared kind-hearted. Upon learning this was once my home, they graciously invited me inside to reminisce. Much of the furniture remained unchanged, including the bed and desk in my room, evoking a wave of nostalgia. How had such a wonderful home fallen into disrepair? As night fell, the couple prepared dinner, sharing that their children worked in the big city, leaving them feeling rather lonely. Since this was once my home, I accepted their invitation to dine with them. After the meal, I discreetly placed the money I had prepared for Lin Shuyu on the table before leaving. Upon seeing it, she returned home. Now, I must carefully plan my future. Upon my release from prison, my 3 mentors gifted me a considerable sum, more than sufficient for either starting a business or enjoying a comfortable retirement. However, I intend to preserve these funds for the time being, wishing to test my abilities to achieve my aspirations independently. I plan to seek employment at a bathhouse or nightclub, recognizing that I was no longer the exemplary student I once was. Having mingled with various individuals in prison, I felt apprehensive about returning to a conventional workplace, where employers would likely be reluctant to hire someone with my background. Additionally, these environments would provide valuable experience when I eventually assist my mentor in managing his enterprises. Primarily consisting of nightclubs and bathhouses, I would find it easier to adapt. Chapter 21. Working at Royal International, of course, in addition to seeking employment, I also aimed to exact revenge, whether it be against Jiang Sui Sui, Lu Hui, or the likes of the treacherous Wang Hao. I would settle all scores. I would also investigate my father-esque situation, determined to uncover whether he was alive or dead. If it turned out that he had been harmed by the mother-daughter duo, they would indeed face consequences. Initially, I contemplated confronting Lu Hui and Jiang Sui Sui directly about my father, but I reconsidered, realizing they might not be truthful and could alert them to my inquiries. Thus, I resolved to conduct a discreet investigation, perhaps by contacting my father's former partners or employees in the drilling team to gather information first. In our locality, there are 2 entertainment venues. The one on Sports Street is owned by Brother Gecko, who is Wang Hao's mentor. His success in the past was largely due to Gecko's support. The other, Royal International, is located on North Street and owned by a man nicknamed Brother Xion. Brother Xion wields considerable influence and reputation in our locality. He was supposed to pick me up today, but due to his son's illness requiring surgery in Japan, he had to leave. His establishment is significantly larger, encompassing various entertainment sectors such as bathhouses, KTV, billiard halls, nightclubs, gaming centers, and card rooms, making it the preferred leisure spot for locals since the 1990s. As for which venue I would choose, Royal International was my clear preference. By the time I arrived at Royal International, it was already 8 in the evening. I took a moment to familiarize myself with the surroundings before casually approaching a server in the KTV to inquire if they were hiring. The server, a jovial young man, immediately smiled and said, "I'm not entirely sure, but I can take you to our HR manager, so you can ask." "Thank you. That would be very kind of you." He led me to the 6th floor, the office area, stopping outside a door labeled HR manager. Just as he was about to knock, the unmistakable sound of a woman's moans emanated from within. Little Fatty seemed quite accustomed to this scene. After giving me a fleeting smile, he gestured for silence and lowered his voice, saying, "The manager is busy inside. Let's wait a moment." He pointed to a nearby corridor. "There's a smoking area over there. Do you smoke? Want to go have a cigarette?" I nodded and followed him over. "I only smoke cheap ones." "Hope you don't mind," he said, producing a pack of low-quality Shuangya cigarettes and offering me one. To be honest, having spent time in prison with 3 mentors, I was used to finer smokes and had no desire for such cheap ones. I pulled out a Zhonghua cigarette from my pocket and replied, "I think I'll stick with mine." "Wow, Zhonghua, you must be really putting in the effort to land this job," he chuckled. "But honestly, it's not that great a job, is it?" Little Fatty took the cigarette from my hand, inhaled deeply, and while enjoying the smoke, he remarked, "Don't worry. Our manager is quite efficient. It usually only takes a few minutes." Just as he finished speaking, loud feminine cries erupted from the HR manager's office, echoing for less than a minute before fading away. Little Fatty scoffed, "Really useless, surrounded by so many women and still can't do anything right." I took a puff of my cigarette, contemplating whether to inquire about Wang Hao. "Do you know that Gecko brother from Sports Street?" "Of course. He's our boss's sworn enemy and runs entertainment venue," he replied. "He has a sworn brother named Wang Hao. Do you know him?" "Wang Hao? You know him?" Little Fatty looked surprised. Seeing his reaction, I felt reassured. "Oh, you know him too?" Little Fatty chuckled. "Well, that's obvious. Wang Hao is the deputy manager over at the bathhouse, responsible for security, essentially the head of security there. I often go to the bathhouse to relax, so I know him fairly well." "Are you certain it's Gecko brother's sworn brother, Wang Hao?" "Yes, that's him. But isn't Gecko brother and Bear brother sworn enemies? Why would he, as Gecko brother's sworn brother, not be at the entertainment venue on Sports Street?" Little Fatty smirked. "I can tell you're not too familiar with the streets. 3 years ago, Wang Hao flirted with Gecko brother's mistress, and in a fit of rage, Gecko brother had his pinky finger chopped off. They've been at odds ever since. To go against Gecko brother, he switched sides and came here. However, the leadership here doesn't take him seriously. He has been here for 3 years and is just the head of security at the bathhouse." I laughed at this twist of fate. Who would have thought that Wang Hao was here too? Wouldn't it be intriguing if we ended up working in the same place? Little Fatty, still curious, asked, "What's your relationship with Wang Hao? You're not here to join him, are you?" I grinned. "I'm here to take his life." Little Fatty thought I was joking and laughed dismissively. "Come on. Your relationship must be interesting. When you talk to him, put in a good word for me. When I visit the bathhouse, maybe you can arrange for me to have some fun." Just as I was about to respond, the HR manager's office door swung open, revealing a woman in a short skirt and short sleeves, swaying as she exited. She appeared to be without underwear, as both were clutched in her hands. "Let us go," Little Fatty said, leading me to the office door. He knocked and announced, "Manager Lou, I have a friend who wants to work at our Royal International. Are we still hiring? Come in." A raspy male voice beckoned from within. Little Fatty pushed the door open and ushered me inside. The office was spacious, with a grand desk behind which sat a portly man in his 40s, balding and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, emanating an oily demeanor. He glanced at us, grabbed a few tissues from the desk, and began wiping himself down. After discarding the used tissues on the floor, he grumbled, "Do you think this is a garbage collection point? Why are you bringing all this trash here?" Little Fatty bent slightly, smiling humbly. "I apologize, Manager Lou. If you're not hiring, we'll just take our leave." He tugged at my arm, signaling to exit, but at that moment, Manager Lou called out to me, "Wait." He adjusted his glasses and scrutinized me. "You look quite sturdy, with well-defined muscles. Have you practiced martial arts?" "A bit," I replied. He seemed intrigued and continued, "How old are you?" 22. "Where have you been?" "I just got out of prison after 4 years." Upon hearing this, Manager Lou's eyes lit up. Little Fatty stared at me in astonishment. Manager Lou pressed on, "What were you in prison for?" "Kidnapping and extortion," I replied, omitting the fact that I had been falsely accused. Manager Lou, a straightforward man, nodded without further inquiry. "Excellent. I appreciate your kind of talent. You can start as a server at the KTV section, and if you perform well, I will consider promoting you." He waved Little Fatty off. "Take him to Yuan 1 for registration." "Understood, Manager Lou." As we turned to leave, Manager Lou called out again, "Pick up the tissues off the floor." Little Fatty complied, bending down to retrieve the tissues, which he crumpled and stuffed into his pocket. Once outside, he discarded them in a trash bin and, with a disgusted look, wiped his hands on his pant leg, muttering about how disgusting it was. As we entered the elevator heading to the KTV department on the 3rd floor, he looked up at me. "You actually committed kidnapping and extortion and spent 4 years in prison? If I told you I was wrongfully accused, would you believe me?" Little Fatty chuckled. "You're quite the jokester." We exchanged introductions, and he told me his name was Guidon, although I preferred calling him Little Fatty. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Little Fatty led me to an office where a stunning woman, approximately 27 or 28, was seated, dressed in an OL professional skirt suit. She exuded a sexy and alluring aura, drawing attention to her pronounced cleavage. "Yuan 1, this is my friend who wants to work here. I've already spoken to Manager Lou, and he suggested he start as a server like me," Little Fatty said with a smile. Yuan 1 looked me over and, with a sharp gaze akin to Manager Lou's, inquired, "Have you practiced martial arts?" "Yes, a bit. You seem more suited for security. Why would you want to be a server?" I remained silent, but Little Fatty interjected. "Manager Lou said to train him first. He might be of use later." Yuan 1 laughed lightly. "He has been to prison, hasn't he?" "Yes." "Well, I wonder what Lou is thinking." From her tone and expression, it was clear she was not fond of hiring someone with a prison record. However, since Manager Lou had already approved, she had no choice but to proceed. She handed me a form to fill out and asked if I would be living here or elsewhere. I opted to stay here. After I paid a fee of $300, she issued a receipt and instructed Little Fatty to take me to the logistics department for bedding, followed by a tour of the dormitory. The logistics department and the dormitory are not located within the Royal International building, but rather in a small courtyard behind it, where a few 3-story buildings reside, one of which contains our dormitory. Little Fatty and I share a room on the 3rd floor, room 303, which accommodates 5 bunk beds, allowing for a total of 10 occupants. Little Fatty informed me that currently, we are not at full capacity, with only 7 of us inside, including myself. He pointed out 2 particularly favorable beds and cautioned, "You could provoke anyone in this dormitory, but never those 2. Otherwise, you will find yourself in serious trouble. Do you understand?" When I inquired about the reason, he merely chuckled and said I would understand once I got to know them better. I surmised that these 2 individuals must possess fiery tempers and a propensity for violence, someone one would typically avoid provoking. After tidying up the beds, I changed into my staff uniform, and Little Fatty led me back to the Royal International building. Upon arriving at the KTV department, he began explaining the important details and my responsibilities. Following an hour of basic training, he took me to serve drinks to guests, instructing me to observe closely how he catered to the patrons and interpreted their needs. He emphasized that at Royal International, the customer is king, and under normal circumstances, we should strive to meet their requests. However, if troublemakers or individuals intent on causing a scene appeared, and if we were certain they lacked any backing, We should stand firm and, if necessary, resort to physical confrontation, especially with Brother Xiong supporting us from behind. While he was relaying this information, my mind was elsewhere. During my time in prison, my mentor had shared numerous tales of his youthful days as a server in nightclubs, which had provided me with a wealth of knowledge on navigating such situations. Concurrently, I was preoccupied with thoughts of the bathing department, not for leisure, but to seek out Wang Hao, an old friend and now a colleague, whom I felt compelled to greet. Around midnight, as the crowd at KTV dwindled, I asked little Fatty, while we were smoking in the designated area, "What time do we typically finish work?" He replied, "Officially, we were supposed to finish at 7 in the morning, but usually if there are no guests by 2 or 3, we can leave, leaving only a few on duty until morning. However, during holidays or busy nights, we may have to work until dawn." "And what about the bathing department?" I inquired. "They operate much later than us. You know how it is. Many come to enjoy themselves in the late hours." With a mischievous grin, he added, "What's the matter? Is it your first day, and are you itching to blow off some steam?" I retorted, "Why is that?" He explained, "If you head over directly, you might get an employee discount. Our monthly salary barely exceeds 1,000, and even with good sales, the tips won't amount to much. You'd be better off getting acquainted with the ladies and bringing them back to the dormitory after work, saving on expenses, wouldn't you?" I playfully asked, "Is that how you usually operate?" Little Fatty sighed. "Well, the ladies may allow for free fun, but it depends on looks and physique. If you're handsome and fit, you might attract attention, but as a chubby guy, I have to pay." "What about Wang Hao? Does he enjoy many free encounters?" I questioned. "Of course. He is a deputy manager and quite handsome. Aside from the top-tier ladies he wouldn't dare approach, he has had a share of fun. Our dormitory has a staff canteen, and the bathing center's ladies are mostly from out of town, staying in the dorms and often dining in the canteen. Just go and chat up whoever catches your eye." "Does Wang Hao live in the dormitory or off campus?" I asked. "He lives off campus. He has seeing someone and they share a place." As we spoke, he suggested, "Since it's quiet now, how about I take you to the bathing department to see your buddy Wang Hao?" Little Fatty still assumed my relationship with Wang Hao was special. Just as I was about to respond, a female customer at the end of the corridor suddenly shouted, "Waiter, where the hell are you all?" Little Fatty cursed lightly. "Damn, looks like we've got work to do. Let's check it out." I frowned and turned my attention towards the shouting customer. The voice sounded familiar, and indeed, as we approached, I recognized her, Jiang Sui. Compared to earlier, she had changed into a different outfit. She swayed unsteadily at the entrance, seemingly intoxicated, her gaze vacant. She pointed towards the private room, exclaiming, "Go clean up in there. The drinks are all spilled everywhere," and I almost slipped and fell, perhaps due to her intoxication, or perhaps because she didn't look up. She failed to recognize me. Given that I was at work, I had no intention of engaging with her. "Sure thing, miss. I'll take care of it right away." Little Fatty nodded politely and led me into the room. Inside, we found 5 or 6 individuals sprawled on the sofa. Only one woman continued to sing while the others appeared to be inebriated. Beer bottles littered the floor, with 2 broken. After entering, Jiang Sui snatched the microphone from the singing woman and shouted, "Get the hell up. I just had a breakup. I called you all here to drink and comfort me, not asleep." Chapter 23. Jiang Sui wants to complain about me. Hearing Jiang Sui mention her breakup brought me a sense of satisfaction. After I had dealt with her at the community entrance earlier, she likely sought reconciliation with Ma Dehai's nephew, who probably shut her down, leading to their definitive split. Thus, Jiang Sui was in a foul mood, prompting her to gather friends for drinks. A woman with dyed yellow hair was roused by Jiang Sui's outburst, complaining, "I just fell asleep. Why are you shouting? Did Zhang Yang cause your breakup? Go take it out on him." My heart skipped a beat. How did she know my name? I glanced at the blonde woman, and the dim lighting made it difficult to recognize her at first. As I bent down to pick up a beer bottle, I took a closer look and realized it was Xiao Taoxin, a classmate from high school. During our high school years, Jiang Sui and I were classmates. We had a girl in our class who was notably curvy, and, from behind, she resembled a heart shape, earning her the nickname Xiao Taoxin. Xiao Taoxin was also quite beautiful, second only to Jiang Sui in our class. Back then, she and Jiang Sui didn't get along well, as the boy she fancied was infatuated with Jiang Sui. At that time, I was Jiang Sui's adversary, so I developed a rapport with Xiao Taoxin, who admired my academic prowess. I could hardly fathom that 4 years later, she had fallen in with someone like Jiang Sui, and judging by her attire and hair, it seemed she had succumbed to a life of debauchery. Jiang Sui pointed at Xiao Taoxin, berating her. You think I'll let Zhang Yang off the hook? He has finished. I'm telling you, tomorrow morning I'll visit the hospital to check on my baby. If he still insists on breaking up, I'll find someone to deal with Zhang Yang. If I don't get him imprisoned, I'm not Jiang. At this moment, little fatty turned to me with a peculiar look. Having already introduced myself, he knew my name was Zhang Yang, and I could tell he found the coincidence amusing. Since it was my first day at work, I prefer to avoid any confrontation with Jiang Sui. So, while little fatty and I cleaned up, I kept my head down, trying to ignore both Jiang Sui and Xiao Taoxin. As we finished tidying up and prepared to leave, Jiang Sui suddenly picked up a beer bottle from the table and smashed it at little fatty's feet. Startled, he exclaimed, "What the hell? What is going on?" Jiang Sui retorted defiantly, "I'm just in a bad mood and looking for trouble. What is it to you? Do you dare to defy me?" she exclaimed, as she lifted a beer bottle to hurl it at him. At that moment, Xiao Peng managed to suppress his emotions and replied with a smile, "Dear lady, should you inadvertently break something or injure someone, you would be liable for compensation. If you're feeling down, singing a song could be a better outlet than smashing things." Before he could finish, Jiang Sui threw another bottle, this time striking Xiao Peng's knee, causing him to bend over in pain, hissing softly. Jiang Sui then approached him, delivering a sharp slap across his face. "You filthy waiter. Even if I cripple you, I can't afford it. Do you know who my boyfriend is? Director Madahai, my boyfriend's uncle. If you dare to resist, I'll have your establishment shut down. Do you believe it?" Xiao Peng seemed unsure of the truth in her words. Caught between anger and restraint, observing the escalating situation, I intervened with a smile, addressing Jiang Sui. "And you speak of a boyfriend? He has discarded you, treating you merely as a plaything, yet you still shamelessly flaunt his name. Your audacity is truly remarkable." Upon hearing my words, Jiang Sui turned her gaze toward me, inching closer in the dim light to discern my identity. Recognition ignited within her, and she exclaimed, "You despicable wretch. I was just about to settle the score with you." With that, she swung her hand to strike me, but I deftly seized her wrist and pushed her back, sending her tumbling to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Taoxin, who had been seated on the sofa, staggered over, inquiring, "Who is she? And who are you?" As she flicked the room's lights on, she squinted at me, suddenly realizing, "Oh my, it's Zhang Yang. You've changed so much. I hardly recognized you." Given my previous amicable rapport with Xiao Taoxin, and the fact that she had never wronged me, I maintained a cordial demeanor. I chuckled. "How did you end up associating with someone like Jiang Sui? You've clearly fallen from grace." Before Xiao Taoxin could respond, Jiang Sui surged toward me again, shouting, "How dare you accuse others of degradation? Once a model student destined for Tsinghua or Peking University, you now find yourself a convict, reduced to serving others in a place like this. You are the epitome of decline." I refused to let her words slide, retaliating with a swift slap that sent her crashing to the floor once more. "You remind me that my downfall was indeed due to you." Xiao Taoxin quickly interjected, "Please, do not resort to violence. It's not appropriate for you, a man, to strike her." Her words illuminated the shift in her character. She was clearly aligned with Jiang Sui, dispelling any hopes I had of maintaining a friendship with her. Enraged for being struck twice, Jiang Sui stormed over to the sofa, shaking the three men awake. She pointed accusingly at me, declaring that she had been assaulted and demanding they avenge her. Xiao Peng attempted to call for help, but I restrained him, asserting, "This is a personal matter I can resolve. It's my first day on the job, and I wish to avoid alarming Sister One or any other superiors." Just then, the three men approached. I delivered a straight punch to the first, rendering him unconscious. The second received a forceful kick, keeping him at bay, while I executed a powerful whip kick to the third's thigh. The impact was significant, likely causing muscle cramps, though not a fracture. The man staggered back, clutching his leg in agony. The one I had kicked away seemed to grasp my prowess and refrain from further confrontation, instead accusing me, a mere waiter. "And you dare strike a customer? Is this how Royal International trains its staff?" I dismissed him, turning my focus back to Jiang Sui. "Cease this commotion. If you can sing, do so. If not, take your entourage and leave. Should you wish to pursue this further, we can arrange a meeting after my shift. I will accommodate whatever entourage you bring. Rest assured, I will break your legs eventually, but for today, I shall ensure you are terminated from your job. It is your first day, after all." Jiang Sui turned to Xiao Peng, demanding, "Hurry and summon your superior." I wished to lodge a complaint against him. Xiao Pang, realizing my first day had already turned tumultuous, leaned in toward Jiang Sui, trying to placate her. "Sister, it's late. Our manager has likely gone home. Otherwise, spare me your excuses. Call your superior," Jiang Sui insisted. To my surprise, Xiao Taoxin interjected on my behalf. Now, this is a personal matter between you two. Let us resolve it privately without involving the manager. If they arrive, Zhang Yang will lose his job, which won't be good for him given his past. Jiang Sui scoffed. "That's exactly what I want. I aim to ensure he finds no work in Port City." Xiao Taoxin leaned into Jiang Sui, whispering something that made her brow furrow. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Sui relented, waving her hand dismissively. "Fine, I'll overlook this for Xiao Taoxin's sake. Now, both of you get out." I was left perplexed, wondering what Xiao Taoxin had said that prompted such a sudden change of heart from Jiang Sui. My instincts told me there was more to their relationship than met the eye. Ever since the betrayal of my former ally, my guard had been raised significantly. I would not easily trust Xiao Taoxin just because she had aided me, unless time allowed me to truly understand her character. Once outside, Xiao Taoxin caught up with me, smiling as she said, "Zhang Yang, we used to have a good relationship. Your issues with Sui shouldn't affect our friendship. Let us exchange numbers for future contact." Intrigued by her motives, I provided her with my number and then joined Xiao Pang in the work area. "Who was that woman? Why was she so aggressive?" Xiao Pang asked as we settled in. I offered only a brief explanation. "I have a history with Jiang Sui. I overheard you say she was the cause of your imprisonment. Is that true?" "Indeed." "And what of her claim about her boyfriend, Ma Dahai's nephew? Is there any truth to that?" "It was true once, but she has since been discarded." Upon hearing this, Xiao Pang appeared increasingly anxious. Even if they split, they could reconcile. What if she returns with him, seeking revenge? Ma Dahai is no trivial figure. He has had run-ins with our boss before. I chuckled, teasing him. "Are you frightened? If so, perhaps you should keep your distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire." Xiao Pang paused, then dramatically thumped his chest, feigning loyalty. "Come now. Though we've only just met, I find you a decent person. I intend to forge a strong friendship with you. So don't suggest I distance myself. It would tarnish my reputation." I smiled faintly without uttering a word, instead taking a drag from my cigarette. I had encountered individuals like Xiao Pang many times in prison. He seemed harmless, but lacked the courage and ambition that would make him a worthy companion. At that moment, Xiao Pang continued, "I'm just worried about you, afraid she might come back with someone to confront you." I reassured him, "No worries. I have my ways to deal with it." He then inquired, "So what caused the conflict between you two back in the day? How did she transform you from a good student into this?" I waved my hand dismissively. "Talking about her dampens my mood. Let us change the subject." Xiao Pang scrutinized me for a moment and then suggested, "All right, let us head to the bathhouse and see if your friend Wang Hao is around." "He's not my friend," I retorted, rising to leave. "What floor is the bathhouse on?" "Fifth floor." Upon arriving at the bathhouse, the young woman at the front desk noticed our KTV uniforms and greeted us with minimal enthusiasm, merely asking if we were there for leisure or to meet someone. Xiao Pang pointed at me and said, "This guy is Wang Hao's." "Oh no, I mean Manager Wang's brother. Here to see him." Upon hearing I was Wang Hao's brother, the young woman approached with a smile. "Oh, you're Manager Wang's brother. Unfortunately, he is not here today, but I could arrange for you to enjoy some time here." "Where's Wang Hao gone?" I asked. "I believe his girlfriend just had a procedure, and he wanted to keep her company." "All right then, I'll come back another day." "Aren't you going to enjoy yourself?" Xiao Pang asked, somewhat reluctant to leave, likely hoping to indulge himself. As we entered the elevator, he glanced at me with mild reproach. "She just offered you a chance to have some fun. Why wouldn't you go? Someone might even pick up the tab for you, given your connection to Wang Hao." I countered, "And what about you? Is anyone going to pay for you?" "I'll pass. I'm not close to Wang Hao. If I do go in, will you wait outside?" Xiao Pang chuckled. "If you don't mind, I could just watch from your room, just for some eye candy." I chuckled at his suggestion, patting his shoulder. "In the future, I might need your help with some trivial matters. So keep your wits about you, and I'll treat you to a good time later." When Xiao Pang and I returned to the dormitory, two other people had already come back but were fast asleep. These were the two individuals Xiao Pang had previously warned me not to provoke. To avoid disturbing them, Xiao Pang dared not turn on the lights, whispering, "Let us just lie down and sleep quietly. We don't want to wake them." I thought to myself, in this darkness, I didn't even know where my bed was, and I certainly needed to wash up before sleeping. So I switched on the lights. Xiao Pang stared at me wide-eyed, gesturing frantically for me to turn it off. When I remained unmoved, he attempted to switch the lights off himself, but I stopped him, saying, "It's fine. I turn on the light. It's my business. If you want to sleep, just go ahead. I need to wash up." Xiao Pang cautiously glanced at the two sleeping figures before returning to his bed, removing his shoes and climbing onto it. Observing his timid demeanor, I pondered that he must have been bullied often, explaining his eagerness to please me. He likely lacked genuine friends. After brushing my teeth and washing my face in the water room, I returned to find the two initially asleep now sitting on the edge of their beds. Xiao Pang was sitting upright on his bed, visibly tense as he regarded them. One of the youths, dark-skinned and muscular, appeared to be around 25. He tilted his head to glance at me, then asked Xiao Pang, "Is he the new guy?" Xiao Pang cast a nervous glance my way, "Yes." The dark-skinned youth continued, "You said he turned on the light, right?" "Yes, that is correct." "He new and doesn't he know the rules, but you don't know either?" "Didn't you tell him not to turn on the lights when I'm sleeping?" The dark-skinned youth exclaimed, throwing his shoe at Xiao Pang, who didn't even flinch and took the hit directly. He looked at me with terror in his eyes, his lips parted, as if he wanted to speak but couldn't find the words. I chose to remain silent, calmly walking to my bed to place the basin beneath it. I want to see how Xiao Pang would handle the situation. If he completely threw me under the bus and claimed he had warned me, but I ignored him, then he wasn't worth my time. If he stayed silent, perhaps I could consider him a friend. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me? Why didn't you tell him?" The dark-skinned youth raised his voice, standing up, his tall, muscular frame imposing. It was no surprise Xiao Pang had warned me about him. "Why, yes, I'm sorry, black brother. I forgot." Xiao Pang stammered, and I felt a sense of relief. At least he wasn't as weak as I had feared. "Forgot? Did you grow up eating shit? You can forget something like my sleeping arrangements?" He spat on the ground and approached Xiao Pang, seemingly intent on giving him a good beating. I quickly interjected. "I turned on the light. Don't trouble him." Chapter 25. The fiery temper of the master's daughter. I was acutely aware that the dark-skinned youth's aggression toward Xiao Pang was merely a tactic to assert his dominance over me, the newcomer, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. My intervention to protect Xiao Pang provided him with the perfect opportunity to confront me directly. He turned to me, grinning. "So you're the new guy? Just like Xiao Pang, working in KTV?" "Yes," I replied. He didn't immediately pursue me, but continued with his playful demeanor. "I don't sleep well, so whether it's lights on or talking, it can easily wake me up. Since you're new and unfamiliar with the rules, I'll let slide this time. But remember not to turn on the lights when you come back next time, all right?" Having spent 4 years in prison, I had encountered all types of people. I was not inclined to take his bravado seriously. I could easily retort and provoke him into a confrontation, showing him who truly held the upper hand. However, my master had advised against impulsive actions, especially with someone so brash. Even if I was confident in my ability to overpower him, it wasn't wise to engage in a brawl immediately. He taught me that fighting is a last resort, typically favored by those who rely on brute strength rather than intellect. I could choose a more diplomatic approach. If courtesy failed, I could always resort to force later. With a smile, I retrieved 3 boxes of Jonois cigarettes from my bag beside my pillow. I tossed one to the dark-skinned youth, another to the silent one, and kept the last for Xiao Pang. "I will try my best not to disturb your sleep in the future. Please bear with me. Take these cigarettes as an apology." The dark-skinned youth paused, then stuffed the cigarettes into his pocket, grinning. "Not bad, brother. You know how to handle things." He approached Xiao Pang, snatching the box from his hands, then returned to me, extending his hand for a shake. "I like dealing with people like you. I'm Lao He. Everyone calls me Black Brother. I work at the arcade and the game room." Lao He's intentional reminder of his title underscored his position in the dormitory hierarchy. I smiled and shook his hand, Zhang Yang. The previously quiet youth also approached to shake my hand, Ma Gan. I assessed this slender young man. He was tall but thin, resembling a pole, and his nickname suited him well. The hair of the slender figure was long, with a side fringe that obscured one eye, while the other bore a cold gaze that instinctively told me this person was extraordinary. After exchanging a few simple words, we turned off the lights and lay down, allowing this tumultuous episode to reach its conclusion. Yet, I was acutely aware that this was merely a temporary respite. A significant conflict between us was inevitable. And when that moment arrived, I would not hold back. Perhaps it was due to the fact that today marked my first day out of prison. But sleep eluded me as I lay in bed, caught between unfamiliarity and the exhilaration of newfound freedom. Eventually, I resorted to taking a swig of liquor from my backpack, which lulled me into a hazy slumber. I awoke around 9 in the morning, finding the dormitory filled with people. Many had returned from late-night shifts and were soundly asleep. As the portly fellow led me to the cafeteria for breakfast, he sheepishly apologized, saying, "I truly regret what happened last night. At the time, besides them, I was the only one in the dorm. If I hadn't mentioned you, they would have thought I was the one who turned on the light, and I surely would have faced a severe beating. It's fine. I understand your predicament. Besides, you didn't inform them that you had already warned me. So I owe you my gratitude," I replied. He sighed. "If I had mentioned it, they would have undoubtedly targeted you. You just got here. How could you endure such treatment? Others would bully you too. I'm accustomed to being bullied, so if I can help you out, I will." I smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "For your kindness, I'll treat you to a grand meal later." He grinned mischievously. "A grand meal is too much. I'm not particularly interested in that. How about taking me to the bathhouse instead?" "All right," I replied. "Huh, my brother Yang is quite generous," he chuckled. "By the way, do these two have any connections?" I inquired, since I was now roommates with Old Hay and the slender figure. It was prudent to ascertain their backgrounds. Knowing one's adversary is half the battle won. The portly fellow responded, "Connections? They must be under the authority of their superior. Their boss oversees the arcade and game room, employing them to collect debts. The slender one is rather ruthless and will do anything, which increases their success rate in debt collection. The boss appreciates their capabilities and even treats them like brothers. Consequently, other employees generally avoid provoking them." He then chuckled wryly. "Of course, given their stature and ruthless nature, most people would think twice before crossing them." I nodded thoughtfully, calculating in my mind, although the slender figure appeared gaunt. His icy and fierce gaze was reminiscent of hardened criminals I had encountered in prison, an unsettling sight. Old Hay, despite his imposing size and temper, might not rival the slender one's savagery. If I were to clash with these two, I would have to be particularly wary of the slender one. Is gambling the primary source of income for the game room and arcade? I continued my inquiries. The portly fellow raised his thumb in approval. "You got a good grasp on things. They indeed profit from gambling, which is a significant revenue source for our Royal International, far superior to KTVs or bathhouses. I once heard of a southern businessman who lost tens of millions in a single night. Just imagine how many baths a bathhouse would need to take, or how many women would have to trade to amass such a sum." Just as I was about to respond, my phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a woman's voice emerged. "Hello, is this Zhang Yang?" The tone was somewhat brusque. "Yes, who is this?" I replied. "I am Su He." Upon realizing she was the daughter of Master San, I smiled. "Oh, it's you. I came looking for you yesterday, but they said you were out of town." "Yes. So you aren't in the provincial city now, but back in your hometown?" "Correct. You need to buy a train ticket to the provincial city. My father just contacted me, insisting I meet you today." Sui's voice dripped with impatience. While in prison, Master Sin had warned me that his daughter had a fiery temperament, and it seemed he was right. I explained that I had just returned and found a job, making it inconvenient to travel to the provincial city. She scoffed. "So what does that imply? Does it mean I, Sue's young lady, must come to your port city?" I chuckled. "No, that's not what I meant. I meant we could plan for another time when I can visit the provincial city." "That won't do. I've promised my father that I must see you today. I genuinely can't. I just started work, and asking for a leave would be inappropriate. You really should be more carefree, having just been released. Is this how you choose to live? Working on your second day?" I teased. "What can I say? I can't compare to a young lady like you." "Stop with your sarcasm." Just then, another woman's voice chimed in. "We could also go to the port city. It's not too far, and I have a friend there I could visit." This woman's voice was melodious and gentle, and I could envision her as a sweet and tender presence. Suhi replied, "You aren't referring to that online friend from the dancing game, are you?" "That's him. Are you really going to meet him?" "I suspect his photos are heavily edited. He is probably quite unattractive, and you would surely regret it. Let us go see for ourselves, shall we?" "Fine." Then Suhi turned to me. "We're heading to the port city now. You should ask your boss for half a day off. We won't wait for you after your shift." Chapter 26. Lin Chuyu invites me to dinner. I informed her that I worked the night shift and didn't work during the day, saying, "Just call me when you arrive." Sui playfully teased me. "Night shift? Going back to being a gigolo? I heard from my father that you are quite tall and strong. You would surely excel in that role." I was bemused, thinking that Master San's assets were well known in the provincial city, so his daughter should have received a proper education and exuded an air of refinement. Yet, her speech carried an unmistakable roughness. Before I could respond, she abruptly declared, "Enough, I won't waste any more time," and hung up the phone. I tucked my phone away and resumed my conversation with the portly fellow about old hay and the slender figure, who indicated that these two were not to be trifled with and that I should keep my distance and stay on their good side. As for cigarettes, he advised against purchasing any more, warning that once I became accustomed to them, it would be problematic when I could no longer provide them. He remarked that with my meager salary, I could hardly afford a few packs anyway, essentially working to support them. I reassured him that I could manage my own affairs and that he needn't worry. The employee cafeteria was quite spacious, offering a rich variety of meals. During our meal, the portly fellow pointed to a table of women, saying, "Those are the ladies from the bathhouse," and gestured toward one with short hair, claiming he had previously been involved with her. Just then, the short-haired woman glanced in our direction and made eye contact with the portly fellow, who waved and nodded at her, but she offered no acknowledgement. I speculated that she likely had no memory of him at all. After finishing our meal, I resolved to attend to serious matters, such as investigating my father's situation and inquiring about Jiang Sui and Liu Hui's current circumstances, as well as tracking down the whereabouts of Yuan Ho and the triangular-eyed fellow. Following my childhood memories, I made my way to a village in the countryside, where I sought out a middle-aged man named Li Fugui. Li Fugui had been an employee in my father's drilling team for many years. Before my parents divorced, my family had once visited his home to provide financial assistance when his wife required surgery, which is why I remember the route. I sought him out because he was present when my father went missing in Shiguzi Village, Qingyuan County, and I hoped to gather some information from him. After my father went missing, Li Fugui left the drilling team and now cultivates medicinal herbs on over 10 acres of land. Upon seeing me, he recognized me immediately and greeted me with great warmth. As for the circumstances surrounding my father's disappearance, he did not possess much information. He recounted, "I remember that night your father had been drinking. He seemed rather troubled. After he finished, he mentioned he was going out for a breath of fresh air, and then he never returned. I inquired about the number of people present that evening. There were 4 of us in total. At the time, I was a laborer and initially did not want to drink, fearing it would affect my work the next day. However, your father insisted on taking a day off to drink with him, claiming he was feeling quite miserable." "And who were the other 2? I pressed. "One was Ho Weidong. You must know him, the vice captain of the drilling team with a side part in his hair, right?" I nodded in affirmation. Li Fugui continued, "Yes, that's him. I remember Ho Weidong well. He often visited our home when we were children and had a peculiar habit of pulling down my pants to see if I'd grown. Clearly, he had shared a close bond with my father." "And the other person?" I urged. "The other was not from our drilling team. He was a friend of your father who happened to pass through Qingyuan County that night and came to Shiguzi Village to chat with him. I don't know his name, but Ho Weidong would recognize him." At this juncture, an intuition struck me. This friend who sought my father might be a key to uncovering some leads. Did my father mention the reason for his distress? I continued to inquire. He did. It was about his mistress, your stepmother. Apparently, she had been unfaithful. Do you think it's possible that he, overwhelmed by his emotions, went somewhere to take his own life, perhaps by drowning? Li Fugui paused, then quickly shook his head. "No, that is not who your father was. He had a fiery temperament and was financially secure. If betrayed by a woman, he would simply find another. Suicide is out of the question. What do you think is the most likely reason for his 4-year absence?" Li Fugui pondered. "He probably left for some special circumstance. I've heard various rumors. Some say he ran away due to gambling debts. Others claim he smuggled himself abroad for business. And some even suggest your stepmother and her lover may have harmed him. But I firmly believe he is still alive, likely somewhere far from here." He then attempted to reassure me, urging me not to worry too much, as my father would return one day. "Is there anything else you find suspicious?" I pressed further. Li Fugui shook his head. "No, I'm just a hard-working laborer and rarely spoke with your father." "What about Ho Weidong? Is he still in Port City?" "Yes. He operates a seafood shop in the agricultural market on the west side of the city. You might want to seek him out. He was close to your father and may know more than I do." "Thank you, Uncle Li." As I departed, heading toward the agricultural market, I received a call from Lin Chuyo. She primarily called to invite me to lunch, mentioning that we had scarcely spoken the previous night at the CAF before she left. Today, she wanted to treat me to a meal and catch up. Noticing the time, I realized I might not make it to the market in time, so I decided to meet Lin Chuyo first and visit Ho Weidong later in the afternoon or the next day. Lin Chuyo had chosen a newly opened Western restaurant for our meeting. She mentioned she had wanted to try it for a while and was pleased to invite me along. We agreed to meet at noon, but she only arrived at 12:40. She appeared to have put considerable effort into her appearance, wearing an exquisite ankle-length dress and sporting a beautifully crafted makeup look that elevated her beauty to an entirely new level. As we walked to our table, many men dining in the vicinity couldn't help but glance over, with one even receiving a reprimand from his partner as a result. Once seated, Lin Xiao looked a bit sheepish and apologized. "I'm truly sorry. I intended to try a new makeup look today, but I found it unflattering and ended up removing it to redo my makeup, which took longer than expected." Hearing this made my heart flutter slightly. It seemed she cared about our meeting. "No problem. I have plenty of time," I reassured her. "By the way, I felt quite embarrassed yesterday. My friend kept asking about you. He could be rather overwhelming, so don't take it to heart." I shook my head. "I'm not bothered by it. You must not have a place to stay right now, right? Where did you sleep last night? I assume you don't have much money after just getting out of prison. I could help you rent a place if you'd like." Before she could finish, I smiled and waved my hand. "No need. I have a place to stay. I found a job and am living in a dormitory." "You found a job? What kind of job?" Lin Xiao asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Perhaps she thought my employment was a positive development, as her expression bore a hint of relief. "I'm working as a server in a KTV at the Royal International." The moment I uttered those words, I could see her previously bright expression shift to one of surprise and disappointment. Her brow furrowed slightly. "Royal International? The entertainment complex?" It was evident that Lin Xiao was disheartened by my job choice. Considering my background as an exemplary student, it was understandable that people expected me to secure a more respectable position, even after my release from prison. Instead, I had settled for a job at a KTV, a place typically associated with unsavory characters. If the proud person I once was were here, I would have surely felt embarrassed under her scrutiny. However, for years in prison had toughened my skin considerably. I even jested, "If you ever feel like singing, be sure to come find me. I'll treat you." Lin Xiao remained silent, her expression slightly awkward. After a moment, she said, "How did you end up working there? That place is rife with unsavory characters. You shouldn't be working in such an environment." I replied, "For now, I don't have many options, so I'll stick with this job to earn some money and support myself." Without hesitation, she pulled out her wallet, seemingly intent on offering me money. "If you're short on cash, I can lend you some. You should find a place to stay first, then we can look for a better job. A person like you, who used to excel in academics, shouldn't be doing something like this." I quickly stopped her. "No, I have enough money for now, and I think working there will be beneficial. I need to adapt." "But that place is chaotic. I remember the last time we went there. We encountered some drunken thugs fighting, and it was quite terrifying. I haven't returned since." As she spoke, Lin Xiao took out her phone. "No, you absolutely cannot work there. I'll call a friend and see if there are any suitable job openings." "Xiao," I interrupted her again. "I've spent 4 years in prison and lack social experience. I doubt I'd fare well in other jobs. Right now, I just want to adapt to society and try something out. There are many jobs that can help you grow. You don't need to work there. Spending too much time in such an environment could lead you astray." I chuckled. "Well, I spent 4 years in prison. If I were to go astray, I would have done so long ago. Surely, it must be more chaotic in there than in any entertainment venue, right? Yet, your incarceration was not by your own choosing. It was imposed upon you. Now that you have the opportunity to make a choice, it is only natural to opt for something better. Trust me, as your good friend, I wouldn't want to see you descend into despair and degradation. Rest assured, I understand your intentions are well-meaning, but I have my own plans and aspirations. To be frank, if I sought a respectable job, it would not be overly difficult. However, I am unwilling to settle for a monotonous existence defined by a mere routine. This is my choice." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's brow furrowed once again, her expression appearing rather complex. After a long pause, she sighed. "Well, since this is your decision, I will refrain from further commentary." Noticing her disappointment, I half-jokingly, half-seriously remarked, "Are you disappointed in me? Do you believe my job lacks promise, and that I may end up as a rogue? Perhaps you are contemplating distancing yourself from our friendship?" Clearly, my words irked Lin Xiao. She pouted and retorted, "What are you talking about? After all these years, would I really let the nature of your work drive a wedge between us? As long as you refrain from illegal activities and remain the kind-hearted person I know, I will always be your friend." In a moment of unexpected courage, I boldly inquired, "So, we are merely friends, then?" Lin Xiao was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for my question. She immediately became flustered, struggling to articulate a response. her face flushed with embarrassment. Perhaps to mask her awkwardness, she reached for a nearby cup of water, only to spill it all over herself. Exclaiming in surprise, she quickly stood to wipe herself with a tissue. I hurried over to offer her a napkin, teasingly saying, "Look at you getting all nervous. I was just joking." Back when we were childhood friends, our relationship was so ambiguous, yet I never asked to date you. Now, having spent 4 years in prison, I am grateful that you still want to be my friend. I would not dare wish for anything more. You deserve someone far better than me. And no, that's a bit sudden, she stammered, her face now crimson to the neck. Her bashful demeanor almost melted my heart. Inwardly, I cursed Jiang Sui and Lu Hui, thinking that had it not been for them, Lin Chuyu and I might have been together long ago. Nevertheless, I could discern Lin Chuyu's feelings. Her earlier panic and evasiveness indicated that she currently viewed me solely as a friend. The once palpable tension between us had dissipated over the years. Not wanting to pressure her further, I said, "Answer as you feel. I am aware of my current situation and do not wish to impose any pressure on you. Just be yourself and follow your heart." Lin Chuyu offered a bittersweet smile then. "Please do not give up on yourself. I believe you are an excellent student, and you have a sharp mind. With a little effort, your future need not be bleak." I replied with a smile, "Indeed, you speak the truth. I consider myself quite clever." Lin Chuyu glanced at me and smirked, self-absorbed. Seeing her expression lighten, I returned to my seat. "If you find that things aren't going well at Royal International, do let me know. I can help you find a job, or if my friends have any suitable openings, I can recommend you. You can consider it then, all right?" I didn't want to keep dismissing Lin Chuyu's goodwill, so I conceded, "Sure, that sounds fine. By the way, does your mother know about your release?" Lin Chuyu suddenly changed the subject. I chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Don't mention my release. She probably doesn't even know I was imprisoned." Lin Chuyu recognized my jest and awkwardly laughed. "Speaking of which, your mom can be quite infuriating. I remember she was very kind to you when we were young. Let us not speak of her. In my life, the term mother has long since vanished." Lin Chuyu sighed. "Well, you have me now. As a good friend, I care about you. What about your parents? Are they aware of my release?" I inquired tentatively. Before my imprisonment, her parents had disapproved of our friendship, and now that I had been released, their opinion of me was likely even worse. Lin Chuyu shook her head. "They probably don't know. I haven't even mentioned it to them. If they were to find out, they would certainly advise you to keep your distance from me. Wouldn't they? Who cares? I've graduated from university. We are adults now, and I make my own decisions regarding my life. They cannot dictate my choices." Though Lin Chuyu appeared resolute, I knew in my heart that if her parents truly insisted she avoid me, she would likely acquiesce. Our relationship was not what it once was, and the fact that she had never visited me during my 4 years in prison spoke volumes. She was unable to defy her parents. Just as I was contemplating this, a stern voice suddenly interrupted our conversation. "Yao Yao." Turning around, I saw 2 middle-aged individuals entering the hall, Lin Chuyu's parents. It was evident they were aware of our dining arrangement and had come to confront me. Their expressions were stormy as they approached. Lin Chuyu appeared flustered upon seeing her parents and quickly stood, walking toward them. "What are you doing here? Did Li Meng tell you I was here? Please, let us step outside. I'll explain everything in a moment." They were clearly directed at me, pushing past Lin Chuyu to stand before me. Despite our previous unpleasant interaction, I smiled and stood, greeting them politely, "Uncle Annie." Lin's mother snapped, "What is wrong with you? It's been 4 years. Do you still think you can cling to my daughter? What do you want?" "Mom, I invited him to dinner. It's not his fault. Please don't say that." Lin Chuyu grasped her mother's arm, attempting to pull her away from the restaurant. "Dad, please take Mom outside. We can talk there. There are too many people here. It's embarrassing." Lin's father, concerned about appearances, tugged at Lin's mother. "Yes, let us step outside. People are watching." Lin's mother, however, was undeterred, pointing at me and scolding. "I made it very clear years ago that you and our Yao Yao are not meant to be. Do not harbor any illusions. Now that you've spent 4 years in prison for kidnapping and extortion, do you really think you're worthy of her? Don't even think about being her friend. Our Yao Yao doesn't need a friend who has been in prison." "Mom," Lin Chuyu shouted, "that's too much. I told you I invited him. If you want to scold someone, scold me. Be quiet." Lin's mother turned to glare at her. "How shameless. Let everyone see that a graduate from the provincial university is dining with a thug who has spent 4 years in prison. Aren't you embarrassed? Imagine what our relatives and friends would say. We are merely friends having a meal together. Is there really a need for such a commotion?" Am I not even allowed to make friends? And can't you choose better friends? What sort of disreputable acquaintances are these? You even associate with someone who has been imprisoned? I've known him since childhood. Do you think I'm unaware of his character? He was wrongfully incarcerated, not the kind of person you assume him to be. You may have known him in the past, but now, after 4 years in prison, who knows what he has become? I do. Frankly, Lin Mama's words hold no weight for me at this moment. I am unfazed. Yeah, I must admit, Lin Shuyo's defense of me against her mother stirs a flicker of warmth within me. However, I do not wish to place undue pressure on her. After all, we share little at this point, and there is no need to engage in such disputes with her parents. I quickly interjected to halt the argument between mother and daughter. Smiling at Lin Mama, I said, "Auntie, please do not be upset. I understand your feelings. If I were in your position and my daughter were dining with someone who has been imprisoned, I too would be angered." Upon hearing this, Lin Mama's brows furrowed deeply, evidently taken aback by my response. "Well, if you understand, then stay away from my daughter, Yao Yao. Rest assured, Auntie, there is nothing between Yao Yao and me. Y árbol no ulterior motivas. I simply wish to chat and see how society has evolved. Yao Yao deserves a better and more accomplished man. Someone like me is certainly unworthy of her, and I recognize that now." By expressing my stance, I noticed the couple's expressions softened somewhat. Even Lin Papa attempted to mediate, addressing Lin Mama. "See, you stormed in here, agitated, and may have misunderstood him. I told you before that they might just be catching up as old friends." Lin Mama scoffed. "You say that, but who knows what he truly thinks? In any case, I will not allow him to have too much contact with Yao Yao." "Mom, this is a personal matter. Could you please respect my choices? I only want what is best for you. Even if you resent me now, you will thank me later." Perhaps hoping to intimidate me into retreat, Lin Mama continued, "Yao Yao has many suitors now, including a wealthy and handsome gentleman from the provincial capital who drives a luxury sports car and has visited our home. Though we are not materialistic, it is essential to find someone of equal standing. Consider whether you can measure up." At that moment, my phone rang. It was Soo-hee. I interrupted Lin Mama, saying, "Sorry, Annie, I have to attend to something. I hope you do not take today as events to heart. I truly have no intentions towards Yao Yao." I then turned to Lin Shuyu. "Yao Yao, I must take my leave. Please explain things to your mother." Lin Shuyu looked at me with a complex expression that I struggled to articulate. Her lips parted as if to speak, but ultimately settled on a nod. "Okay." As I exited, I felt a pang of discomfort. Losing my romantic relationship with Lin Shuyu was one thing, but is it truly so difficult to maintain a friendship? Moreover, her parents remain unaware of my employment at Royal International. If they were to discover this, they would likely have even harsher words and further attempts to prevent our friendship. Upon leaving the Western restaurant, Soo-hee had already hung up. I dialed her number. When she answered, she snapped, "Next time I call, you better pick up within 3 seconds, understood? What if I happen to be asleep? Then sleep until you die." "All right, miss, I admit my fault. Where are you now? Have you arrived in our port city? Have you exited the highway?" I inquired. "Of course, I'm already at the KFC by you, right under that big clock." The big clock is a tall structure in our port city plaza, a landmark of sorts, located about a street away from where I was. "Then find a place to park. I'm not far, maybe a 7 to 8 minute walk." Upon hearing this, Soo-hee exploded. "Walk over? 7 to 8 minutes? Get a cab and hurry up." Well, I could run. Just as I was saying this, she hung up the phone, leaving me bemused as I shook my head and hurried towards the plaza. Halfway there, I received a text from Lin Shuyu. The message read, "I'm sorry. It seems Li Meng informed my parents about me looking for you. I didn't anticipate they would come directly to the Western restaurant and say such hurtful things. I'm truly sorry." I paused to reply. "If you still consider me a friend, please do not apologize." Lin Shuyu quickly responded, "Let us plan for another meal soon. This time, I won't tell anyone. We'll have a proper chat." "Sound good." After sending the message, I stowed my phone and continued toward the plaza. When I arrived at the KFC entrance, I spotted a Range Rover parked by the roadside. Through the window, I saw 2 women seated in the front seats. The one in the driver's seat had short hair and silver earrings that sparkled in the sunlight, revealing her icy demeanor. I immediately recognized her as Soo-hee. The woman in the passenger seat appeared much sweeter, with 2 simple pigtails adorned with pink ribbons, exuding a fresh and elegant charm. Both women were exceptionally beautiful. Even from a distance, I could sense their exquisite aura, particularly as both hailed from affluent backgrounds, radiating an elegance uncommon among ordinary women. Their beauty seemed comparable to Lin Chuyu's, but the added layers of wealth and social status lent them a unique allure. Perhaps I was staring a bit too long. Suhi rolled down the window and called out, Zhang Yang? I smiled and nodded. Yes, you must be Suhi. What the hell? I told you to take a cab. Why did you walk over? We've been waiting forever. With that, Suhi exited the car. She stood tall, around 5'7", dressed in a daring outfit that exposed her thighs and waist, suggesting a penchant for fitness, as evident by her toned abdomen. The sweet girl in the passenger seat followed suit, a bit shorter at approximately 5'6" or 7", which made her seem petite beside Suhi. She approached me and greeted, Hello, Zhang Yang. I'm Suhi's best friend, Gan Tian. I couldn't help but chuckle. Sweet girl indeed. Her name was as delightful as her demeanor. What are you laughing at? Suhi frowned at me, glancing at Gan Tian. Is my friend amusing to you? No, not all. I just think her name sounds incredibly sweet. As I spoke, I studied Gan Tian's attire. She wore a light blue dress with lace trim, complemented by adorable lace-trimmed knee socks and petite black leather shoes, making her appear almost princess-like. Truly, she radiated sweetness and innocence, perhaps feeling a bit shy under my gaze. The sweet-faced Gan Tian's cheeks flushed slightly. She then reached up to tidy her hair, turning her face away to look at Suhi. At that moment, Suhi curled her lip, casting a skeptical glance my way. Don't you dare have any designs on my best friend. Do you hear me? I can see right through your intentions, all you men. I clear my throat, chuckling softly. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me take you out for a meal. Let us find a hot pot restaurant. I'm craving hot pot, Suhi replied. Gan Tian immediately shook her head. Let us not have hot pot. I have to meet someone later. What if some oil splashes on me? Plus, if I eat spicy food. My lips swell and turn red for ages. The hot pot restaurant provides aprons. What are you worried about? Just avoid the spicy stuff, Suhi retorted. No way. Bland food lacks flavor. Suhi rolled her eyes at Gan Tian and then looked at me. Then let us find a noodle shop or something. Stir-fry a couple of dishes and have some noodles. 10 minutes later, in a noodle shop near the square, I watched as Suhi devoured her noodles, accompanied by pickles, her left hand clutching a clove of garlic which she nibbled on from time to time. I couldn't help but mutter to myself, is this really a woman? Her eating style resembles that of a rough man. Next to her, Gan Tian was delicately eating, while Suhi had nearly finished her bowl. Yet Gan Tian's remained full. This stark contrast between the two, both in appearance and personality, made me wonder how they could be best friends. One a spicy girl and the other a sweet girl. During our meal, Suhi discussed the matter at hand, her father's intention for her to meet me. The first step was to get acquainted, followed by an invitation to join her in the provincial capital. She explained that her brother was a wastrel, and her father didn't intend for him to take over the family business. Her sister was the archetypal devoted wife, uninterested in any career pursuits. Consequently, her father had entrusted the family business to her, yet she lacked trustworthy talent by her side. I was recommended by her father, and, naturally, she wanted to win me over. My stance was clear as well. I'd only scratched the surface of knowledge while in prison and felt unprepared, aspiring to start from the bottom in Hong Kong before eventually moving to the provincial capital once I had proven myself capable. Suhi scolded and urged me for quite some time, but seeing my resolute attitude, she waved her hand impatiently. Fine. Let us wait until you've made something of yourself. Anyway, I've achieved my goal for today and can report back to my father, so you can leave now. Having had my fill and with time still on my side, I stood up and said, Well then, I shall take my leave. What? Are you waiting for me to beg you to stay? I chuckled, just as Gan Tian tugged at Suhi's sleeve. Wait, aren't we supposed to meet someone? We don't know the way. Let him guide us. We have GPS in the car. Why do we need him? Besides, do you not trust my capabilities? Of course. I trust you. You're the best. That is quite something. Suhi waved me off again. As I exited the restaurant and approached the roadside to hail a cab, a van without license plates suddenly approached. It screeched to a halt, and 4 individuals clad in caps and masks emerged, 2 of whom had tattoos on their arms. Clearly not up to any good. They dashed into the noodle shop, and I felt a jolt of alarm. This was serious. Suhi and Gan Tian were both wealthy heiresses, each with a substantial value, and it was likely that many harbored thoughts of kidnapping them. Could these 4 be intending to abduct them? Without a moment's hesitation, I dashed into the shop. By the time I entered, the 4 were nearly upon Suhi and Gan Tian. Suhi quickly grasped the situation, seizing her bowl and hurling it at one of them while grabbing a nearby stool, evidently ready to fight back. Gan Tian, however, was frozen in fear. sitting there and screaming, "Help! Help!" I bellowed, "You bastard, stop right there. You'll have to get through me first." Upon hearing my shout, the four turned to look at me. After a brief exchange of gestures, two charged towards Su He and Gan Tian Tian, while the other two rushed at me. The noodle shop was crowded, leaving little room for fancy moves. As the first one approached, I unleashed a straight punch aimed at his throat, not holding back against these thugs. The impact made it feel as though I had shattered his cervical vertebrae, and he collapsed to the ground, convulsing. The second thug, seeing my ferocity, drew a spring knife from his pocket. Though I was confident in my ability to disarm him, I preferred not to take that risk. I pointed behind him and shouted, "Smash his head." The man fell for my ruse, glancing back, and in that brief moment, I seized a stool and swung it at his face. As he attempted to block it with his arms, I swiftly delivered a kick to his groin, a decisive blow that left him writhing on the floor in agony, clutching himself. Meanwhile, the other two had successfully restrained Su He and Gan Tian Tian. Chapter 30. The hero saves the beauty despite Su He's fiery temperament. She was still a woman, and in the face of these robust thugs, she had little capacity for resistance. As they twisted her arm, she could only shout, "Do you know who my father is? If you touch me, I'll ensure your ashes are scattered." I thought to myself how foolish she was. It was precisely because they knew who her father was that they were attempting to abduct her. If she were an ordinary person, would they even consider her? Gan Tian Tian was similarly trapped, her arm held tightly, and perhaps due to her lack of strength, she was crying out, "It hurts. Let go of me." Without hesitation, I charged at the thug holding Gan Tian Tian. Seeing me approach, he shoved Gan Tian Tian towards me. I quickly caught her, stabilizing her, and urged her to hide in the back kitchen of the noodle shop before continuing my advance towards the thug. This thug clearly had some training. He immediately attempted a kick to keep me at bay. However, I adeptly dodged it, grasped his ankle, and delivered a sharp elbow to his thigh. Just as he prepared to grab my shirt, I stepped back, lifting my hands decisively, destabilizing him. I then swept his ankle with my foot, sending him crashing to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, I stomped down hard on his groin, effectively rendering him incapable of further aggression. Now, only the thug behind, Su He, remained. "What? Are you not going to release her? Are you waiting for me to take action myself?" I smiled as I approached him. With three of them dealt with, I felt remarkably at ease. Just then, a throng of suited individuals burst through the door. I turned to see a sea of ties and tailored suits, and dread washed over me. Just as I had dispatched three, here came a new wave. They blocked the entrance, cutting off my escape. If they surrounded me against the wall, no matter how skilled I was, I wouldn't be able to escape. But with no other choice, I lifted a nearby stool, ready to fight them off, when Su He shouted from behind, "They're my people." I paused and laughed, realizing they were not thugs after all, but legitimate bodyguards. The last of the villains, seeing that we greatly outnumbered him, and that his three accomplices were incapacitated, had no choice but to surrender, raising his hands in defeat. "Please, don't hit me. I was wrong. We were wrong." So he turned around and delivered several resounding slaps to his face. Then, seizing a nearby vinegar bottle, she smashed it against the villain's forehead. The glass shattered instantly, leaving the villain reeling, vinegar streaming down his face. Immediately, the bodyguards rushed in. Some dealt with the remaining thugs, while others inquired about the well-being of Su He and Gan Tian Tian. To my surprise, Su He reprimanded one of the head bodyguards, explaining that she had expressly instructed them not to follow her during her visit to our port city. Yet, they had trailed her out of concern. Amused that their vigilance had indeed saved her, yet she bore a grudge against them for it. Her temperament was truly peculiar. As for who had sent those thugs and their intentions, that was left for the head bodyguard to investigate. I was eager to find Ho Wei Dong and decided not to linger any longer. Before I departed, Gan Tian Tian requested my phone number, expressing her gratitude for my assistance and promising to thank me properly when the opportunity arose. So he warned me sternly, my best friend's gratitude is purely that, gratitude. Don't misinterpret it, nor harbor any ulterior motives, or I swear I will deal with you. At her threat, I felt a sudden tightening in my pants. Upon arriving at the Western Agricultural Market, I quickly located Ho Wei Dong. His seafood shop was among the largest in the market, bustling with customers, both retail and wholesale. Ho Wei Dong was seated in his shop, casually cracking sunflower seeds while watching television. Beside him, a flamboyantly dressed woman seemed to be managing the accounts. She was likely his wife. As I approached to greet him, Ho Wei Dong didn't recognize me at first. Mistaking me for a customer, he gestured towards his wife, saying, "If you wish to buy something, consult her." "Uncle Ho, you don't recognize me?" I smiled. Finally, he scrutinized me closely, and it seemed he remembered. His furrowed brow relaxed, and he stood up excitedly, exclaiming, "Ah, Zhang Yang, it's been years since we last met. You've changed so much." His wife then looked at me curiously, asking, "Is this Zhang Guo's son?" Indeed, I didn't recognize him either. Look at his eyes, Ho Weidong remarked as he stepped out from behind the counter to inspect me further. "You've grown tall and robust, just like your father." As a child, my mother had often remarked on the uncanny resemblance I bore to my father, which had made her uneasy. Thus, whenever someone noted the similarity, I felt a twinge of discomfort. Ho Weidong, still assuming I was there to shop, gestured towards the merchandise. "What are you looking to buy?" "Take whatever you want. It's on the house." I waved him off. "Uncle, I'm not here to shop. I came to inquire about my father." His expression shifted, surprise evident in his eyes, and an air of evasion flickered within him. Why did he seem uneasy at the mention of my father? Did my father's disappearance somehow involve him? My father has been missing for 4 years. You're aware of this, right? I've been incarcerated during that time and am oblivious to his situation. Isu dunkla lifuvi. Who mentioned that my father had been drinking with you all on the night he disappeared? I thought I might ask you about that. Ho Weidong glanced at his wife, and they exchanged a brief, silent communication. "All right, let us step outside to talk. It's quite noisy in here." After exiting the market, we stopped beneath a tree on the roadside. He reached into his pocket for a pack of cigarettes, attempting to extract 2, but struggled, perhaps due to nerves. Eventually, he tore open the pack, handed me one while keeping one for himself. After lighting up, he asked, "What did Li Fugui tell you?" "He said my father was in a foul mood that night due to my stepmother's infidelity and had invited you all to drink away his sorrows. There were 4 of you, including my father, you, and Li Fugui. There was one more person, right?" "Yes, a friend of your father's," he confirmed. "Li Fugui mentioned you know this person?" Ho Weidong nodded. "I do, but we weren't close." "What is his name? Is he from our port city? Does he still reside here?" I pressed on. Ho Weidong took another drag from his cigarette, scratching the back of his head in contemplation. "What was his name?" "I can't quite recall. He was quite familiar with your father, but my interactions with him were limited. It's been 4 years, so I've genuinely forgotten." "I apologize." His response didn't surprise me. I had sensed his discomfort earlier and realized I might not extract any useful information from him today. "Where is he from? Is he a local?" "Yes, he is from the port city, but whether he still resides here is uncertain. I remember he was quite affluent and had mentioned relocating to the provincial city, so he may have already left." "Do you or my father have any other friends or associates who know him?" Ho Weidong shook his head. "None that I can think of." He then ventured cautiously. "You seem quite interested in this person. Could it be that your father's disappearance involves him?" I had intended to clarify that I was merely in the information-gathering phase. But upon realizing Ho Weidong's underlying unease, I decided to play my cards close to my chest. "I've gathered some information from others, but it's not convenient to disclose just yet. I'll come back to discuss it when I have more clarity." Ho Weidong paused, then forced a smile, although it appeared somewhat strained. "All right, when you're ready, please share with me. Honestly, I've been concerned about your father's disappearance too. I hope he is simply away for some reason and hasn't encountered any trouble. Do you have any more information? For instance, after you all had dinner that night, what did you do? Did my father go to bed afterward?" Ho Weidong feigned a deep contemplation before recounting events that mirrored Li Fugui's account, yielding no new insights. Nonetheless, I had gained valuable knowledge during this visit. It was clear that Ho Weidong was hiding something. He definitely knew more than he let on. I contemplated leveraging connections with 3 masters to exert pressure on him, convinced that under duress, he would reveal the truth. However, I feared this would alert other involved parties, especially my father's so-called friend. Having already planted some seeds of intrigue in Ho Weidong's mind, I speculated that he would not remain passive. He would likely seek out the 4th man. As long as I arranged for someone to monitor him, I could trace the path to that individual. After leaving, I sought out a local lending company known for debt collection and even providing muscle. I paid a handsome sum to have 2 individuals shadow Ho Weidong around the clock, documenting any interactions he had with others through photographs or videos. As I exited the lending company, an unsettling premonition began to gnaw at me. It seems that the likelihood of my father encountering an unfortunate incident is rather high. We were to change shifts at 7 in the evening, and with some time to spare, I sought out my father's other employees. However, their knowledge was even more limited, yielding little to no information. As I contemplated returning to my dormitory around 4 o'clock, I received an unexpected call from Xiatoxin. Upon answering, she said, "Zhang Yang, isn't tomorrow the weekend? Our high school classmates are organizing a gathering at the Sihai Hotel. We're having lunch together. You should come." Given that Xiatoxin and Jiang Sui were now close friends, I suspected that her invitation was not entirely sincere. I inquired, "Who is organizing this? It wouldn't happen to be you and Jiang Sui, would it?" She retorted, "Come on. We were both academically challenged back then. If we organized it, who would bother to attend? It's being organized by our class leader." "Really? The class leader is organizing it?" I replied, surprised. "If you're deceiving me, may I be cursed." "All right, if it's the class leader, then I will go." "Great. Tomorrow at noon, in the VIP room 508 at Sihai Hotel. Don't be late." After hanging up, I pondered the invitation. I suspected that Xiatoxin and Jiang Sui's primary motive for inviting me was to mock me, as I was a former inmate. They would likely bring up my past in front of our classmates, which would be quite embarrassing. Yet, my 3 mentors often reminded me that before achieving success, one's face held little value. As long as I was unafraid of embarrassment, many situations would become significantly easier to navigate without adding turmoil to my mind. If they wished to see me humiliated, I would gladly oblige. Besides, who would truly be embarrassed tomorrow? Upon returning to the dormitory, I found that aside from Lao He and Ma Gan, the other 4 were present. Xiao Pang was sprawled on his bed, engrossed in a novel, while the other 3 were gathered around a table playing cards. Although I had shared the same room with them the previous night, we had not interacted, so I took the initiative to greet them and introduce myself. The 3 card players followed suit in their introductions. One, notably pale and somewhat effeminate in attire, was nicknamed Nyang Yang Chong. The other 2 were identical twin brothers named Zhang Long and Zhang Hu, both of average height and appearance. Eagerly, Nyang Yang Chong asked, "I heard from Lao He that you prepared Zhonghua cigarettes for everyone in the dormitory. What about us 3? I clarified that those cigarettes were leftovers from my own stash. Only 3 packs remained. However, since we were all in the same dorm, I felt it only fair to ensure everyone was treated equally and promised to make it up to them later. Unrelenting, Nyang Yang Chong insisted, "Forget it. Those cigarettes are too expensive for me to enjoy anyway. I feel guilty smoking them. How about you just give us the equivalent in cash? We could each pitch in 50. His tone was serious, leaving no room for humor. I thought to myself that I had offered them cigarettes as a gesture of goodwill, not to be perceived as someone easily bullied or extorted. Naturally, I would not indulge such behavior. Instead of reacting angrily, I smiled and replied, "Are you joking? Joking? Who's joking with you? Hurry up. We need to win some money in this game." Nyang Yang Chong interjected, slamming a pair of 2s down on the table. Xiao Pang, watching the exchange, wore a pained expression, indicating he could offer no assistance. I ignored Nyang Yang Chong and lay down on my bed. He glanced my way but chose not to comment further, resuming the card game. After finishing the round, he turned to me, urging, "Newcomer, what is your name again?" "Zhang Yang, replied." He mockingly remarked, "TSK, that name suits you well. You seem quite flamboyant." I retorted calmly, "In the presence of those I dislike, I indeed become quite ostentatious." With a huff, he continued dealing cards while inquiring, "So, are you giving us those Zhonghua cigarettes or not? If you refuse to part with your money, you should go buy some more." "I'm tired and don't feel like going," I replied. "Then tell me, when are you not tired?" He paused, turned to face me. His tone and gaze had grown notably cold. Chapter 32. My cousin is here, too. I dismissed Nyang Yang Chong without concern, maintaining a relaxed demeanor as I responded, "Whenever I'm not tired, I won't be tired." "Oh." Nyang Yang Chong threw his cards down onto the table in frustration and approached me, with Zhang Long and Zhang Hu following suit. Xiao Pang, sensing the impending confrontation, quickly attempted to mediate. "Hey, no fighting. We're all in the same dorm. It wouldn't be right to start a fight just after you've arrived." Before he could finish, Nyang Yang Chong pointed at him, "Stop your nonsense, or you'll get it too." He then stood by my bed, glaring at me and demanding, "What is your point?" I smiled and replied, "I was about to ask you the same. I came here to work, just greeted my colleagues, and they insisted I buy a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes or pay 50. Is that a rule in our dormitory?" The 2 beside him chimed in, "Exactly. You're clearly looking down on us. Well, I also want to smoke Zhonghua cigarettes. How about each of you buys me a pack to show some respect?" My use of profanity seemed to provoke Nyang Yang Chong, who pointed at me. "What the hell are you talking about? Who do you think you are?" I reminded him with a smile, I despise being pointed at, so I suggest you refrain from doing so. In truth, whether or not he pointed at me was inconsequential. I merely wished to test his resolve and courage. In my view, Nyan Chang was no match for Lao He and Ma Gan. His effeminate appearance lacked any authority or intimidation, and he had yet to act against me. Had it been Lao He or Ma Gan, they would have likely confronted me much sooner. Thus, I considered him nothing more than a paper tiger, unworthy of my respect. As I anticipated upon my reminder, Nyan Chang refrained from pointing at me, crossing his arms instead. So you think you're quite tough, huh? Do you know who runs this dorm? Do you? I questioned. Certainly not me. It's Lao He who calls the shots. Do you know my relationship with him? I was disinterested in further banter with Nyan Chang, dismissively waving my hand. All right, stop wasting my time. If you want to fight, just do it. If not, then get lost. Don't provoke me, or I'll take all three of you on. Perhaps due to my calm demeanor or my imposing stature, Nyan Chang ultimately backed down. After a few moments of reluctant staring, he said, "Fine, you think you're something, huh? I'll have Lao He explain the rules to you later. You think giving him a pack of cigarettes will buy you off? You're gravely mistaken." With that, he returned to the card table, and the twin brothers followed him. Thus, this potential confrontation came to an end. In my mind, I dismissed them as cowards as expected. Later, when heading to the cafeteria, Xiao Pang accompanied me. Upon arrival, he finally spoke to me in a normal tone. "My dear brother, you were something else. Those three were about to corner you, and you lay there so nonchalantly. You truly are different after being released from prison. This matter is irrelevant to its origins. There are many timid souls in prison, and those who emerge are often little different from you." Xiao Pang sighed. "There's nothing I can do. I wish I could be bolder, but I simply cannot match their strength." He then cautioned me. "However, you have thoroughly provoked that effeminate fellow. I have a strong feeling he will certainly report you to He Gu and Ma Gan today. You may encounter trouble upon returning tonight. Otherwise, you might as well sleep at the KTV department and return in the morning." I retorted that if they decided to deal with me, could I hide for a day or a lifetime? I would have to confront them eventually, so it was better to resolve the issue sooner rather than later. "What do you plan to do? Are you going to fight He Gu and Ma Gan? Those two are ruthless. They might seriously harm you, and you would suffer greatly. Moreover, if you engage them, you certainly won't be able to stay in our dormitory, and you might even lose this job." I chuckled. "Is that so? I think I will give it a try." Xiao Pang immediately grew anxious, urging me, "Please heed my advice. You might manage against that effeminate fellow, but you absolutely cannot provoke He Gu and Ma Gan. They are not individuals you can contend with. I don't necessarily wish to fight them, but if they go too far, I must retaliate. Just mind your own business. I know my limits." Just then, I unexpectedly spotted a familiar young man approaching from the window after finishing his meal. To my surprise, it was my cousin Ma Tao. I have two uncles, and Ma Tao is the child of my younger uncle. Our relationship was never particularly good during childhood, as I excelled in my studies while he struggled, leading to frequent comparisons of our academic achievements during visits to our grandmother's house. People would often say I was destined for success, while he would end up toiling away. Perhaps influenced by these experiences, he always spoke to me in a sarcastic manner. After my parents divorced, I lost contact with my grandparents and uncles, and naturally, I had little interaction with my cousins. Seeing Ma Tao here was surprising, yet not entirely unexpected, given his poor academic performance. It was not unusual for him to be working at Royal International. As he approached closer to me in Xiao Pang, he recognized me immediately, his brow furrowing in response. Despite our strained history, I managed to offer him a smile and a nod as a greeting. In my view, the conflicts of our childhood were trivial. We were now adults, and it was time to handle our relationships with maturity. I intended to establish myself in the harbor city step by step, and I needed reliable allies by my side. If Ma Tao proved trustworthy and was willing to associate with me, he would undoubtedly be more dependable than outsiders. Unfortunately, after I acknowledged him, he merely shot me a fleeting glance and moved to a distant table with his bowl of food. Noticing my smile directed at Ma Tao, Xiao Pang asked, "Do you know Ma Tao?" Upon realizing Xiao Pang knew his name, I replied with a grin, "Oh, you know him too? Of course. He is a waiter in our KTV department. We are legitimate colleagues." I was surprised. "Why didn't I see him last night?" Xiao Pang explained, "That's quite normal. There are many waiters in the KTV department, and many don't share the same dormitory. Some even live at home. You just started yesterday, so it's impossible to know everyone. However, I heard Ma Tao took a day off yesterday. I think his father is ill." "Ill?" My uncle is sick? I quickly inquired. What illness does he have? I'm not sure. Only know him casually, and we don't really keep in touch, he replied. How is he doing at work? Does he manage relationships well with his colleagues? Is anyone bullying him? I continued to ask, harboring my suspicions. Given Ma Tao's childhood interactions, I suspected he would struggle in the workplace and likely have poor relationships with his colleagues. Indeed, my assumptions proved correct. Xiao Peng grimaced and shook his head. He is doing worse than I am. That guy often gets beaten. He then eagerly asked, so how do you know him? Were you classmates? He is my cousin. His father is my uncle. Xiao Peng looked bewildered. Your uncle by blood? Yes. Wow. So you two are closely related. Logically, you should be quite close. Yet when he saw you, he turned and walked away as if he didn't know you at all. Our relationship is not exactly warm. With that, I stood and approached Ma Tao, intending to strike up a conversation. Xiao Peng initially planned to accompany me, but turned back after a few steps, quietly warning, I want to go with you. He has had conflicts with Lao San from the bathing department. Lao San has previously warned others that anyone who gets too close to him will be beaten. You should avoid talking to him for too long. I disregarded Xiao Peng's warning. Reaching Ma Tao, I sat directly across from him. He glanced up, stating flatly, You're out of prison now. Yes, I replied. He continued with his characteristic sarcasm. Ah, the once exemplary student, a promising candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University, now reduced to a KTV waiter like me. How does that feel? I smiled. Seriously, are you still so petty after all these years? You hold a grudge? I'm your cousin. We're family. Can't you even greet me without being sarcastic? I'm not holding a grudge. I just want to bring you before my parents and ask them what good studying hard did for them. They always reminded me of my poor grades. And look where we are now. I chose not to dwell on this further and instead asked, I heard my uncle is ill. What is wrong with him? Ma Tao replied bluntly, kidney failure caused by uremia. He needs a transplant. That is fortunate. A kidney transplant can resolve the issue. I know someone from prison who underwent the same procedure and is nearly back to normal. I was referring to my master, who had undergone a kidney transplant due to uremia. At that time, he held a prominent position, and his surgery was performed by foreign doctors, likely yielding better results. Ma Tao scoffed, stop pretending to care. After my parents divorced, we severed ties with you. You probably despise us by now. I nodded, to be honest. I did harbor resentment when my mother abandoned me, but those feelings have faded. He lowered his gaze to eat and then asked, Did you come find me for something? Not particularly. I just thought since we're cousins, I would come over to say hello and chat. Perhaps you should refrain from chatting with me. I've made quite a few enemies, and if you associate with me, someone might take it out on you. I had just heard that from Xiao Peng. Then why did you come over? Primarily because I, like you, have also offended many since my arrival. We are kindred spirits in this regard. Ma Tao looked up, and after a moment of silence, he replied, Don't get too cocky. This is Royal International. To put it bluntly, it's not uncommon for people to get killed here. Since you just started, it would be wise to keep a low profile and avoid causing trouble. You could easily end up in a situation where you don't even know who attacked you. Don't think that just because you've spent years in prison, you can act tough. In the presence of the wealthy and powerful, you are but a small ant. I chuckled, and what about you? Knowing this place is dangerous. Why do you still work here? I heard from Xiao Peng that you get beaten up every few days. I have no choice. I need to save money for my father's kidney transplant. How much does a kidney transplant cost for my uncle? I inquired. He did not respond, but retorted without lifting his head, What, are you, as a nephew, planning to save your uncle? Surely, you're not contemplating kidnapping for a quick fortune again? To be honest, had anyone else spoken to me in such a sarcastic manner, I would have unleashed a torrent of curses. However, he is my cousin, and I could sense the pain he has endured over the years. I even caught a whiff of my own past struggles in him. His words, though harsh, bore an authenticity that was devoid of pretense. I smiled and replied, During my most difficult times, your father wouldn't even let me cross the threshold of your home. It's precisely for that reason I'm disinclined to aid him. Nonetheless, out of respect for our uncle-nephew relationship, I could contribute a few thousand as a gesture, but that wouldn't resolve the issue, would it? Ma Tao chuckled self-deprecatingly. A few thousand won solve the problem, but it could certainly serve to annoy our family. You don't still think I've come to chat with you to irritate you, do you? Whatever your purpose may be, I am indifferent, I replied, producing a pack of cigarettes from my pocket and offering him one. He accepted without hesitation, tucking it behind his ear. I continued, I merely wish to extend a hand, considering our familial ties. If you're willing to work with me earnestly, I believe your father's transplant expenses could be addressed. Work with you? He finally lifted his head. casting me a disdainful glance. When you were excelling academically, you had the standing to make such claims. Now, like me, you're merely a disgraced servant. How dare you say that? I took a drag from my cigarette and replied with a laugh. I don't expect you to agree right away. This isn't a place for collecting scraps. Not everyone is welcome. I need to observe you for a while to see if you measure up. I hope my uncle can endure for a few more days, at least until you come to seek me out. With that, I stood and walked toward Xiao Pang, who called out fool from behind. After sitting down again, Xiao Pang curiously asked, So, what did you discuss with your cousin? He seemed rather glum. Mind your own business and eat your meal, I retorted. Xiao Pang scoffed. I'm not particularly interested anyway. After our meal, Xiao Pang and I headed to the KTV department for our shift. The day progressed smoothly, without incident. Perhaps due to the weekend approaching, there were more customers than usual, and we were busy until around 2 or 3 in the morning before the crowd thinned. After leaving a few staff on duty, we finished our shift. Naturally, Xiao Pang and I returned to the bathing department, intending to catch up with Wang Hao. While in the elevator, Xiao Pang cheerfully remarked, If the front desk arranges for you to go play again, don't decline this time. If worst comes to worst, let me join. After all, you did say you'd treat me. I smiled and said, I'll invite you in a few days. Why not now? We've only known each other for a day, and I don't know you well enough. If I find you to be a trustworthy friend, I will certainly invite you. Come on, I've been open-hearted with you, even helping you deceive Hage and Ma Gon. Now you doubt my friendship? What? Are you challenging me? Xiao Pang huffed. I'm not allowed to express my feelings? As he spoke, the elevator doors opened. At the entrance, a few people were about to enter, and I immediately recognized the lead figure as Wang Hao. After years apart, he seemed more mature and somewhat slick. He did not notice Xiao Pang and me at first, leading his companions into the elevator while exchanging crude jokes. Xiao Pang, trying to be friendly, called out to him, but Wang Hao merely glanced at him dismissively, treating him like an insignificant presence. Once Wang Hao and his group squeezed into the elevator, I chuckled, Hey, Hao Ge, you're doing quite well these days, dressed in suit and tie, looking like a big shot. Upon hearing my words, Wang Hao turned to look at me. Oh, isn't this my younger brother Zhang Yang? I heard you were in prison. Have you just been released? As he spoke, he appraised me from head to toe, and upon noticing my KTV work uniform, he burst into laughter. So, you've come to work as a servant at Royal International? Such a talented student reduced to this role. What a waste. I replied with a smile. I couldn't help but notice how well you're doing here. So I thought I'd join you. Not bad, not bad. You got an eye for talent, Wang Hao responded, while one of his companions asked who I was. Wang Hao explained, You remember my ex-girlfriend Jiang Sui Sui, right? This is her stepbrother, a top student back in school, capable of getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. And now he is working a place like this. Ha! What is the point of studying? As the elevator doors opened, we arrived on the 4th floor, home to the game room and chess hall, where Lao He and Ma Gon worked. Wang Hao ushered his companions inside, especially being particularly courteous to a rotund man clad in pajamas, presumably a patron visiting the bathing center. After they entered, Wang Hao turned to one of his associates. Lao San, take Lu Gu inside first. I need to have a word with my little brother who just got out of prison. The one called Lao San nodded and led the portly middle-aged man inside. I took notice of Lao San, suspecting he was the one who bullied my cousin. Then, Wang Hao approached me, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered me one, and lit one for himself, while Xiao Pang remained unnoticed. Wang Yang, I know I was a bully back then, but that was just to impress Jiang Sui Sui. I had to play the part to win her over. I actually admire you. Now that we're both working at Royal International, we're colleagues, and we ought to maintain a good relationship, don't you think? I was taken aback. What was Wang Hao up to? His kindness was uncharacteristic. Yet, it seemed he was merely putting on a fade, claiming to admire me. Was that even genuine? He continued, Let us forget the past. I've long separated from Jiang Sui Sui, and we're now adversaries. Henceforth, let us treat each other as brothers. Call me Hao Ge, and I'll call you little brother. Should you face any trouble here, just let me know. I'm a manager now and have some influence. What do you say? I smiled and replied, Of course, how could I refuse? With such kindness from Hao Ge, I certainly cannot be ungrateful. Wang Hao patted my shoulder. Good. They say prison is a place for reform. It seems you've indeed transformed and learned to articulate yourself better. I must go entertain the guests now. But let us catch up another time at the bathing center. I'll treat you. Just as he turned to leave, I called out, Hao Ge, I actually have a favor to ask. He turned back. What is it? You have a subordinate named Lao San, right? The one you just instructed? Yes. It seems he often troubles my cousin. Could you help me resolve this situation? Your cousin? What was the name of that person from the KTV department? Clearly, Wang Hao is aware of this matter as well. Yes, it's Ma Tao. Understood. I will inform Lao San. With that, he waved his hand at me and walked down the corridor. Xiao Peng and I subsequently took the elevator to the first floor. Xiao Peng, somewhat surprised, asked me, I just overheard your conversation. Does this mean you were enemies with Hao Ge in the past? I handed Xiao Peng the cigarette Wang Hao had just given me. Certainly, we were enemies. He was the one who caused my college entrance exam to be delayed. Wow, I thought you two were good brothers. If I had run into Hao Ge without knowing this, I might have ended up getting beaten for mentioning you. I chuckled. I never claimed Wang Hao was my brother. That was your own assumption. Xiao Peng shot me a glance. So, what are your plans regarding him? Will you bury the hatchet? I scoffed. He ruined my college entrance exam and my entire life. Just because he uttered a few words and gave me a cigarette, do you think I can forgive him? That's impossible. I intend to ruin his life as well. Xiao Peng awkwardly chuckled. Honestly, you should let go of the revenge. One cannot live forever in hatred. One must look forward. You plan to continue working here, right? Without friends or brothers, how can you survive? If you mend your relationship with him, things might turn out better for you. Perhaps Hao Ge would even treat you as a brother because of Wang Hao. I retorted, what about you? You work here and have also taken quite a beating, right? Yes, perhaps just a bit less than your cousin. Have you ever thought about revenge? Xiao Peng shook his head, no. Don't lie. I want to hear your true feelings. Have you never thought about gathering them all before you and slapping each one, making them kneel and call you father or grandfather? Just then, the elevator arrived at the first floor and we stepped out, noticing the tension in the lobby filled with Royal International staff. Xiao Peng hurriedly gestured for me to go ahead. Once we reached the entrance, he lowered his voice. To be honest, I've thought about what you just said, but I'm too cowardly and struggling to make it in life. I doubt I'll ever realize that dream. I smiled and replied, isn't that enough? If someone is timid as you has thought about revenge, then I certainly have even stronger desires for it. In fact, I was just contemplating giving him a good beating, but that would be too easy for him. I want him to feel despair step by step and eventually kneel before me. That would be far more entertaining. But he asked the deputy manager, how can you make him despair? One word from him, and a dozen or 20 young men will rush into your dorm to beat you up. Do you believe that? Let's give it a try, I said, while secretly musing. The owner of Royal International, Brother Xiong, is inviting me to dinner. Why should I be afraid of a mere security chief from a bathing establishment? Xiao Peng sighed. No, I must keep my distance from you. You've already offended so many people in just a couple of days. And now you want to stir trouble with Wang Hao. Staying close to you will surely land me in trouble. What? Aren't you getting into trouble now? At present, the frequency of trouble is manageable. If I stay close to you, I might end up facing it every day. Then why are you still hanging around? You should hurry up and leave. Xiao Peng shamelessly tugged at my shirt. I'm a bit hungry and I don't have much money left. Young Ge, could you treat me to a pancake with some side dishes? After eating, I'll leave. Leave? When Xiao Peng and I returned to the dormitory, surprisingly, everyone was present. Zhang Long and Zhang, who were reading novels on their beds, while Lao He and Ma Gan are playing cards. Upon seeing Xiao Peng and me return, the effeminate one glanced at me, his expression smug, as if to say, you're done for today. Lao He and Ma Gan merely shot me a glance before continuing their game. Xiao Peng, sensing the tense atmosphere, hurriedly grabbed his basin from under his bed and quickly went out to wash up. I thought to myself that this guy is utterly unreliable. He runs away at the crucial moment. Chapter 35. A stab at the effeminate one. After Xiao Peng left, I approached my bed, ready to grab my basin to wash up. Just as I picked it up, Lao He smiled at me. Zhang Yang, do you have any Zhonghua cigarettes left? Can I have one? No, I gave you 3 packs yesterday, and I've finished the last one. Then go buy another pack. I just ran out. I chuckled bitterly. Come on, I'm not a rich second generation. My monthly salary is just over 1,000. How could I afford to buy Zhonghua cigarettes every day? Those 3 packs were saved through rationing. If you can't afford Zhonghua, a pack of Furong Wang will do. That is only around 20. He continued. I'm really sorry. I don't have much money left. I need to save for food, I replied. After my words, Lao He didn't respond, nor did Ma Gan. Zhang Long and Zhang, who simply sat on their beds, watching me with glee, likely eager to see me make a fool of myself. Suddenly, the effeminate one threw his cards down on the table and strutted over, pointing at me. What's this? Black Ge asked you to buy a pack of Furong Wang. And you're too stingy, huh? You think you're better than Black Ge? I calmly set down the basin and smiled at the effeminate one. Have I not reminded you that I detest being pointed at? Perhaps emboldened by Lao He and Ma Gon's presence, he grew brazen. Not only did he point at me, but he also jabbed a few times. I'm pointing at you, so what? If you have the guts, try to touch me. I ignored him instead, slipping my hand into my pants pocket where I kept a spring knife. It seemed today I would have to deal with the effeminate one. Otherwise, others might truly think I'm a soft persimmon to be squeezed. What's the matter? Aren't you tough? Speak up, say something. Seeing my silence, the effeminate one grew even more arrogant. I smiled. We're all in the same dormitory. I also wish to work at Royal International for a long time. We see each other every day. Can't we coexist peacefully? Why provoke me? I provoke you? You're the one who looks down on me. If you think you could treat me like this, why should I get along with you? Just because I didn't buy you cigarettes. Does that mean I look down on you? Of course. Then since none of you bought me cigarettes, does that mean none of you respect me? I countered. The effeminate one sneered. What do you expect? You think anyone here respects you? All right, I forgot about Xiao Pang. Only that coward looks up to you. I disregarded the effeminate one and turned to Lao He. Lao He, I see you have some weight in this dormitory. You took my cigarettes yesterday. Shouldn't you help me out today? Lao He, looking displeased, said, Don't call me Lao He. Call me He Gu. Fine if I call you He Gu. Will you help me and get him to stop causing trouble for me? Lao He shrugged and feigned helplessness. He is him, and I am he. I can't control his antics. What about Ma Gan, Zhang Long, and Zhang Hu? You're not going to help either? I looked at the others. They merely smiled and remained silent. All right then, if none of you will help, I'll handle it myself. The effeminate one continued to point at me, cursing, You idiot. Don't you have any sense? Can't you see we're all in this together? You're still asking others for help. It's hilarious. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to buy me a pack of Zhonghua or not? I replied with a smile. I will. I purchased it. Is that not acceptable? The effeminate one was momentarily taken aback. Then a smug smile spread across his face. Why didn't you act like this sooner? Why put on airs? I replied, I've already bought it. It's right in my pocket. Extend your hand, and I shall give it to you. As I spoke, I pressed the switch of the spring knife concealed in my pocket, causing it to spring open. The effeminate one, clearly not a fool, sensed the potential trap and cast a wary glance at my pocket. However, considering he was accompanied by 4 others, including the imposing old black and the lanky one, he likely felt emboldened, thinking I would not dare to act recklessly. He indeed extended his hand, smirking, Come on, give it to me. I chuckled, then suddenly seized his hand and pressed it against the adjacent bed frame. Simultaneously, I withdrew my right hand from my pocket, gripping the spring knife, and plunged it directly into the back of his hand. A sharp sound echoed as the knife penetrated his flesh and nailed his hand to the bed frame like a spike. Thankfully, our bunk beds were wooden. Had they been metal, the knife would not have pierced through. The effeminate one screamed in agony, leaping and thrashing in pain. Old Black and the lanky one were momentarily oblivious to the unfolding drama, presuming I merely assaulted the effeminate one. They hurried over, and upon witnessing the scene before them, they were utterly bewildered. The effeminate one struggled to pull his hand free, but found it firmly lodged. Each tug elicited cries of pain, forcing him to grasp his wrist with his other hand while desperately calling out to Old Black, Brother Black, It hurts. I'm in agony. Blood began to seep from his wound, staining both the bed frame and the floor. Old Black glared at me, seething, What the hell? Did you have to go that hard? He merely cursed at me, but refrained from retaliating, likely uncertain of my temperament and capabilities, wary that I might retaliate with the knife again. I had no intention of letting the effeminate one off easily. I laughed and patted his face. Weren't you just shouting at me? Keep it up. If you dare to shout again, I'll pin your other hand too. Do you believe me? Fear filled the effeminate one's eyes as he gazed at me, clearly intimidated. He dared not speak, merely looking to Old Black, as if seeking retribution from him. Old Black seemed inclined to confront me, while the lanky one retreated to his bed, rummaging beneath it for something. Clearly, if Old Black commanded, the lanky one would undoubtedly come to deal with me, and I readied myself for a potential brawl. However, Old Black ultimately chose not to engage. Instead, he forcefully yanked the spring knife from the effeminate one's hand, instructing the lanky one and the others, Quick, take him to the hospital. If we delay, his hand might be permanently damaged. They hurriedly carried the effeminate one away, and his cries echoed in the hallway, gradually fading. Just as they exited, a chubby fellow returned with a basin. The contents of his basin remained untouched, indicating he hadn't washed up since departing. He looked at me, puzzled. What is going on? Why is there a knife in the effeminate one's hand? I teased. His hand was itchy, so he decided to play with a knife. Isn't that nonsense? I mean, you did it, right? Chapter 36. A Range Rover awaits you, I nodded, pointing at the knife hole in the bed frame. I pressed his hand here and drove the knife straight through, as if nailing it. Upon hearing this, the chubby one grimaced, his body shivering involuntarily. God, just hearing you say that makes my skin crawl. That's brutal, just like the lanky one. If I don't show some toughness, they will surely continue to bully me. Then why didn't you confront them directly earlier? Why waste 3 packs of cigarettes? I believe in showing respect before resorting to violence. I first establish my stance. If you treat me like a friend or brother, I will reciprocate. If you overstep, then I must regretfully respond. The chubby one gave me a thumbs up. No wonder you're so formidable. You truly possess this strength. Moreover, after inflicting such harm, you remain unfazed. Your mental fortitude is impressive. He sighed, however. You can't take them all on alone. What if they team up with Wong Hao and Lao San to confront you? They might be even more ruthless, especially that lanky one. He is a tough character who has stabbed many. What will you do then? Rest assured, I have no expectations of your assistance. Nor should you be fearful. The chubby one smiled wryly. I certainly can't help you. I'm just worried about you getting into trouble. They may be ruthless, but I will be even more so. Let us see who dares to risk their life. Besides, I have backing. They cannot harm me. Backing? Who is your backing? The chubby one inquired, his eyes wide with curiosity. I sensed you had connections. Otherwise, how could you be so brazen upon arrival? Don't ask questions that don't concern you. You'll find out in due time. For now, wipe the blood from the bed frame and mop the floor. The chubby one shot me an annoyed glance. Why should I clean? You're the one who made the mess. I chuckled. Aren't you counting on me to protect you? If so, it would be wise to show some initiative. The chubby one scoffed. Forget it. I should keep my distance from you. You're likely to get beaten soon. Whether you choose to clean or not, when Old Black returns and sees all this blood, do you think he will order me to clean, or you? I. The chubby one faltered, then reluctantly grabbed a cloth to clean the blood. After washing up, I went to bed, awakening the following morning. Old Black and the lanky one were still asleep, while Zhang Long, Zhang Hu, and the effeminate one were absent, evidently still at the hospital. As I prepared to have breakfast, Old Black stirred and called out to me, Zhang Yang, you're quite ruthless. The guy didn't even lay a hand on you. Yet you stab his hand. Aren't you afraid his family will come looking for you? I smiled sheepishly. I apologize. I was overwhelmed with emotion yesterday and lost control. I tend to be impulsive when my feelings take over, and now I realize I may have been too harsh. I will be more cautious in the future. Old Black scoffed. Enough with the pretense. Don't think just because you're tough, we won't dare to deal with you. You will regret this later. Thank you for the warning. With that, I exited. I understood that a clear hierarchy had been established between myself and the effeminate one. He would never dare to shout at me again. However, my conflicts with Old Black and the lanky one were far from resolved and might lead to further confrontations. Yet they clearly understood they could no longer bully me at will. Otherwise, they would have dealt with me while I was asleep the previous night. After breakfast, Suhi unexpectedly called, informing me that she and Gan Tian were returning to the provincial capital. Gan Tian insisted on treating me to lunch to express her gratitude for saving her life the day before. He replied, I am sorry, but I have a reunion with my high school classmates this afternoon. A class reunion? Is that more important than me and Gan Tian? We're both daughters of wealthy families, and we want to treat you to a meal that should take precedence. I teased, surely, my old classmates are more important. Get lost. With that, Sui hung up. I hastily called her back. Initially, she rejected my calls, but eventually, she answered. Why are you calling? Hurry and go to the reunion. I, too, shall attend the class reunion. However, as the time is still early, I will accompany you for a while. No need, replied Gan Tian, who was evidently beside her. Oh, come on, speak kindly to them. After all, they saved both of us, she added. We are staying at the Tianlong Hotel in the presidential suite. All right, I shall head over now. After hanging up, I took a taxi to the Tianlong Hotel. The Tianlong Hotel is the finest establishment in our area, owned by the same proprietor as the Sihai Grand Hotel. Upon arriving at the presidential suite, Gan Tian opened the door for me. She truly adores wearing dresses, and today she was clad in a white one, her hair styled in playful braids. As for Suhi, she remained in her shorts and short sleeves, revealing her thighs and waist, rather carefree. This fool insists on meeting you, It's quite vexing, Suhi remarked, casting me a sidelong glance and pointing at Gan Tian. Gan Tian shot Suhi a glare, then shyly glanced at me. She then suggested to Suhi, "Isn't your car supposed to be left here for repairs? You could give Zhang Yang the keys so he can take care of it, and later he can either drive it to the provincial city or send someone to retrieve it." So he turned to me, "Oh right, you can drive, can't you?" I nodded affirmatively. Ever since I was a child, I had a keen interest in cars. When my parents were still together, they often bought me various toy car models. After we acquired a car, my father would always take me to less crowded places to practice driving, although I have yet to obtain a driver's license. I am indeed capable of driving. Upon hearing this, Suhi retrieved the keys to her Range Rover from her pocket and tossed them to me. "All right then, my car has some issues. The malfunction light is constantly on. I'll take the bodyguard's vehicle back to the provincial city today. You can find a repair shop to fix my car and, when convenient, drive it back. I cannot guarantee when I will return to the provincial city. If you are in a hurry, it might be wise to leave a bodyguard here for the repairs." She waved her hand dismissively. "It's no trouble. We have plenty of cars at home. Even if you take this one, I won't mind at all. Go whenever you please." I jested, "Well, I might just keep driving it for 7 or 8 years before returning it." Suhi rolled her eyes. "Look at your ambitions. You want to ride in a nice car and mingle in the provincial city? I'll just get you your own. Let us save that discussion for another time." I laughed as I settled onto the sofa and inquired, "Weren't you meeting some online friends yesterday? How'd it go?" Upon hearing my question, Suhi burst into laughter. "You should ask this fool. Let her tell you." Realizing the situation might not bode well, I turned to Gan Tian, whose face had turned crimson. She shot Suhi a fierce glare. "Stop laughing. What? Am I not allowed to be amused by your ridiculous antics?" "Well, how was I to know it would turn out like that?" My curiosity piqued. I pressed Gan Tian. "What exactly happened?" Gan Tian sighed. "Don't even mention it. We met yesterday, and his appearance was truly indescribable, completely different from the photos he sent. He couldn't even speak Mandarin clearly. It was utterly exasperating." "And how did that conclude?" I asked. Suhi chimed in. "I told him to hurry back and take a good look in the mirror, and then he just left." "Ha ha." Suhi laughed so hard she bent over. "Don't say another word. Just thinking about that fool from yesterday makes me want to laugh. What era are we in, still dressing like that outdated non-mainstream style? Those pants were saggy, adorned with skull prints and chains. I had already warned Tian that those who play dancing games are always non-mainstream. Yet she insisted he would look quite dashing, huh? All right, enough about me. I'm going to die of embarrassment." Gan Tian's face was now even redder. Suhi continued to tease her relentlessly, prompting Gan Tian to resort to tickling Suhi, and soon the two were playfully wrestling on the sofa. In the midst of their playful scuffle, Gan Tian accidentally revealed a little too much, leaving me rather flustered. Fortunately, after a brief bout, the two women began to tidy up their belongings. After chatting for quite some time, around 11:30, the two women departed in the bodyguard's vehicle towards the provincial city. Once they left, I took the car keys and approached the Range Rover. Honestly, when I saw Suhi driving it yesterday, I didn't think much of it, but standing before it now, it truly exuded an air of dominance, especially with the keys in my hand, knowing I would soon be behind the wheel. My excitement surged as I started the engine. Several malfunction lights illuminated the dashboard, but I was unfamiliar with their meanings. Tentatively shifting gears, I drove towards a repair shop. The automatic transmission made it easy to handle, and I quickly adapted. Upon reaching the repair shop, the owner informed me that the car had no significant issues. The malfunction lights were a common fault with this model. He asked me to leave the car there, assuring me that he would rectify the issue, although his computer for reprogramming was currently out of order and would take a day or two. I pondered, as this was not my car. Leaving it there could lead to complications for Suhi. I suggested I would return a day or two. As the time was getting late, I decided to head to the Seahai Grand Hotel. In the past, those who could afford such a vehicle were either wealthy or influential. The security at the hotel was quite discerning. They did not require me to park far away, but instead moved the traffic cones at the entrance for me to park right in front. After parking, they warmly invited me inside. Just as I was about to enter, my phone rang. Upon answering, I realized it was Brother Xiong from the Royal International calling. I stepped aside to a quieter area to take the call. "Zhang Laodi, I have some matters to attend to and will be heading back from Japan tonight. Probably arriving in Port City by evening. Are you free for dinner at the Seahai Grand Hotel?" I replied, "Since you have matters to handle, it would be best to take care of those first. We can dine together when you have more time." "No worries. It will be late anyway. I can't accomplish much today." Let me treat you to dinner. Let's save it for another day. I just found a job, and I might be busy tonight. Oh, what job did you find? How is the salary? Do you need me to help you find something better? I assured him I was quite satisfied. I refrained from mentioning my employment at his Royal International firm, fearing he might instruct others to give me special treatment. I wanted to carve my own path based on my abilities. If he intervened, it would diminish the significance of my efforts. All right then, do call me when you have some free time. Sure. After hanging up, I turned to enter the lobby when I suddenly noticed two women gathered by the Range Rover. It was Jiang Sui Sui and Xiao Tao Xian. Jiang Sui Sui exclaimed, "Oh my, this must be the top model of the Range Rover. Worth around 3 to 4 million. I used to think this car was too large and clumsy, but now it looks increasingly impressive. And I find myself liking it more and more." Xiao Tao Xian, with a face full of envy, added, "Yes, I've always loved large vehicles." Jiang Sui Sui speculated, "I wonder if it's driven by an older man or a young one. If it's a young man, we could try to get his number later." Xiao Tao Xian sighed, "It's probably an older man. Typically, young folks can't afford this. Just being able to drive a Mercedes C-Class or a BMW 3 Series is already remarkable, except for those exceptionally wealthy, second-generation rich kids." As she spoke, Xiao Tao Xian suddenly glanced in my direction. Upon seeing me, she momentarily froze before nudging Jiang Sui Sui's arm, urging her to look my way. Jiang Sui Sui cast a glance at me, immediately revealing a cunning smile. The two women continued their hushed whispers, seemingly engrossed in their secretive conversation. "Moments latte." Xiao Taoxin waved at me, saying, "Zhang Yang, you're here. The VIP room 508 on the 5th floor is ready for you. Please go ahead." I nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded into the hall. As I ventured deeper into the spacious area, I turned back to glance outside. The two women were still circling around the Range Rover, with Jiang Sui Sui even leaning against the front, posing for a photo taken by Xiao Taoxin. I pondered, if I were to unlock the car and sit inside, her jaw would likely drop in astonishment. Upon reaching room 508 on the 5th floor, I found several classmates already seated. A wave of relief washed over me. It appeared that Xiao Taoxin had indeed invited high school friends, and the gathering wasn't solely focused on me. This presented a perfect opportunity to observe and discern who among them might be worth cultivating friendships with for future endeavors. "Ah, Zhang Yang has arrived." The class monitor, Li Wenxiang, immediately stood and waved me over. Li Wenxiang, a bespectacled and refined young man, had performed admirably in his studies during our school days, establishing a decent rapport between us. However, our relationship was confined to that of classmates. We interacted well at school, but rarely outside of it. I nodded in response and made my way over with a smile. While a few other classmates greeted me briefly before diverting their attention elsewhere, some of whom had been quite friendly with me in the past. As I settled into an empty seat at Li Wenxiang's table, several classmates who had been sitting there shifted to another table, whispering to one another and casting occasional glances in my direction. It was clear they were discussing my recent incarceration and release, preferring to keep their distance from me. Our class comprised 60 students, which would require at least 5 or 6 tables if everyone attended. However, today as turnout appeared less than full, with only 3 tables set. At the window side table, a young man named Gao Fei, known as the class bully and former closest friend of Jiang Sui Sui, waved at me. "Zhang Yang, come sit with us. That table ISN team meant for you. It's for good students. What business do you have sitting there, a former convict?" It was evident that Gao Fei intended to provoke me, likely having received encouragement from Jiang Sui Sui and Xiao Taoxin beforehand. They probably believed that such a tactic would embarrass me, forcing me to either leave or cower in their presence. Yet, I had come precisely to witness their antics. So rather than feeling awkward, I boldly approached him, smiling as I retorted, "You have a point. Someone like me belongs at the same table as your kind." My words were laced with disdain, causing Gao Fei to frown, his expression betraying his discomfort, though he refrained from further comment. As I took a seat opposite him, Gao Fei feigned a smile and remarked, "Well, look who dares to approach. Quite bold of you." I replied, "You're neither a tiger nor a lion. You want to eat me. What do I have to fear from you?" He scoffed, "You're not scared, huh? You got guts." Just as I was about to respond, the door to the room swung open, and Jiang Sui Sui along with Xiao Taoxin entered. Their arrival sparked a raucous cheer from the others. "Look, our class has 3 beauties. 2 of them have arrived, the first and second. Let us give them a round of applause." A wave of applause ensued. Jiang Sui Sui and Xiao Taoxin seemed to relish the attention, walking in with a hint of pride. Their excessive politeness made me feel somewhat embarrassed. After exchanging a few insincere pleasantries, Jiang Sui and Xiao Taoxin settled beside Gao Fei. Once seated, Jiang Sui glanced at me but refrained from immediately confronting me. Instead, she turned to Gao Fei and exclaimed, "There's a top-spec Range Rover parked at the entrance. Worth 3 to 4 million. It's absolutely stunning. I just took a photo. Let me show you." Gao Fei took a look at her phone and admitted, "That car is indeed impressive. If I could drive one in my lifetime, that would be a dream." A boy with curly hair seated beside Gao Fei chimed in, "No worries, Fei Go. Your BMW is also quite nice. You're in your 20s and driving a BMW. Ask around the room. How many can claim the same?" This curly-haired fellow had been Gao Fei's lackey in high school, adept at flattering him. His loud proclamation seemed aimed at ensuring everyone knew about Gao Fei's BMW. "Wow, Gao Fei drives a BMW? Is it yours or your family's? What series is it? Or is it an X model?" Curiosity rippled through the classmates, and Gao Fei appeared to bask in the adulation, waving his hand dismissively while pretending to be modest. "Oh, just a BMW 3 Series, nothing too special." "Nothing too special?" I thought. "That is still a car worth hundreds of thousands. We can't even afford a motorcycle." The curly-haired boy continued to flatter Gao Fei. "If we all work hard, we'll have our own in time. I'm fortunate to have taken over my father's plastic pipe factory, making a decent income, which allowed me to buy this car. It's really nothing to brag about." As he spoke, Gao Fei cast a glance in my direction, clearly attempting to flaunt his success. He then turned to me. "By the way, Zhang Yang, have you found a job since your release? If not, you could come work at my family's factory. Given our history as classmates, I can arrange an easier position for you." Just as I was about to respond, Jiang Sui interjected, "Why would he need your help? He has already found a job, and it's far superior to your little factory." "Really? Where is that?" Gao Fei feign surprise. "Royal International, you know? That S under Brother Xiong's empire. Who in our port city doesn't know Brother Xiong? He is working under him." "Wait, he works under Brother Xiong? How'd he land such a gig?" Gao Fei's intrigue was palpable. Jiang Sui, with a smug glint in her eye, urged me, "Come on, Zhang Yang, tell him what you do." To be honest, witnessing their little performance didn't faze me. I was no longer the timid student I once was. Did they think a few words could unsettle me? With a smile, I replied to Jiang Sui, "What could someone like me, a former convict, possibly do? I'm not likely to be a general manager. It's probably just a matter of hanging around your former lover, perhaps working as a waiter." The moment my words escaped, Jiang Sisui's brow furrowed in dismay. She likely recognized that Wang Hao also worked there, and her expression suggested she wished to avoid mentioning him. I pressed on. "Do you have any idea who I'm referring to? With so many lovers, you probably wouldn't recall. It's Wang Hao, the one you always brought home, leaving your stockings in tatters." At that, several classmates couldn't contain their laughter. Jiang Sui, incensed, stood up and slammed her hand on the table, her complexion darkening. "What the hell are you talking about? That was nothing like." She halted abruptly, seemingly torn between clarifying and remaining silent, unable to admit that it was her mother who had strayed. After glaring at me for a moment, she shouted furiously, "You perverse scoundrel! You once stole my and my mother's undergarments and hid them in your wardrobe for everyone to see your twisted nature. Now that you've been released from prison, you still can't behave, and here you are shouting at me. Sooner or later, you'll find yourself back inside." Watching Jiang Sui seethe with anger brought me a sense of satisfaction. I lit a cigarette, took a leisurely drag, and said, "Aren't you aware of the circumstances surrounding those undergarments? Your talent for slandering others is remarkable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found myself wrongfully imprisoned due to your accusations." Before I could finish, Gao Fei pointed at me and cursed, "Who the hell are you calling a scoundrel? Say it again, if you dare." At the same time, several of Gao Fei's lackeys rose, seemingly ready to throw down. I dismissed them from my mind, thinking that if they approached, I would teach them a lesson today. However, at that moment, Xiao Tao stood up and waved her hand, urging them to calm down. She then leaned in to whisper something in Jiang Sui's ear. After hearing this, Jiang Sui waved her hand and said, all right, since we are all classmates, the purpose of today's gathering is to enjoy ourselves. I won't hold this against him to avoid spoiling everyone's mood. Let's get the food on the table." She then whispered a few words in Gao Fei's ear, and he ceased his ruckus. Yet, the cunning expressions on their faces suggested they were up to no good. Soon, a server entered to take our orders. And after we had finished, a group of around 30 people arrived, filling 3 tables. As for the atmosphere of this reunion, I found it rather dull, as most were either showing off their wealth and jobs or had brought partners for a night of escapades. It struck me that just 4 years ago, we were all innocent students, yet now, the air was thick with the weight of society's expectations. Of course, there were a few fresh graduates who hadn't yet entered the workforce, and they seemed relatively more pleasant. What disappointed me, however, was that no one had approached me for a toast or a personal greeting. I had hoped to mingle with a few reliable individuals, but it seemed that hope was in vain. Halfway through the meal, our private room's door was suddenly flung open. 3 servers entered, 1 woman and 2 men. The woman clapped her hands to garner everyone's attention and said, "A classmate wishes to share a few words with everyone during this gathering." They had a banner made, and I am here to unveil it. She gestured to the 2 men, who promptly unfurled a rolled-up banner on the front stage. At that moment, Gao Fei and Jiang Sui looked at me, barely containing their laughter. My heart sank. Surely, this banner was connected to me. Indeed, when the banner was fully displayed, it read, "I, Zhang Yang, have been released from prison and am in great spirits. Now that I have secured a job at a KTV, I am even more elated. Today, I shall treat everyone to this meal." Laughter erupted in the room. Both the diligent students and the less studious ones found it amusing. I was well aware that this was a prank orchestrated by Gao Fei and Jiang Sui, most likely instigated by Xiao Tao. A few days prior, during a dispute at the KTV, Jiang Sui had threatened to report me, which led to Xiao Tao whispering something to her, prompting her change of heart. Moreover, when I was close to clashing with Gao Fei, it was Xiao Tao who first intervened. Clearly, she feared that if I lost my temper, it would spoil her fun. This girl truly was insufferable. Nonetheless, I had prepared myself mentally for this humiliation, so even as they attempted to make me look foolish, I managed to maintain my composure. If I had exploded in anger, that would have played right into their hands. Jiang Sui, feigning surprise, looked at me and asked, "Zhang Yang, did you arrange this banner? You're treating everyone to dinner? Is that true? This place is the Four Seas restaurant, our finest dining establishment, and this meal won't come cheap. Can you afford it?" Gao Fei chimed in, "Exactly. A class reunion should be split evenly. Why do you need to show off?" Xiao Tao pretended to be concerned. "You probably earn just over 1,000 a month at the KTV, which likely isn't enough to cover even 1 table. There are 3 tables here. I think we should split the bill so you don't strain yourself." I smiled, stood up, and addressed the 3 servers. "All right, you can step outside for now." Then, turning to my classmates, I declared, "I trust you all are not fools. You know who is behind this banner. Such petty antics are truly distasteful. But rest assured Zhang Yang, can afford this meal. Today, I will treat everyone. You need not spend a single penny." Upon hearing this, several classmates immediately cheered and applauded. "Is this for real? Zhang Yang, are you pulling our leg? Don't overexert yourself." I replied, "Since I've made my statement, I will indeed treat you." At this moment, Gao Fei scoffed. "What are you pretending for? Can you really afford it? This table alone costs 2,000 to 3,000. 3 tables will set you back at least 7,000 to 8,000. You need to work half a year without eating or drinking to save that up. You needn't worry about me." I shot back with a cold smile. "As for the one who made the banner to mock me, I want to hold it against you today. Consider the savings on your share as my gift to you." Gao Fei immediately pointed at me. "Who the hell are you calling a dog?" "Oh, I meant the person behind the banner. Why are you jumping in? Are you admitting you made it?" Gao Fei clearly had no intention of pretending anymore. He cursed, "Yeah, I did it. So what? You, a smelly ex-con and lowly service worker. What good was your academic prowess? You'll forever be relegated to serving others, never able to afford a BMW. You're just a pathetic loser trying to flaunt your generosity with money you don't have." Jiang Sui stood up as well, berating me. "Exactly. If you're so generous, why not take us all to your KTV tonight? You can show us your work ethic and how well you serve." I chuckled, realizing that I had been insulted, my reputation tarnished, and I was now facing a bill of several thousand. I couldn't let this humiliation slide. I had to reclaim my dignity from these lowlifes. Since Jiang Sui and Xiao Tao were women, it wouldn't be fitting for me to retaliate against them, especially considering my desire to maintain a slow, strategic approach with Jiang Sui. Clearly, Gao Fei was the perfect target for my frustrations. I turned to Gao Fei and said, "You're just asking for trouble. Stick to running your plastic pipe factory. Why provoke me?" He laughed. "You crack me up. What if I want to provoke you? Come on, take a swing at me." How about this? I don't want to spoil everyone's mood, but if you're brave enough, follow me outside. We can have a proper chat. Oh, I like your bravado. Let's see how you handle me today. With that, Gao Fei strode toward the exit, boasting, the lobby manager is my brother's friend. You think you can lay a finger on me in the Four Seas restaurant? His lackey stood up, asking if they should join him, but Gao Fei, brimming with confidence, casually waved him off, no need. Everyone enjoy your meal. I can handle this myself. Jiang Sui Sui encouraged him, go for it. Teach him a lesson today. As Gao Fei and I descended to the lobby, he even called over the lobby manager. The lobby manager was a slender man, appearing to be in his 30s, sporting a pair of glasses and a rather refined hairstyle. He was indeed acquainted with Gao Fei, and upon learning of my intention to find him, he gestured toward a nearby corridor and politely remarked, this is the Four Seas Grand Hotel. It would be unseemly for you to cause a disturbance here, as it might disturb our guests. Perhaps we could resolve this matter in my office instead. I paid him little heed and proceeded directly to the manager's office. Musing to myself, the owner of the Four Seas Grand Hotel can be summoned with a mere phone call. Am I to fear a mere lobby manager? Upon entering the office, the lobby manager's previously courteous demeanor morphed into something more sinister. He tugged at his tie and pointed a finger at me, scolding, do you have any idea where you are? This is the Four Seas Grand Hotel. How dare you cause trouble here without considering your own weight? Gao Fei interjected, Brother Quan, why waste words on this scum? Let us teach him a lesson first. With that, Gao Fei strode towards me, cracking his knuckles ominously. When he reached me, he swung a punch my way. To my perception, Gao Fei's punch was feeble and sluggish, allowing me to easily evade it. I retaliated with a punch to his jaw, knocking him down to the ground. How dare you strike someone here? You're courting death. The lobby manager barked, approaching with the intent to slap me. I was not about to let him off lightly. I swiftly blocked his arm with my left hand, seized his hair with my right, and delivered a knee to his face. The impact was resounding, sending him staggering and causing blood to flow from his nose. At that moment, Gao Fei had recovered and, like a wild animal, lunged at me again from the ground. I executed a swift kick to his leg, leaving him hopping on one foot. Not satisfied, I closed in, seized his collar, and delivered several resounding slaps. You thought you could provoke me, didn't you? Do you believe I can't bring your pipe factory to its knees? Gao Fei, still defiant, shouted back, you're just a waiter. What gives you the right to act tough? You think you can ruin my factory? Just wait. For daring to hit me, you'll regret it. I pushed him aside and delivered another kick, sending him crashing into the corner. The lobby manager, realizing he was outmatched, pulled out a walkie-talkie and called for security. He pointed at me, declaring, you're finished. If I don't finish you off today, I want to share the same surname with you. I scoffed. You might want to call your parents and tell them you're an unfilial son, as you'll be taking on my surname, Zhang, today. Don't be so cocky. You'll soon regret this. Gao Fei retorted as he regained his footing. His face was pale. Perhaps he realized he was outclassed, and he merely shouted at the lobby manager, you're done for, Zhang Yang. Even if you kneel and beg for mercy today, I won't spare you. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed outside, and the door burst open, admitting 4 or 5 security guards. The lobby manager immediately pointed at me. This is the troublemaker. Restrain him and break one of his arms. As the guard prepared to take action, one suddenly shouted, wait. This guard was the same one who had instructed me to park at the entrance earlier. He seemed to believe I had some backing due to my luxury vehicle, fearing that attacking me would lead to dire consequences. He turned to the lobby manager, Brother Quan. Are we really going to break his arm? Of course. Do you not understand my orders? The manager snapped back. The guard, looking distressed, replied, this guy arrived in a Range Rover. He might be difficult to handle. Breaking his arm could bring us serious trouble. Upon hearing this, both the lobby manager and Gao Fei were taken aback. The lobby manager stammered, the Range Rover outside is his? Indeed, the guard confirmed. The lobby manager glanced at me, then at Gao Fei. What is going on? Is that Range Rover really his? Who is this classmate of yours? Gao Fei scoffed, impossible. He is just a poor loser, just out of prison after 4 years, and now working as a waiter at Royal International SKTV. How could he afford that car? You must be mistaken. The guard scrutinized me and declared, I haven't mistaken him. It's definitely him. I decided to end the charade, pulling out my car keys and handing them to Gao Fei. Here, take the keys and see for yourself if this is my vehicle. Gao Fei's expression shifted to one of shock and fear. How? How is this possible? Whose car are you driving? Is it your boss's? Or did you borrow it just to show off at the reunion? He then launched into a tirade to the lobby manager, recounting how my parents are divorced. My father was missing, and I had nowhere to live, suggesting that even if I were driving that car, it must belong to someone else. Despite his fervent assurances that I had no significant connections, the lobby manager became increasingly cautious. After all, he had dealt with all sorts of individuals in his line of work and understood that even a commoner borrowing a Range Rover was no trivial matter. After pondering for a while, the lobby manager ultimately relented, gesturing for us to leave. All right, you can take your quarrel outside. Just don't cause a scene in our establishment. Gao Fei, however, was not ready to back down, saying, "Fine, I'll find someone else to deal with this." I smiled at the lobby manager. "You think it's over just because you say so? You were just insulting me moments ago." The lobby manager, now flustered, inquired how I intended to proceed. Ignoring him, I pulled out my phone and dialed the owner of the Four Seas Grand Hotel, Zhou Yong. The call connected quickly, and after a brief exchange, I handed the phone to the lobby manager. Within seconds of answering, his face drained of color, and in a subservient tone, he stammered, Yes, Mr. Zhou, I understand my mistake. I will handle this appropriately. Please rest assured." After hanging up, the lobby manager approached me, a nervous sweat glistening on his forehead. He began slapping himself in a panic, apologizing profusely. "Brother, I was wrong. I failed to recognize your importance. I had no idea you were acquainted with Mr. Zhou. Trudisore. Please forgive me. If you don't, I'll lose my job. I beg you." I paid him no mind and turned my attention to Gao Fei, whose expression was one of utter despair. He was not foolish. He realized I had connections with the owner of the Four Seas Grand Hotel. Swallowing hard, he looked at me with fear. Zhang Yang, what's going on? You know the owner of the Four Seas Grand Hotel? Why didn't you say so earlier? I coldly replied, "I have many connections. With a single call, I can ensure your pipe factory is ruined. Do you believe me?" Gao Fei nodded vigorously. I believe. I'm truly sorry. It's all because of that wretched Jiang Sui. She urged me to do this, promising that if I helped her, she would sleep with me afterward. I acted on impulse. Genuinely sorry. In that moment, I mused silently. Has Jiang Sui become so cheap? Gao Fei only needed to assist her in targeting me, and she would reward him with her company? It seems Jiang Sui has long since lost her innocence. After all, for years have passed. How could she possibly remain untouched? I spat towards Gao Fei's feet. "For the sake of our classmates, I shall let you off this time. However, you have embarrassed me in front of so many people. How do you propose to remedy this situation?" "Wherever you lost face, I shall help you regain it," he replied. "Fine, let us go." As I turned to leave, I glanced back at the manager and Gao Fei, saying, "I prefer that my acquaintance with Mr. Zhou remains undisclosed. I intend to toy with Jiang Sui gradually. If this matter leaks out, I will have your tongues severed. Don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut." Gao Fei wiped the sweat from his brow. Upon returning to the private room, Jiang Sui and Xiao Taoxin immediately stood up to observe us. Jiang Sui eagerly asked Gao Fei, "What happened? Did you teach him a lesson?" Chapter 41. "The Range Rover is mine." Gao Fei remained silent and approached Jiang Sui. She cast a glance at me, perhaps reassured by my demeanor as I flashed a smug smile, which left her even more puzzled. Anxiously, she pressed, "Gao Fei, I'm asking you a question. Why are you silent?" Without uttering a word, Gao Fei reached Jiang Sui and Xiao Taoxin, first delivering a resounding slap to Jiang Sui, followed by one to Xiao Taoxin. "You two wretches plotted against Brother Yang," he shouted. After this outburst, he pointed at Jiang Sui and addressed our classmates. "This vile woman, Jiang Sui, promised to sleep with me if I helped her humiliate Brother Yang. It's disgusting. I've offended Brother Yang over this, and I deeply regret it." The room fell into a stunned silence, everyone wearing expressions of shock. Jiang Sui and Xiao Taoxin's faces were a sight to behold. Regaining her composure, Jiang Sui retaliated with a slap to Gao Fei, cursing, "Are you out of your mind? Why did you hit me? What nonsense has Zhang Yang fed you?" Xiao Taoxin lunged at Gao Fei, demanding, "How dare you hit me? We are women. Do you have no shame?" In an instant, chaos erupted near the window side table. Gao Fei did not relent. Perhaps eager to impress me, he retaliated fiercely. Jiang Sui's dress was torn, revealing her black bra, leaving her in a disheveled state. After a while, the conflict was temporarily quelled through the intervention of the class monitor and others. I then addressed everyone, "Please enjoy your food and drinks. As promised, this meal is on me. However, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If anyone wishes to sing tonight, Feel free to find me at the Royal International KTV. I'll ensure you receive a discount. As I spoke, I locked eyes with Jiang Sui, whose gaze was filled with animosity, likely perplexed about how I had managed to manipulate Gao Fei. Jiang Sui, your value seems quite diminished. Is it worth offering yourself so easily for a mere favor? You once held the status of campus belle. How did you fall so low? Zhang Yang, you scoundrel. I won't let you off easily. Just wait. I scoffed, continuing to provoke her. Oh, by the way, the Range Rover parked downstairs is mine. You took pictures with it. Remember to delete those, or I'll find it rather distasteful. Jiang Sui seemed to seize the opportunity to humiliate me, immediately retorting, You drove it? Do you even know how to drive? Stop pretending. Gao Fei quickly interjected, He did drive it. I produced the car keys, waving them. If you don't believe me, come downstairs and see. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of Jiang Sui and Xiao Taoxin, and all my classmates, I turned and exited the room. As I neared the elevator, I heard Jiang Sui's furious shout from room 508. Zhang Yang, this isn't over. The thought of Jiang Sui being in a foul mood for the next few days filled me with delight. Upon reaching the lobby, I was informed by the manager that Mr. Zhou had covered the bill entirely. I expressed my gratitude and exited the hall. As I approached my vehicle, Gao Fei suddenly emerged, rushing to my window with a sycophantic grin. Brother Yang, could I have your number? I'd like to treat you to a meal as an apology for today. Initially, I considered ignoring him. People like him were not worth my time. However, I realized I might need such a sycophant for future endeavors, such as investigating Jiang Sui and Liu Hui's current circumstances or handling matters I prefer to avoid. I provided him with my number, saying, I actually need your assistance. Gao Fei eagerly responded, What do you need, Brother Yang? I've just been released from jail, and I'm unaware of where Jiang Sui and her mother are living or working. Please find out for me, and call me once you have the information. I'm unsure of their address, but I do know what she is currently doing. What is it? She is running a nail salon, while her mother does beauty treatments. Their shops are adjacent, located on the street by the cinema. I recall the conversation with Ma Dehai's nephew, who mentioned plans to vandalize Jiang Sui's shop, confirming that the mother-daughter duo indeed operated a business. Dig deeper into her and her mother's current associations and any potential backing they may have. Gao Fei nodded, Sure, I'll investigate thoroughly, but I can't guarantee extensive results. That is fine. Any information is better than none. All right, I'll be on my way. As I started the vehicle, I noticed Jiang Sui and Xiao Taoxin exiting the elevator. They froze a few meters from the entrance, likely hesitant to leave while I was still present. I smirked disdainfully and drove away. Whether Jiang Sui would delete the photos of the car from her phone remained uncertain. After departing from the Sihai Grand Hotel, I decided to drop the car off at the repair shop. Driving it back to the Royal International would attract too much attention, and explaining it to my dorm mates would be cumbersome. While preparing to take a taxi back to the Royal International, Lin Shuyo's mother unexpectedly called. Zhang Yang, where are you? We need to meet and discuss something. Lin's mother stated directly, her tone suggesting displeasure. Frankly, I was somewhat annoyed with her. I hadn't bothered her daughter. Why was she seeking me out? I'm busy. Just tell me what you need. I want to know if you're working as a waiter at the Royal International. Had she not been Lin Shuyo's mother, I would have surely retorted angrily. I jested. What is the matter, Andy? Are you coming over to sing tonight? Absolutely not. Lin's mother responded, her agitation palpable. I'm calling to inform you that my daughter is of noble lineage and will surely seek a good family to marry into. You, a mere waiter, are not worthy of her. I advise you not to harbor any improper thoughts. I was at a loss for words, replying, When have I ever bothered your daughter or entertained any improper intentions toward her? While it is true that we were childhood sweethearts during our school days, I now regard her merely as a friend. We are not what you envision. Before I could finish my thought, Lin's mother bellowed, You cannot even be friends. You, a former convict, what right do you have to be friends with my daughter? If word gets out, it will tarnish her reputation. I must inform you that there is a young man, surnamed Jiang, from the provincial capital who is offered a dowry of 990,000 if he marries Yao Yao. Consider your own situation. You don't even have a car or a house, let alone a dowry. I knew exactly whom she was referring to, the one driving the Porsche, Jiang Nan. I had previously delivered a swift kick to his face, leaving him momentarily dazed, and to my surprise, he had not sought revenge. I retorted sarcastically, Andy, I may have nothing now, but I will strive diligently. One day, I will possess both a car and a house. By then, I could afford not just 990,000, but even 9 million for a dowry. However, who I marry remains uncertain. If you do not wish to be my mother-in-law, I certainly do not aspire to be your son-in-law. Having said this, I hung up the phone, denying her any chance for a retort. The more I pondered over the conversation, the angrier I became. Ever since my last parting with Lin Chuyao, I had not attempted to contact her, so why was her mother suddenly berating me? It was utterly nonsensical. In the days when our families were on good terms, Lin Chiao's mother had never exhibited such erratic behavior. Perhaps she was experiencing a midlife crisis? Lin's mother, clearly agitated, attempted to call me several times, all of which I ignored. Eventually, she resorted to bombarding me with a flurry of insulting messages. She accused me of being a toad yearning for swan's flesh, of boasting without foundation, and declared that I could never accumulate even 90,000 in my lifetime. It seemed likely that she had also scolded Lin Chuyao about me. While I was en route to Royal International, Lin Chuyao's call came through. As expected, upon answering, she inquired if her mother had called me. Yes, she just did. I replied. Did she say anything unpleasant? She asked. I did not wish to cause her distress, so I replied that her mother had said nothing particularly harsh. Sigh. I don't know what is wrong with my mother these days. She incessantly asks if I've spoken to you or met with you. It's making it difficult for me to focus on finding a job. Perhaps I should just go to the provincial capital instead, she lamented. I tried to console her, saying, parents only want what is best for their children. After all, she is your mother. Don't be too upset. Look at me, without parents. I don't even have someone to nag me. Lin Chuyao sighed and then asked, by the way, did you hit Jiangnan? He seems to have gone to my mother to report me. She just asked about it. I readily confessed, yes, after you both left the restaurant last time. He confronted me, and I couldn't help but retaliate. You didn't hurt him too badly, did you? I saw him yesterday, and he seemed fine. Well, he should be all right. I replied with a teasing tone. What this? Are you concerned about him? Afraid I might have harmed him? Oh, please. Lin Chuyao huffed. If I was concerned about him, I could simply call him directly. Why would I call you? I chuckled and said nothing further. Lin Chuyao continued. I have been contemplating whether to seek a job in the provincial capital. If I decide to go, I will treat you to a meal before I leave. We should have a proper chat, and I will also see if I can help you find a suitable job in Gangshan. Working as a KTV server isn't sustainable for you. Her words stirred something within me. Clearly, she was quite concerned about my job at the KTV. Never mind. I'm doing fine here, and my cousin works with me. We look out for one another, so you needn't worry about it. No, you must not resign yourself to mediocrity. This job holds no future for you. With your intelligence, you can find something better. Just as she was speaking, it seemed something occurred on her end, and she lowered her voice, saying, I must go now. I have something to attend to. Farewell for now. As I placed my phone back in my pocket, I gazed out at the azure sky. During my time in prison, I had often thought of Lin Chuyao. Yet now, my feelings toward her seemed somewhat peculiar, and I could not quite articulate why. Upon returning to my dormitory, I found only Xiao Peng present. His left cheek was swollen and appeared red, and I instantly understood that he had been beaten, likely by the other occupants of the dorm. How did you end up like this? Did someone hit you? I inquired. Xiao Peng glanced at me, his lips parted as if to speak. Yet he ultimately said nothing and instead put on his shoes, preparing to leave. Clearly, someone had warned him to avoid me. I firmly grasped his arm and pressed. What happened? Who hit you? Are you afraid to even speak? Xiao Peng remained silent, attempting to wriggle free from my grip, but I held on tightly. Finally, with a pained expression, he whispered, Brother, please spare me. If I associate with you any further, they will surely beat me to a pulp. I just want to work honestly and earn some money. I don't wish to stir up trouble. Was it that sissy who hit you? I asked, recalling the one I had previously confronted. This punk still isn't satisfied after I dealt with him, is he? I glanced at the sissy's bunk, noticing a plastic bag filled with snacks and fruit, along with some medication, indicating he had returned from the hospital. That scoundrel deserved another lesson, and I contemplated how I might repay him in kind. It wasn't him who hit me. He had nothing to do with it, Xiao Peng insisted. If not him, then who? He hesitated, finally saying, just don't ask. Don't concern yourself with my matters. You think I'm a coward and that I cannot assist you. Let us just leave it at that. You fool. I felt a surge of frustration. You think that by distancing yourself from me, they will leave you alone? They will continue to bully you. By sticking with me, you still have a chance to turn things around. Mark my words. I will take control of our dormitory 303 and the entire Royal International dormitory area. Then, no one will dare to mess with you. Think carefully about whether you want to earn money standing or kneeling. Xiao Peng hesitated, and after a long moment, he suddenly slapped himself twice, bursting into tears while exclaiming, "Who doesn't want to earn money standing? Everyone does. Do you think I enjoy this? Being treated like a dog, always having to read others' moods? Anyone having a bad day can kick me. You think I don't feel angry? The truth is, we are simply powerless, and I have no one in my corner. Even if I confront them, what will change? I'll just get beaten even worse. You don't need to worry about me. I'm not worth your concern. I already told you, I have connections. Stick with me, and I will ensure no one bullies you." That's easy for you to say. If I get closer to you, I still end up getting beaten, don't I? I was nearly driven to laughter by his words. You want to even tell me who hit you? If you have the guts, let me know, and I'll help you settle this matter. He sighed and wiped his tears. Forget it. If it doesn't work out, I'll just quit and find another job. I really don't need your help. Stop whining. Why are you being so pathetic? You think killing someone is just a slap on the wrist? What are you afraid of? To be honest, I was also growing impatient with Xiao Peng. It felt as though I was trying to help a lump of mud that wouldn't stick to the wall. Such a person hardly warranted my concern. However, upon reflection, after spending a few days together, I realized that the individual known as Xiao Peng is rather amiable. Setting aside the question of whether we might become steadfast brothers in the future, it is certainly feasible to be friends. Thus, I decided to lend him a hand. Xiao Peng looked up at me, hesitatingly uttering, "So, can you tell me who your backing is? If you assure me that your connections are strong, I shall disclose who attacked me." I chuckled lightly, assuring him, "Rest assured, my backing is indeed formidable. Trust me just this once. I shall not disappoint you." After much deliberation, Xiao Peng finally revealed, "It was your cousin, Ma Tao, who struck me." Chapter 43. Is my name notorious? Before Xiao Peng confided in me, I had already surmised the answer in my mind. It was likely the likes of Lao He, Ma Gan, or perhaps Wang Hao and his cronies. However, hearing that it was Ma Tao who had assaulted him caught me off guard. "Why would Ma Tao hit you? Did you provoke him?" I inquired urgently. Xiao Peng let out a wry smile. Though it was his hand that inflicted the blows, it was not entirely his doing. He was coerced by others to strike me, and he endured quite a fair share of punishment himself, even more than I did. "Pray, tell me the details," I urged. Subsequently, Xiao Peng recounted the events. It turned out that during lunch at the cafeteria, he witnessed Lao San and his gang beating Ma Tao. After the altercation, they called Xiao Peng over. Upon his arrival, Lao San compelled Ma Tao to slap him, but Ma Tao was reluctant. Consequently, they continued to beat Ma Tao, threatening to withhold his salary for the month or report him to the higher-ups to have his wages docked. Faced with such pressure, Ma Tao reluctantly delivered a few slaps to Xiao Peng. Observing the significant swelling on Xiao Peng's face, I questioned, "Why did he hit you so hard? He could have merely pretended to strike you." Xiao Peng replied, "Ma Tao initially struck lightly, but after a warning from Lao San, he began to hit harder. Damn it, isn't Lao San affiliated with Wang Hao? When I encountered Wang Hao last night, I urged him to advise Lao San to cease bullying Ma Tao. How is it that Lao San has since turned on Ma Tao?" After muttering these thoughts, I smiled wryly. Indeed, I have a grudge against Wang Hao. My cordiality last night was merely for show. The more I implored him, the more he would incite Lao San to deal with Ma Tao, seeking to intimidate me. Xiao Peng concurred. Exactly, that is precisely the case. Even while I was dining from a distance, Lao San called me over, clearly sensing my camaraderie with you. "Fear not, I shall avenge this grievance for you. The drama between Wang Hao and me has only just begun. I shall torment him until he meets his demise." Saying this, I gently pressed on Xiao Peng's face. "Does it hurt?" Xiao Peng recoiled instantly, hissing, "Of course it hurts. Later, I shall give you 300 as medical expenses." I informed him. Xiao Peng shook his head. "No need. Earning money is not easy for you. Besides, you still owe me a night out with the ladies." I chuckled. "Oh, weren't you just about to sever ties with me? Why do you still have the ladies on your mind?" "Well, it's because you insisted on being friends." And I reluctantly agreed. Xiao Peng replied. Just as he finished speaking, the door to our dormitory swung open, and in walked the likes of Jianyang and Zhang Long and Zhang Hu. Upon entering and seeing Xiao Peng and me standing in the center of the room, Jianyang paused, visibly startled. When our eyes met, he seemed somewhat intimidated, his gaze wandering, caught in indecision whether to enter or retreat. After a moment of hesitation, he eventually stepped inside without uttering a word, sidling past me with his body turned sideways, as if fearing contact. It was evident that he had been thoroughly subdued by my previous actions. As for Zhang Long and Zhang Hu, they too, being rather inconsequential, had become timid, silently returning to their seats. While I had indeed struck Dianyang, we were still roommates, and I was wary of the possibility that he might harbor ill intentions one night. Thus, it was essential to ease the tension. I took the initiative to address Dianyang. Listen, I am a straightforward person. If you treat me well, I shall reciprocate with sincerity. If you see trouble with me, I will respond with ferocity. As long as you regard me as a roommate, even if it is merely a facade of civility, I assure you I will not trouble you. However, should you harbor resentment and contemplate retaliation, I will ensure you learn what true ferocity entails. Do you understand? Dianyang glanced at me, nodded, and as for his true thoughts, I could only speculate. Regardless, I had made my position abundantly clear. I then addressed Zhang Long and Zhang Hu, conveying the idea that we ought to unite against external threats rather than turn against one another. This was also a subtle warning to them not to bully Xiaopeng, or I would not stand idly by. After issuing my warnings, I decided to seek out Ma Tao to better understand the situation. I invited Xiaopeng to accompany me to Ma Tao's dormitory. Xiaopeng appeared somewhat apprehensive, particularly as we traversed the corridor bustling with people, including numerous employees from the bathing department. I sensed his fear of word reaching Lao, San, or Wang Hao, leading to further trouble for him. I patted his shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Since you've chosen to follow me, be bold and don't shrink back like a coward." "Understood," he replied. Upon reaching Ma Tao's room, we found him absent, with only two individuals lounging and snacking on sunflower seeds. I inquired of one, "Where's Ma Tao?" The individual cast a dismissive glance at me and then at Xiaopeng, before carelessly sweeping his gaze over us, offering no response. I persisted, "Where has Ma Tao gone?" With an air of nonchalance, he replied, "I don't know," and resumed cracking seeds, tossing the shells onto Ma Tao's bed. It was clear he was part of Lao San's group and had likely contributed to Ma Tao's troubles. I turned to Xiaopeng, smiling. "I suppose after I pinned Dianyang's hand to the bed last night, they took my knife with them to the hospital." "Where's my knife? I cannot abide pretentiousness before me." This statement was directed at the sunflower seed muncher, who was evidently aware of the rumors circulating in the dormitory regarding my encounter with Dianyang. Initially oblivious to my identity, he now understood. His expression shifted to one of panic as he hurried to clear the sunflower seed shells from Ma Tao's bed, then smilingly informed me, "Bro, Ma Tao is at the clinic. He went for an 4. It's just 100 meters to the right of our Royal International. His face is quite swollen, and he needs the 4 to reduce the swelling." I approached, smiling as I asked, "My name is Zhang Yang. Do you remember?" He nodded vigorously. Got it. Isn't my name rather flamboyant?" He paused, seemingly unsure how to respond, and, after much stammering, he finally managed a wry smile. "Bro, should I say your name is flamboyant or not?" I did not respond, but instead patted his face before turning to leave. As I walked with Xiaopeng down the street, he continued to express his admiration. "If only I could be as fierce as you. I wonder if I will ever become someone like you. Watching you assert yourself among others is truly exhilarating." I replied with a grin, "You can. I was once quite timid, only slightly stronger than you. After encountering various individuals in prison, I gradually changed. As long as you experience enough, you too will transform." Yet, I pondered, having faced numerous trials, small fights every 3 days, major ones every 5. Why did I still feel timid? I jestingly scolded him. "You only know how to endure blows without fighting back. What do you expect to gain from that? Next time I engage in a brawl, you better join in. The more you practice, the bolder you will become." "Perhaps not. Even the thought of fighting makes my heart race with fear," he replied. What a disappointment. When Xiaopeng and I arrived at the clinic, indeed, Ma Tao was there receiving an 4. To my surprise, my uncle was also present. Chapter 44, My Mother's Indifference. Compared to 4 years ago, my uncle has lost considerable weight, looking somewhat gaunt. Although I had once harbored resentment towards him and had severed ties, seeing him in this state brought me a sense of relief. I called out to him, greeting him as uncle. Clearly taken aback, he awkwardly responded and informed Ma Tao that he had to leave due to some matters. As he reached the door, he turned back to remind Ma Tao, "Make sure to get along with your colleagues and temper that temper of yours. If you speak so aggressively, who do you expect to be the target?" Ma Tao let out a self-deprecating laugh, but remained silent. Once my uncle departed, Ma Tao spat on the ground, muttering, "Everything is my fault." I approached him with a smile, saying, "I heard you got into a fight with my friend. Ma Tao glanced at Xiaopeng and replied, "If you're here for revenge for your friend, feel free to hit me. If I move, I'm your grandson." The clinic owner, thinking we were there to cause trouble, immediately warned, "Don't cause any disturbances in my place. I will call the police." I assured the owner, "Rest assured, I'm not here to stir up trouble." I then asked Ma Tao, "Did Lao San hit you? Stop dragging this out. Just get to the point." Ma Tao replied impatiently, "This beating seems to have occurred because of me. Last night, I told Wang how to remind Lao San not to bully you anymore, and lo and behold, you got beaten up today. Wang Hao must be doing this to annoy me." Ma Tao stared at me for a few seconds, his expression complex. Then he said with a half-smile, "So, you should reimburse me for my medical expenses, right? Or else what? Did you think I came to see you for no reason?" I inquired about the cost from the owner and paid without hesitation. Ma Tao did not stop me during this time, perhaps believing that I should indeed cover the expenses. Or maybe he was genuinely short on cash. "So, have you made up your mind? Do you plan to stick with me?" I asked after resuming my seat beside him. "Following you means getting beaten up 3 times a day," he replied. "Even if I get beaten 3 times a day, at least I would be doing so with dignity. I punctured that effeminate guy in our dorm yesterday. You heard about that, right?" "Yes, I heard. Look at me. I've been at Royal International for several days now, and I haven't been beaten yet. No matter who it is, Wang Hao, Lao San, or Lao He, they can't touch me right now. Sometimes you have to be a bit assertive. If you keep acting like a coward in front of them, who will they bully if not you?" Ma Tao dismissed my optimism, saying, "Don't celebrate too soon. Just because they haven't hit you yet doesn't mean they won't. It's only a matter of time. All right then, I'll give you a few more days to think it over." With that, I stood up and left with Xiaopeng. As we approached the door, Ma Tao suddenly said to me, "Your grandmother isn't well. She's hospitalized at the People's Hospital. Aren't you going to see her?" Without a moment's hesitation, I replied, "I'm not going." Of course, after leaving the clinic, Xiaopeng and I bought some items and headed towards the People's Hospital. Although I had lost contact with my relatives on my mother's side over the years, my grandmother had never been unkind to me. She was a woman without a voice in the household, dominated by my strong-willed grandfather, who dictated her every action. I had thought that perhaps my grandmother wished to see her grandson, but felt powerless to do so. Now that she was ill and hospitalized, I felt compelled to visit. Otherwise, if something were to happen to her, I would undoubtedly feel a pang of regret. Upon arriving at the People's Hospital, I realized a problem. Ma Tao only mentioned that my grandmother was in the hospital, but did not specify which ward. Fortunately, after inquiring, I learned from a doctor that she was in the 3rd-floor inpatient department. Her condition was heart failure and cardiac hypertrophy, reportedly caused by exhaustion. As I reached the ward door, just as I was about to enter, the door was suddenly yanked open. To my dismay, I saw a very familiar face that I did not wish to encounter, my mother. She appeared to be living quite well nowadays, dressed in expensive attire and adorned with a jade necklace that looked quite valuable. The better her life seemed, the more resentment I felt towards her. If she were struggling, I could understand her neglect, but seeing her living so well, she could have extended a little support to improve my life. Yet she chose to be so miserly. My heart grew colder. Upon seeing me, my mother looked momentarily stunned, frozen for a moment before reacting. Then, she nervously shut the ward door and chastised me quietly. "What are you doing here?" Glancing at the items I had purchased, she pushed me away, insisting, "You need to leave. Who told you to come?" I was taken aback by her attitude after all these years. I had come to see my grandmother, yet this was her response. I coldly replied, "I came to see my grandmother, not you. She doesn't need your visit. Our family has long severed ties with you. Why are you here causing a scene? Besides, your grandmother has heart disease, and her condition has only just stabilized. If she sees you, won't she be agitated? If anything happens, will you take responsibility? Just leave." With that, she shoved me again. At that moment, I felt a surge of anger, wanting nothing more than to unleash it on her, but I held back. I placed the items I had in the corner and turned toward the stairwell. My mother continued to shout from behind, demanding I take the items with me. But I ignored her. As I walked from the ward towards the hospital's entrance, I felt an overwhelming urge to cry, one that was particularly intense. If Xiaopeng had not been there, I might have truly broken down. I hadn't felt this way in a long time. Xiaopeng tried to console me, saying, "Your mom is being unreasonable. You came to see your grandmother, and she shouldn't have said that to you. All right, let's not dwell on it. It's in the past." Xiaopeng seemed to want to say more, but noticing my state, he refrained. That afternoon, instead of returning to the dormitory, Xiaopeng and I went to an internet CAF to play for a while. After registering for QQ, I also added Tion and Suhi, as they had given me their QQ numbers when we parted. Back in middle and high school, I had a fondness for the internet. But after spending 4 years in confinement, I had nearly overcome my internet addiction. Sitting in front of the computer, watching Xiao Peng play games like CF. I found it rather dull. Thankfully, Tion came online soon after, accepted my friend request, and we began to chat. Perhaps we hit it off quite well. As I curiously asked her, why do you, coming from a wealthy family, want to chat with someone like me, who has been to prison? Most people would avoid me. She sent me several disdainful emojis and replied, do wealthy people have to look down on others? It depends on the person. It's not that wealthy people look down on others. It's just that I have a prison record. So what? I heard from Suhi that you were wrongfully accused. And her father said you're a good person, so you must be. Besides, I've been surrounded by wealthy kids my whole life. I'm tired of them. Your experiences are unique and full of stories, so I find it particularly interesting to chat with you and hear your tales. I responded, all right then, when the opportunity arises, I'll share some stories from my past. By the way, have you ever been in a relationship? Tion suddenly asked this, catching me off guard. Chapter 45. Lao He Ma Gan is quite fierce. What is this girl getting at by asking me this? Without overthinking, I replied, I've never been in a relationship. Tion sent several questioning emojis and then remarked, that shouldn't be the case. I see you're quite tall, with a good physique and an attractive face. Besides, weren't you an excellent student back in the day? By all accounts, someone like you should have been quite popular in high school. Upon reading her message, I couldn't help but smile. To be honest, I did have admirers back in my class. Setting aside my looks, my academic prowess alone garnered me a fair bit of attention from the girls. However, influenced by my family environment at the time, I became withdrawn and reluctant to engage with others. And since Lin Chuyu and our childhood friends, I remained indifferent towards other girls. As a result, my first love has lingered to this day. I replied, it's because I had a childhood friend, and I had no interest in other girls. I was entirely focused on studying hard to get into university, which is why I didn't pursue any romantic relationships. Childhood friend? What about you two now? Just as I was about to respond to Tion, the computer screen suddenly went black, and the lights in the internet CAF went out. Of all times, the power had to cut out now. With no other choice, I followed Xiao Peng outside. Noticing that it was getting late, we planned to head back to prepare for our work. As we reached the T-junction, a middle-aged man suddenly jumped from a third-floor window, landing awkwardly. He might have twisted his ankle or even fractured a bone, and he let out a pained scream, rolling on the ground in agony. After a few moments, he desperately tried to get up, but the pain rendered him unable to stand, and he ultimately crawled away, seemingly trying to escape from some adversary. Not far behind him, two figures emerged from a nearby street corner. I was taken aback to realize it was Lao He and Ma Gan. The two of them glanced at the man crawling on the ground, and their furrowed brows relaxed as they ambled over. Lao He chuckled derisively. You've got some nerve. Jumping down like that. Keep running now. Let us see how far you can get. The middle-aged man, upon catching sight of them, was filled with panic. He crawled faster while shouting, help. Someone's trying to kill me. Help. Lao He remained unfazed, casually stepping beside the man and placing his foot on the man's injured ankle, causing him to scream in pain, his face draining of color. It's only fair to pay back what you owe. What do you mean by not repaying? Lao He leaned down, patting the man's face. At that moment, Ma Gan pulled out a knife, gripping the man's ankle while asking Lao He, shall we cut his Achilles tendon? That way, he won't be able to run. The man, terrified, kicked his legs and pleaded, I was wrong. I'll go get the money, please. I promise I'll have it today. Are you sure you can gather it today? Lao He asked with a grin. Yes. I can definitely do it. Well, we'll give you one chance. But since you tricked us last time, I must teach you a lesson today. It's our rule. Sorry about that. Saying this, Lao He grabbed the man's hand and pressed it onto the pavement, while Ma Gan began slicing at the man's fingers. After a series of agonizing screams akin to that of a butchered pig, Ma Gan stood up, producing a plastic bag from his pocket to place the man's pinky inside. They then released the man and strolled towards me, with Ma Gan warning, if you don't repay by 10 tonight, you won't be let off so easily next time. Xiao Peng, standing beside me, was dumbfounded. He nervously tugged at my sleeve. Let us go, we should leave. These two are ruthless. I felt a stir within. Indeed, they were formidable characters, and if they could be persuaded to join me, life would be much easier. Yet, in our youthful bravado, no one would yield. How could I command their respect and loyalty? Should I reveal my identity to show them I have backing? Perhaps that could work, but they wouldn't be convinced by mere words. It seemed I needed to ponder this further. As they passed by, they exchanged provoking and triumphant glances with me. Lao He even waved the plastic bag containing the finger in front of me, as if to say, challenge me again, and this will be your fate. Of course, I'd seen my share of tough characters during my time in prison. Their intimidation tactics did not faze me. I even remarked, continuously engaging in violence for others won't lead you anywhere. Have you ever considered your own development? Perhaps earning big money and going straight? Otherwise, one day, you might encounter someone even more ruthless who would slit your throat without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xiaopeng immediately gripped my arm, whispering, "Are you insane? They might come after you. They may not necessarily be able to handle me." I responded with a smile. At that moment, Lao He and Ma Gan glanced back at me, with Lao He spitting on the ground. "You better watch your back while you sleep tonight. Keep your neck covered." With that, they hurried away. Xiaopeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced at me. "My dear brother, you truly have guts." Those two were ready to kill. And look, Ma Gan still has blood on his hands. You directly provoke them. Aren't you afraid they'll come at you with knives? Just because they have knives doesn't mean I don't have my own, I replied. But what about the two of them? Can you handle both? Isn't there you? Xiaopeng chuckled. I'm just a burden. It's already commendable that I'm not running away. Don't worry, I've trained. They might not even be able to beat me. I could easily take down that skinny Ma Gan with a swift kick, and dealing with Lao He wouldn't be difficult either. Sometimes, excessive confidence can be detrimental. Anyway, enough of this chatter. We need to prepare for work. That night, around 8 o'clock, having just served a wave of customers and taking a brief respite in the studio, our team leader, Wang Liang, approached me. Zhang Yang, the guests in room 8 have specifically requested your service. My heart sank. They requested me specifically? It was likely another unwelcome visitor. Is it a man or a woman? I inquired. A woman, and exceptionally beautiful, Wang Liang replied. A beautiful woman? I quickly deduced it was likely Jiang Sui Sui. This wretched girl, along with Xiao Tao Xian, had schemed for several days, hoping to humiliate me at the class reunion. Instead, it was they who ended up embarrassed, not only losing face in front of her classmates, but also getting beaten by Gao Fei. How could they possibly swallow that humiliation? Hence, they probably came specifically to confront me. I was curious to see what Jiang Sui Sui was planning, so I headed alone to room 8. As I suspected, the visitors were indeed Jiang Sui Sui and Xiao Tao Xian, accompanied by 5 men, all of whom were glaring at me, particularly one whom I recognized as someone I had previously fought with when Jiang Sui Sui was drunk. His eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at me. I expected Jiang Sui Sui to berate me or to have her men rough me up, but she didn't either. The atmosphere was surprisingly calm, although their expressions hinted at some malevolent intent. Waiter, sweep the sunflower seed shells from under my feet, Jiang Sui Sui commanded. Lounging on the sofa with her legs propped on the table, clad in long black stockings that hugged her legs up to her thighs. Beneath her legs, in the gap between the sofa and the table, numerous sunflower seed shells were strewn across the floor. With one hand, she gestured towards the ground, indicating that I should sweep the shells from beneath her legs. Jiang Sui Sui refrained from addressing me by my name, opting instead to call me waiter, and spoke to me with an unsettling calmness. It was evident she did not intend to confront me directly, but sought to humiliate me as a customer. If I were to engage with her, I would surely fall into her trap, and she might promptly report me to my supervisor. Therefore, I smiled politely, saying, "Please hold on a moment. I will fetch a broom and dustpan." Jiang Sui Sui appeared taken aback by my willingness to acquiesce, displaying a mix of surprise and dissatisfaction. She straightened her posture, her expression darkening as if she were contemplating further trouble. However, the girl next to her, Xiao Tao Xian, managed to keep her composure, lightly patting Jiang Sui Sui's thigh to signal her to remain still. Afterward, she waved her hand dismissively at me, saying, "All right, go ahead and get it." Upon exiting box 8, I immediately dialed a number for Li Ge. Who is Li Ge, you may ask? He is the manager of a credit company. Previously, I had enlisted a few individuals from his firm to surveil Ho Wei Dong. I instructed him to dispatch a few people to the street near the cinema to create a disturbance at Jiang Sui Sui's nail salon and beauty parlor. After negotiating a price with Li Ge, I inquired about the estimated arrival time of his team. He informed me that there was a branch nearby, and his people would arrive in approximately 5 minutes. After hanging up, I retrieved the broom and dustpan from the workroom and returned to box 8. As I began sweeping the sunflower seed shells, Jiang Sui deliberately spread her legs wide, obstructing my efforts and even nudging me with her knee. Unfortunately for her, her feeble attempts were no match for my strength. However, as I swept, my gaze inadvertently drifted towards her long, slender legs. Indeed, she possessed an enviable figure, one of the finest I had ever encountered. Regrettably, her character left much to be desired. What good is a beautiful exterior without substance? Once I finished sweeping, she covertly signaled to others, prompting them to throw more sunflower seed shells and banana peels onto the floor, continuing to impose upon me. I maintained my smile and tidied up once more. As I turned to dispose of the garbage, Jiang Sui abruptly seized a beer bottle from the table and smashed it to the ground, scattering shards and foam everywhere. My apologies, waiter. My hand slipped. Please clean up the broken bottle, Jiang Sui said with a smirk. She likely believed this would provoke me, yet I remained composed. I turned back and replied, certainly. Please hold on a moment. I need to fetch a mop due to the beer spill. Jiang Sui, who was clearly impatient, could no longer contain herself. She pointed at me, scolding, you dog, how can you endure this? Are you truly able to maintain your composure? Xiao Tao Xin chimed in, indeed. I recall he used to be quite sensitive and cared about his pride. How has he transformed into a turtle now? Back when his father supported him, he had no worries. Now he is just a lowly waiter. If he doesn't swallow his pride, what will he eat? Does he intend to resort to feces? I looked at Jiang Sui and retorted, are you out of your mind? I treated you to lunch at the Four Seas Hotel, and you witnessed me driving a Range Rover. Do you think I am in need of petty change? Stop pretending. That Range Rover is registered under someone else's name, right? You must be borrowing it. How dare you flaunt someone else's vehicle here? While it was true that the car was not mine, I realized that arguing with her was futile. Thus, I smiled and said, do you have any other matters? If not, I shall return to my work. Come over and massage my feet, Jiang Sui commanded. A burly man beside her, while removing his shoes, added, let him massage mine. My feet are rather smelly. Ah! Jiang Sui immediately covered her mouth, exclaiming, damn, it indeed stinks. I could smell it as soon as you took off your shoes. I maintained my smile, responding, I'm sorry, but for foot massages, you'll need to visit a spa. This is a KTV, and we do not offer such services. The customer is king. Whatever the customer requests, you should comply without question. Besides, I don't require expertise. Just a casual rub will suffice, the burly man insisted. I truly cannot provide that service, my apologies. Can't or 1T. If you refuse, don't blame me for being rude, he threatened, glaring at me. Just as I was about to respond, Jiang Sui's phone rang. She immediately hushed everyone, saying, shoo, my mother is calling. Please be quiet. After answering, she stood up abruptly, exclaiming, what? Someone is causing a ruckus at our shop? All right, I'm heading back now. After hanging up, she hurriedly gathered her belongings, urging, let us go. Someone is causing trouble at my shop. We need to check it out. Then, pointing at me, she added, you've gotten lucky tonight. I'll make sure to deal with you another day. I had intended to inform Jiang Sui that the troublemaker was sent by me, yet I decided it best to withhold that information. If she discovered it, she would certainly seek vengeance, and for every time she approached me, I would send someone to disrupt her shop. I believed that after a few encounters, she would realize it was all my doing. The thought of her being infuriated enough to nearly lose her composure filled me with anticipation. After Jiang Sui departed, the remainder of the evening passed without incident. Later, I encountered Ma Tao, who, despite his swollen face, had shown up for work, likely too fearful to call in sick or in dire need of money. As the clock approached 1, the number of customers dwindled significantly. When Xiao Pang and I decided to close for the night, he hesitated beside me, and as we neared the elevator, he mischievously asked, hey boss, how about taking me for a bath tonight? I feel rather dirty. I could scrub off some grime. Are you seeking a bath or a good time? I inquired. Xiao Pang chuckled. A bath is the priority. A good time is just a bonus. What do you think? Your face is so swollen. Are you sure you're all right? It's nothing. I've always been fat and ugly. The ladies don't care about looks. Aren't you worried about running into Lao San and Wang Hao? If they see you with me, what if they give you another beating? Xiao Pang thumped his chest, declaring confidently, I'm not afraid. I'm sticking with you from now on. What do I have to fear? His sudden bravado took me by surprise, but I quickly recognized his facade. Aren't Lao San and Wang Hao both absent from the spa tonight? Xiao Peng grinned sheepishly. Yes, I checked. They both took the day off. You're quite the coward. If you're so bold, I'd treat you to 3 ladies today. But you only dare when they're not around, don't you? When I'm bold, you treat me to 3. Tonight, just 1 will do. Get lost. I won't treat you to any. I'll only take you when Lao San and Wang Hao are here. Come on, big brother. Tonight is a perfect opportunity. Let us have some fun. No negotiation. Then how about we go to Sports Street? That's the territory of brother by who? We could. Enough chatter. There's no hope for tonight. When Xiao Peng and I returned to the dormitory, the lights were off. I turned them on, only to discover that the other 5 had already drifted off to sleep. Lao He, perhaps disturbed by the light, groggily sat up, grumbling. Who the hell turned on the lights? Tired of living? He then turned to face Xiao Peng and me. Xiao Peng was immediately frightened, waving his hands. It wasn't me. Not me. I smiled at the tall, dark-skinned fellow and remarked, the dormitory is rather dim. Without the lights, one cannot see a thing. My apologies. Couldn't you simply carry a small flashlight in your pocket next time? When you return, use the flashlight instead of turning on the lights. After all, the purpose of the light is to illuminate, and if you have a flashlight, what use is the overhead light? Moreover, you cannot be the only one afraid of the light. Should everyone else suffer because of your preference? If that's the case, perhaps you should consider purchasing a sleep mask for your slumber. Before I could finish my sentence, he pointed at me and barked. What are you acting so tough for? Do you really think that just because you threw a fit, you can dictate terms in the dormitory? As he berated me, he sat on the edge of his bed and slipped on his slippers. The lanky fellow, Ma Gan, was also awakened by the commotion, and upon seeing us poised for a confrontation, he hurriedly got up. The flamboyant duo, Zhang Long and Zhang Hu, naturally stirred as well, though they merely sat up and observed us, showing no intention of intervening. The rotund fellow, Xiao Peng, was so frightened that he dared not remain in the dormitory, swiftly grabbing his basin and exiting, which filled me with disdain. Honestly, if a brawl were to erupt between me, the tall fellow, and Ma Gan right now, I might find myself at a disadvantage. The dormitory is cramped, leaving little room for maneuvering, and I have no escape route. Moreover, if I do not clarify matters with the 2 of them, there is a significant risk if someone pulls a knife later on. Thus, I pondered that I ought to beckon them outside. Smiling, I said, I never claimed I was in charge. I merely intend to do what is right. Let me ask you this. Are you discontent? He glared at me fiercely. To be honest, I was somewhat discontent as well. How about we step outside to settle this? If you can take me down, I will promise to follow your lead from then on. Why go outside? Let us settle this right here. The tall fellow cracked his knuckles, seemingly ready to fight. I quickly interjected. Others need their rest. It's not appropriate to brawl in the dormitory. Let us step outside instead. Besides, we are dorm mates. Let us keep it civil. I want to bring a knife into this. I pulled out a knife from my pocket and tossed it onto my bed. The tall fellow also revealed that his shorts pockets were empty, proving he was unarmed. As I made my way out, I glanced at Ma Gan, saying, you both should team up. He cannot handle me alone. Upon hearing this, the tall fellow grew even more furious, exclaiming, you're truly audacious. Ma Gan snorted, Black brother can handle alone. We 3 descended to the courtyard below. The tall fellow wasted no time and immediately aimed a kick at me, which I deftly dodged. I initially thought to seize his foot, but his robust physique made me wary. If he caught me up close, I would likely be at a disadvantage. If Ma Gan also joined the fray, becoming ensnared by both would leave me unable to defend myself. Thus, I opted to retreat, looking for opportunities to sweep his legs or land a punch to his jaw, aiming for knockout. Having missed his kick, the tall fellow charged at me with his fists raised. I continued to retreat, and despite his wild swings, he could not even graze my clothes. Frustrated, he cursed, why are you running away? Is that all you can do? Just as he was about to finish his sentence, I seized the opportunity to lower my center of gravity and swept my leg toward his ankle. He was striding towards me, his weight shifted to 1 foot, making him unsteady. With a resounding thud, he fell to the ground. Immediately, I turned my attention to Ma Gan, who surprisingly remained at the entrance of the dormitory, watching intently without moving. I surmised he either possessed a strong sense of honor, believing that 2 against 1 was dishonorable, or he had complete faith in the tall fellow's ability to handle me. Even as the tall fellow lay on the ground, he appeared unfazed. As the tall fellow scrambled to his feet, his rage intensified, resembling a raging bull charging at me. It seemed he had abandoned the idea of using his fists and aimed to grab my shirt instead. Sensing his desperation, I felt a wave of relief. Those who have trained in martial arts understand the importance of maintaining composure during a fight. A steady mindset and precise strikes are essential. When one becomes anxious or impulsive, they expose numerous vulnerabilities, making it easy for the opponent to capitalize on them. The tall fellow attempted to grab me several times, all of which I evaded, and I took the opportunity to land 2 swift kicks to his thigh and ribcage. His legs were indeed solid. He barely reacted after I struck his thigh, but after hitting his ribs, his walk became noticeably awkward. Occasionally, he would twist his waist. I suspected either his muscles were strained or perhaps a rib was fractured. Aside from running, what else can you do? If you have guts, let me catch you, and we'll see who has the stronger fists. The tall fellow's inability to catch me only fueled his anger. I taunted him. A brute with brawn and a dull mind relies solely on brute force. You bastard, he shouted, leaping towards me as if attempting a flying kick to take me down. I merely lowered my body and sidestepped, avoiding him. As he landed and prepared to turn, I seized the moment, rushing in and delivering a sharp punch to his jaw. Given his hefty frame, I put substantial force behind the blow, and he fell without a sound, sprawled on the ground. As for Ma Gan, he approached from the dormitory entrance, and I braced myself for his response. To my surprise, he had no intention of fighting. Instead, he crouched beside the tall fellow to check on him. I tentatively asked, "What about you? Aren't you going to spar with me?" Ma Gan straightforwardly replied, "Fighting you empty-handed would be futile. I concede." Chapter 48. The bond between brothers. Ma Gan's immediate concession took me aback. In my estimation, he was far more formidable than the tall fellow. While the latter was undoubtedly more hot-tempered, Ma Gan possessed a ruthless edge that exceeded his. How could he concede without even engaging in combat? I contemplated the possible reasons. During the dormitory incident, I mentioned we should avoid weapons and had even tossed my knife aside. Although Ma Gan was merciless, he only resorted to violence when armed. Engaging in a bare-knuckle fight would put him at a disadvantage, and he recognized that a confrontation would likely lead to his defeat. Regardless, his concession now earned my respect. At the very least, he was honest. I became even more determined that if he and the tall fellow could become my allies, my endeavors would be significantly bolstered. I loosened his collar to allow him to breathe and reminded myself to clear his mouth of any saliva to prevent choking. Having made this statement, I turned and re-entered the dormitory. Upon my return, I found Xiao Peng seated inside. Seeing me, he excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, boss, you're incredible. I just saw you through the window. You actually knocked the tall fellow out cold." As he spoke, he seemed to realize something, quickly covering his mouth and glancing at the flamboyant trio. Clearly, he feared that praising me in front of them would lead to them reporting back to the tall fellow, which would spell trouble for him. As for the trio, I noticed they appeared considerably more subdued, avoiding eye contact with me. I decided to apply a bit more pressure and feigned arrogance, stating, "It's nothing. Even if there were a few more of them, it wouldn't be a problem." After washing up and slipping off my shoes to lie down, Xiao Peng quietly approached me, cautioning, "Are you going to sleep now? Aren't you worried the tall fellow will return and seek revenge?" I replied, "I see him as a man of honor. He should accept defeat gracefully and likely will not resort to violence. That is uncertain. You humiliated him, and he is quite particular about his pride." At that moment, the dormitory door swung open, and Lao He entered with Ma Gan. Lao He was clearly agitated, his face a mask of discontent as he approached me, exclaiming, "You're sneaking up on me." I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. It was a fair one-on-one. I didn't use any weapons. How could you claim I was sneaky? You hit me from behind while I was turning around. Should I have waited for you to face me, adjust your stance, and then throw a punch before I retaliated? Accept your defeat gracefully instead of throwing a tantrum like a child. I wasn't defeated. I merely underestimated you. I'm ready for another round. I gestured towards Ma Gan. He has already conceded. What is your excuse? You want to fight again? If you're too lazy to step outside, we can settle this right here in the dormitory. Let us make it quick. I'm tired. I've washed up and am ready for bed. We can continue this another day, but I suggest you think twice. If I knock you down again, it will be even more embarrassing." Lao He was clearly filled with anger, desperate to vent his frustrations. He continued to shout at me, insisting I come down and fight. But I ignored him, pretending to sleep instead. Eventually, with Ma Gan's persuasion, he calmed down a bit, cursed a few times, and went back to his bed. Before sleeping, he threw me a parting remark. "We'll settle this first thing in the morning." I chuckled to myself, pondering that if Lao He had just barged into the dorm and started attacking me, it spoke volumes about his character. He appeared furious but restrained himself from lashing out, indicating he had some principles and was a man of honor. This duo could indeed be trusted. A few minutes later, as I was preparing for sleep, Xiaopeng secretly texted me, "Don't sleep too deeply tonight. I suspect they LL try to ambush you. Be careful." Xiaopeng and I shared adjacent beds. His decision to text me instead of speaking directly was rather amusing. To tease him, I raised my head and remarked, "Xiaopeng, we're so close. You could just talk to me instead of texting. Is sending messages free? Are you burning through your money?" Upon hearing this, Xiaopeng visibly startled. He lay still on his bed, motionless like a corpse. I called out to him a couple more times, but he remained silent, even feigning sleep with a snore. I shook my head in exasperation. He was truly cowardly. If it weren't for his good nature, I wouldn't he bother with such a burden. The next morning, after being awakened, Lao He persistently urged me to fight. I shrugged him off, suggesting we discuss it later. While heading to the cafeteria for breakfast, he followed closely behind. When I sat down to eat, he grabbed a meal and sat across from me. I smiled and said, "Must we resort to violence? You seem like a person of loyalty. We're dorm mates. Can't we just get along? Just have another round with me. If you win, we'll be on good terms. If I win, I'll have the final say in the dorm." I tentatively proposed. If he agreed, I would be willing to fight him again. Winning would likely secure my position in the dormitory, allowing Xiaopeng and me to breathe easier. "Fine, if you win. You can have your way. Let us finish our meals first. Afterward, we'll find a secluded corner outside, so no one sees and embarrasses you. Enough chatter. Hurry up and eat." With that, Lao He dove into his bowl, devouring his food with urgency. After finishing our meal, we headed outside to find a quiet alley. Suddenly, an unmarked Jeep pulled up in front of us. The doors swung open, and 5 young men armed with steel pipes emerged. My heart sank at the thought they might be sent by Jiang Sui or Jiang Nan to confront me. Adopting a prudent approach, I turned and ran, believing that engaging them directly could lead to dire consequences. However, I had barely sprinted a dozen meters when I heard shouts and the sounds of a scuffle behind me. Turning back, I saw Lao He surrounded, being relentlessly struck by the group with their steel pipes. He retaliated, demanding to know who sent them, but they remained silent, continuing their assault. I could hear the sharp sounds of the pipes hitting his arms, each strike resonating painfully. Despite Lao He's bravado, being outnumbered and faced with armed assailants, he was quickly overwhelmed, forced to protect himself on the ground. I cursed under my breath and rushed to his aid. In my eyes, this was an opportune moment to win over Lao He. He was loyal and would surely remember my assistance. Even if I lost the subsequent one-on-one match, our relationship would remain intact. I had to act. However, with 5 opponents wielding steel pipes, I needed a weapon. I quickly grabbed 2 bricks from the roadside and, as I approached, aimed one at the head of an attacker. My aim was true, and the man collapsed. I threw the second brick, hitting another assailant in the back, prompting a furious response as he shouted obscenities and charged at me with his pipe, accompanied by a taller youth. Now, Lao He was left to contend with 2 attackers. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly rolled over, grabbed a fallen pipe, and began to fight back. Meanwhile, I evaded the 2 coming after me, searching for an opening. The tall youth, frustrated by his inability to catch me, swung his pipe at me, which I dodged before retaliating with a strike to his wrist, disarming him. Following up, I landed a solid blow to his head, the impact resonating painfully in my hand. He didn't fall immediately but crouched, clutching his head in agony. The taller youth attempted to retrieve his comrade's fallen pipe. Taking advantage of his bent posture, I delivered a solid kick to his face, sending him crashing to the ground. Before he could recover, I rushed over and struck his legs and arms, eliciting cries of pain. Meanwhile, Lao He had turned the tide. One of his attackers lay on the ground, writhing in pain, while the other was knocked unconscious, bleeding profusely from a head wound. As he fought, Lao He shouted, "Dare to ambush me, will you?" Perhaps fueled by anger, he approached the one still rolling on the ground, stepping on his face while demanding, "Who sent you? If you don't speak, I'll crack your skull open." The man quickly begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, I was just paid to do this. It was Wang Laowu who sent us." "Damn, that scoundrel Wang Laowu." Lao He cursed, stomping on the man's face before discarding the pipe. Given that we were in a public area with numerous onlookers, and one person was bleeding profusely, I knew the police could arrive at any moment. I hurried over and pulled Lao He away, signaling for us to leave quickly. Old Hay remained remarkably calm, taking a puff from his cigarette before handing me one as well. Thank you, my friend. If it weren't for you, I might have ended up in a worse situation, he said. I gestured towards the Royal International, suggesting we head back. It's no issue. They struck first, and we have support behind us. He looked down at the marks of footprints and blood on his clothing. Let's change clothes. You look like you've been through quite a bit. As we walked back to the dormitory, he expressed his gratitude once more, mentioning that since I had arrived, we hadn't exactly seen eye to eye. He hadn't expected me to come to his aid. I replied that as roommates, it was only natural to help one another. He smiled. I'll remember this favor. If you ever need assistance, just ask, but we still need to have a match. I won't be satisfied otherwise. All right, we'll have our match another day. You seem quite exhausted, and you've just endured a fair amount of punishment. If I were to defeat you now, you'd surely find an excuse, I responded. Old Hay seemed to want to argue, but ultimately waved it off. Upon returning to the dormitory, the other 5 assumed that Old Hay's disheveled appearance was due to my actions. Ma Gan looked at me with a cold glare. At that moment, Old Hay clapped me on the shoulder and told Ma Gan, that scoundrel Wang Lao Wu set me up, bringing 5 others to ambush me. If it weren't for Zhang Yang's help, I'd probably be in the hospital right now. Ma Gan paused, and his icy demeanor softened significantly. He nodded at me in gratitude before immediately inquiring about Old Hay's condition. After Old Hay explained, Ma Gan pulled a knife from under his bed. I'll go after him now. I let him off easy yesterday, and he still dared to plot against you. From this, I realized that Wang Laowu was the individual who had jumped from a building the previous day after incurring debts. Old Hay waved his hand. Hold on. Let us not rush to find him. My calf hurts a bit. I'm not sure if it's broken. Let's change clothes first, and then you can take me to the hospital for an x-ray. All right. Before changing, Old Hay asked, what about you? Are you all right? Do you need to get checked out? I shook my head. I'm not as fragile as you. I didn't take a single hit. Old Hay glanced at me and remarked, you're quite impressive, aren't you? Just before leaving, Old Hay instructed the others to treat me as one of their own and to refrain from causing me trouble. I chuckled. Even without your advice, they wouldn't dare bother me. I pointed at the chubby guy. You owe me a favor, so just don't bully him anymore. And that LL settled the score. Old Hay looked at me and then at the chubby guy, chuckling as he scolded him. You lucky dog, you've really benefited from Zhongyang. Go buy me a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. I'll look out for you. Upon hearing this, the chubby guy eagerly jumped up. Sure thing. Hey, I'll go get it right now. Don't forget to get one for Yongo as well. That settled my mind. I realized that I had formed a friendship with Old Hay and Ma Gan. Our relationship would likely continue to improve. However, merely establishing camaraderie wouldn't suffice to fully earn Old Hay's respect and allegiance. I knew I would need to best him in a fight and demonstrate my capabilities in other areas to win his full trust. With my relationship with Old Hay and Ma Gan mending, it was also time to ease tensions with the others. After all, I had previously injured Ma Gan, and he would harbor some resentment. I approached him, placing a hand on his shoulder. I was impulsive earlier. Don't take it to heart. Once your hand is fully healed, let me know the total medical expenses, and I'll cover it. Ma Gan gave a faint smile. No need. The medical costs aren't significant, and your knife just barely missed the bone. I'll handle it. Old Hay encouraged Ma Gan to listen to me, and reluctantly, Ma Gan nodded. All right, I want to be rude. I shouldn't have boasted before you, either. Let us consider this behind us. Yes, from now on, we're all on the same side. Let us treat each other well. Thus, just a few days after arriving at Royal International, my relationships with my roommates had stabilized. However, I sensed that to become a leader in dorm 303, I would need a bit more time and some opportunities. Around 3 in the afternoon, Gao Fei called me, saying he had developed some photos of Jiang Sui Sui and her mother's interactions with others. He wanted to show them to me. Chapter 50. Liu Hui's paramour and backing Gao Fei and I met at a street corner near our dormitory. He emerged from his BMW, humbly pulling out an envelope from his pocket and handing it to me. You're quite efficient. The photos are already developed? Of course. Yonggu entrusted me with this task, and I took it seriously. I extracted the photographs from the envelope and examined them. Jiang Sui Sui's photos didn't capture my attention, but several images of Liu Hui made my heart race. They depicted her engaging with a middle-aged man, someone I found familiar. After a moment of contemplation, I recalled an encounter from 4 years prior when I unexpectedly ran into Liu Hui on the street. At that time, she was driving the BMW my father had bought for her with a man in the passenger seat. Was he not the same man from the photos? I had sensed a familiarity with him back then, but I couldn't place where I had seen him. It appeared that Liu Hui had been involved with this man all these years. Noticing my intense scrutiny of the man's photographs, Gao Fei quickly interjected, "I've looked into him. His name is Lei Jun. He used to sell shoes at a street stall, but has since become quite successful, owning several stores in Shu City, including the local Yirkang footwear shop." As Gao Fei spoke, memories came flooding back. Whenever my father and I visited Shu City, he would always take me to a nearby stall where he would chat at length with the vendor. This Lei Jun was that very man. How could he be a friend of my father's? Why had he engaged in an affair with Lu Hui behind my father's back? Then I recalled that on the night of my father's disappearance, he had been dining with Li Fugue, Ho Weidong, and another friend. Could this fourth individual be Lei Jun? Was there a direct connection between my father's disappearance and Lei Jun? Without dwelling on it further, I promptly inquired of Gao Fei, "What is the current relationship between Lei Jun and Lu Hui?" Gao Fei replied, "It seems to be an affair. The man is married with children but hasn't divorced. Neighbors near Lu Hui's beauty salon say that Lei Jun visits her every few days, and each time, Lu Hui would close the door for about half an hour, likely to conduct their business." "When did Lei Jun open his store in Shu City?" I pressed on. "About 4 years ago, shortly after you were incarcerated. Before that, he seemed to be struggling, but he suddenly became wealthy over the past few years." At this point, I had formed a rough hypothesis. My father's disappearance might be linked to Lu Hui, Lei Jun, and Ho Weidong. I was uncertain whether my father had been harmed by them or if there was another outcome, but my gut feeling was not optimistic. "Does Lu Hui have any other backing?" I asked Gao Fei. He nodded yes. There's a wealthy woman who frequently visits her for beauty treatments and has a close relationship with her. This woman is the wife of the chairman of Jania Real Estate. You know how influential figures are in our port city, and this wealthy woman's sister is the wife of the Secretary General of Shanyuan City. I am familiar with the head of Jania Real Estate. He maintains a good relationship with Brother Xiao. As for Shanyuan City, it is the prefecture-level city where our port city is located, with a total population exceeding 6 million, and over 2 million residing in the urban area. In our province, apart from the capital city, Shanyuan City boasts the strongest comprehensive strength. The Secretary General of Shanyuan City, undoubtedly, is a significant figure. However, Lu Hui is worlds apart from the Secretary General. She is merely a friend of the Secretary General's wife's sister and likely has little to no interaction with the Secretary General's wife. Moreover, I have my master, whose influence in the provincial capital is considerable, providing me with a sense of security regarding matters in Shanyuan City. As for Jiang Sui Sui, I inquired if she had any romantic entanglements. Previously, she was involved with the nephew of Ma Dahai, but I heard her mention that their relationship ended. This morning, a government vehicle was parked outside her nail salon, and a man in his 30s entered to converse with her. I had not seen this man before and was unaware of his background. Unfortunately, my camera had run out of memory, so I could not capture a photo. I nodded and patted Gao Fei on the shoulder in encouragement. "All right, you don't need to keep an eye on him constantly, but do inform me if you hear any news. Rest assured, Brother Yang, I will call you as soon as there is any update." "Very well. I shall take my leave now." Just as I was about to turn away, Gao Fei called out to me again. "Brother Yang, wait a moment." "What is it?" Gao Fei smiled sheepishly, clearly seeking my assistance. "You see, my family not only runs a pipe factory, but also has a vegetable greenhouse in the countryside, primarily growing organic vegetables without harmful substances. Since you know General Zhou from the Seahai Hotel, could you possibly help me by supplying my family's vegetables to the restaurant?" I hesitated before responding, pondering the proposition. Although I did not intend to form a deep connection with Gao Fei, I felt inclined to assist him. Having just been released from prison, I sought to engage with various industries to apply the skills I had honed during my 4 years of incarceration while also earning some money. Supplying organic vegetables to a large restaurant seemed like a viable opportunity. My master had once mentioned that the vegetables they consumed back then were exclusively sourced from organic suppliers, and he was acquainted with many influential individuals, to the extent that even a simple tomato could cost hundreds. In my view, venturing into high-end organic vegetables appeared promising. However, a prerequisite was that Gao Fei's vegetables must meet stringent quality standards. Sensing my potential reluctance, Gao Fei assured me, "Brother Yang, rest assured, I will certainly ensure you receive your due benefits." I smiled and asked, "How assured are you of the quality of your vegetables? Can you guarantee they are indeed organic?" "Absolutely. If you have any doubts, feel free to send professionals to inspect them. My father has learned from experts featured in wealth-building programs." "Very well. I shall arrange for someone to evaluate them. If all is satisfactory, I would be willing to assist you, but I have one condition. Upon hearing this, Gao Fei's eyes lit up as he eagerly responded, Brother Yang, tell me. I will agree to any condition. Your vegetables must pass through my hands first. Gao Fei furrowed his brows. Huh? Brother Yang, I don't quite understand what you mean. I stated plainly, I can establish a company to purchase your vegetables, which I would then supply to Sihai Hotel or other locations. Gao Fei's expression darkened further, and he chuckled bitterly. You mean to become a middleman? I believe you don't need to register a company. You can simply take a commission from me. I will give you your fair share based on what I sell. Without any greed, I raised my hand to interrupt him. This is my only condition. Please consider it. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Fei replied, Let me discuss this with my father first, as he is primarily responsible for this venture, while I mainly oversee the pipe factory. Fine, once you discussed it, give me a call. All right. After parting ways with Gao Fei, I immediately called Brotherly to inquire about the surveillance on Ho Weidong. If his subordinates had captured any interactions between Ho Weidong and Lei Zhun, my suspicions might be validated. Chapter 51, Visiting Liu's Beauty Salon Unfortunately. Brotherly reported a lack of significant findings. Over the past few days, Ho Weidong had either been busy at his seafood shop or drinking with his brothers at the night market, without any apparent contact with suspicious individuals. Brotherly even sent me several photos of Ho Weidong dining at the night market, and upon inspection, his companions were clearly not Lei Zhun. This left me pondering. Was Ho Weidong merely biding his time, or had he secretly communicated with Lei Zhun about my situation? Or perhaps I was mistaken altogether. Without further deliberation, I decided to visit Lu Hui. After all, she had played a crucial role in falsely accusing me, leading to my imprisonment, much like Jiang Sui Sui. Having been out of prison for several days now, it was time to confront my former stepmother. Lu Hui's beauty salon was located on Wenming Street, a bustling area known for its cinema, hair salons, and women-esque clothing stores, making it a favorite shopping destination for women. Any business related to women here typically thrived. Lu Hui's beauty salon, much like Jiang Sui Sui's nail salon, was elegantly decorated and appeared to be quite busy, with numerous employees and customers inside. I stood at the entrance and scanned the interior, noting at least a dozen patrons. As for Lu Hui's salon, the sheer curtain obscured my view, but I surmised that business was likely thriving as well. The lightbox outside Jiang Sui Sui's nail salon seemed damaged, with 2 workers currently repairing it. I suspected this was related to the disturbance I had caused the previous night. I ventured inside the beauty salon, where a customer was reclining on a treatment bed, while Lu Hui was engaged in a facial massage. For years had passed, yet Lu Hui appeared scarcely aged, though she was now dressed more flamboyantly, making it hard to believe she was once a middle school teacher and head of class. Upon noticing me, Lu Hui froze, halting her work. Zhang Yang, what brings you here? You should leave, she said sternly, perhaps fearing it would disrupt her client. She then turned to her customer. I apologize, Lu Jia. I must attend to a matter. She approached me, urging me to exit. As I surveyed her salon, I remarked sarcastically, Lu Hui, back then you were merely a middle school teacher earning a modest salary, yet now you run such an extravagant beauty salon. That new Benz outside must belong to you, right? Your life seems to have improved significantly, while I, your once exemplary student, have found myself in disarray. What do you want? I warn you not to create a scene here. Leave at once. She pushed me with little force, unable to budge me. What's wrong? You caused me to serve 4 years in prison, and now you have nothing to say? I gazed into Lu Hui's eyes, suppressing my anger. Given the presence of her client, she maintained her facade. I caused your imprisonment? Have you not realized that you were the one who kidnapped and extorted us? Your imprisonment was well-deserved. Are you not afraid of retribution for such words? Enough with the nonsense. Leave immediately. Do not be alarmed. I'm not here to confront you. I simply happened to pass by and thought I would pay you a visit. After all, you were once my teacher and stepmother. Lu Hui glanced back at her client. Smiling politely apologize lui. If you prefer, I can have Xiao Qing or Xiao Hong attend to you. They've gone to fetch supplies and will return shortly. Please wait in the private room for a moment. Very well. I shall wait inside while you handle your affairs. The customer stood up and moved into the back room. At this moment, Lu Hui harbored no further reservations. Her expression darkened significantly as she raised her voice and demanded, What on earth do you want? To say it plainly, I ask you, where has my father gone? The mention of my father evidently caught Lu Hui off guard. How would I know where he is? He has gone missing. I fixed my gaze intently into Liu Hui's eyes and pressed on. How did he go missing? How would I know? Although Liu Hui was deliberately concealing her emotions and expressions, I could still sense a flicker of guilt within her. I continued to interrogate her. What is your current relationship with Lei Zhen? The mere mention of Lei Zhen made Liu Hui appear even more astonished and anxious. After a long pause, she forcefully pushed me aside and retorted, "What do you care about our relationship? Your father has already gone missing, and I am, in effect, divorced from him. Am I not allowed to find someone else? You need to leave this instant, or I will call the police." With that, she turned to one side to retrieve her phone, feigning the act of calling the authorities. "Go ahead. I happen to have some leads regarding my father. I would welcome a conversation with the police." Liu Hui regarded me with a complex expression, hesitating for a lengthy moment before refraining from making the call, which only solidified my suspicion that she was indeed hiding something. Moments later, she pivoted toward the private room and declared, "Do as you wish. I can't be bothered to engage in further conversation with you." Upon reaching the door of the private room, she turned back to me, adding, "By the way, I will remember that you caused my family's Sway to break up with her boyfriend, and I will settle the score with you later." I responded with a cold smirk. "Liu Hui, those who commit malicious deeds will ultimately face retribution. For the past 4 years, I have been powerless against you, allowing you and your daughter to live comfortably. Rest assured, I will soon ensure that you experience sleepless nights and unbearable days. HMPH, Liu Wiskoft. You must possess some ability to say that. A recently released convict who cannot even secure a decent job. What confidence do you have to utter such words? I hope that when you come back begging for mercy, you can still say it with such bravado." With another dismissive huff, Liu Hui pushed open the door to the private room and entered. My objective had been achieved, and I turned to leave. From my brief interaction with Liu Hui, it was evident that her demeanor was noticeably shaky when I mentioned both my father and Lei Zhen, indicating that she was indeed involved in something questionable, warranting further investigation. Not long after I departed from Liu Hui, Brother Xiong called to inform me that matters had been handled to a satisfactory degree, and he had arranged a dinner for me that evening. He also mentioned that he had notified several prominent figures from the port city to join us for discussions. I considered that he had invited me more than once, and since he had also invited others, I decided to attend. Initially, the dinner was scheduled at the Four Seas restaurant. However, I felt that such a public venue would attract too much attention, so I requested he find a private club instead, planning to meet them there. Of course, I would not be able to attend my shift that night, so I had Xiao Peng request a leave of absence for me. At 7 o'clock in the evening, I arrived at the best private club in our locality to meet Brother Xiong and the others. There were a total of 7 of us, with the other 6 being influential figures from the port city, including Zhou Yong from the Four Seas restaurant and the CEO of Jenya Real Estate, among others. Their influence was such that even a slight stomp from them could resonate throughout the port city. During dinner, our discussions revolved around my future plans and potential job placements, as well as inquiries regarding my 3 masters who hoped I could facilitate a closer connection with them. As I aimed to establish my own footing, I prefer to keep my future plans to myself and refrain from disclosing my current employment, merely stating that I had my own aspirations and would reach out if necessary. The dinner lasted until 9 o'clock before I took my leave. I had initially intended to return to my dormitory to rest, but halfway through my departure, Lin Shuyu called me, stating she was singing at the Royal International KTV and had heard from colleagues that I had not shown up for work. Chapter 52. The Arrogant Tattooed Man. I was quite surprised to learn that Lin Shuyu was singing at the Royal International. I chuckled and replied, "I had to take leave for a matter, but how did you end up there singing? Didn't TU say you were terrified after encountering thugs, fighting the last time you went, and vowed never to return to such places?" Lin Shuyu explained, "I didn't want to come, but it's Duan Ting's birthday today, and we're here to celebrate." Duan Ting was the person who had helped arrange for Lin Shuyu to meet me on the day of my release. Since she had done me a favor then, I thought I would reciprocate by showing up for her birthday. "All right, I'll head over now and bring you a discount." "No need, since you've taken leave. You must have something important to attend to. Why don't you focus on your matters? I've already finished, and our dormitory is right behind the Royal International, so it's convenient." "All right, we're in room 7. "Okay." After hanging up, I made my way back to the Royal International KTV. Upon exiting the elevator, I unexpectedly ran into Xiao Peng. He looked astonished to see me. "Boss, what brings you here? Didn't you take leave?" "A friend is singing in room 7. "Room 7? That's managed by Ma Tao." I thought it was quite a coincidence and smiled. "I'll go take a look." As I reached the door of room 7, I pushed it open to find 7 or 8 people inside, a mix of men and women. One woman, who had been singing, paused awkwardly as I entered. I scanned the room and fixed my gaze on Lin Shuyu. "Zhang Yang, you're here," Lin Shuyu exclaimed as she stood and approached me. Today, she was clad in form-fitting jeans and a white shirt that accentuated her figure exquisitely. As she walked toward me, I couldn't help but admire her slender legs and slim waist. Her legs were genuinely straight, and her waist was remarkably slender. A man nearby switched off the room's music and turned on the lights, illuminating the space. Upon reaching me, Lin Shuyu turned to the others and said, "Let me introduce you. This is Zhang Yang, my classmate from elementary school and a lifelong friend." I smiled and nodded at the people on the sofa, acknowledging them while glancing around. Among them, I recognized only Duan Ting and Li Meng. The rest were unfamiliar faces. Most appeared to be straightforward individuals, save for the man seated next to Li Meng, who had a rather nonchalant demeanor and a tattooed arm. He seemed a bit arrogant, casting me a somewhat challenging glance. I thought to myself, I haven't provoked you. Why are you looking at me like that? Not wanting to dwell on it, especially since it was Duan Ting's birthday. I turned to her and said, "Happy birthday. I didn't bring a gift, but how about I give you a 50% discount on your consumption today as a birthday present?" The staff price at our KTV doesn't actually allow for a 50% discount. I would have to cover the difference out of my own pocket. Duan Ting didn't hesitate to accept, simply saying thank you, given that I was not well acquainted with the others and felt it would be inappropriate to linger during her birthday celebration. I chatted briefly with Lin Shuyu before intending to leave. Just as I was about to exit, the tattooed man suddenly called out to me, "Hey, I just heard Li Meng say you're just a server here, right?" Taken aback by his sudden address, I suspected he was trying to provoke me. "Yeah, what is up? So, since you're a server, how do you have the authority to give a 50% discount? That seems impossible. I know Wang Liang, your team leader. He mentioned the minimum discount he can offer is 88%. The rest I'll cover. It's Duan Ting's birthday, so I consider it a gift." As soon as my words left my lips, the tattooed man curled his lip in disdain, exclaiming, "I thought you were some kind of general manager, capable of securing such discounts. Turns out, you're just footing the bill yourself? What is so impressive about that? If I wanted to spend money, I could just tell her to give a 30 or even a 10% discount, haha." Nearby, Li Meng stifled a laugh, remarking, "Bro, you're really funny." At that moment, Duan Ting looked at me in surprise, saying, "Oh dear, you're paying out of your own pocket? In that case, forget it. Just take whatever discount you're entitled to without advancing any money." I replied, "It's fine, it's not a large sum anyway," but she insisted, "Oh really? There's no need." Lin Shuyu also urged me to heed Duan Ting's advice. Seeing their resolute attitudes, I chuckled, "All right then, let us plan for another day when I can treat both you and Yao Yao to a meal as a proper thank you." "No need," Duan Ting declined once more, clearly not wishing to engage with me further. "Well then, you all enjoy yourselves. I'll take my leave." As I turned to depart, the tattooed man called after me, "Hey, buddy, why don't you fetch us another bottle of liquor? We're out." I turned back to face him. "Sorry, I'm on leave today and not working." "Just because you're not working means you can't bring us a drink?" The tattooed man rose, glaring at me menacingly. He rolled his sleeves up to his shoulders, exposing his entire arm, evidently attempting to intimidate me with his tattoos. I found it rather amusing. Did he really think a tattoo could scare me? You overestimate yourself. Although I felt quite irritated with him, I didn't wish to cause a scene on Duan Ting's birthday, so I remained courteous, saying, "I apologize. I can call a waiter for you. I demand you to get it. I've already stated I cannot." "Then I insist you do." He spat angrily, stepping closer to me. Duan Ting immediately interposed herself between us, her irritation evident as she asked the tattooed man, "What is your problem? Why must you insist he fetch it? He hasn't wronged you, has he?" Meanwhile, Lin Shuyu nudged me, signaling that I should leave quickly. I whispered to her, "Who is he?" Lin Shuyu replied, "A friend of Duan Ting's. I don't know him well either." Upon hearing that Lin Shuyu was unfamiliar with him, I found it even more perplexing. If he knew Lin Shuyu and harbored feelings for her, I could understand why he might approach me. But considering he didn't know her well, why was he bothering me? Was it perhaps due to Duan Ting? Did he like her and assume I had feelings for her too? Then the tattooed man spoke, shedding light on the situation. He pointed at me and angrily declared, "Li Meng just mentioned you were the one who fought Jiangnan, right? He.S. my brother, and today I'm here to defend my brother's honor." I couldn't help but chuckle. So, he was a friend of Jiangnan. Duan Ting grew even more upset, saying, "That S between Jiangnan and him. You have no business meddling. Jiangnan is my brother. His affairs are my affairs." Duan Ting displayed a look of disbelief. "But you've only known Jiangnan for a few days. How can he be your brother? Knowing someone for a few days doesn't negate the bond. If there's a connection, even a single day can forge brotherhood." The tattooed man's words nearly made me laugh. I had initially thought he and Jiang Nan were longtime friends, yet they had only known each other for a few days. I speculated they might have met through Lin Chio and that the tattooed man, noticing Jiang Nan's wealth, was trying to ingratiate himself by calling him brother. At that moment, when Li Meng informed him that I had fought Jiang Nan, it was clear he wanted to defend Jiang Nan's reputation, presumably hoping to cash in on a favor later. I saw through his intentions. Duan Ting persisted in trying to calm the situation. "Enough, it's my birthday today. Don't make things too embarrassing." Chapter 53. The car with the slanted eyes? The tattooed man pointed at me, insisting, "I'm not causing trouble. I just wanted to bring me a drink. That's all I'm asking. The issue is he's on leave today and not in a working state. Why should he fetch it for you? If he doesn't get it, it shows he looks down on me." Duan Ting appeared at a loss for words, likely realizing she couldn't reason with him. She turned to me, saying, "Zhang Yang, just leave. He has clearly not his right mind." Lin Chio tugged at me, urging me to exit. Though I was eager to confront the tattooed man, I relented for the sake of the two women and began to walk away. Suddenly, the tattooed man shoved past Duan Ting and grabbed my shirt. "Are you leaving? Don't you have any respect for me?" His grip ignited my anger. Had it not been for Lin Chio intervening by stepping between us, I might have kicked him. Containing my fury, I replied, "Dude, enough already. It's Duan Ting's birthday, and I don't want to escalate things with you. You have some nerve. Come here and settle this." His bravado was evident. "If it weren't for them holding me back, I'd smash your head in. That's enough. What do you want? Are you going to ruin my birthday?" Duan Ting pushed the tattooed man away and turned to Li Meng. "And you? What with you stirring things up? I never intended to invite him. You brought him here. And look at what he's doing now." Li Meng, who had been smugly enjoying the spectacle from the sofa, appeared discontent when Duan Ting chastised her. She defensively replied, "I just ran into him on the way. He insisted on coming when he heard it was your birthday. Plus, how am I stirring things up? He asked me who Zhang Yang was, and I simply told him." As she spoke, Li Meng cast a glance my way, her expression suggesting she was subtly blaming me. This was not the first time Li Meng had instigated trouble. Previously, she had stirred up issues before Jiang Nan and even at Lin Chio's mother's place. Now, she was causing a ruckus at Duan Ting's birthday party. I pondered why Lin Chio continued to befriend someone like her. Frustrated with Li Meng, I said, "Please refrain from gossiping in the future. Last time, when I was out with Yao Yao, didn't you report to her mother? If you're interested in Jiang Nan, pursue him yourself. Why do you keep trying to make trouble for me?" Li Meng was momentarily taken aback before her face flushed with anger. It was evident that she had feelings for Jiang Nan. Embarrassed, she pointed at me. "You, what nonsense are you spouting? Well, have I ever liked Jiang Nan? I just think you're an ex-con and don't want Yao Yao associating with someone like you." The tattooed man immediately seized upon my past, ridiculing me. "So this guy has been to prison? No wonder he's so aggressive. He has the audacity." Duan Ting and Lin Chio were understandably more incensed, instructing Li Meng and the tattooed man to sit quietly on the sofa or leave. Just then, someone entered the room. It was Ma Tao. He seemed to have come in to assess the commotion. Spotting me, he appeared bewildered. "What is going on? Didn't you take the day off?" "I came to check on a friend's birthday. Nothing happened, right?" "No." Upon seeing that Ma Tao knew me, the tattooed man pointed at him, saying, "Isn't this idiot your waiter? I asked him to fetch me a drink, but he flatly refused and is acting all high and mighty. Go call your manager. I want to file a complaint." Ma Tao glanced at me before politely addressing the tattooed man. "I apologize, but he is indeed on leave today. If you need another drink, I'll go get it. Do you not understand? I told you to call the manager." Lin Chuyao felt a surge of urgency at that moment. She pointed at the tattooed man and exclaimed, "If you continue this way, I will call Jiang Nan." "Do you believe me?" The tattooed man snorted, retorting, "Even if Jiang Nan comes, he would certainly want to teach this fool a lesson." He then began shouting, demanding either that I fetch him a bottle of liquor to apologize or that he would file a complaint to have me fired. Ma Tao stepped forward to apologize on my behalf, persistently trying to placate the tattooed man. Suddenly, without warning, the tattooed man slapped Ma Tao across the face and cursed. "What the hell are you lingering around for? Get lost." At that moment, I could no longer restrain myself. While I could overlook the other employees, Ma Tao was my cousin. I thought to myself that since I had already taken the day off, I might as well deal with him. I rushed forward, grabbed his hair, and dragged him toward the wall, pressing his head against it and forcing his face to collide with the surface several times. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact was particularly forceful, especially the last one, which produced a sound reminiscent of something breaking, likely his nasal bone fracturing. Afterward, I released him and kicked him into the corner. You think you can act superior? I'm not inclined to argue with you. But do you really think you are someone of importance? With that, I delivered a few more kicks. The other patrons in the private room, being generally mild-mannered individuals, had never witnessed such a scene and were instantly rendered silent with fear. Blood gushed from the tattooed man's nose as he touched it, defiantly asserting, "Your name is Zhang Yang, right? You will regret this." I observed his demeanor and realized he was still unrepentant. Since you are so obstinate, don't blame me for what happens next. Without hesitation, I seized his hair once more and dragged him out of the private room. This was Royal International, and I knew Yuan would certainly reprimand me for causing trouble here, so I planned to take him outside. As I pulled him along, Duan Ting and Lin Chuyao followed closely. Zhang Yang, just let it go. You must not escalate the situation. You just got out of prison. What will happen if you end up back there? Lin Chuyao urged anxiously from behind me. I did not want her to witness the violence, and just then, Xiao Pang and a few other colleagues emerged. I quickly instructed Xiao Pang, block those women behind us. I'm going downstairs to handle something. Xiao Pang complied and stepped in front of Lin Chuyao while I seized the opportunity to hastily exit with the tattooed man, fearing that his blood would stain the elevator. I opted to drag him down the stairs. In the stairwell, he attempted to resist and continued to shout insults, prompting me to deliver a few more punches to subdue him. Upon reaching the entrance of Royal International, I pulled him into a nearby alley and unleashed a brutal beating upon him. My anger was genuine. I did not wish to cause a scene in front of Lin Chuyao, yet he had forced my hand. During the assault, he offered little resistance. Likely a mere paper tiger, his bravado faded quickly when faced with actual confrontation. Ultimately, he lay half reclined on the ground, bloodied and battered. Even in this state, he remained defiant, pulling out his phone to threaten me that he would call for reinforcements. "Go ahead and call. I'll be here to entertain your friends," I replied. After making the call, he informed me that his brother was nearby and would be arriving shortly. About 5 minutes later, a van approached. Upon seeing it, I was taken aback, for emblazoned on its side were the numbers 1998. Perhaps due to age and wear, the paint had faded significantly, making the digits less discernible. Why was I surprised? Years ago, the triangular-eyed man had used a van marked with the same numbers when he kidnapped Lu Hui and her daughter. The positioning, font, and color seemed identical, suggesting it was the same vehicle, albeit now in a dilapidated state. Could it be that the tattooed man's reinforcements were the very same individuals I sought? Chapter 54. If you have the guts, go find the monkey. As the van came to a halt at the alley's entrance, my heart raced. The monkey had mentioned that his brother, the triangular-eyed man, along with the buzz-cut fellow, were from the neighboring county, Chung County. I had intended to seek vengeance upon my release, but given their location, I had anticipated the pursuit would be challenging. Yet, fate had led me to encounter them here. It was nighttime, and the dim lighting obscured my view. The tattooed man, upon seeing the van stop, limped over while calling out, "I'm here. Hurry up." The van's door swung open, and 5 individuals emerged. I squinted under the streetlight, scanning for familiar faces, but did not spot the triangular-eyed man or the monkey. I assumed that 4 years had changed them considerably. However, one figure appeared vaguely familiar. As he drew nearer under the tattooed man's guidance, recognition struck me. It was the buzz-cut fellow, the one who had once harbored feelings for Jiang Sui and had his left arm broken by Wang Hao. In those days, he had not been shy about assaulting Jiang Sui when she and her mother were brought to the dam. Seeing the buzz-cut man eased the tension in my chest. With him present, I would surely find the triangular-eyed man and the monkey. The tattooed man, still seething, pointed at me and bellowed, "This bastard bullied my brother. I will make him pay today." However, his bravado faltered as he seemed struck by a sudden realization. Zhang Yang, he clearly recognized me. For years have passed, and you still remember my name? I smirked, taking a step closer, halting 2 meters away. He appeared slightly heavier than before. The tattooed man glanced between us, bewildered. "What's going on? Do you know him?" The buzz-cut man stammered, evidently unsure how to clarify our relationship. He looked panicked, then waved dismissively at the tattooed man. Enough. This matter ends here. Let's go. The tattooed man was immediately displeased. Why? He has beaten me so badly. And you want to seek revenge? Let us leave for now. Is he not just a lousy waiter? What is so special about him? It's not about his background. Just get in the car and come with me. Am I to endure this beating for nothing? The buzz-cut man was clearly losing his patience. Can you stop yapping? Get in the car now. The tattooed man, though reluctant, shot me a resentful glare before turning to walk toward the van. The buzz-cut man looked back at me, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent and walked away. I cannot allow him to leave unscathed. I shouted, "Why are you running? I've beaten your brother to this state, and you want to even think about avenging him?" The buzz-cut man did not turn back. He merely raised his hand in dismissal. This matter ends here. You go about your business. Ends here? Who the hell said it ends here? You lot helped Jiang Sui and her mother send me to prison, and now you dare say it's over? I've just gotten out to seek my vengeance. Mao Kunda turned back to face me, stating, "This matter does not significantly concern me. However, should you insist on seeking vengeance, I shall oblige. Yet today, I have no time to waste with you. I am occupied with other matters." Not wishing to engage in unnecessary banter, I directly inquired, "Where can I find a monkey?" I had anticipated his reluctance to share, yet he readily replied, "At Nanshan Wichiku. If you have the courage, you may seek him out, but he is currently out of town, away from the port city. Perhaps you should try again in a few days." With that, Mao Kuntu and his companions departed in their vehicle. Having obtained information about the monkey, I chose not to call him back. I was familiar with the location of Nanshan Wichiku, situated to the south of our port city, marking the border between our port city and Chung County. This area is known for its numerous coal mines, steel mills, and various processing factories, constituting the industrial zone of our port city, which accounts for a significant portion of its annual fiscal revenue. The territory is seemingly overseen by a figure known as Chi Yi, who holds considerable sway in our port city, claiming to rank second among the local hierarchy, with no one daring to contest his authority. He has a contentious relationship with brother Xiong, Zhou Yong, who had mentioned their grievances during dinner today. The monkey, residing near Wichiku, what could he possibly be doing there? I found it improbable that he would be engaged in regular labor. The monkey is known for his restless spirit, and given his nature, he would never settle for a mundane job. Furthermore, Mount Kunta's assertion that if I had the guts, I could confront the monkey implied that the latter was faring quite well at present. Perhaps I should visit him personally to reminisce and assess the situation. Upon returning to the entrance of Royal International, I found Lin Chuyo and her companions waiting. As I approached, Lin Chuyo rushed over, inquiring why I had been unreachable by phone. Glancing at my device, I explained that it had run out of battery. Upon reaching her, she noticed I was alone and asked about the tattooed man. He was picked up by a friend. "Oh, his friend came? Did they hurt you? Are you all right?" I reassured her, saying I knew his friend and there had been no altercation. "Then, what happened between you two? Did you not hurt him?" I smiled. "Rest assured, he will survive." At that moment, Duan Ting and others arrived. Li Meng feigned concern, warning me, "Zhang Yang, I must advise you, he has connections, essentially comprised of local ruffians. After what you did, you should be cautious. He will undoubtedly seek retribution. Perhaps you should refrain from coming to work for a while, or even consider changing jobs, as this one is hardly commendable." Lin Xiao looked at Li Meng with some reproach. "It's your fault. Why did you stir up trouble in the first place?" "Stir up trouble? I merely stated the facts. And now I am the one at fault?" Duan Ting also chastised Li Meng. "Enough. Are you not aware of your own actions? You intentionally instigated a conflict, ruining my birthday atmosphere." Li Meng appeared increasingly agitated, scoffing, "Fine, it's all my fault. I shall refrain from associating with you in the future to avoid causing trouble." With a huff, she stormed off. Lin Xiao grew more anxious. "What are you saying? Is that really our intention?" Duan Ting comforted her. "Do not concern yourself with her. Let her cool off for a bit. It seems her temperament has grown increasingly erratic." Given that I had inadvertently disrupted Duan Ting's birthday gathering, I felt a twinge of guilt. I turned to Duan Ting. "I apologize for ruining your birthday party." Duan Ting, ever reasonable, replied, "The blame does not lie with you. Do not dwell on it." After a brief exchange with Lin Chuyo, she led the others away, leaving only Lin Chuyo and me. "What if he comes back to trouble you? Will you lose your job?" Observing Lin Chuyo's lingering concern, I chuckled. "Haven't you always wanted me to find a new job? If I were to lose this one, you should be pleased." Chapter 55. Is Lin Chuyo pregnant? Lin Chuyo paused, her expression softening considerably. Ah, you make a fair point. In that case, you might indeed be able to change jobs. Then let it be. Do not worry about this matter. I will handle it. But what if he seeks you out again? Or if he reports you to the authorities? What if you end up in jail? He won't report me. As I mentioned, his friend knows me, and that connection should deter him from causing trouble. Of course, I was merely trying to reassure Lin Chiyo. My intent to seek vengeance against the monkey would inevitably lead to further conflict with Mao Kuntu and the tattooed man. Really? Lin Chiyo regarded me with skepticism. Indeed. Lin Chiyo nodded, placing a hand on her chest. Well, all right then. But you truly startled me earlier. After knowing you for so long, I never anticipated witnessing such a scene. I almost did not recognize you in that moment. I jested. Well, I have spent 4 years in prison, so I have changed somewhat since then, haven't I? Yes, quite a transformation. I recall when Wang Hao kicked you, and you hardly reacted. Huh, please do not remind me. I feel quite embarrassed about it. Well, Lin Chiyo hesitated. What is it? It's nothing, but please refrain from such behavior in the future. It is genuinely frightening. Moreover, now that you've harmed someone, they may retaliate, or you could end up in jail if things escalate. Understood. I truly could not restrain myself today. You witnessed it. Just then, Lin Chiyo's phone rang. It was her mother, urging her to return home as it was getting late. Although Lin Chiyo had initially planned to take a taxi back, I felt it was too late, so I accompanied her to her residential community. Her home was in the desert oasis community, a villa area. Upon reaching the entrance, as she prepared to enter, she suddenly turned back to me. Oh, there is something I would like you to help me with. What is it? She seemed hesitant, struggling to articulate her thoughts, her face turning a shade of crimson. What? Are you embarrassed to say? What is it? I inquired playfully. Oh dear, perhaps you should just go home. I will text you later. With that, Lin Chiyo shyly turned away. I was left in a state of bewilderment. Could it be that she was about to confess her feelings? Upon reflection, that seemed unlikely. Even if we returned to 4 years ago, during our most ambiguous phase, Lin Chiyo would never have taken the initiative to express her feelings. Much less so now. On the way back, Lin Chiyo sent me a message. Would you accompany me to the hospital for a checkup? I promptly replied, sure. What kind of checkup? I am uncertain whether I am pregnant, and I would like to confirm. As I read Lin Chiyo's message, a wave of disbelief washed over me, leaving my mind momentarily blank. I thought I might be hallucinating or had misread the text. However, after pinching my thigh a few times to regain clarity, the reality struck me with undeniable intensity. The message had indeed come from Lin Chiyo. Pregnant? Lin Chiyo is pregnant? How could that be? She had never even been in a relationship. Who could the father be? Could it be Jiangnan? As tumultuous waves surged within my heart, Lin Chiyo sent me another message. Not long ago, when I was in the provincial capital, I went swimming with my friend. There was a man in the pool who utterly disgusted us. This month, my period has been delayed by a week, and I am terrified that I might be pregnant. So I want to get checked. Upon reading this message, my anxious heart settled once more. So that was it. Although I was still a novice in matters of intimacy and lacked understanding, I believed the chances of her being pregnant were nearly impossible. I inquired, could it simply be a normal delay? Haven't you tried a pregnancy test yet? Lin Chiyo replied, I dare not buy one, nor use it at home, for fear of being seen, and I wouldn't know how to explain it. Besides, pregnancy tests seem unreliable. Going to the hospital is the most accurate. I countered, but if you go to the hospital, won't it be easier for others to discover? I don't want to go to a hospital in our city. I prefer one in another location, but I am too scared to go alone, so I would like you to accompany me. I found myself both amused and exasperated, and then replied, I can take you, but I still believe the chances are negligible. I consulted Duan Ting, who informed me that she had asked a doctor online. The doctor suggested that the possibility could not be ruled out, urging me to take her for an examination. Once I am checked, I will feel at ease. I've been so anxious these past few days that I can't sleep well. Since Lin Chiyo was determined to go, I reluctantly agreed. All right, I will accompany you tomorrow morning. Good. Remember not to tell anyone. I fear they might gossip. Of course, I won't mention it to anyone. Also, remember to delete the messages to leave no trace in case someone checks your phone. Understood. We finalized the time and place for our meeting the following day. Meanwhile, my mind inexplicably drifted into a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts, with Lin Chiyo as the protagonist of this peculiar daydream. The more I pondered, the more my body reacted. After all, I was still in the taxi. How awkward would it be to arrive at our destination under such circumstances? Hence, I forced myself to engage the taxi driver in conversation to dispel my fantasies. Upon arriving at the Royal International Building, just as I was about to navigate through the alley to the dormitory, Wang Liang unexpectedly called me. Answering the phone, his tone was somewhat icy. Get to the workspace immediately. He hung up without giving me a chance to respond. Naturally, I understood he was summoning me regarding the tattooed man, who had mentioned knowing Wang Liang. I found it curious that if the tattooed man was acquainted with Wang Liang, he hadn't called him when I confronted him. Perhaps he thought that even if Wang Liang arrived, he wouldn't intervene, given that I was one of his employees and he would need an outsider to truly deal with me. Alternatively, their relationship might not be as close as I presumed. Upon returning to the workspace, I found not only Wang Liang, but also Ma Tao present. Ma Tao's expression was one of exasperation, evidently having been reprimanded. You've really outdone yourself, haven't you? You barely arrived a few days ago, and already you're hitting customers? Wang Liang pointed at me as I entered. He started it, and he struck Ma Tao first. Ma Tao is merely a server like you. We are here to serve customers. They are our priority. If a customer is dissatisfied, what does it matter if they receive a slap or two? Besides, look what you've done to the customer. He's gone to the hospital. His nasal bone might be fractured. I forced a smile and replied, Brother Wang, when I first arrived, you mentioned that if anyone dared to cause trouble here at the Royal International, we should deal with them directly. He caused trouble, so I handled it as per your instructions. Wang Liang was immediately incensed. Don't you dare put words in my mouth and shift the blame onto me. I did say we could handle troublemakers. But was this even trouble? Why didn't you just bring him a drink? I took the day off. I wasn't on duty. Wang Liang sneered, taking a drag from his cigarette. So what? Just because you're on leave, you're not a server anymore? You're just a lousy server. What do you have to be proud of? Chapter 56. Team leader Wang Liang threatens me. Wang Liang's words ignited my irritation. Would you treat another customer this way? It's just because the tattooed man is your friend that you're seeking revenge. Yet I acknowledged my fault in striking someone in the VIP room, and I wished to avoid a major conflict with Wang Liang, so I tolerated his insults. Eventually, I even tried to appease him, promising it wouldn't happen again. Wang Liang scoffed. You think this is the end? I've already informed Sister Wenwen. She can fire you today. I contemplated Wang Liang's audacity. It was merely a trivial matter. Yet he reported it to Yuan 1, clearly intent on getting rid of me. If that was his aim, then he shouldn't blame me when I eventually ousted him from his position. Just as I was pondering this, the door to the workspace swung open, and Yuan 1 entered, her heels clicking on the floor. The last time I saw Yuan 1 was during my registration. She had remained seated behind her desk, and I couldn't fully appreciate her beauty. I only recalled her alluring figure and pronounced curves. Now, she stood before me in her entirety, leaving me in awe of what a true seductress she was. Her physique was simply stunning. Although I considered Jiang Suesue's figure the finest, Yuan 1's was equally impressive, with each representing a different type of allure. Yuan 1 possessed a fuller, rounder backside that offered a more visually enticing appeal, and she was several years older than Jiang Suesue, exuding a more mature charm. Sister Wenwen, this fool just arrived and already caused trouble with a customer. Wang Liang hurriedly approached her, ingratiating himself. Yuan 1 merely regarded me with a stoic expression, explained the situation. Before I could speak, Wang Liang interjected. A customer asked him to fetch something. I did not ask you. Yuan 1 interrupted him. Wang Liang was taken aback, then forced a smile. I recounted the events, and Yuan 1 even asked Ma Tao to confirm my account. Ma Tao hesitated, clearly wary of Wang Liang's authority, but ultimately sided with me, stating that the tattooed man had indeed initiated the confrontation. I then pointed out that the tattooed man was Wang Liang's friend, which elicited a glare of pure animosity from him. As for Yuan 1, she was not particularly harsh. After understanding the situation, she merely reprimanded me lightly without imposing any punishment, then took her leave. After she departed, Wang Liang glared at me. What the hell was that? Why did you tell Sister Wenwen that he was my friend? Are you trying to imply that I was abusing my power? Since Yuan 1 had no intention of reprimanding me, I felt no apprehension. I replied, I had no such intention, if you insist on thinking that way. There's little I can do. You've got some nerve, haven't you? Just remember this, Zhang Yang. I'm a team leader. I can ensure you don't last a month here to collect your salary. With that, he shot a fierce look at Ma Tao. Aren't you going to get back to work? Ma Tao nodded and turned to leave. You two, get out of here. And remember what I just said. I initially considered retorting, but then thought better of it, deciding to reserve my insults for when I eventually dethroned him from his position. Once outside, I found Ma Tao waiting for me in the hallway. I approached him and jested. So, are you going to thank me properly? I shall refrain from engaging in this matter. After all, we are relatives. Allow me to assist you. Ma Tao interrupted me with a grim expression. What are you thanking me for? I retorted, come on, you can't be this cold-hearted. That fool slapped you, and I help you deal with him. If you don't wish to express gratitude, that's one thing. But do you really have to look at me as if I owe you 5 million? Are you certain your actions were motivated solely by a slap? You were eager to confront him regardless. I merely provided you with an opportunity. Moreover, because of your actions, I lost my bonus for this month and faced a lecture from Brother Wang. The monthly bonus is only 200. I could easily cover that for you. Then hand it over now. Ma Tao pragmatically extended his hand. Aware of his financial struggles, I retrieved my wallet and handed him 200. He accepted the money, stuffed it into his pocket, and without uttering a word of thanks, turned to leave. I quickly grasped his arm. Given your dire financial situation, aren't you considering joining me? Join you? He scoffed. You're on the verge of losing your job, and you expect me to follow you? I gestured toward the workspace. I'm counting on that Wong fellow. He wouldn't dare lose my job. Just wait and see how I manage to oust him from his position. And what would that achieve? You think you'll become the team leader? What benefit would I gain from following you? Will you double my salary or what? I currently have a promising project that necessitates registering a company. As relatives, I could register it under your name, making you the legal representative and the boss. You wouldn't miss out on the benefits, and furthermore. Before I could finish, Ma Tao waved his hand dismissively. I have no interest in listening to your boasts. I'm busy. Just then, Wang Liang emerged from the workspace, prompting Ma Tao to quicken his pace in leaving, while I had no choice but to return to my dormitory. As for why I wanted Ma Tao to register the company, it was primarily because if Gao Fei accepted my terms, I would need to register a company first. Having Ma Tao as the legal representative served two purposes. One, to assist him, and if the company thrived, I could hand over the operations entirely while I simply enjoyed the dividends as a major shareholder. The other reason was that being the legal representative entails certain risks. Having Ma Tao shoulder this burden would afford me more time and space to address any issues that might arise. This was, in fact, a lesson imparted by my mentor. Although being the legal representative may appear glamorous and prestigious to outsiders, if one does not possess the actual shareholding and lacks decision-making authority, one merely becomes a decorative puppet, lacking genuine utility. Upon my return to the dormitory, I found Lao Hei and Ma Gan already present. Ma Gan was applying ointment to Lao Hei's waist. Seeing me enter, Lao Hei exclaimed, "You scoundrel! That kick you landed on me broke my rib. No wonder it's been hurting." I chuckled. Don't shift the blame onto me. Why not say it was Wang Lao's men who attacked you? Wang Lao's crew only targeted my legs, arms, and back. But they didn't touch my waist. What shall we do then? If it was truly me who caused your injury, should I compensate you for your medical expenses? That one be necessary. The doctor said it's just a minor fracture. A few days of rest will suffice. The skin is swollen, and if I lie down and touch it, it hurts. For now, I can't face you one-on-one. We'll have to postpone until I recover. Are you still unwilling to give up? Why not be smart like Ma Gan, who knows he can't win and has already conceded? You are just being stubborn. Ma Gan has never been particularly skilled in combat. He is ruthless, unlike me. Fine, since you refuse to relent, we shall fight when you've healed. After exchanging a few casual words with Lao Hei, he suddenly inquired about my early return. I explained that I had taken a leave of absence and relayed the events that transpired at the KTV department, asking if he knew Wang Liang. Lao Hei shook his head, saying, "Our Royal International is vast, with numerous employees in each department. How could I possibly know everyone? Besides, there are several team leaders among the service staff in your KTV department. If you mention Dong Zi, I would recognize him, but I'm unfamiliar with Wang Liang. Perhaps I might recognize him if I saw him. As for Dong Zi, he is the deputy manager of our KTV department. There are two individuals responsible for it. Yuan Wen, the manager who oversees operations and typically remains on the 6th floor for administrative and financial tasks, rarely visiting the KTV department unless necessary. Dong Zi, on the other hand, is the one who manages the various tasks within the KTV department. However, he has recently traveled to Macau, reportedly to study their KTV management model, and is currently not in the harbor city. What is your relationship with Wang Hao like? I inquired further. Just average. We maintain a somewhat cordial FAOD. He even called me previously to inquire about your situation. mentioning your prior grievances and advising me to look after you. Curiously, he gazed at me. What kind of grievances exist between you and Wang Hao? Is it a matter concerning a woman? Had this been before, I would have been reluctant to divulge too much to Lao He. However, given that our relationship had improved, I decided to share the animosities between Wang Hao and myself. After listening, Lao He chuckled. That rascal Wang Hao is indeed no good. But from what I gather, he has bullied you multiple times, and you've been rather timid. Haven to you? Yes, at that time I was quite timid, a model student, if you will. Your transformation during your incarceration must have been remarkable. It's hard to believe you became so formidable in just 4 years. I refrained from discussing my time in prison with Lao He, merely stating, I am not like others who have served time. When the opportunity arises, I shall share the details with you. Lao He's curiosity was piqued. He pressed, don't wait for later. Tell me now. If you agree to become my subordinate now, listening to my commands and arrangements, I might consider revealing it to you. Scram, you're daydreaming. I would never become your subordinate, not even in my next life. Do not speak too confidently. When the time comes for you to call me big brother, we shall see how painful that face of yours feels. That will never happen. The following morning, as I headed to the cafeteria for a meal, Xiao Peng trailed behind me eagerly. Brother, what is the relationship between you and those beautiful ladies from last night? They're stunning. With a playful grin, I asked, which one caught your eye? The one in the jeans and white shirt. She is truly. Forget it. She is my childhood sweetheart. You think you can have any designs on her? Xiao Peng pouted. What about the other one? The one in the black dress? The only one in a black dress last night was Duan Ting. She is a sister of my childhood sweetheart, and while I am not very familiar with her, I warned Xiao Peng. You shouldn't set your sights on her. She is too beautiful for you. Xiao Peng seemed to possess a measure of self-awareness, sighing, I know I can't pursue her. I was just asking. There is, however, someone you might consider pursuing. She has a preference for chubby guys and asked me yesterday if you had a girlfriend. At that moment, I began to tease Xiao Peng, referring to Li Meng. This troublesome girl has been pestering me, and I saw an opportunity to annoy her in return. Oh, Xiao Peng's eyes widened in surprise. Is that true? Who is she? She is the one in the super short shorts, almost revealing her underwear, you know? You mean the one in the pink short-sleeve shirt? The one whose shirt is so short it reveals her belly button? And she wears glasses? Yes, that is her. Xiao Peng's excitement was palpable as he nearly drooled. Swallowing hard, she is not bad. While she may not be as beautiful as the others, her figure is fantastic. Most importantly, she seems to be into your type. You two could hit it off. Little Fatty rubbed his hands excitedly. Indeed, if this works out, why would I need to visit a bathhouse? It would be delightful to spend every day with her, haha. He eagerly requested Li Meng's contact information from me. I informed him that I didn't have it at the moment, but I would let him know once I obtained it. Perhaps overwhelmed with joy, Little Fatty exclaimed that he would treat us to a meal later. I reminded him that he had previously claimed to be short on cash, but he confidently patted his chest, saying, even if I'm broke, I can still afford to treat my boss to a meal. After dining, I returned to my dorm to change into what I considered my finest attire, tidying my hair meticulously. Although today was merely a visit to the hospital with Lin Chuying for a checkup, I couldn't shake the feeling that it resembled a date. Upon exiting the Royal International, the repair shop called to inform me that my car was ready for pickup. Initially, I had planned to drive Lin Chuying to the hospital in the Range Rover, but realizing how conspicuous it was, I thought it best to take a taxi instead. Considering Lin Chuying was likely feeling anxious and would prefer a more understated approach, I informed the repair shop owner to keep the car for now, and I would collect it later. I must admit, I was quite impressed by Su He. Since leaving, she hadn't even inquired about her car, which was worth over 3 million. How could she be so indifferent? I had arranged to meet Lin Chuying at the plaza. Not wanting to draw attention, she dressed quite ordinarily, wearing minimal makeup, along with a hat and a mask, concealing herself completely. Perhaps due to the early pregnancy test, she appeared embarrassed upon seeing me. Her face nearly crimson, avoiding eye contact. I smiled and reassured her that she hadn't done anything wrong. It was merely an unexpected situation, and she should feel no pressure. What if I really am pregnant? She cautiously asked while waiting for a taxi. If so, we would terminate it. But if that were the case, and I'm marrying the future, will my husband ever find out? Would this affect my? As her voice dwindled, I could hardly discern whether she had grown too quiet or simply ceased speaking. Leaning closer, I inquired, affect what? Will I lose my virginity after giving birth? This question caught me off guard, and I admitted I was uncertain. I continued to comfort her. It's all right. You didn't get pregnant recklessly. If you tell your future husband the truth, I believe he would understand. Besides, try not to worry. I can see you're sweating profusely. Perhaps you're not pregnant, just experiencing a delay. But I'm so scared. If I really am pregnant, my life will be ruined. I jokingly suggested, then just marry me. I trust you and wouldn't mind. Lin Shuiying paused momentarily, then fell silent. At that moment, I pondered her feelings toward me. Did she still harbor any affection? She had expressed concern about her future husband's thoughts, implying that I was not her first choice. Yet, she sought my company for such an important matter, which indicated her trust in me. Did she view me merely as a good friend, or was there a hint of romantic sentiment? Just then, a taxi arrived, and we hurriedly opened the door to board, breaking the awkward silence. We were headed to Chung County, the hometown of the triangle-eyed man and the buzz-cut fellow, located about 20 kilometers from our port city. The journey, though not long, took over an hour due to the mountainous roads we had to navigate. Chung County was relatively underdeveloped compared to our bustling port city, with its streets appearing old and worn, which explained why the triangle-eyed individuals sought opportunities in our city. Upon arriving at the hospital, Lin Shuiying appeared even more anxious. You're fine. You're not pregnant, so there's no need to be so tense. I'm just a bit scared. Don't worry. I'm here with you. Regardless of the outcome today, I will support you. Lin Shuiying lifted her head, and through the gap between her mask and hat, I glimpsed her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. All right, let us go. Inside the hospital, we registered for an appointment with a gynecologist. When we met the doctor, Lin Shuiying hid behind me like a frightened deer. As I explained that we needed a pregnancy test, the doctor inquired about our relationship and whether we planned to keep the baby. To spare Lin Shuiying any embarrassment, I stated that we were a young couple and uncertain about the pregnancy, first needing to confirm if she was indeed pregnant. The doctor then provided a blood test order, and we proceeded to the payment window. What test is this for? A rather impatient nurse at the blood draw station asked. I aimed for discretion, replying, It's written on the order. Could you please take a look? The nurse didn't even glance at the paper and retorted, Just tell me what it is. To be honest, had it not been for Lin Shuiying's potential discomfort, I would have confronted her rudeness. It's for a pregnancy test, I replied. Extend your arm. The nurse's demeanor toward Lin Shuiying was even harsher, perhaps due to her own bad mood. As she drew Lin Shuiying's blood, her movements were rough, and I could see Lin Shuiying nearly in tears as she sat up from the chair. What is wrong? Did it hurt? I asked urgently. Lin Shuiying shook her head. Not really. It just startled me. I whispered, Ignore that rude person. She is probably upset over her husband's infidelity and is taking out on us. Just then, someone unexpectedly pushed me. I turned to see a bald man standing beside me, his triangle-shaped eyes unmistakable. It was Triangle Eye. If I had encountered him elsewhere, I would have surely confronted him. But under these circumstances, I felt a wave of anxiety. What if he spoke out? Upon recognizing me, Lin Shuiying immediately lowered her head and turned away. Unsure of what to say, I merely scrutinized Triangle Eye. He appeared more mature than 4 years prior, sporting a shaved head and adorned with a large gold chain, his fierce eyes adding to his intimidating aura. Most would instinctively avoid someone like him. Noticing my silence, Triangle Eye smirked, What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? I helped you deal with your stepmother back in the day, remember? I gently nudged Lin Shuiying and gestured towards the staircase, saying, You wait for me over there. I'll join you shortly. Relieved, she hurried away. Triangle Eye prodded my arm. So, do you recognize me or not? I'm talking to you. Even if you turn to dust, I would still recognize you, I replied. Wow, it's been years. And you've grown quite arrogant, referring to yourself so boldly. He then nodded toward Lin Shuiying. Who asked that? Your little mistress? I heard you're here for a pregnancy test. You managed to get her pregnant just after getting out of jail? How does that work? What does that have to do with you? It's none of your business, I coldly interrupted. Triangle Eye seemed irritated. Can you speak to me respectfully? Did you beat up my little brother last night? I haven't settled that with you yet, and here you are acting tough. This is Chung County, the stronghold of Lousy. Do you believe that I could summon a horde to come and eliminate you with a mere word? I have a desire to settle scores with the one with slanted eyes, yet I must first attend to Lin Shuiyao, so I shall set aside my grievances for now. You have wronged me by causing my imprisonment, and I will inevitably seek retribution. However, today I have matters to attend to, so I shall not dwell on this. With that, I turned and made my way toward Lin Shuiyao. Behind me, the one with slanted eyes continued to curse, seemingly intent on pursuing further confrontation. But upon the emergence of a heavily pregnant woman from the restroom nearby, he quickly rushed to assist her. I speculated that this woman must be either his wife or his mistress. As I approached Lin Chuyao, I noticed her fidgeting nervously with the hem of her clothing. After a brief moment, she tugged at my arm, urging me to hurry downstairs. Only after we exited the building and approached the hospital entrance did she inquire, "Who was that person? How do you know someone here in Qing County?" I replied, "He is the one who falsely accused me and caused my imprisonment alongside Jiang Sui and her mother. He is a local." "Ah, he doesn't know me, does he? He won't reveal anything about me, will he?" I reassured her, saying, "He doesn't recognize you, and with your hat and mask on, he would certainly not identify you even if he were to see you again. Besides, even if this information were to spread, I would never admit to having brought you here. You need not worry. All right, let us hurry. I feel as though my heart might leap from my throat." As the test results would not be available until the afternoon at the earliest, Lin Chuyao and I decided to find a nearby hotel and rented a room for a few hours. It was rather awkward, as the soundproofing of the room was quite poor. While we were having lunch, a couple in the adjacent room was clearly engaged in a passionate encounter, with the male partner being particularly vigorous, eliciting loud cries from the female. Lin Chuyao's face flushed deeply, and I could sense that she was thoroughly embarrassed. Perhaps it was the combination of being alone in a room with a man and the sound from next door that stirred my own thoughts inappropriately. Fearing that Lin Chuyao might catch on to my reaction, I quickly excused myself, saying, "I'll just step out to buy an ice cream. It's rather warm." Lin Chuyao's voice was barely above a whisper, her demeanor resembling that of a bashful young girl. Truth be told, the more shy and reserved a woman appears, the more a man's mind tends to wander. I stood up but did not immediately leave. Instead, I gazed down at her. The small table in our room was quite low, and as Lin Chuyao was eating, she leaned forward, her head bowed deeply. This position inadvertently drew my gaze to her neckline, and when I caught a glimpse, my heart raced uncontrollably. Chapter 59. Test results from her neckline. I could discern things that were best left unseen, leaving me parched. Standing, I realized that Lin Chuyao could easily see my waist, and not wanting her to notice my reaction, I swiftly turned and left the room. As I reached the door, I glanced back and found Lin Chuyao doing the same. Our eyes met for a fleeting second before she quickly averted her gaze, burying her face in her chest. I mused that while one might feel flustered in such situations, the likes of Jiang Sui would never display such shyness. Upon returning with the ice cream, the noises from the neighboring room had yet to cease. I couldn't help but admire the vigor of that young man. I even wondered if I would be able to last as long if I were ever in a similar situation. After finishing the ice cream and waiting for about 10 more minutes, Lin Chuyao, unable to bear it any longer, suddenly exclaimed, I want to go to an internet CAF and play on the computer for a bit. Shall we go?" I nodded in agreement, and we set off to find a CAF. As I sat down at the computer and logged into my QQ account, messages began to flood in. Just as I anticipated, they were from Gan Tian. We had previously discussed childhood sweethearts, and she inquired about the current status of my relationship with mine. Due to a power outage at the CAF, I had been unable to respond, and she sent several messages, worried that her questions might have been too intrusive. Amused, I quickly typed a response. The CAF lost power, and my computer shut down unexpectedly. As for her inquiries about my childhood sweetheart, I chose not to disclose anything. As Lin Chuyao was right beside me, I feared that if she caught even a glimpse of my screen, it could lead to complications. I resolved to discuss it with Gan Tian when she was online again. "Is this your new QQ account?" Lin Chuyao asked, having noticed my replies to others. "Yes, I created it during my last visit to the CAF. I've forgotten the password to my old one," I replied. "Then how come you already have friends added, especially female ones?" she questioned, her tone hinting at a touch of jealousy. I teased, "Are you feeling jealous?" Lin Chuyao retorted, giving my arm a playful smack. "Don't say such things." I chuckled and made up an excuse. "I ran into a couple of friends at the CAF last time and added them on spot. I actually intended to ask for your number, but then I remembered I don't go online often, so having your phone number is sufficient." "Why don't you go online often? I remember you used to love it." "That was in the past. I've lost interest now. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have come." "Well then, add me as a friend now." "All right." After adding Lin Chuyao as a friend, I began playing a game. I noticed that she had many friends, and a significant number of messages came from male avatars. Given her popularity, it was no surprise that her new QQ account would draw attention. Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, we made our way to the hospital. Since the test results were still not ready, We found a secluded corner to wait. By 4:30, the results finally arrived, and we both breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that she was not pregnant. Lin Shuyao was so ecstatic that she leaped with joy. Her entire demeanor transformed in an instant. Ha ha ha, this is wonderful. Not pregnant. I chuckled. It was unlikely you would be. If it were that easy to conceive, any pervert wanting a multitude of children would merely have to visit a pool a few times, and there would be countless pregnancies. Lin Shuyao giggled. I figured it was improbable since he was several meters away from us, and during that moment, there was no guarantee he would finish. We ran away the instant we realized what was happening. I then asked, if you thought it impossible, why were you so frightened before? She replied, it was due to my delayed period. It had always been regular, and the sudden change made me anxious. Well, now that the results are in, you should feel at ease. Let's hurry back to the port city. With the weight of her anxiety lifted, Lin Shuyao transformed into a cheerful spirit on our journey back, and our conversation flowed much more easily. However, as we neared the port city, she broached the topic of work again, urging me to find a different job. She warned that working in a KTV could invite trouble, stating, even if you don't provoke anyone, trouble may still find you, just like with that tattooed man. I didn't instigate anything, yet it still led to conflict. I naturally deflected her inquiries, saying I would think it over. As for Lin Shuyu, she still hadn't decided whether to accept the job in the provincial capital, stating she needed a few more days to contemplate. Upon arriving at the port city, after dropping Lin Shuyu off, I hurried back to the dormitory, intending to tidy up before work. In the dorm, I found Lao Hei and Ma Gan changing clothes, both of their garments stained with blood. Seeing this, I immediately suspected they had been out collecting debts again. Out collecting money again? I inquired. Lao Hei chuckled and shook his head. No, we want to deal with Wang Laowu. Ever since he crossed me, he's been hiding. A friend of mine tipped me off about his whereabouts. So we went and took care of him, leaving him bloodied. What a misfortune. I thought to myself that Wang Laowu had brought this upon himself. Lao Hei had already given him a chance, yet he continued to stir up trouble. However, I disapproved of Lao Hei and Ma Gan's tendency to resort to such violent measures. I advised, you should refrain from being so ruthless in the future. If he schemes against you, you could demand your money back, but if you keep dismembering people, you'll end up offending everyone in the port city. Who knows? One day you might walk out and get killed. Lao Hei dismissed my concerns. It's fine. We have Brother Long looking out for us. This Brother Long is the head of the Royal International Gaming Hall. Xiao Peng had previously mentioned that because Lao Hei and Ma Gan were ruthless and efficient, Brother Long held them in high regard and treated them like brothers. Yet, I was well aware that they were merely being exploited. Once they had too much blood on their hands or offended someone too powerful for Brother Long, he would surely discard them. Without a backing, could they rely solely on their bravado to resolve all issues? Clearly not. In this world, one cannot solve many problems with mere brute force. I continued to counsel them. What if you offend someone even more formidable than Brother Long? How will he assist you then? Well, Brother Long has the Royal International behind him, and if he can't handle it, there's always Brother Xiong, they replied. I smiled and remarked, you are too naive. Those who have reached their current positions are astute and pragmatic. They prioritize their interests above all. If you are of use to them, they will treat you well. If you become a burden, they will simply dispose of you. Do you truly expect them to come to your aid in a crisis? That is highly unlikely. Chapter 60. Once again toying with Jiang Sui Sui at this moment, Xiao Peng chimed in, yes, Lao Hei, if you were related to Brother Long or Brother Xiong, it would be a different story. They would genuinely help you. But since you are not family, why would they go out of their way to assist you? Clearly, they're just using you. Lao Hei shot Xiao Peng a glare. What? Just because I showed you some kindness, you think you can lecture me? Lao Hei's sudden shift in demeanor startled Xiao Peng, nearly causing him to sit down on the bed in shock. He quickly muttered an apology and turned to pack his things. Lao Hei then turned to me with a grin. And you dare criticize us? Your heart is just as ruthless. When you nailed that sissy's hand to the bed, did you not remind yourself to be less severe? The sissy was still present in the dormitory, and with this reference, I felt a twinge of embarrassment and offered my apologies. I then said to Lao Hei, there are times to be ruthless and times to employ softer tactics. We must learn to balance both. Not every situation requires harsh measures. I don't understand. If I did, I would already be in Brother Long's position, rather than here earning my keep as a thug, he retorted. Not understanding is fine. Just stick with me. And I will guide you, I replied. Good luck with that. Wait until you've taken a few punches from me first, he shot back. Have you forgotten who left you unconscious last time? I countered. That was a sneak attack. It doesn't count, he argued. Just as I was about to respond, my phone rang. I picked it up to find Gao Fei calling. I stepped outside to a quieter area to take the call. Yango, I discussed with my father, and he is open to collaborating with you. However, the price for our goods must remain within a range we can accept. You cannot undercut us too severely. Upon hearing Gao Fei's words, I thought this could work. Rest assured, business collaborations should be mutually beneficial. I need to ensure you make a profit so that I can too. If you cannot sustain your operations, my company would fail as well. Let me know when you're free. I will treat you to a meal, and you can discuss specifics with my father then. I need to send someone to inspect your vegetable greenhouse first. Only once I confirm everything is in order will I consider moving forward. All right, just give me a call before you bring someone over, and I will show you around. Good. After hanging up, I contemplated finding a professional to take a look. As for where to find one, it was not a challenge for me. With my master's esteemed connections and high-end ingredients, locating a qualified individual would be simple. Coincidentally, Suhi's car had been repaired. She had asked me to deliver it, so I decided to combine both tasks into one trip. That evening, around 8:30, Jiang Sui and Xiao Taoxin arrived with a few others to sing karaoke. Of course, their pretense of singing was merely a facade. They were there for ulterior motives. She specifically requested my service again. However, before heading to her private room, I called Li Gu, instructing him to send someone to vandalize the mother-daughter duo's shop. When I arrived at Jiang Sui's room, she had yet to confront me when her phone rang according to my plan. After hanging up, her expression darkened, and she exclaimed, "What is going on these past few days? There are always idiots causing trouble at my store. I'm truly fed up." With that, she hurriedly led her group away. Before leaving, she shot me a suspicious glance, which made me wonder, had she figured it out? Did she know it was my doing? Clearly, Jiang Sui was still a step behind. She ultimately did not question me. That night, after working until around midnight, the KTV section was nearly empty. Just as Xiao Pang and I were preparing to leave, Wang Liang suddenly called out to us. "Tonight, you both are on duty until morning. Don't leave yet." I was taken aback. Isn't this week supposed to be the second group's turn? Our group isn't scheduled until next week. Wang Liang replied. Someone from the second group is on leave, so I volunteered our group to cover. Realizing his intent to sabotage me, I asked if we cover for someone tonight. Does that mean we won't have to work next week? Wang Liang scoffed. What are you thinking? You're just filling in tonight. You still have to work next week. Will I receive overtime pay for covering? Wang Liang shook his head defiantly. No. Then why should I cover for someone without compensation? Wang Liang arrogantly declared. I said you are covering, so you will cover. I am a team leader. This is your assignment. We must contribute to the Royal International. What? You don't want to contribute? I had yet to respond when Xiao Pang immediately nodded with a grin. Contribution, we are willing to contribute. I shot Xiao Pang a glare and muttered, "You're contributing to your mother." I then turned to Wang Liang. I came here to earn money, not to make some grand contribution. If you want to contribute, you can do so tonight. We are leaving. With that, I pulled Xiao Pang toward the elevator. Wang Liang quickly caught up, grabbing my arm while cursing. Who do you think you are? What do you think you're doing in front of me? Looking for trouble? I thought to myself, let us allow you to be the captain for a few more days. Yet, you insist on courting disaster. So today I shall engage you in a little playful tussle. I turned to him and said, I will count to 3, and you'd better let go. 1. Oh, what S with counting to 3? You want to hit me, huh? Come on, give it a try today. Ignoring his provocations, I continued my count. 2. Simultaneously, I locked eyes with Wang Liang. He was the type to bully the weak and cower before the strong, a coward at heart. Perhaps my fierce demeanor intimidated him. And just as I reached 3, he released his grip. Zhang Yang, you think you're something special, huh? I was initially considering sparing you if you behave tonight during your shift, but since you've shown me such disrespect, don't blame me for what has to come. Just wait. With that, he turned and strode toward the work area. I muttered fool under my breath and led Xiaopeng toward the elevator. Xiaopeng seemed a bit frightened, and with a wry smile, he urged, Boss, why don't we just do a day-s shift? After all, he is the team leader. When Brother Dongzi returns from Macau, if he speaks ill of you, you might find yourself in trouble or even worse. Wang Liang was particularly adept at currying favor with Brother Dongzi, even tending to him during his hospital stay. I tapped Xiaopeng on the head. Can't you have a little ambition? To put it bluntly, even if I lose my job and take a beating, what is the worst that could happen? It's not like I die. I could easily find another job. But if you compromise now, Do you really think you want team make you work shifts every day from now on? Surely, they can't expect us to be on duty every day, I added. All right, just follow my lead. That fool isn't worthy of my concern, and he'll soon be out of his position. Xiaopeng seemed eager to argue, but was too afraid of my reprimand, so he fell silent with a resigned smile. Once inside the elevator, I pressed the button for the 5th floor, intending to visit the bathing area and confront Wang Hao regarding the incident with Ma Tao. Xiaopeng, thinking I was about to take him to meet some girls, perked up. Bro, are you taking me to have some fun? Chapter 61. Wang Hao takes me to gamble. I grinned mischievously. You can either join me for some fun, or I can introduce you to a beauty. It's your choice. Without hesitation, Xiaopeng decisively replied, well, let us enjoy ourselves today. Once I'm officially dating that beauty, I can behave myself later. All right, but just so you know, Lao San and Wang Hao might be up there. Are you scared? His bravado faltered at my reminder, and he tugged at my arm, playfully pleading, good brother, let us go somewhere else. There are other bathhouses besides our Royal International. I heard from Zhang Long that there's a new place nearby with young, fit girls from Hainan. I interrupted, we're going here. You're here to spend money, to help Wang Hao boost his earnings. He is not going to harm you. In fact, he'll be quite pleased. Maybe another day then. We can head back to the dorm instead. As I finished speaking, the elevator doors opened on the 5th floor. I stepped out, but Xiaopeng hesitated, so I dragged him out. The front desk girl saw us and repeated her usual spiel, asking if we were there to find someone or for leisure. Where's Wang Hao? I inquired. The girl paused before pointing at me. Oh, didn't you come looking for him before? My memory seems to be failing me. Yes, that is correct. She seemed to assume I was on friendly terms with Wang Hao and quickly grabbed her walkie-talkie to call him. Moments later, Wang Hao approached from a nearby corridor, appearing somewhat surprised but also disdainful upon realizing I sought him out. What brings you here? Looking for girls? If you are, just pay the front desk. They'll arrange it. Noticing Wang Hao's unfriendly demeanor, Xiaopeng grew anxious and pretended to clutch his stomach. Oh no, I'm feeling a bit unwell. I'll just use the restroom. As he hurried off, Wang Hao scolded. Don't you have a restroom in your KTV department? Why come here? I merely chuckled at Wang Hao. I'm not here for girls. I came to find you. Looking for me? For what purpose? Looking at Wang Hao's face, I was tempted to retort that I was there to confront him, but I held back, deciding to play along. Brother Hao, didn't you say last time that I should come find you when I had some free time? Wang Hao furrowed his brow, quiet for a moment, then turned to the front desk. Give him a girl. I quickly interjected. Brother Hao, you misunderstood. I'm here to hang out with you, not to chase after girls. Hang out with me? Wang Hao scoffed. I'm in the middle of a card game. Do you want to join? Sure, since I have nothing else to do. Sleeping isn't my only option. A few rounds of cards will be fine. We're betting real money, and the stakes can reach thousands in a single hand. Are you sure you want to play? Wang Hao seemed to think that high stakes would deter me, but it didn't faze me. Firstly, I wasn't short on cash. The money my 3 masters provided would astonish him. Secondly, I was confident in my gambling skills. My 3rd master was a seasoned gambler, and I had learned much from him. Thus, I could assure a winning streak against ordinary players. The one time I lost was intentional. Now, with an opportunity to win money from Wang Hao, I was eager to proceed. Smiling, I replied, I'm certain, even if I lose tens of thousands today, I can handle it. Seeing my determination to gamble, Wang Hao's demeanor lightened. His eyes darted mischievously as if plotting something. Where did you get the money to gamble like that? Are you joking? I'm serious. But just to be clear, losing means you'll have to pay. Stop considering. Let us just play. All right then, I'll take you to play. Wang Hao draped his arm over my shoulder, warmly leading me deeper down the corridor. You've been in prison for 4 years. How do you still have so much money? Can you earn money while working there? I replied, the labor pay in prison is minimal, just enough for cigarettes. The reason I have some cash now is that my father left me a little. As I mentioned my father, I observed Wang Hao's reaction, curious if it related to my father's disappearance. He had once suggested to Jiang Sui to eliminate my father. Yet, Wang Hao's expression remained casual, and he frowned, asking, Isn't your father missing? How'd he leave you money? I fabricated. He left some behind. Jiang Sui and her mother are unaware. Wang Hao chuckled. Of course, being his son, he would ensure you had some safety net, even if he publicly favored that mother-daughter duo. However, he paused before tentatively advising, just think carefully. If we play big, don't blame me if you lose. Why didn't he have the best relationship back then? I genuinely want to help you now. If you lose a lot and blame me, I cheekily interrupted, don't worry. I'm not afraid of losing. I'm just concerned about winning and having you and your friends turn against me. Haha, you underestimate me. Losing tens of thousands is nothing to me. Wang Hao spoke with bravado, yet I knew he was merely boasting. Moments ago, I had seen him emerge from the front desk, his expression darkened, likely due to a recent loss at the tables. He remarked that losing tens of thousands was trivial, but I suspected that even losing a few hundred would be enough to torment him. Soon, Wang Hao led me to a room at the end of the corridor, where a mahjong table was surrounded by 7 individuals, 2 women and 5 men. With Wang Hao and myself included, there were 9 of us in total. A quick glance revealed that Lao San was among them. Upon my arrival, Lao San appeared somewhat surprised, pointing at me and querying Wang Hao. Isn't this the cousin of Ma Tao? How did you bring him here? Perhaps fearing Lao San might utter something unkind, Wang Hao promptly interjected with a smile. Yes. My brother insisted on joining your game, claiming he would win tens of thousands from you. So, you all better play seriously and not tarnish the reputation of our establishment. Lao San paused briefly, then seemed to share a silent understanding with Wang Hao, quickly grasping his intent. Today, the objective was to win at all costs, ideally leaving me with nothing. He then burst into laughter, pushing aside a voluptuous woman sitting on his thigh, instructing her, go fetch a chair for Wang Hao's brother. The woman obediently moved a chair to Lao San's side, and I took a seat. Noticing that Wang Hao had no intention of joining us, Lao San inquired why Wang Hao wasn't playing. Wang Hao replied, you all play first. I'll join shortly. My hands are feeling a bit restless, so I'll just observe for now. As he spoke, he wrapped his arm around the voluptuous woman, his hand audaciously slipping beneath her blouse. Surprisingly, the woman did not protest, treating his advances as commonplace. Lao San then turned to me, asking what game I preferred. I replied, anything will do. Do you know how to play Jia Jinhua? Yes. Let me explain our rules. The pot starts at 100. Each person takes turns, betting 10 as the minimum, with no upper limit. Only when 3 players remain can we compare cards. How does that sound? Sound good. And how do we determine the dealer? Is it by drawing cards or something else? Whatever you prefer. Let us draw cards to determine. Each of the 6 players drew a card, and since I held the highest, I naturally became the dealer. Before dealing, I jokingly remarked, there shouldn't be any issues with the cards, right? Lao San chuckled and retorted, are you trying to gross us out with that comment? These are regular playing cards bought at a convenience store for $1. I chuckled in return and began to shuffle the cards. Chapter 62. Winning over 10,000 from them, to be honest, if I were to shuffle. I had the utmost confidence in winning, as it was all too easy to cheat. I could memorize a few high cards during the shuffle, ensuring they remained in fixed positions throughout the deck. Even if they cut the cards later, I could manipulate the dealing process to ensure I received the cards I desired. Thus, in the first round, I dealt myself high cards without hesitation. Meanwhile, these so-called players seemed to have their own routine for deceit. When playing amongst themselves, they might not resort to trickery, but with me, there was an abundance of covert glances exchanged. Once someone confirmed they had a strong hand, they would signal to others, prompting many to fold, while 2 continued to play their cards face down, raising their bets persistently. Their strategy served 2 purposes: to entice me to keep betting and to maintain the illusion that 4 players still held cards, thus delaying any reveal. Their bets had escalated to 200 each, and after several rounds, the total pot had accumulated to 5,000 or 6,000, yet no one had revealed their cards. Wang Hao feigned concern from the sidelines, stating, Lao San has seen his cards, and if he's not folding now, they must be particularly strong. Plus, 2 players are still hiding their cards. You're doing the same. I fear you might lose. Perhaps you should check your cards. Bet big if you have a strong hand, or fold if you don't. I shook my head, responding, it's fine. We can pile up the pot to 10,000. Are you certain you know what you're doing? If you lose, don't blame me for not warning you, Wang Hao said, his eyes brimming with concealed delight. Clearly, he anticipated a substantial loss on my part, from which he would undoubtedly profit. Lao San seemed irritated by Wang Hao's interjections, likely fearing I might withdraw from the game and jeopardize their earnings. He waved dismissively at Wang Hao, saying, oh, if you're not playing, stop talking. I chimed in with a smile. No worries, let us aim for 10,000 first. After a few more rounds, the pot swelled to over 10,000. Lao San, sensing the moment was ripe, instructed the 2 remaining players to reveal their hands. All right, you 2, stop hiding. If your hands are weak, you might as well leave. The 2 glanced at their cards, likely finding them unsatisfactory, and promptly folded. This left only Lao San and me. What shall we do? Will you continue to hide your cards or reveal them? He asked. I'll continue to hide. You can reveal if you wish. You're quite bold, aren't you? You dare to continue without even seeing your cards? What's the matter? Are you afraid to face me with your hand? Provoked by my taunt, Lao San quickly tossed in another 1,000. Since hiding cards required only half the betting amount, I matched him with 500. After another 2 rounds, Lao San found himself out of cash, glancing at Wang Hao, who cursed, I have no money to lend you. I only brought 800, and you've already taken it all. A nearby man, however, offered to lend Lao San 2,000. Lao San tossed the cash into the pot, declaring, I'll place one last bet. You should throw in 1,000 as well. Let us reveal our hands afterward. I readily agreed, though my wallet was nearly empty, so I suggested deferring my bet for now. Wang Hao immediately offered to lend me money, swiftly borrowing 1,000 from a nearby woman to give to me, joking, this money will accrue interest. If you borrow 1,000, you owe me 1,200. If I win, I'll take back 1,500. You 1T win. I have a straight flush, 6, 7, 8. Unable to contain himself any longer, Lao San flipped his cards onto the mahjong table, exclaiming, You've been hiding your cards all this time, but I don't believe you can have a better hand than mine. All this money is mine. As he reached for the pot, I quickly intervened, saying, Hold on. I haven't even looked at my cards yet. How can you claim the money? Lao San shrugged dismissively. Go ahead and look. If you reveal a stronger hand, I'll let you take the pot. I smiled, picked at my cards, pretended to glance at them, and then placed them back on the table. My apologies, but I also have a straight flush. 8, 9, 10, which beats yours. With that, I pulled Lao San's hand away, claiming the entire pot for myself. Lao San was left dumbfounded, his expression resembling that of someone who had just suffered a great loss. The others around the table were equally astonished, staring incredulously at the cards. Wang Hao, seemingly in disbelief, approached to inspect my hand. Confirming its validity, he awkwardly chuckled, patting my shoulder. Well done, my friend. What luck you have securing such a formidable hand on your first try and winning so much money. Apologies, everyone. Shall we continue? I inquired while gathering the money, returning the borrowed 1,000 to Wang Hao and tossing in an additional 500 as interest. Wang Hao, despite accepting the 500, wore a glum expression, fully aware that this money belonged to his associates. His original intention was to lead me, the unsuspecting fool, to help his friends win, yet I had instead upended their plans and left them with naught. How could he possibly find joy in such a turn of events? Lao San appeared visibly discontented. He wished to continue playing, yet found himself devoid of funds. A few individuals nearby still possessed a modicum of money, albeit insufficient. Wang Hao, too, bore an expression of reluctance, clearly unwilling to conclude the game. He patted Lao San on the back, saying, You step aside, I'll take over. With that, he placed the 1,500 I had just given him on the table. This is all I have left. Once it's gone, it's over. Is that agreeable? Sure, I replied. We resumed our game, and since I had emerged victorious, I was permitted to shuffle the cards. Nevertheless, I remained vigilant in my card counting. I anticipated that they would exercise caution this time, perhaps not allowing me to handle the cards during the cutting or dealing. Thus, I memorized additional cards. As expected, after I shuffled, Wang Hao gestured to the table and said, Place the cards on the table. Let us deal directly. Brother Hao, do you not trust me? I teased. It's merely more convenient this way. Dealing is quite exhausting, he countered. I said no more and set the cards on the table. Wang Hao then cut the cards and began dealing. As the cards bypassed my hands, I realized the cards I desired might not reach me. However, since I had memorized some card beforehand, I could ascertain the strength of my opponent's hands merely by observing my own cards. As long as mine was strong, I could still engage with them. After a few rounds of play, noticing their dwindling funds, I glanced at my hand. I held an ace with a king, while all others remained concealed. This gave me a considerable advantage, and I knew their hands could not surpass mine, which eased my mind. Wang Hao, likely concerned about his pride, hesitated to reveal his cards first and subtly urged others to show theirs. Upon inspection, it seemed their hands were all quite poor, leading to an entire fold, leaving only Wang Hao and me in the game. You haven't folded after looking at your cards. Surely yours must be quite strong? Wang Hao inquired tentatively. If I were to claim my best hand is an ace, would you believe me? I chuckled. Is that so? Then I might still have a chance. I'll wager all my money. Let us see the cards. To incite a bit more excitement from him, I tossed in the over 10,000 I had just won. I hope Brother Hao has good fortune and wins it all back. Wang Hao's eyes glimmered with excitement as he gazed at the pile of money on the table. Are you serious? You're betting all of this? I flattered him, saying, Indeed, I came here merely to keep Brother Hao company. Winning or losing is secondary. If fortune favors you and your hand is strong, then you shall claim it all. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao beamed. Are you certain your best is just an ace? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Absolutely not, I assured him. Wang Hao, delighted, clapped his thigh, saying, Zhang Yang, I truly did not misjudge you. You are a worthy companion. He then turned to the others, saying, Did you see that? My brother is quite generous. Back in the day, I was a complete fool, always bullying that wretched Jiang Sui. I regret it now. You all must take good care of him. Understood? The others nodded in agreement. As I observed Wang Hao's smug countenance, I couldn't help but think, aren't you the real fool, believing I would allow you to win without a fight? My intention is to reclaim every last bit of your remaining fortune. Soon after, Wang Hao examined his cards. If my memory served me right, his hand should also consist of an ace, albeit with a 9, thus not exceeding my own. Indeed, after reviewing his cards, Wang Hao placed an ace on the table, grinning. I also have an ace, but with a 9. What do you have? Without hesitation, I revealed my hand, an ace, a king, and a 5. The expression on Wang Hao's face was far less favorable than when Lao San had lost. He scrutinized my cards for a few seconds before throwing his cards down in frustration, cursing, What the hell is this luck? We both have aces, yet yours is with a king. I offered a sheepish smile as I collected the money on the table, saying, Apologies, Brother Hao, I did give you a chance. I clearly stated I held an ace. It seems fortune has favored me today. After organizing the money, I asked if they wished to continue playing. Although they appeared disgruntled, they were evidently out of funds. Wang Hao reluctantly waved his hand, saying, Let us call it a day and play on the 4th floor next time. They have more games, and it's more entertaining. Is that agreeable? Certainly. I find myself a bit fatigued. I shall take my leave now. I stood to depart. But Lao San, clearly unsatisfied with his losses, called out, Wait, don't leave just yet. I turned to him, inquiring what he wanted. Aren't you going to treat the ladies? You've won quite a bit. Isn't it fair to treat your brothers? I'm quite tired and have matters to attend to in the morning. You just arrived. How can you be leaving so soon when you sought out Brother Hao for a game? Lao San's tone grew increasingly hostile. The others chimed in, insisting that since I had won, I ought to treat them to a night out, or else it would be quite inconsiderate of me. I pondered whether I should feel obliged to be considerate towards these fools. I truly am tired. I must take my leave. With that, I strode towards the exit. Lao San attempted to grasp my arm, but Wang Hao intervened, whispering something in his ear, after which Lao San fell silent. Wang Hao gestured for me to leave, saying, All right, you may go. As I exited the room and walked toward the elevator, I could hardly contain my elation. Winning was not the crux of the matter. It was the fact that I had triumphed over the likes of Wang Hao and Lao San that brought me the greatest satisfaction. Upon reaching the entrance of the Royal International, I called Xiao Peng to inquire about his whereabouts. He mentioned he had already returned to the dormitory, likely because Lao He and the others had already retired for the night. His voice was especially subdued. After hanging up, I was about to head toward a nearby alley to return to the dormitory when I heard footsteps behind me. Turning around, I saw Lao San accompanied by a few of his friends. Hold on a moment, Lao San called out. What is it? Lao San approached me, his expression starkly contrasting with his earlier demeanor. Did you cheat? He demanded. Although I had indeed cheated, I was not about to admit it. I feigned indignation, responding, Cheat? I only played a couple of rounds with you. How could I cheat? This is your turf, your mahjong table, and your deck of cards. How could I possibly cheat? Lao San scoffed. Stop pretending. You must have cheated. Otherwise, why would you keep raising the stakes? You dare to play until over 10,000? You clearly had confidence in your hand. You must have cheated. I'd only dared to play high stakes, thinking to deliberately lose a bit to curry favor with Wang Hao, as I intended to rely on him moving forward. Losing a small amount was of no consequence. Then why, if you aimed to curry favor, did you still win the second round? I was just lucky, I replied. Enough with the excuses. If you genuinely wished to curry favor, you would have folded. Why would you continue to compete? I feigned ignorance, saying, I thought my hand was weak and I wouldn't win. Nonsense. You held an ace with a king. That's not weak, Lao San retorted. Before he could continue, another man interjected. Stop wasting time with him. Didn't he say he would treat Wang Hao? Just have him hand over his winnings now. Lao San then reached for my pocket, declaring, Indeed, hand over your winnings. consider it a tribute to Brother Hao. He will remember your kindness. I quickly stepped back. What is this? Are you trying to rob me? The third brother glared at me. Aren't you supposed to show respect to Hao Ge? I have my own ways of honoring him. You can't just rob him outright. Well, I did rob him. What are you going to do about it? You can certainly try. The third brother seemed to sense my firmness and appeared quite displeased. He pushed my chest forcefully, asking, "Do you want to get beaten up?" At this point, I was too weary to engage in any verbal sparring, so I replied, "Yes, I do want to get beaten up, but you lack the skill." "Damn, are you looking down on me?" He cursed and kicked at me. I swiftly caught his ankle with my hand and swept his leg, sending him crashing to the ground. The others nearby, witnessing the altercation, immediately rushed over, cursing, while I quickly retreated, searching for an opportunity to strike back. None of them had any martial training. Despite their fierce demeanor, they were full of openings. I capitalized on their weaknesses, taking down one with each attack until only the third brother remained. In a desperate attempt, he brandished a spring knife, swinging it wildly as he charged at me. While I was confident in my ability to subdue him, I feared the risk of being stabbed, which would not be worth it, so I took off running. Instead of heading towards the dormitory in the back, I ran down another street. The third brother, enraged, pursued me fiercely, shouting, "Aren't you bold? Why are you running away? You dare hit me today. I'll make sure to stab you multiple times." In truth, I was worried he might stop chasing me, so I intentionally provoked him. "Aren't you just a dog for Wang Hao? Honestly, I don't even regard him as significant. What do you think you are? Shut up and stop running," he yelled, his voice cracking with fury. After running a bit further and noticing that his companions had not caught up, I decided it was time to act. I spotted a brick on the ground, picked it up, and threw it directly at his chest. The throw was accurate. Despite his efforts to evade, he was struck. Seizing the moment, I charged in with a swift kick to his side. I had intended to aim for his jaw, but reconsidered. A kick of that force would likely render him unconscious, which would defeat the purpose. After taking the hit, the third brother nearly went berserk, shouting as he charged again, but he barely covered 3 meters before doubling over, clutching his side in agony. Judging by his pained expression, I suspected a rib was broken. "You're finished, I tell you. You won't survive in Royal International," he spat, though his threat was weakened by the struggle for breath. I then picked up several more bricks and hurled them at him. Due to his injury, he was too slow to evade, and I struck him several times, one blow resulting in a gash on his forehead, blood pouring out. Seeing his resistance falter, I approached and kicked the knife from his hand, then pinned him down with my foot on his chest. "Tell Wang how he bullied me back in the day. I will repay him double." I still remember when he told Jiang Sui that if I made a name for myself, he'd kneel before me and call me dad. Let him know that day isn't far off. With that, I delivered a harsh kick to his face, declaring, "This one is for Ma Tao. If you dare bully him again, I will end you." Having said my piece, I turned and headed towards a nearby hotel. I avoided returning to the dormitory, fully aware that Wang Hao would certainly send people to find me there. In the dorm, I would be unable to defend myself. I would either be beaten up or have to call Brother Xiong for help. I wasn't ready to rely on Brother Xiong's connections just yet, so I opted for a hotel to avoid any confrontation. However, I feared that Wang Hao, unable to locate me, would take his frustration out on Xiao Pao and Ma Tao, so I sent them a text advising them to lay low. Uncertain if they were asleep or simply not checking their phones, I received no replies. I thought to myself that I could only assist them so much. If they were to be assaulted tonight, it would be unfortunate for them. Later that night, as I prepared for bed after washing up at the hotel, Xiao Pao called, lamenting that he had been beaten by none other than Wang Hao. He mentioned that if it weren't for Lao He and Ma Gan intervening to speak with Wang Hao, he would have suffered a severe injury. Hearing his distressed tone, I teased, "Why didn't you fight back? Just hit him on the head. If you take a stand, he won't dare bother you again. You're just mocking me. I got beaten because of you. I'm done with you. What about Ma Tao? Did he get hurt?" I inquired with a grin. They had gone looking for Ma Tao, but he was absent. According to Ma Tao's dorm mates, he might have gone to the hospital. I wasn't surprised. I suspected my grandmother was still hospitalized, and my uncle's health was poor, so it made sense that Ma Tao would be at the hospital. When you see him, remind him to be cautious of the third brother and Wang Hao. "Why didn't you warn him?" Xiao Pao asked. Before I could respond, he quickly added, "Are you planning to hide for a few days? You've stirred up quite the trouble. Now you're running away?" I jokingly replied, "Yes. I'm planning to lay low for a bit. Tomorrow, remember to ask Wang Liang for a leave of absence, claiming I have to go to the provincial capital for something." "What? You're asking for leave? You want me to help? Wang Liang probably hates you now. He won't grant you even a single day off, let alone several. Before he could finish, I hung up and turned off my phone to sleep. My intention of hiding was merely a cover. I planned to visit the provincial capital to deliver a car, to sue he and arrange for a professional to inspect the vegetable greenhouse at Gao Fei's place. The following morning, as I turned on my phone, I was greeted with a flood of messages and missed calls. Among the texts was one from Ma Tao, saying he had taken leave and would not be working for the next few days. Next was Xiao Pao, naturally venting his frustrations. There were also several messages from Wang Hao, and the missed calls were from him as well. He somehow obtained my number and, unable to reach me by phone, resorted to sending threats, claiming the third brother was hospitalized in ICU, racking up daily bills of thousands, and requiring at least 2 weeks of care. He demanded I gather 100,000 yuan quickly, threatening imprisonment if I failed. He concluded by declaring that our feud would never be resolved and that I would never find peace. I had no intention of responding. After washing up, I took a taxi to the repair shop. As I passed a women's clothing store, I spotted a Range Rover identical to Suhi's. Amused that in Port City, only influential individuals could afford such a car, perhaps someone I knew, like Zhou Yong or Brother Xiong. However, as the taxi approached the vehicle, I noticed the license plate bore provincial city numbers, and the last few digits matched Suhi's exactly. Was this not her car? It was still 2 kilometers from the repair shop. What was it doing here? A hunch told me that one of the employees had taken it out to show off. Without giving it much thought, I immediately instructed the taxi driver to stop, paid him, and alighted. I approached the Range Rover, which was locked and devoid of any occupants. It was parked in front of a women's clothing store, leading me to believe that the driver might be inside. To my surprise, upon entering the store, I spotted a familiar figure trying on clothes in front of the mirror. Her distinctive heart-shaped backside was quite eye-catching. Indeed, it was Little Peach Heart. Beside her, in addition to the store attendant, stood a slightly plump man. Could this vehicle belong to him? I scrutinized the plump man, whom I had never seen before. Judging by his attire, he certainly did not appear to be a mechanic. Whose Range Rover was this? I casually inquired. As I spoke, the plump man, Little Peach Heart, and the attendant turned their gazes towards me. The plump man, with an air of pride, replied, "It's mine." What of it? Little Peach Heart then approached me with a frown, asking, "Zhang Yang?" I ignored her and directed my question to the plump man. "Is this car yours?" He affirmed, "Yes." "What's the matter? Do you have something to say? Are you certain this car is yours?" The plump man seemed slightly irritated as he approached me. "What do you mean? If it's not mine, is it yours?" He scrutinized me from head to toe, likely assuming that my ordinary attire indicated I was not wealthy, causing him to adopt a more condescending posture. Little Peach Heart appeared to recall something, furrowing her brow as she said, "Oh, Zhang Yang, didn't you also drive a Range Rover before? Wasn't it this color?" I smirked and responded, "Not only is it the same color, but the license plate number is identical as well." Upon hearing this, the plump man's expression shifted dramatically. He visibly appeared uneasy, yet he quickly regained his composure, declaring, "Same license plate as mine? Then someone must have copied my plate. Damn it, my license plate has been cloned recently, and I've received several fines from the traffic police. It's infuriating. So, you were the one who cloned my plate, huh?" Chapter 65. I am related to Brother Xiong. The plump man's words nearly made me burst into laughter. At this critical juncture, he still tried to maintain an act. I could simply call the repair shop, and he would be exposed. Truly, a stubborn fool. Before I could respond, Little Peach Heart asked the plump man, "Brother, what's going on? Is this car really yours?" The plump man feigned confidence. "Of course it's mine. This guy is just using a clone plate. I don't know where he got a smuggled car without any papers, but he's brazenly driving it on the road." He pointed at me. "You clone my plate, right? If I report this to the police, you'll be in trouble, believe it or not. You don't look like someone who can afford a smuggled car. You're probably just pretending to be someone you're not. Now scram. I won't hold this against you." Clearly, the plump man was growing anxious, eager to have me leave. Upon hearing this, Little Peach Heart likely sensed an opportunity to humiliate me. She promptly stated, "Wait a minute. Why should we let him leave so easily if he cloned your plate?" The plump man replied, "I have things to attend to. We still need to go to the hotel, and time is of the essence. I can't be bothered to argue with him." After saying this, he waved his hand at me, signaling me to leave. Yet Little Peach Heart insisted I stay, sneering, "Zhang Yang, you're exposed, aren't you? At the class reunion, you were driving a clone car, right? How amusing that you play the part, while letting Changgu deal with the fines." I was utterly speechless. How had little Peach Heart become so superficial and dim-witted compared to our high school days? Did she think she had suddenly become wealthy, losing her senses in the process? I looked at her with a mocking smile. We used to get along quite well in high school, and you seemed to disdain Jiang Sui Sui back then. Now, I haven't wronged you, yet you feel the need to defend her? You were a model student, and now you're a convict. What kind of attitude do you expect from me toward a convict? Fine, if you want to side with Jiang Sui Sui, I'll ensure you regret it. Oh really? I look forward to that day. She seemed uninterested in further arguing, waving her hand dismissively. Before Chen-ge gets angry, you should leave. Remember not to flaunt a clone car again. You think you are gaining respect, but do you know what people say about you behind your back? What a disgrace. At this moment, I took out my phone. I'll call the repair shop, and then you'll understand everything. Seeing me about to make the call, the plump man panicked. He grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the exit, grumbling, "What the hell are you dragging this out for? Do you want me to beat you?" Once we reached the door, the plump man glanced back at little Peach Heart, realizing he was a bit far from her. He quickly plastered on a smile. "Sorry, brother. I borrowed your car to impress a girl. We're just about to go to a hotel. I'll return to you soon and reimburse you for a tank of gas, okay?" I certainly did not care for his measly gas money. I pushed him away, exclaiming loudly, "What? A tank of gas? Do you think I care about that? If you apologize to me now, I might not hold this against you. Hurry up. You ungrateful bastard." The plump man was furious after being exposed. Little Peach Heart quickly approached, glancing at me and then at the plump man. "Brother, what's going on?" The plump man realized he could no longer maintain his facade. He smiled at little Peach Heart. "Apologies. This car is one I borrowed from a friend at the repair shop. My car is currently out of commission at home, so I temporarily borrowed this one." His words made me unable to suppress my laughter. I turned to little Peach Heart, whose face was now a picture of distress. "TSK, TSK. I applauded mockingly. "Have you really become so dim-witted? This plump man is clearly deceiving you to get into your good graces, and you're willingly falling for it. How are you any different from a fool?" I. Little Peach Heart's face flushed with anger. She approached the plump man and struck him a few times. "You liar. Big liar. I loathe you." Perhaps feeling too embarrassed, she turned to leave. However, the plump man was evidently not ready to give up. He grabbed little Peach Heart. "I'm not lying. My family is very wealthy, and I'm related to Brother Xiong. If you want, I can call him and have someone come over to teach this guy a lesson. So what if he asks driving a Range Rover? He'll still have to apologize to me. I'll even make him bow to you and apologize. Okay? Who would believe you? Let go of me." Little Peach Heart struggled to free herself from his grip. "I swear, my family really is related to Brother Xiong. Just let me make a call, and Brother Xiong will send someone over to humiliate him. I'm just trying to help you vent your frustrations." Little Peach Heart glanced at me. Perhaps my mocking expression irritated her, and despite her desire for revenge, she chose to believe the plump man's words. "Are you really related to Brother Xiong?" "I am. Let me make a call, and give me another chance." "Fine, I'll trust you once more." The plump man hurriedly pulled out his phone, perhaps fearing we would overhear him, and stepped aside to make the call. Once he finished, he approached me, glaring, "You idiot. When Brother Xiong's people arrive, not even the heavens can save you." Little Peach Heart, seeing the plump man's fervent demeanor, asked excitedly, "Brother Xiong is sending someone over?" As the 10 minutes drew near, Xiao Taoxin appeared emboldened, her arms crossed as she regarded me with a challenging gaze. "Zhang Yang, let us see how you plan to play this out," she remarked. I merely smiled in response, opting to sit on the steps by the door and light a cigarette. Approximately 10 minutes later, a BMW 3 Series pulled up, parking by the roadside as a slightly plump man approached it. I leaned closer to catch a glimpse of who had arrived, but the sunlight reflected off the windshield, obscuring my view. Xiao Taoxin, striding toward the car, turned back to hurl insults at me. "You foolish idiot, your end is nigh." Then I observed the car door swing open, revealing a man in his 30s who descended from the driver's seat. He exuded an air of nonchalance, resembling a petty thug. After exchanging a few words with the slightly plump man and Xiao Taoxin to grasp the situation, he approached me with an aggressive demeanor. Standing before me, he pointed a finger in my direction, demanding, "Do you know who I am?" "I'm related to Brother Xiong. You'd better apologize promptly." "What relation do you have with Brother Xiong?" I inquired. "I'm his cousin S. nephew," he replied defiantly. "Although we're not particularly close, I could easily summon Brother Xiong with a single call." His claim elicited an involuntary laugh from me. What sort of relation was that, convoluted beyond reason? "See me laugh," he shouted. "Are you laughing at your mother? I'll have Brother Xiong come over and tear your face apart. Do you believe me? I nodded. Then call Brother Xiong and have him hurry over. Chapter 66. Brother Xiong arrives. The man in the BMW seemed taken aback by my blunt suggestion to call Brother Xiong. After a moment of hesitation, he cursed. You dare ask me to call Brother Xiong? Do you even know who he is? Do you have any idea of his standing in our city? If he comes, he might just have you killed, and you still don't grasp the gravity of the situation? I smirked. Stop pretending. Your threats don't intimidate me. Just call him. Oh, you're quite the cocky one, aren't you? It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, he retorted, hesitating to pick up the phone. I understood, well, that his claims of kinship with Brother Xiong were likely false. And even if true, such distant relations wouldn't afford him any real connection. Even if, by some miracle, he were indeed Brother Xiong's brother or son, would Brother Xiong dare to confront me? Certainly not. At that moment, Xiao Taoxin, seemingly more astute, must have sensed the deception. Perhaps fearing the slightly plump man's trickery, she asked the BMW driver, Do you really know Brother Xiong? If so, hurry up and call him to silence this idiot. Irritated by her doubts, the BMW driver snapped, Of course I know him. Just wait. I'll call him now. He stepped aside to make the call, dialing not just 1 but 4 or 5 numbers, likely seeking to leverage various connections. After concluding his calls, he returned with renewed confidence. I've called, but Brother Xiong is a bit busy and can't come. P.S. Sending his driver, and believe me, in our city, a driver has considerable influence. You're finished. I could hardly contain my laughter. After all that fuss, he had merely summoned Brother Xiong's driver? I was acquainted with the driver, having met him during a previous dinner with Brother Xiong, so his arrival wouldn't pose any threat to me. The three of them continued their taunts, but I remained indifferent, patiently awaiting the driver's arrival. However, after a considerable wait with no sign of him, my impatience grew. I asked the BMW driver how much longer it would take. After another call, he reported, The driver is quite busy. It'll take at least 20 more minutes. Upon hearing that it would take an additional 20 minutes, I lost my temper. How can it be such a hassle to call someone? I don't have time to waste here. Are you scared? Planning to run? The BMW driver pointed at me. Well, Xiao Taoxin hurried to block my exit, declaring, Don't you dare run. You just insulted me. I must get my revenge today. Wait a moment. I realized the car keys were still with the slightly plump man, rendering my escape impossible. Xiao Taoxin truly lacked foresight. I pulled out my phone and addressed the trio. I genuinely don't have time for this. How about I call Brother Xiong directly, and you can speak with him yourselves? As soon as I suggested this, they exchanged glances before bursting into laughter, clearly deeming my claim as mere bravado. Xiao Taoxin even laughed so hard that she clutched her stomach, exclaiming that it hurt. And once composed, she mocked, You know Brother Xiong? You have his number? Zhang Yang, what are you pretending? ISNT Royal International owned by Brother Xiong? If you had such connections, would you be a mere attendant at a small KTV? Yes, an attendant at a KTV? The slightly plump man queried. Indeed, the lowest-ranking attendant, I confirmed. The expressions on the faces of the slightly plump man and the BMW driver shifted to one of amusement. The slightly plump man then pointed at me, cursing, You wretched cur, this car is clearly not yours. Even if you delivered it to a repair shop, it was undoubtedly for someone else. His observation was not entirely inaccurate. The car indeed belonged to another. I had no desire to continue this line of debate, merely reiterating, I'll make a call, and you can discuss it directly with Brother Xiong. With that, I dialed Brother Xiong. Xiao Taoxin continued her mockery from the sidelines. Let him call. Let him pretend. I'll see if he can actually get through. The call connected swiftly, and Brother Xiong's voice resonated from the other end. Zhao, my brother. Brother Xiong, I replied. Why are you calling me so early? Is there something amiss? Yes, someone claiming to be your relative wants to deal with me. He just called you, stating that you sent a driver over. Is this true? Brother Xiong responded with surprise. No, absolutely not. Which rascal is impersonating my relative? Is he there? Put him on speaker. I'll confront him. I activated the speakerphone and glanced at the BMW driver. Brother Xiong wants to speak with you. Then Brother Xiong demanded, Who are you? How dare you impersonate my relative? Have you lost your mind? I initially expected the trio to be terrified at Brother Xiong's words. But to my astonishment, they were utterly unconvinced that I knew him, much less had his number. They assumed that this person claiming to be Brother Xiong was an imposter. It made sense. The three were mere small-time players, likely never to have had a chance to converse with Brother Xiong. So how could they recognize his voice? The BMW driver retorted angrily, Who the hell are you? Do you really think you're Brother Xiong? Impersonating my relative? You're not worth anyone's trouble. Xiao Taoxin chimed in, exactly. Don't embarrass yourself alongside Zhang Yang here. Be careful, or Brother Xiong might come to settle the score and drag you into it. Brother Xiong was not one to be insulted without consequence, and his temper flared. What the hell? Who dares to speak to me like that? I will tear your mouths apart today. Then hurry up and come. If you don't show up today, you'll be my grandson. Just wait. I'm on my way. Brother Xiong inquired for the address, and after I provided it, I hung up. At this point, the trio remained blissfully unaware of the impending disaster, continuing to mock me. I, however, grew weary of their antics and took the opportunity to call the repair shop. The repair shop, recognizing their error, profusely apologized and waived my fees. They even called the slightly plump man to retrieve my car keys, although he made a point to give me a hard time when he handed them over. After about 10 minutes, a Maybach pulled up. This was Brother Xiong's vehicle. Following the Maybach were several Land Rovers and a Toyota Land Cruiser, a total of 5 or 6 cars, exuding an intimidating presence. As the cars parked by the roadside, the BMW driver appeared somewhat dazed, muttering, "Wow, my brother Liang is really giving me face." Not only did he send a driver, but he also brought so many people. Haha, this kid is finished. At that moment, Xiao Taoxin was brimming with joy, shaking her head at me with a triumphant expression. You're done for, Zhang Yang. You're about to be flayed alive, believe it or not. I chuckled and retorted, is that so? If I were to say that today you would kneel and beg for mercy, would you believe it? I believe your mother, believe it. Our people are here, and you're still pretending? I teased, just remember to find a soft spot to kneel on. I wouldn't want you to scrape those delicate knees of yours. As I spoke, the doors of the cars swung open, and under Brother Xiong's lead, nearly 20 men approached with a fierce demeanor. Although the 3 individuals couldn't discern Brother Xiong's voice, they recognized his face. Seeing him personally lead the group, they were naturally stunned yet elated. The BMW driver even stuttered, "Oh my brother Liang has such clout. I thought only Brother Xiong's driver was coming. I never expected him to show up in person. Haha. I'm going to take a picture with Brother Xiong today. It'll be the highlight of my life." The slightly plump man shook the BMW driver's arm in excitement, exclaiming, "Brother, you're amazing. I admire you so much." Xiao Taoxin pointed at me, claiming that it was too late for me to kneel and beg for her forgiveness. I thought to myself how foolish they were, and soon they would be dumbfounded. Before Brother Xiong reached me, the BMW driver approached him, bowing deeply with a sycophantic smile. "Brother Xiong, what brings you here in person?" At that moment, Brother Xiong seemed perplexed, unsure of who was my ally and who had scolded him over the phone, so he ignored the BMW driver and walked up to me, asking, "Zhang, who was the one cursing me on the phone?" I keenly observed the expressions of the 3. Their excitement instantly transformed into shock and panic. It was clear they now realized the person who had called was indeed the real Brother Xiong, whom I had summoned, not someone the BMW driver had called. I gestured towards the BMW driver with my chin. "He was the one who insulted you." The BMW driver, utterly terrified, crumpled to the ground, forgetting even to beg for mercy. Brother Xiong approached him and kicked him in the face, then instructed his men, tear his face apart and cut out his tongue. Only then did the BMW driver begin to plead, "Brother Xiong, I was wrong. I didn't know it was you. If I had known it was you on the phone, I would have dared to insult you. Please spare me." Brother Xiong spat on the ground beside the BMW driver. "Insulting me is trivial. You've offended my brother Zhang, and you deserve to die 100 times for that." He then waved his hand at his subordinates, saying, "Take him to the car and bring him to a secluded place to cut out his tongue. It's too conspicuous here." The men complied, dragging the BMW driver away, his legs still trembling as he was pulled along, leaving a trail of wetness behind him. He continued to cry out for mercy, but it was of no use. Having insulted someone of Brother Xiong's stature, his fate was sealed. Before the BMW driver was even taken to the car, the slightly plump man was also terrified, dropping to his knees before Brother Xiong and me, trembling in fear, bowing repeatedly. He was a bit smarter than the BMW driver, as he first bowed to Brother Xiong, then turned to me, repeatedly apologizing. I couldn't be bothered to engage further. I simply waved my hand at Brother Xiong, who understood my intent, and ordered his men to take the slightly plump man away. Now only Xiao Taoxin remained. Her legs appeared to buckle slightly, trembling as she realized kneeling might be difficult for her. Yet she certainly understood the gravity of offending Brother Xiong. If she didn't receive his forgiveness, her fate would be dire. Ultimately, she knelt, but it was directed towards Brother Xiong, repeatedly begging for mercy. claiming she was merely an ordinary woman who had been deceived by the slightly plump man and the BMW driver, hoping for leniency. Brother Xiong, perhaps unwilling to hold a grudge against a woman, turned to me and asked, "What should we do with her?" I replied, "She's my classmate. I'll handle it myself. Thank you for your trouble today, Brother Xiong." Brother Xiong immediately smiled and waved his hand. "What trouble? Zhang, you're being too courteous. It's just a small favor." "Well then, if there's nothing else, Brother Xiong, you may carry on with your business." He agreed. "All right, I'll take my leave. If you need anything, don't hesitate to call." As he departed, he warned Xiao Taoxin, "Make sure you apologize sincerely to my brother Zhang. If he is unsatisfied with your apology, I'll send you to our bathhouse as a lady of the night, and I'll have someone entertain you 100 times a day." Xiao Taoxin shivered at his words and immediately turned to bow to me again. Soon, Brother Xiong and his men left, leaving just me and Xiao Taoxin behind, surrounded by onlookers. Not wanting to draw too much attention, I called out to the crowd, "Stop staring, disperse." Upon my command, the onlookers hurriedly departed. "Zhang Yang, I'm truly sorry. I genuinely realized my mistake." Xiao Taoxin continued kneeling, clasping her hands in supplication. I looked down at her and scoffed. "I'm only refraining from dealing with you out of respect for our past relationship. You, however, have repeatedly sought me out. To be honest, I genuinely considered having Brother Xiong sell you into a life of servitude. I was wrong. Please spare me." Xiao Taoxin crawled a few steps forward and grasped my leg. Finding her repugnant, I kicked her away. "Get off me." "Zhang Yang, I was brainwashed by Jiang Sui Sui. I used to think quite highly of you, but after becoming her friend, she constantly told me how hypocritical and disgusting you were. I was deceived by her. I truly understand now. I won't to associate with her anymore. Can I follow you? Follow me? Do you think you're worthy?" I know I'm not, but I'm aware of many of Jiang Sui Sui's secrets. If you want to know, I can tell you everything. I can even help you insult her. Otherwise, I can call her out right now, and I'll insult her however you wish. As long as you're happy. I just need you to spare me." Seeing Xiao Taoxin's humble demeanor, I realized she wasn't entirely worthless. She likely never truly considered Jiang Sui Sui a friend. It was evident she would turn on her at the first sign of trouble. Yet, given what she had just said, her knowledge of Jiang Sui Sui's secrets and her willingness to assist me against her made me reconsider. Thus, I unlocked the car door and entered, saying to her, "Get in the car." Upon hearing that I wanted her to join me, her expression visibly relaxed, and she brushed off the dust from her legs before rushing to the passenger seat. I started the vehicle and drove to a quiet street, parking by the roadside. "Yang, how do you know Brother Xiong? What is your relationship with him? He seemed particularly courteous when he spoke to you just now. What is going on?" Xiao Taoxin inquired tentatively, clearly curious about my connection with Brother Xiong. In her attempt to ingratiate herself, she had begun addressing me as Yang Ge. "Some things are best left unasked. Knowing too much may not be beneficial for you," I replied coldly. "All right, I won't pry further," she conceded. Taking a drag from a cigarette, I stated, "Just remember this. If Jiang Sui Sui and her mother can no longer survive in Gangshang, I can swiftly reduce them to destitution, subjecting them to a life worse than death. The only reason I haven't acted against them yet is that I wish to toy with them gradually. It adds a layer of intrigue. Do you understand?" Xiao Taoxin nodded. "I understand. From now on, I will assist Yang Ge in dealing with those two. If you direct me east, I will certainly not venture west." As she spoke, she deliberately adjusted her shoulder strap and fanned her face with her hand, feigning discomfort. "It feels so hot in here." I glanced down and noticed her intentionally revealing her cleavage, thinking to myself, is she trying to seduce me? Chapter 68. Delivering a car to Suhi. To be honest, Xiao Taoxin had a commendable figure, particularly her heart-shaped backside, which I found quite unique. At that moment, she was undeniably alluring. However, if she thought such tactics would lure me in, she was gravely mistaken. I was still a virgin. Could I truly be swayed by a woman like her? Taking another drag from my cigarette, I reminded her, "I prefer that our connection with Brother Xiong remains undisclosed. I trust you understand my intent." Xiao Taoxin nodded. "I understand. I won't breathe a word to anyone." Knowing Xiao Taoxin wasn't particularly reliable, I continued to intimidate her. "If you spill this secret, your tongue might not remain intact. I assure you, this is no idle threat." Her expression turned fearful, and she raised her hand. "I swear. I won't speak of it. If I do, I'll be struck by lightning." "Well then, leave me your number. I may need to inquire about Jiang Sui Sui and her mother frequently." Of course. Xiao Taoxin eagerly retrieved her phone, and we exchanged contact information. Once we saved the numbers, she asked, Young-ge, I'm still puzzled. Since you know Brother Xion, why not ask for a managerial position at Royal International? Why settle for being a mere server? Didn't I just say, I want to play with Jiang Sui properly? If I'm to act, I must do so convincingly. Of course, this was merely a ruse to placate Xiao Taoxin. My true aim was to ascend from the bottom rung step by step. However, there was no need to divulge that to her. Actually, I've had my suspicions. You were always such a bright student, even if you've been in prison. You should have achieved great things. How could you end up as a server? She said, hinting at my hidden intentions. Listening to her flattery only made me feel disgusted. Wasn't it painfully obvious she was lying? I had no desire to entertain her ramblings and waved my hand dismissively enough. I'm heading to the provincial capital. We needn't prolong this conversation. You can leave now, but remember to write down everything you know about Jiang Sui and give it to me later. Upon hearing I was going to the provincial capital, her eyes lit up. Oh, Yang-ge, are you driving there? Can I come with you? I need to attend a friend's wedding. Without a moment's hesitation, I declined. No, let us keep to our own paths. Xiao Taoxin, undeterred, pleaded with a coy tone. Oh, come on, Yang-ge. It'll be boring for you to drive alone. You want to hear about Jiang Sui, right? I can tell you everything during the ride, and I can drive if you get tired. What do you say? To be honest, the thought of driving alone to the provincial capital made me anxious. I lacked a license, and my driving skills were not particularly stellar, which made me apprehensive about the highway. I initially planned to retrieve my car from the repair shop and hire a taxi driver, but since Xiao Taoxin claimed she could drive, I thought it might be worthwhile to let her take the wheel. This way, I could engage her in conversation about Jiang Sui. After a moment's contemplation, I asked, how proficient are you at driving? I'm quite skilled. I got my license the year I graduated high school, and during college, my boyfriend had a Range Rover Evoque that I drove often. Since this is also a Land Rover, I should adapt quite well, she replied confidently. Very well then, I suppose you can come along. Thus, Xiao Taoxin and I embarked on the highway towards the provincial capital. She drove for the majority of the journey, demonstrating commendable driving skills. We discussed Jiang Sui and Lu Hui extensively, although most of Xiao Taoxin's contributions revolved around Jiang Sui's romantic affairs, which held little interest for me. I cautiously probed whether she had heard any news about my father from Jiang Sui, but she mentioned that their conversations rarely touched on him, and when they did, it was typically filled with insults and sarcasm directed at him. Aside from chatting, Xiao Taoxin relentlessly flirted with me throughout the ride, yet I remained impervious to her advances. Once we arrived in the provincial capital, I attempted to contact Suhi twice, but she failed to answer. With no other option, Xiao Taoxin and I decided to check into a hotel, where she insisted on paying the bill to curry favor with me, but I declined to take advantage of her generosity. After securing our rooms, we went out for a meal. Just as we were finishing, Suhi finally called, directing me to a location to drive to. As we were leaving, Xiao Taoxin insisted on accompanying me. Despite my efforts to dissuade her, she continued to cling to me, and I found myself growing increasingly irritated. With a hint of coldness, I stated, don't mistake my willingness to bring you to the provincial capital and share a meal as an indication of friendship. I tend to take my time to warm up to people, and forming friendships does not come easily to me. So, please refrain from being overly clingy. It may become bothersome. Do you understand? My words doused her enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water, and her demeanor immediately dimmed. All right, I understand. I'll let you go now. I need to find my friends, she replied, her voice subdued. As I turned to leave, she called softly after me. So, when will you be back, Yang-ge? Are we still having dinner together tonight? I know a fantastic Western restaurant in the provincial capital. I'll be dining alone tonight. I coldly interrupted before departing, due to heavy traffic in the provincial capital and my lack of driving prowess. It took me half an hour to reach Suhi. Upon seeing me, she appeared quite impatient. Why are you so slow? Can you be any more sluggish? I explained, my driving skills are lacking, and the traffic is quite congested. She pointed toward a nearby garage, parked the car over there. As she got into the passenger seat, her expression soured as she detected a floral perfume lingering in the air. Did you let another woman sit in my car? Seeing her fierce expression, I dared not confess and instead deflected. No, it must have been one of the employees at the repair shop who took your car out for a spin. Suisco, disgusting. Who knows what they did in my car? With that, she disdainfully exited the vehicle, ordering me to do the same. Leave it here. I'll have someone take it to the car wash later. I alighted from the vehicle and handed the keys to Soo-hee, who declined to take them, suggesting I leave them in the car instead. Is it safe to leave it there? What if someone stealthily drives it away? I inquired. Switchakid Sofdi, pointing to the nearby buildings. Those several structures are all part of my family's estate, and this expansive parking lot is also ours. Who would dare to steal? I gazed at the commercial buildings she indicated, each adorned with corporate signage, energy firms, mining companies, and real estate enterprises. This prompted me to reflect on the considerable wealth of my master. Aren't you returning to the harbor city this afternoon? Sui asked. I shook my head, replying, after driving for half a day, I'm utterly exhausted. I shall rest in the provincial capital tonight and return tomorrow. Well then, do you have plans this afternoon? She inquired. Nothing in particular, I replied. In that case, accompany me and Gan Tian for some shopping. She's at home preparing since she heard you arrived. Let us head to my office and wait for her. Hearing that Gan Tian was coming, I was not surprised. During my journey to the provincial capital, I had a premonition that he would inform Gan Tian, who would subsequently seek me out. I couldn't precisely articulate why I felt this way, but the feeling was undeniable. As Sui escorted me to her office, she called Gan Tian, only to find she would require another half hour. Annoyed, Sui scolded her over the phone, urging her to hurry. After hanging up, she shot me an exasperated glance, saying, It's not like you're meeting someone important. It's just you, a little nobody. Why the fuss over dressing up? While I might have felt offended by others labeling me a nobody, Sui's words made me chuckle. In her presence, I indeed felt insignificant. Upon entering Sui's office, I was once again taken aback. Her office was remarkably spacious, complete with a large lounge area that featured a karaoke room, a bedroom, and a gym. Everything one could desire. Perhaps due to the afternoon hour, Sui suggested I explore while she rested in the bedroom. Nearly an hour later, she emerged, announcing that Gan Tian had arrived downstairs. As we exited the building, we spotted a woman in a light blue skirt, standing beneath a decorative tree, engrossed in her compact mirror. Though her back faced us, I recognized her instantly. Gan Tian's sweet demeanor was unmistakable. Oblivious to our presence, she continued her grooming until Sui teased. What are you so enamored with? You're acting as if you're about to meet your lover. Startled, Gan Tian turned, a hint of shyness evident as she waved at me in greeting. I reciprocated her gesture, but after that, the conversation was predominantly between the two women. After a moment, Sui playfully prodded Gan Tian. Haven't you been yearning for someone all this time? Now that he's here, why are you ignoring him? Your enthusiasm seems lacking. Gan Tian blushed at this, appearing quite bashful. She approached Sui, playfully poking her waist. Stop it. I'm not pining for anyone. Sui, with a smirk, seized Gan Tian's mirror and held it up to her face. Look at yourself. Your cheeks are as red as a monkey's backside. Enough of this nonsense. I chuckled at their playful banter. Noticing my amusement, Sui shot me a warning glance. Don't think that just because Gan Tian is being nice to you, you can entertain any ideas. Keep your distance. You, a little nobody, aren't worthy of her. I offered a wry smile, assuring her, don't worry, I have no intentions. Subsequently, Sui retrieved a Bentley from the garage, and we set off to the mall. Thus commenced a 3-hour shopping expedition, which I would describe in a single word, exhausting. These two women, seemingly invigorated, explored every corner of the mall, often revisiting certain floors multiple times. Their spending was lavish. Clothing costing thousands felt to them as trivial as a few coins. Ultimately, I bore the burden of their numerous shopping bags. As we prepared to leave the mall, Gan Tian sheepishly remarked, I'm sorry for buying so much. I hope I haven't worn you out. Before I could respond, Sui interjected, He's a big man. A few bags won't tire him out. Don't fret, let him carry them. I shot Sui a sideways glance, suggesting, why don't you try carrying them yourself? Sui replied dismissively, I'm a woman, not a man. Gan Tian insisted on taking a few bags from me, but I declined, assuring her we were almost out. After exiting the mall and placing our purchases in the car, Sui suddenly received a phone call. After the conversation, she informed us of an urgent matter at home, leaving me and Gan Tian at the mall entrance. Rather than being upset by Sui's abrupt departure, Gan Tian seemed almost delighted. With a hint of shyness, she looked at me and suggested, shall we go have hot pot? I nodded in agreement. Consequently, Gan Tian led me to an upscale hot pot restaurant, where theatrical performances accompanied the dining experience. During my time in prison, I I had heard from my master about exclusive hot pot experiences that included performances by renowned artists, creating an exceptional atmosphere. Though our setting was more commercial and the performers perhaps less illustrious, I found it still quite impressive, especially as I dined with Gontiantian, whose delightful presence lifted my spirits. By the way, did you see the message I sent you on QQ? While waiting for the hot pot to boil, Gontiantian suddenly asked. I quickly responded, I did see it, and replied. I was truly embarrassed as the internet CAF lost power unexpectedly. Gontiantian paused, then waved her hands, no. I meant after that, when you explained, I sent you a new message. Did you see it? I shook my head, not yet. I don't often go online. Gontiantian smiled. I thought you might not want to chat with me since you didn't reply. I reassured her, that is certainly not the case. I would have responded if I'd seen it. Then she inquired, do you not use QQ much on your phone? My recollection of QQ on mobile devices was stuck 4 years back when it was a cumbersome web version with poor connectivity, making messaging a hassle. Hence, I shook my head, it's too complicated. Gontiantian produced her iPhone, stating that QQ was quite convenient on her phone, suggesting I should get one. To alleviate any concerns about expense, she added, I can give you one. The Apple Store here is a franchise in my family. I hastily waved my hands, no need. I'm not particularly fond of it. Although Gontiantian appeared slightly disappointed, she soon asked, then, if I want to chat with you in the future, can I send you a text? I laughed, of course. Don't hesitate to text. You can even call if you wish. Texting incurs a cost, you know. If I chat too much, would it annoy you? I shook my head, assuring her that it certainly would not, and that the expense was minimal. As I spoke, a strong intuition surged within me. It appeared this girl harbored a profound fondness for me. Indeed, I had sensed something similar when we first met in the harbor city, though not as intensely as now. I pondered whether my previous act of gallantry had sparked her affection. Just then, she inquired about my childhood friend, pressing me to answer a question I had left unaddressed previously. It dawned on me that I had been at the internet CAF with Lin Chuyu, and with her presence, I had refrained from indulging in sweet reminiscences. Chapter 70. The Temptation of Little Peach Heart, smiling. I replied, we still keep in touch. I would say we are friends now. And during your 4 years in prison, did you often communicate with her? Gontiantian's curious eyes fixed on me. Her mention of this stirred a twinge of melancholy within me. I shook my head with a wry smile. No, from the moment I was apprehended, we lost all contact. No communication at all during those 4 years. Really? She didn't come to see you? No, but after my release, I sought her out. She explained that her parents were quite strict at the time, leaving her with no choice. That must have been hard for you. I replied, it's all in the past. Let's not dwell on it. Apologies for steering the conversation toward a sorrowful topic. How about we discuss something else? Do you have any favorite movies? I nodded, affirming that I did. Thus, we continued our delightful conversation over hot pot. Although Gontiantian appeared somewhat bashful in front of Soo-hee when we were alone, she was much more at ease, brimming with chatter and eager to explore various topics. This ensured our dinner was filled with a vibrant atmosphere, free from boredom or awkwardness. After our meal, I escorted Gontiantian back to her home, which was situated in the most upscale villa district of the provincial capital. The opulence of the entrance left me in awe. Upon returning to my hotel room, just as I was about to close the door, the sound of the adjacent room caught my attention. Suddenly, little Peach Heart peeked out, exclaiming, "You're back, Yongge." Her gentle and flirtatious smile was evident. Yes, I replied, not particularly inclined to engage with her. As I opened the door to enter, she dashed over, blocking my way with her arm. In a playful tone, she said, "Yongge, my toilet is broken. May I use yours?" Though I was aware of her deceptive intentions, I reasoned that if she merely needed to use the restroom, what harm could it do? I stepped aside, allowing her to enter and then close the door behind us. Instead of heading directly to the restroom, she discarded her bathrobe, revealing a delicate pink silk nightgown beneath, thin and sheer. She draped the robe over my bed and showcased her nightgown, claiming it was a recent purchase. I glanced at her without engaging, choosing instead to sit on the bed and turn on the television. "Yongge, don't misunderstand. The robe was just too large, making it inconvenient for the restroom," she explained, turning to head toward the bathroom. After her visit, she showed no intention of leaving, instead standing before me, watching television together. "I've seen this series, it's quite good, and the male lead is particularly handsome." I suggested it was time for her to return to her room, mentioning my need to shower and rest for the next day. With a pout, she retorted, "Humph, go shower if you wish. Can I just watch some television here? Don't worry, I won't peek." Suddenly, She bent down to touch her knee, claiming it hurt from kneeling earlier. Her pretense of examining her knee was but a fade to entice me. As she leaned, her figure was strikingly accentuated, and the thinness of her nightgown left little to the imagination. The proximity stirred an undeniable reaction within me, as I was, after all, a young man. Despite this, I resolved not to be swayed. My first experience should be saved for someone I cherished. I initially aimed to admonish her to return to her room, but the words faltered on my lips, the temptation too great. Observing my silence, she turned to me, playfully commenting, "Young girl, my knee was injured because of you. Don't you care at all? You seem quite indifferent." I scoffed. "Is this how you flirt with men?" To my surprise, little Peach Heart didn't take offense. Rather, she leaned into the moment, striking a sultry pose. "Indeed, no man has ever withstood my allure." "I believe you certainly could." Before she could finish, I waved my hand, insisting, "Enough. Return to your room. I need a shower and sleep." Why not join me?" "I haven't showered either," she pressed, inching closer. "Don't waste your efforts. I won't fall for your ploys," I asserted. "Really?" she teased, pointing at me. "You say you won't fall for it, yet your body seems quite honest." Her straightforwardness embarrassed me, my heart racing as I thought. No wonder it is said that heroes find it difficult to resist beautiful women. This is indeed quite the predicament. Fearing further advances, I adopted a stern demeanor. "While I can't control my body's reactions, I can control our interaction. Please leave." Undeterred, she sat beside me, wrapping her arms around my neck. "Young girl, you seem quite uncomfortable. Let me help you. This will be our little secret." I push her away, my tone icy. "I will count to 3, and you must leave. Otherwise, I will truly be angry." Little Peach Heart glanced down, a mischievous smile forming. "Young girl, I assure you I'm quite skilled. Wouldn't you like to try?" 3. I began to count. "Why are you like this? If you don't want to sleep with me, how about I help you in this way?" she suggested, gesturing toward her lips and biting them seductively. 2. As I approached 1, she stood, turning toward the door, clearly disappointed. "You're not a real man. I can't believe you want me to leave." "Wait," I called out, halting her. She turned, her face lighting up. "Hee. I knew Yongu couldn't bear to part with me." I interrupted. "Take your bathrobe with you." Her expression faltered momentarily before darkening as she retrieved it from the bed, storming out in frustration. After her departure, I glanced down, a helpless smile escaping me. Damn it, I'm feeling quite restless. Due to the oppressive heat, I reluctantly shed my clothes and made my way to the restroom, in dire need of a refreshing shower. The following morning, I sought out an individual who had been promoted by my master. This person held a prominent position in a provincial department. Upon learning that I was in need of a professional in food inspection, he promptly instructed his subordinates to recommend several heads of relevant institutions in first-tier cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou, advising me to contact them directly should I require assistance. After departing from his office, I reached out to a contact in Shanghai. They assured me that they would arrange for someone to assist with inspections in Port City as soon as possible, estimating a time frame of 1 to 2 days. With this matter settled, I prepared to return to Port City. I called Su He and Gan Tian, the latter inquiring why I wasn't staying longer. I explained that there were numerous affairs awaiting my attention back home. She mentioned that she would visit me in Port City when the opportunity arose. As for Xiao Taoxin, I refrained from contacting her since she was attending a friend's wedding, and I independently purchased a ticket back to Port City. As I neared Port City, an unfamiliar number rang my phone. Upon answering, I was met with a furious outburst. "So you finally decided to answer, huh? Where the hell have you been? You better hope you can hide forever." The voice was unmistakably that of Wang Hao. Calmly, I replied with a smile. "Wang Hao, it seems you've misunderstood the situation. Why would I need to hide from you? What are you to me that I should feel the need to evade you? I merely wish to engage with you at my own pace." Before I could finish my sentence, Wang Hao's anger flared, and he shouted, "Zhang Yang, you son of a bitch. After spending years in prison, you still dare to act tough? I had every intention of showing you the ropes, and yet you failed to recognize my kindness. You're not far from death. Mark my words. If you've crossed me, I'll ensure you suffer. Just tell me where you are, and I'll have people come for you. Do you believe me? Apologies, but I am not currently in Port City. Once I return, we can have a proper discussion. Do try not to let your anger consume you. I'd hate for you to find yourself incapable of enjoying the company of women due to stress." With that, I ended the call, relishing the thought of Wang Hao fuming on the other end. Predictably, he called back several times, but I dismissed each one, ignoring his profanity-laden texts, which I deleted without a second glance. After exiting the highway, Xiao Taoxin called, asking where I had gone. When I informed her that I was back in Port City, she expressed irritation, saying, "Why didn't you let me know you were leaving? You could have at least told me, so we could return together." I pondered why she was so insistent, as I wished to limit our interactions. I replied coldly, "Have you forgotten our relationship? I am not your boyfriend, nor do I consider you a close friend. If it weren't for wanting to pursue Jiang Sui, I would bother with you at all. I do not require your permission for my whereabouts, do I?" Perhaps my tone was excessively harsh, as Xiao Taoxin seemed taken aback. She quickly shifted to a more submissive tone. "Yang, brother Yang, why are you upset? I merely thought it would be nice to have company on the journey back, to chat a little. I was worried you might feel lonely. I'm sorry if I came off too forcefully. Please don't be angry. Enough of this triviality. Unless there's an urgent matter, refrain from contacting me in the future. Furthermore, regarding Jiang Sui, you and your friends should act accordingly without revealing anything. Understood." That concluded our conversation. After hanging up, I gazed out the window, finding myself at Nanshan Wichiku. I recalled that Mao Kuntu had mentioned that the monkey was active in this area. It was only 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and I figured I'd rather search for the monkey than return to the dormitory idly. The area around Wichiku was rather grimy, littered with coal slag and dust, owing to the heavy trucks frequenting the roads. Alongside a main thoroughfare, there was a line of restaurants and auto repair shops. I entered a seemingly decent restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and while waiting, I inquired with a young male server, "Do you know someone in this area known as the monkey?" The server, who appeared to be around 16 or 17, glanced up from wiping the table and nodded. "Monkey brother? Of course, I know him. What does he do around here?" Instead of answering, the server scrutinized me and asked, "Why are you asking about him? What is your relationship with him?" I chuckled at his sudden wariness and replied, "I'm a former classmate of his from elementary school. I heard he is doing quite well, and thought I might seek him out." Upon hearing that I was a classmate of the monkey, the server's demeanor softened considerably. He smiled and said, "Really? You've come to the right place. He is doing quite well for himself, mainly dealing in illicit goods and collecting protection fees on the side." "Illicit goods? From the trucks that come and go?" The server nodded. "Yes. He is well acquainted with many truck drivers and factory workers. When they transport goods, he pulls a few strings to sell them at a high price to clients from other areas. He is also involved in logistics. Though the logistics company isn't his own, he is just working with someone else." He gestured towards the west. "Once you finish your meal, head west for about 200 or 300 meters, and you'll find a logistics company called Huhuing Logistics. You should be there, probably taking a nap at this hour." "Thank you." After my meal, I followed the server's directions to Huhuing Logistics. The front gate was wide open, and I walked inside. The space was vast, with a large area designated for parking and unloading. At the back, there was a row of single-story buildings, and I presumed the monkey must be in one of them. After walking approximately 50 to 60 meters inside, a man emerged from one of the buildings and asked what I was there for. "I'm here to find someone," I replied. "Who are you looking for?" He inquired. "I'm looking for the monkey. Is he here?" The man ignored my question, instead shouting towards an adjacent building, "Monkey, someone else looking for you." After several calls with no response, he walked to the door, pushing it open to check inside. After a considerable wait, he finally emerged, waving dismissively. "He is not here. You should leave." I sensed he was trying to deceive me. If the monkey truly wasn't inside, the man would have seen that from the doorway. The fact that he had gone inside for so long before informing me indicated otherwise. I speculated that the monkey might have seen me through the window and, fearing a confrontation, instructed this man to send me away. Frustrated by the proximity of the monkey and my inability to see him, I resolved to approach the building directly. Upon seeing me move forward, the man rushed to block my path. "What are you doing? I told you he is not here. Why are you still trying to go in? I just want to take a look. There is nothing to see. Get out, do you hear me?" His tone had grown decidedly more aggressive. Although I yearned to confront the monkey about his betrayal, I knew I couldn't resort to violence. He wouldn't escape. I'd eventually see him. Waiting a little longer was inconsequential. I smiled and said, "Fine. Just let the monkey know that his old buddy Zhang Yang came looking for him, hoping to reminisce about our past camaraderie." I intentionally used the term old buddy to irritate the monkey, and I spoke loudly enough that I was confident he could hear me. After exiting, I didn't head straight back to the city, but instead visited a few other restaurants to inquire about the monkey. It seemed everyone was familiar with him, confirming that he was indeed thriving in this area. I thought to myself that had I forced my way in to see him earlier, I might have ended up in a confrontation today. Upon my return to the dormitory, I found Lao Hei Ma gone, and the effeminate one engaged in a game of cards. "Oh, you dared come back, huh? I thought you had quit your job and would never return." "Lao Hei Zoka." "What, because of Wang Hao?" I replied with a smile. "Indeed, that guy sent someone to look for you every few hours, day or night. I thought you were scared out of your wits and had given up on work altogether." I scoffed. With a character like Wang Hao, I wouldn't be intimidated, even if there were 10 of him. Just then, they finished a round, and the effeminate one, with great discernment, vacated his seat and waved me over. "Yang Ge, it's your turn to play." I approached, took out a handful of cash, around 5,000 or 6,000 that I had won from Wang Hao and his crew, and stuffed it into the effeminate one's hands. "This is what I won from Wang Hao. Consider it compensation for your medical expenses." The effeminate one hesitated for a moment, then smiled wryly and shook his head. "Huh? You won money from Hao Ge? In that case, I'll pass. I can't accept it." Chapter 72. You reported to Wang Hao, didn't you? I chided him playfully. "What are you afraid of? This is for you. Even if Wang Hao comes looking for money, he will come to me. Can he sniff it out? Can he detect that this money came from him?" My words elicited laughter from Lao Hei, who quipped, Wang Hao's nose is indeed quite keen, especially when it comes to women. He can tell just by scent which woman has a strong presence." Lao Hei's boldness in mocking Wang Hao indicated he was not intimidated by him. As I recalled what Xiao Pang had mentioned earlier, it made sense. Gambling was the most lucrative business in the Royal International, overseen by Long Ge. Since it generated the highest profits for the entertainment club, Long Ge was undoubtedly a favored figure in front of Xiong Ge. Furthermore, Long Ge had a brotherly relationship with Lao Hei and Ma Gan. While Wang Hao was merely a head of security in the bathhouse, he was hardly in a position to act tough in front of Lao Hei. I reassured the effeminate one, "Don't worry. No one in the dorm will inform Wang Hao that I gave you the money. He won't trouble you." Lao Hei and Ma Gan also urged him to accept the money, and eventually, he relented and stuffed it into his pocket. "When Wang Hao comes looking for trouble, I'll speak up for you. And if he brings people to beat you, I will certainly help lessen the blows. So you should give me something in return, right?" Lao Hei dizet. I was not one to be polite and tossed a few hundred yuan onto the small table. "This is for your smoking expenses. That should suffice, right?" Lao Hei chuckled as he pocketed the money. "You're quite the savvy one. You surely have a bright future ahead." As we conversed, the dormitory door was pushed open, and a guy with a tuft of dyed, yellow hair peeked in. After greeting Lao Hei and Ma Gan, he hurriedly left. Lao Hei then warned me, "That guy is from the 3rd dormitory, here to scout for information. Believe me, Wang Hao will be here soon." "Oh really? Then I must confront him. Anyone who dares to run errands for Wang Hao will face my wrath." With that declaration, I retrieved a spring knife from under my bed and stepped outside. I had only recently arrived at Royal International, and while I had managed to establish some authority in dorm 303, I understood that if the others were given the choice to side with me or Wang Hao, they would almost certainly choose Wang Hao. If I did not take decisive action, my every move would be monitored, and I could very well be undermined by those supporting Wang Hao. Thus, it was imperative that I set an example. I needed to demonstrate that while they could assist Wang Hao in undermining me, they would undoubtedly pay a price for it. Seeing me stride out with determination, Lao Hei and the others followed with excitement. They were not genuinely there to assist me. Given our current rapport, they would at most speak a few supportive words, but if it came to a confrontation with Wang Hao's crew, I doubted they would stand up for me. They were merely there for the spectacle. Upon arriving at the 3rd dormitory, I found the yellow-haired guy from earlier on the phone. I overheard him say, "I can confirm." "How go?" He asked back and playing card with Lao Hei and the others. "Great. You should hurry over. I'll keep an eye on things." There were 3 individuals in the 3rd dormitory, and the other 2 had already noticed me. After the yellow-haired guy finished his call, the others gestured towards the door, and when he turned around and saw me, he visibly flinched, his body trembling. He surely knew about my altercation with the effeminate one and the incident that landed Wang Hao in the hospital, which made me a figure of intimidation for him. Soon after, Lao Hei and the others reached the doorway. The yellow-haired guy, spotting Lao Hei, nodded nervously and said, "Black, brother, is there something you need?" Lao Hei patted my shoulder and replied, "This has nothing to do with me. Our dorm's Zhang Yang wants to have a word with you." The yellow-haired guy looked at me again, his eyes now filled with dread, to the point that he could not even meet my gaze. He awkwardly smiled and asked, "What do you want to talk about, buddy? You just called Wang Hao, didn't you?" I inquired with a smile as I moved closer to him. He shook his head frantically. No. No, I didn't tea. Then what was it I heard about playing cards with Lao He and referring to him as Hao Go? The yellow-haired guy stammered, struggling to find a response. Eventually, he glanced at the effeminate one and offered a feeble excuse. Hao Go just asked about what the effeminate one was doing. I told him he was playing cards with Lao He. I turned to the effeminate one and remarked, "It seems you have quite a rapport with that scoundrel Wang Hao. He seems very concerned about your whereabouts." The effeminate one, likely wishing to avoid entanglement in my affairs with Wang Hao and fearing trouble for himself, clutched his stomach and claimed he was feeling unwell, promptly heading back to the dorm. Lao He jested, "What s with him? He s acting as timid as Xiao Pang now." Ma Gan added with a laugh, "Isn't it because Zhang Yang stabbed someone? He's certainly more subdued now." I approached the yellow-haired guy and sat on the edge of his bed, motioning for him to do the same. He complied, albeit at a distance. I beckoned him to come closer, and after a moment of hesitation, he moved nearer. Perhaps overwhelmed by anxiety, beads of sweat formed on his forehead. "Buddy, what else do you want to discuss? If there's nothing pressing, I'll take my leave. I need to head to the bathhouse and then to work. It's nothing urgent. I just want to gauge your sincerity. I'll wait here for a while. If Wang Hao doesn't show up, you can go about your business. If he does come, it means you informed him, and I will certainly want to have a proper discussion with you." "Brother, I truly didn't report anything," he replied with a forced smile. "Whether you did or not will become evident once Wang Hao arrives. Well, even if he does come, it doesn't necessarily mean I tipped him off, does it? It could be someone else." I glanced at the two other men sitting across from me and asked, "Could it have been you two who informed him?" They, clearly intimidated, quickly shook their heads, insisting it wasn't us. One of them, while speaking, pulled out his phone and seemed to be typing a message. I teased, "You're not sending a message to Wang Hao, are you?" The individual hurriedly tossed the phone onto the nearby pillow, waving his hands. No, it was just a message to my girlfriend. You can check if you don't believe me." To be candid, observing the three timid souls in this dormitory, I couldn't help but think that Wang Hao and the third one were rather ordinary, despite their multitude of brothers and subordinates. Most of them were merely bullies who prey on the weak. If it were to come to blows, they would surely falter at the first strike. At that moment, Lao He and Ma Gan had also found a bed to sit on, their faces adorned with expressions of spectatorship. "Brother, I swear it wasn't me who reported you," one of them pleaded earnestly. I suggested, "Then take out your phone, and I shall call Wang Hao to inquire." Upon hearing this, he fell silent, undoubtedly fearing that the call would expose him. I chuckled as I patted his shoulder, reassuring him, "No worries. Once Wang Hao arrives, we shall know the truth. Besides, my primary concern is with Wang Hao. You needn't be overly anxious." Chapter 73. Wang Hao arrives at the dormitory. It seemed that he wanted to say something further, yet ultimately refrained. I presumed he believed that waiting quietly would suffice. Once Wang Hao arrived, he would regain his confidence and no longer fear me. However, I had a stake in this as well. If Wang Hao were to come, he would undoubtedly not be alone. He would bring a throng with him. Should I fail to manage the situation, he would certainly command his followers to swarm and beat me. At that point, if I found no escape and Lao He and Ma Gan did not intervene, or if their support was insufficient, I could very well face a severe thrashing. Of course, this was all under the condition that I had no intention of calling Brother Xiong for assistance. Thus, I too was taking a gamble. Yet, in the pursuit of establishing my authority within the dormitory to demonstrate that I could carve out my own niche, I had to be willing to take risks. During the wait for Wang Hao, Lao He had warned me several times that Wang Hao would come with many people, and I would likely be in for a beating. He was subtly advising me to avoid unnecessary conflict, to lay low for the time being. However, hiding for a day would not equate to hiding for a lifetime. I would have to confront this eventually, so I insisted on waiting. After approximately 10 minutes, a cacophony of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Lao He and Ma Gan, who had been half asleep, instantly straightened up, their faces brimming with excitement. Lao He rubbed his hands together, exclaiming, "They're here." By the sound of those footsteps, there must be at least a dozen of them. This should be entertaining. He jokingly asked if I was afraid. I did not respond, merely casting him a disdainful glance. Soon after, I heard the sound of knocking and Wang Hao's voice from the corridor, barking orders for everyone in the bathing area and dormitories 306 to 309 to come out and assist in the fight at dormitory 305. Make it snappy. I thought to myself that Wang Hao genuinely seemed furious. He had already brought a considerable number of people, and now he was rallying others from different dorms to showcase his power. Yet, I remained unfazed, casually lighting a cigarette and taking a leisurely drag. I turned to the timid one. Your brother How has arrived. I see you're not as anxious now. Your eyes betray a newfound composure. Indeed, the timid one appeared emboldened, casting a dismissive glance my way, preparing to rise. I placed a firm hand on his shoulder, insisting, stay put. He attempted to stand, but yielded to my grip, albeit with a hint of annoyance, remarking, Brother How is here. You should temper your arrogance, or you may find it hard to navigate the aftermath. I exhaled a puff of smoke in his direction, chuckling, let us see who has a harder time later. We shall wait and see. Lao He and Ma Gan regarded me with a peculiar gaze, one that was serious yet filled with anticipation and a touch of admiration, alongside a sliver of curiosity. I surmised they were assessing my character, determining if I was worthy of their camaraderie. Before long, the clamorous footsteps and shouts reached the door of dormitory 305, and suddenly, the door was kicked open as Wang Hao stormed in, flanked by his entourage. He shot a glance at me, pointing and cursing, damn you. At last, I've caught you. You're the one who dared to confront me, right? Today, you shall learn how to spell the word death. He then glanced at Lao He and Ma Gan, perhaps wary that they might intervene. Wang Hao warned them, this is between me and this little brat. You two can just watch. Anyone who tries to stop me from teaching him a lesson will have to deal with me. Meanwhile, more individuals continue to squeeze into the room, one nearly colliding with Wang Hao, who turned around and shouted, what the hell are you all doing? This space is too small for everyone. Just stand outside. I don't need many to handle this little brat. I pondered how Wang Hao could put on such a show, calling upon several dorms for backup, while simultaneously claiming he didn't need many to deal with me. The timid one, upon seeing Wang Hao, underwent a complete transformation, visibly excited and attempting to approach Wang Hao. Naturally, I restrained him once more, coldly stating, did I permit you to rise? Stay seated. The timid one pushed me away irritably. What is your deal? Can't you see Brother Hao is here? At that moment, Wang Hao approached me, his demeanor aggressive. I readied myself to act at the slightest hint of violence from him. I would strike first to subdue him. Several individuals accompanied Wang Hao, one of whom, a long-haired man, cursed and attempted to kick me. But Wang Hao restrained him, saying, hold on, let me retrieve the money first. Lao He and Ma Gan then shouted at Wang Hao's entourage, everyone, step back. You're blocking our view. The group obliged, retreating a few steps. I understood that Lao He was trying to prevent a sudden rush that could catch me off guard, buying me time and space. Wang Hao pointed at me, sneering, you little brat, I won't hit you just yet. Here's your chance. Pay 100,000 yuan to Lao San and apologize. If you do, I might go easy on you today. And don't forget to return the money you won from us that night. I regarded Wang Hao with a smirk. What is the matter? Can't handle a loss? You expect to reclaim your bet after losing? In front of all your brothers. Can you bear the humiliation? He glared at me furiously. Am I not capable of losing? If you had played fair, I wouldn't mind losing 100,000, but you cheated me. I'm already showing you leniency by not lopping off your hand. Do you have any evidence of my cheating? I challenged. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Stop with the nonsense. You cheated, so hand over the money. First, return the 10,000 you won from us. I'm not patient. If you don't pay up, you'll see what I do to you. I ignored Wang Hao and turned once more to the timid one. I ask you again, were you the one who tipped off Wang Hao? He frowned, looking perplexed, as if he couldn't comprehend why I was fixating on this issue at such a critical juncture. With a huff, he replied, yes, it was me. So what? While he appeared confident on the surface, I could sense a flicker of fear in his eyes, typical of those who bully the weak. At that moment, Wang Hao jabbed me in the arm, backing the timid one. So what if he reported? Do you dare to lay a finger on him? I don't believe you'd have the guts to do it in front of me. I chuckled softly, pinching my cigarette and taking a deep drag, allowing the ember to glow more fiercely. Then, I turned my gaze to a certain individual. I absolutely detest people like you, with your loose lips. While others refrained from tipping off Wang Hao. Why do you feel the need to blabber? I questioned. Are you his lapdog? With that, I suddenly seized his hair and forced him down onto the bed. With my other hand, I removed the cigarette from my mouth and pressed the burning tip against his lips, applying pressure until it extinguished with a sizzle. He trembled in agony, shouting and struggling. Wang Hao, cursing under his breath, grabbed my shirt from behind, but instead of idly waiting for him to strike, I swiftly retrieved a spring knife from my pocket. As I disengaged the safety, The blade sprang out with a snap. Chapter 74. A second strike. Once the blade was revealed, I raised my hand to display the knife, causing Wang Hao to exclaim, "Let go of me," as he retreated like a startled rabbit. Clearly, he feared I intended to stab him. However, my target was the one beneath me. I yanked him up by his hair, forcing his face to face Wang Hao, and relentlessly scraped the blade against his lips, occasionally jabbing at his teeth. I was careful not to inflict life-threatening injuries, merely tearing at his lips and the flesh around his mouth. He howled in pain, thrashing desperately to escape. I swiftly kicked his calf from behind, sending him to his knees, and then placed my left foot on his calf to pin him down, threatening, "Don't even think about moving, or I will carve a hole in your face." As I spoke, I pressed the knife's tip against his skin with slight force, piercing it. The sight terrified him. He stammered incoherently, his lips a bloody mess, with chunks of flesh hanging down. The pain rendered him almost speechless, reduced to whimpering, tears streaming down his cheeks. To be honest, his injuries were not life-threatening, merely superficial wounds, but their location made them visually shocking. This scene evidently struck a chord with Wang Hao and his associates. I glanced at Wang Hao, who seemed taken aback, standing 3 meters away with no reaction, likely fearing I might suddenly charge at him. He stepped back 2 paces and signaled for a few of his lackeys to enter, who stood behind him, cheering him on. "Zhang Yang, you think you can intimidate me? You believe we won't retaliate?" Wang Hao shouted, though his tone lacked the previous aggression. I smiled and beckoned him closer with a finger. "Come, show me what you've got." Wang Hao hesitated, retorting defiantly, "I'm not armed. Only a fool would walk into danger. But mark my words, you're finished. You put old 3 in the hospital, and now you've injured someone with a knife. I'm sending you back to jail. I'll ask you one last time. Will you pay? If not, I'll call the police." I ignored his question, kicking the one beneath me to the ground, then bending down to wipe the blood from my knife on his clothing. Raising my voice, I addressed everyone in the dormitory and those outside. "Let it be known, I loathe those who speak carelessly. Anyone who dares to mimic him in front of Wang Hao. If I catch wind of it, I will reduce their tongue to pulp as if crushing garlic." I mean every word. The dorm fell silent, no one daring to respond. After a moment, Wang Hao pointed at me, shouting, "Who do you think you are? Do you think everyone will cower in fear from your little scare tactics? Just because you wield a knife, you think you're tough?" Before he could finish, I advanced toward him. He recoiled, pressing himself against the door frame, nervously asking, "What do you intend to do? Are you planning to stab me?" "I'm unarmed." I chuckled coldly. "Don't worry, I'll get to you in due time. Today, I'm done playing. I need to rest." As I reached the door, Wang Hao and his crew had parted to create a path for me, his eyes fixed anxiously on the knife in my hand. I stepped out of dorm 305, heading toward dorm 303. Lao He and Ma Gan emerged from within, and I overheard Lao He say to Wang Hao, "Brother Hao, why are you so timid today? You've never shied away from a fight before. If it were me, I'd have gone at him directly, not stopping until one of us was dead." Wang Hao justified his behavior. "Damn it, my girlfriend just had a miscarriage." I consulted a feng shui master, and he advised against any bloodshed. If it weren't for that, I'd have attacked him myself. As I approached the door of dorm 303, I heard someone in the crowd shout, "Brother Hao, let us each grab a steel pipe and go at him. Even if he pulls a knife, he can't handle all of us." I halted and turned to face the speaker, a tall, lean man. Our eyes locked, and his gaze revealed no fear, even carrying an impulse to confront me directly. It dawned on me that not everyone around Wang Hao was a coward. Some possessed courage and determination. I also realized Wang Hao would likely seek revenge, possibly through underhanded means, prompting me to remain vigilant. Upon returning to my dorm, the effeminate one, noticing the blood on my hands and knife, stared wide-eyed and asked, "Have you used your knife again?" "Yes," I replied. He sighed, "You're truly ferocious, always resorting to knives. If I had known your temperament earlier, I wouldn't have provoked you." He then waved his injured hand. Now I deeply regret it. I inquired about his injury, and he replied that it had improved significantly after changing the dressing that morning. It would take about a week to heal completely. Gradually, the sounds of footsteps faded from the corridor, indicating Wang Hao and his crew had left, and soon Lao He and Ma Gan returned. "You, of all people, were telling us not to be too ruthless. Look at you now. Have you shown even a hint of mercy?" I chuckled. "It's different. You were merely trying to collect a debt, with no personal vendetta, while I'm dealing with those who oppose me. I must set an example. Otherwise, they will all side with Wang Hao, and I want to be able to stay in this dormitory. Lao he nodded, indeed. Your actions will deter most from aiding Wang Hao and keeping tabs on you. However, not everyone around him is weak, and Wang Hao is no pushover. His reluctance to confront you directly isn't due to fear, but rather his current position. He has learned to be strategic. If he were to engage you openly, he risks appearing foolish. Should you provoke him enough, he will retaliate fiercely. I replied, that's fine. If he wants to play rough, I'll play along. I'm not afraid of his tricks. As I witnessed him leaving, I promptly took out my phone to call the police, anticipating their arrival shortly. It seemed that the young man had not suffered any severe consequences, and I presumed a small sum of money could easily resolve the matter. My primary concern was with the situation at Old Sands End. I had heard he was in the ICU. If the hospital were to assess his injuries as serious, he would undoubtedly seek compensation, or worse, I might find myself facing imprisonment. I chuckled confidently and asserted, there's no need to compensate Old San. I'm not at fault here. As for that young man, I want to be paying a single cent, and I certainly want to be returning to prison. Old Black scoffed, you're just putting on a brave front. I bet the police will take you away shortly, and you want to have much to say then. I merely smiled and replied, let's wait and see. A few minutes later, the police arrived. There were two officers, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his late 20s, exuding an air of righteousness. The woman, looking to be around my age, was quite beautiful, donning her uniform with an impressive demeanor, yet she possessed a youthful innocence in her features. The male officer introduced himself as Officer Wang and informed me that they had received a report of someone being stabbed in the dormitory, and they needed to take me in for questioning. Naturally, I complied, saying, let's go. Before I left, Old Black humorously interjected, Officer, I'm a witness. Can I accompany them too? The female officer, likely a novice, appeared slightly flustered by his jest, glancing at her partner for guidance. Officer Wang, clearly irritated, coldly replied, you don't need to accompany us. Just share the relevant details. Old Black pointed at me, saying he was being bullied, and when he could no longer tolerate it, he fought back. I believe it qualifies as self-defense. Magan quickly chimed in, yes, that's exactly how it happened. Although I didn't require their support. As I could easily resolve the situation with a call to Mata Hai, I still cast a grateful glance at the two. Officer Wang proceeded to inquire further from Old Black before leading me out of the dormitory and into the police vehicle. During our ride to the station, the female officer earnestly sought advice from her partner regarding how to handle cases like mine. Officer Wang explained, it largely depends on the extent of the injuries and the hospital's assessment. If it's deemed a minor injury, he will face criminal liability. The female officer continued her inquiries. If he acted in self-defense, would he still face charges? And if both parties agree to settle the matter privately, how should we proceed? While regulations are in place, shouldn't we also consider human emotions and moral perspectives in our dealings? How flexible are these regulations? Officer Wang did not respond directly, but instead posed a counter-question. Based on the information we have, how likely do you believe that he acted in self-defense? The female officer hesitated. I'm not sure. It seems unlikely. She remarked on my calm demeanor, noting the atmosphere created by my roommates. I have a feeling that his roommates are rather dubious, resembling a gang of ruffians. Their words should be taken with caution. Officer Wang nodded in agreement. Your intuition is quite astute. I also suspect that self-defense is unlikely in this case. So, when we return to handle the situation, we must. Before he could finish, I interjected with a laugh. Officer, how can you be so certain that I didn't act in self-defense? Officer Wang scoffed, his tone icy. Perhaps you know the truth. Don't think we are fools who accept everything at face value. We rely on evidence. Once our investigation concludes, the appropriate consequences will follow. I genuinely acted in self-defense. I emphasized with a smile. There were dozens of them, crowding the dormitory. You can ask anyone. I was terrified, and in my panic, I acted. It's not uncommon to see someone react out of fear, but I've never seen anyone stab someone multiple times in the mouth like that. It resembles the behavior of someone who has been wronged, not that of a victim defending themselves. Even a rookie like your partner wouldn't believe such nonsense. I turned to the female officer with a smile. Officer, do you truly not believe me? Before she could respond, Officer Wang interrupted sharply. Don't call her officer, sister. Maintain a proper demeanor. Her surname is Li. Refer to her as Officer Li. What's her full name? I inquired, causing both officers to glance back at me in surprise. Officer Wang, visibly annoyed, retorted, what's your game? Are you mocking us? I suggest you behave and mind your attitude. Clearing my throat, I replied. All right then, let us get back to the matter at hand. I genuinely acted in self-defense. Perhaps a simple resolution could allow me to leave. The interrogation and statements are unnecessary and waste your time. In the end, I will still be released. Release you? I doubt that will happen today. I intend to investigate thoroughly and restore your innocence. He emphasized the last word with disdain. I ignored his tone and called Madahai, explaining the situation and asserting my self-defense claim. Upon hearing this, Madahai became furious and declared he would have them all arrested for questioning. However, I didn't want him involved, so I reassured him that it was merely a misunderstanding we could resolve privately. He understood and said he would keep it in mind. After hanging up, I jokingly told Officer Wong, please drive slowly, don't rush. You still need to take me back, and if you speed, the route will be longer. Officer Wong, still unconvinced, insisted that he would ensure I faced interrogation, regardless of my phone call. Just then his phone rang. After the call, his expression darkened, and without a word, he turned the vehicle around towards the dormitory. The female officer inquired about the call, to which he coldly replied. Director Ma confirmed his findings. This individual acted in self-defense, and both parties are willing to settle privately. This matter ends here. What? The female officer seemed taken aback and cast me a disgruntled look. I smiled and remarked, Officer, I heard you were just starting your career, right? Consider this a lesson. Navigating the complexities of society, isn't as simple as it seems. She huffed, muttering something under her breath, though I couldn't catch it. Once Officer Wong parked at the entrance of the Royal International, I got out and cheekily asked the female officer, what is your full name? I'll make sure to look after you in the future. Before I could finish, she sharply dismissed me with a glare, and they drove off. Watching the police car fade into the distance, I chuckled, little officer. It seems we may cross paths often. The lessons I impart will surely extend beyond this encounter. Upon returning to the dormitory, my 3 roommates appeared somewhat bewildered. How did you come back so quickly? Did you not have to record a statement or face any penalties? Old Hay inquired, astonished. I jested. I owe it all to you, Brother Hay. You told them it was self-defense, and they accepted your testimony, releasing me without further ado. Old Hay recognized my playful tone and retorted with a chuckle. Get lost. If my words were that effective, I would have long since risen to the position of a bureau chief. Honestly, did you pull some strings? I nodded slightly. Yes, I did have some connections. He laughed. I knew it. You were so ruthless in your dealings. It would be impossible without some backing. Nearby, a rather effeminate fellow pointed at Old Hay, saying, Brother Hay just mentioned that if it didn't work out, he would call Brother Long to help you out. Who would have thought you'd return on your own? I glanced at Old Hay, conveying my gratitude with a look. No need for words. I'll treat you to a meal soon. We'll drink until we can't anymore and truly become friends and brothers. What do you say? Old Hay smirked. Making friend for now is fine, but as for being brothers, I fear you might not measure up. Let us see if you can win against me first. How's your back? Is it feeling better? If so, shall we have a sparring match? Old Hay rubbed his back and frowned. Not yet. It still hurts a bit. Perhaps in a few days. By the way, where are the others? I gestured towards Xiao Pang's bed. Old Hay replied, Xiao Pang went out early this morning for some reason. The other 2 probably don't want to stay here anymore. I've heard they plan to return home to cultivate medicinal herbs or something like that. Cultivating herbs? That sounds promising, I remarked with a smile. It's certainly better than being here. Those 2 lack the guts and ambition. They won't make it here, just scraping by on a meager salary, unlikely to save enough for a bride's dowry. And you? Knowing there's no future here, why do you still come? Old Hay asked. I countered. Do you think I came here to be an honest waiter? Old Hay shook his head. You don't seem the type to settle for just being a waiter. That's not true. I want to start from the ground up and gradually rise. Old Hay gave me a thumbs up. Ambition is commendable. I wish you luck in reaching Brother Long's or Yuan Wen's level, becoming a trusted aide to Brother Xiong. With your temperament and abilities, if you work hard, you might achieve that by 30. I pondered, thinking Old Hay underestimated me. Did I aspire to be at the level of Yuan Wen and Brother Long? Not to mention their boss, Brother Xiong. If I reached that point, my 3 masters would undoubtedly scold me for lacking ambition. Of course, I didn't need to divulge too much to Old Hay, as he might think I was boasting. What about you guys? Don't you want to climb higher? I asked. Old Hay sighed. Of course we do, but apart from Brother Long, we have no one else backing us. Our connections aren't strong enough, and to rise, we would first need to surpass Brother Long. He treats us too well. Working under him isn't bad, unless... At this, Old Hay grinned mischievously. Unless Brother Long rises to Brother Xiong's level, then my Ma Gon stature would strengthen. allowing us to become proper managers. Otherwise, we want to stir up any significant waves in our lifetimes. We'd merely save some money from marriage and children. I chuckled, half-jokingly saying, so, you should join me sooner rather than later. I'll help you soar to success, and you might even surpass. Enough. Old Hay interrupted with a gesture to stop. First, deal with Wang Hao, then we can talk. Moreover, your KTV department head, Yuan 1, is likely coming to find you soon. You've stirred up quite the commotion as a newcomer, and she will definitely intervene. No witties. I have a plan for Yuan 1, I replied confidently. Old Hay laughed wickedly. What plan? Are you going to resolve it with? That thing between your legs? Can you manage it? Otherwise, let me handle it for you. I'm quite good at this sort of thing. He laughed. Speaking of which, Yuan 1 is truly a sight to behold. Her figure is something else, especially her. Before Old Hay could finish, the dormitory door was kicked open. In walked a woman dressed in a professional OL skirt suit, none other than Yuan 1. She must have heard Old Hay's earlier comments, for her expression was stern as she approached him, and, without saying a word, delivered a sharp slap across his face. You think your work is going well? You're going to resolve this matter? Let's see how you intend to do that. Old Hay, a man who valued his pride immensely, looked displeased after being slapped in front of us. Yet, given that Yuan 1 and Brother Long were of the same rank, both being under Brother Xiong's direct supervision, he dare not protest. After a moment of silence, Old Hay forced a smile. Apologies, Sister Wen. I shouldn't have spoken so thoughtlessly. I deserve that. Next time you speak out of turn, I'll have your tongue cut out. Yes. Yuan 1 then turned to me. Come with me. As I followed Yuan 1 outside, I encountered several employees from the bathhouse in the corridor. Some, upon meeting my gaze, quickly averted their eyes in fear, while others, still defiant, displayed smirks. Believing I was about to face reprimand from Yuan 1, I sensed that there would undoubtedly be more confrontations between Wang Hao and me. If I intended to gain control over the third floor of the dormitory, or even the entire dormitory area, it would take time. Yuan 1 led me out of the dormitory building, and, upon reaching a secluded spot beneath a tree, she turned to scrutinize me. She did not rush to speak, but instead examined me from head to toe. After a considerable pause, she finally asked, "What is your relationship with Manager Liu?" Her sudden inquiry caught me off guard. I hesitated before replying. Which Manager Liu? She clarified, the Manager Liu from the HR department, the one who approved your employment here. I have no relationship with him. I only met him on the day of my interview, and we haven't been in contact since. Yuan Wen's eyes clearly reflected her disbelief. With a cold laugh, she remarked, "Why does he hold you in such high regard? I just received word that you caused trouble again in the dormitory area. Just as I was about to handle you, he called and told me to refrain from punishing you." Her words left me somewhat dazed. During my previous encounter with Manager Liu, he indeed mentioned that he had high hopes for me, but I never expected him to be so attentive to my situation. Was there an informant in the dormitory, keeping tabs on me? I replied to Yuan 1, I'm not quite sure. Perhaps it relates to my time in prison. He seems to appreciate my kind. Is it really that simple? What else could it be? I gain nothing by deceiving you. But why have you become so ruthless? Before coming here, I spoke with Wang Hao, who mentioned that you used to be an exemplary student, only recently released from a 4-year prison sentence. How did you transform into someone so cold-blooded? Logically, after spending 4 years in prison, you should have become more honest and principled. I did not answer her. Instead, I countered, "What is wrong, Sister Wen? Are you interested in me?" My tone was teasing, and I braced myself in case she decided to slap me. However, she seemed disinclined to resort to violence. Instead, she simply snorted, "You are but a child. Why would I take an interest in you? Since President Liu has already instructed you not to punish me, what is your purpose in seeking me out? Is it merely to ask a few questions? I am here to issue a warning," she stated bluntly. Chapter 77. The Lion's Demand from Parents, a Warning? A warning not to cause trouble in the future? I inquired with a smile. Yuan Wen shook her head, saying, "That is secondary. As long as you don't cause any fatalities, I generally prefer to ignore you." "Then what do you wish to warn me about?" "Liu He is a cunning fox, skilled in deceitful tricks, and he has made many enemies. If you intend to serve him, you must consider whether your life is worth the risk. Do you understand?" Yuan Wen's words were laden with meaning, taking me some time to fully absorb. I exchanged glances with Yuan Wen, pondering. It seems she harbors animosity towards Liu He. I suspect that Liu He assigned me to the KTV department with the intention of using me as a spy against her or to gather dirt on her. Therefore, her warning to me is an admonition not to get too close to Liu He. since I plan to gradually navigate my way through Royal International. I must understand the entangled resentments among the higher-ups. Thus, I asked Yuanwen, what grievances do you have with President Liu? Could you enlighten me? With a scoff, Yuanwen cast a disdainful glance in my direction. Do you really think I would share anything with someone of your lowly station? I chuckled and replied, with such disdain for me, are you not afraid that I might eventually side with President Liu and serve him loyally? I did not come here to plead with you. I came to warn you. How you choose to act is your own affair. I merely wish to convey that the path you take is yours alone. If you insist on ignoring advice and walk into ruin, do not lament when the day of reckoning arrives. Thank you for your kind intentions, Sister Wenwen. You truly are both beautiful and kind-hearted, I said teasingly. Yuanwen snorted. Her lips slightly parted as if she wished to say more, but ultimately, she turned and left coldly. To be honest, if forced to choose between Liu He and Yuanwen right now, my inclination would certainly lean toward Yuanwen. Liu He is clearly not a good person, while Yuanwen, despite her poor attitude towards me, does not seem inherently bad. This much I can discern. However, until I fully understand the nature of their conflict, I will refrain from overtly taking sides. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lao He inquired about what Yuanwen had scolded me about. I casually deflected, mentioning that she had reprimanded me and told me not to cause any trouble in the future. Lao He lowered his voice and asked, so is she gone? Yes, she has left. Lao He appeared somewhat uneasy, walking to the dormitory entrance to glance down the corridor. Once assured that Yuanwen had indeed departed, he boldly exclaimed, that bitch dared to slap me. One day, I will pin her down and give her a good thrashing. I laughed and retorted, you only dare to talk big now. Why didn't you say anything when she was here? He scoffed. Do you think I'm truly afraid of her? I was just giving her face. Once I establish myself, you'll see how I deal with her. Just as I was about to respond, hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor. From the sound, there appeared to be only 3 or 4 individuals. I overheard someone speaking in our local dialect, 303, the dormitory number is 303, this is 301. Just walk a little further. Moments later, 3 individuals appeared at our dormitory door, 1 man and 2 women, all middle-aged, dressed in a manner suggestive of rural folk. One woman, clad in a dark red shirt, glared at us and demanded, which one of you is Zhang Yang? Step forward. Seeing their aggressive demeanor, it was clear they had come looking for trouble, likely on behalf of Lao San or the group I had previously dealt with. I'm Zhang Yang. What is the matter? I replied. Upon hearing my name, the woman raised her hand as if to strike me, but was restrained by the other 2. She pointed angrily at me. You're still young, and you resort to such violence. Look at what you've done to our San. He has been in the hospital for 2 days. You didn't even bother to check on him. Do you have any decency left? It appeared that these 3 were family members of Lao San, with the irate woman likely being his mother, the middle-aged man his father, and the other a relative. I replied, your Lao San was the one who instigated the attack on me. I had no choice but to retaliate. If you're dissatisfied, perhaps you should go to the authorities. I too seek an explanation. An explanation? You dare ask for an explanation? You stand here unscathed while my son lies in the ICU. You're asking for an explanation? You must be seeking death. The middle-aged man was also growing furious, pointing at me. I am the village chief of Zhao family village. I am here to discuss matters with you. You had better adopt the proper attitude, or I will bring all the villagers to flatten your dormitory area. At this moment, Lao He spoke up for me. Then go gather your villagers. This is the dormitory area of Royal International. Do you think you can? Before he could finish, I interrupted. Enough. Let me handle this. Turning to Lao San's father, I asked, what attitude do you expect from me? Do I really need to teach you that? Lao San's mother chimed in, of course, you need to offer compensation. How much compensation are you seeking? Speak up, and if it is reasonable, I may consider it. I added quickly, however, you'll only get 1 chance. If your demands are unreasonable, then we shall talk no further about compensation. 100,000. We want 100,000. Lao San's father declared. 100,000 is unacceptable. It must be 150. Lao San's mother interjected. This couple was clearly attempting to exploit the situation. I could roughly surmise Lao San's condition. Wang Hao had made it clear during his call that Lao San was intentionally kept in the ICU to inflate costs, hoping to extort a substantial sum from me. I waved my hand dismissively. 100 or 150. Such an attitude is unacceptable. You've beaten my son to such a state. And you want to even part with 150,000? I shook my head. No, I don't have that much money. Lao San's father pressed. Then how much can you offer? Tell me a sincere figure. I held up one finger. 1,000? You think 1,000 will satisfy us? They scoffed. I clarified. Not 1,000, but 100. Upon hearing this, the trio was left speechless, while Lao Hei and the others burst into laughter. The family quickly realized I had no intention of providing compensation and that I was merely toying with them. Their expressions darkened, and Lao San's mother attempted to approach me again. I feigned a dramatic posture, as if I would collapse and claim injury at the slightest touch, prompting Lao San's father to restrain his wife and urge her to calm down. He pointed at me and said, "Fine, if you refuse to compensate, you will come to regret it." With that, they turned to leave, muttering threats as they walked down the corridor, claiming that I would be in for it if I didn't pay up. I called out playfully from the door, "By the way, hurry and get Lao San discharged. The ICU costs several thousand a day. It's quite expensive. The longer he stays, the more you'll have to pay. You might end up spending tens of thousands." Chapter 78. Jiang Sue's new support old three's father turned around and threatened me. Upon returning to my dormitory and shutting the door, Lao Hei scolded the three of them, indicating that they were clearly seeking to exploit the situation. He mentioned that they had also sought information and that old three's predicament was trivial, merely putting on a show in the hospital. Lao Hei suggested that I should compensate him no more than 1,000. I firmly stated that I would not pay a single cent. Lao Hei scoffed, asking how I intended to resolve the matter if I refused to compensate. I replied that they could stir up trouble as they wished, whether by reporting to the authorities or bringing in someone to create a scene. I would simply respond as the situation unfolded. Deep down, I knew that their complaints to the authorities would amount to nothing, as Madahai would suppress the matter outright, and I doubted they would dare to cause trouble here. Given that old three's father was the village chief, he must possess some awareness. Royal International was the territory of Brother Xiong. Did he truly think he could bring people here to create chaos? Did he not understand Brother Xiong's standing in the port city? Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would likely hesitate. At most, he might seek to undermine me from the shadows or leverage connections against me. But I would simply counter whatever he threw my way and would not take it too seriously. The day dragged on until nearly time for work when Xiao Peng finally returned. It seemed he had been beaten up again, his face swollen and bruised, and his complexion was rather poor. After some inquiry, Xiao Peng divulged that he had gone to meet a female acquaintance and had been assaulted by her ex-boyfriend while they were shopping. Not only did he get beaten, but he also ended up paying 200 yuan. He indignantly urged me to seek revenge on that man, to which I replied that we could discuss it later. But if an appropriate opportunity arose, I would certainly help him. Since I had taken leave without Wang Liang's approval, it counted as an absence. As Xiao Peng and I headed to work that day, he kept reminding me that Wang Liang would definitely confront me. Sure enough, upon my arrival, Wang Liang summoned me to the workspace and reprimanded me, stating that he would report to Brother Dongzi and deduct 500 from my wages. I took the opportunity to warn him that targeting me would not end well, and Wang Liang retorted that we would see about that. Later that night, around 9, Jiang Sui came by again. To my surprise, she brought along Xiao Taoxin. I thought it quite remarkable how quickly Xiao Taoxin had returned. Just that afternoon, she had called me from the provincial capital. As before, Jiang Sui specifically requested my services, and I called brotherly to arrange for someone to continue causing disturbances at the mother-daughter duo's shop. As I approached the private room, I was met at the door by Xiao Taoxin, who seemed to be heading to the restroom. Upon seeing me, she first closed the door before flashing me a mischievous, delighted smile. Leaning closer, she whispered in my ear, "Jiang Sui has gotten involved with Zhao Ping'an's son. Be careful later. Do you know who Zhao Ping'an is?" I shook my head, indicating my ignorance. "He is the deputy mayor of our port city," she elaborated. I brushed it off nonchalantly with an "oh." "Are you confident in handling Zhao Ping'an's son? Brother Xiong should be able to manage it, right? After all, a deputy mayor in a county-level city isn't that significant, is it?" Xiao Taoxin inquired tentatively. From her gaze, it was evident that she was somewhat uncertain. I understood her nature well. She was quite the opportunist, likely doubting my ability to deal with Zhao Ping'an's son and currently assessing the situation. I too was curious about her loyalty towards me, so I refrained from making any clear statements, not revealing that I had backing and that I was not afraid, even of someone of Zhao Ping'an's stature. I pretended to be somewhat troubled and said, "The deputy mayor's son? That might be challenging. Brother Xiong could probably handle it, but given our relationship, would he be willing to offend Zhao Ping'an for my sake?" I lack confidence in that. What exactly is your relationship with Brother Xiong? He seems quite courteous to you. Why don't you share a bit more, and I can help you analyze the situation? She probed. Naturally, I wouldn't divulge too much, merely stating, you need not pry too much. He is quite willing to help me deal with small-time thugs, but someone of Zhao Pingyin's caliber is truly another matter. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Xiao Taoxin's eyes. She began to speak, but just then, the door to the private room was yanked open, and a short woman emerged. This woman was also one of Jiang Suisui's friends, who had accompanied her previously. Seeing Xiao Taoxin and me at the door, she looked surprised and remarked, "Hey, weren't you going to the restroom? What are you doing here with this labor reformer?" Xiao Taoxin immediately donned a mask of indifference, pointing at me and playing her part. Quickly go inside and serve her sui properly. If you don't do it well, just wait and see how I'll complain about you. Then, Xiao Taoxin asked the short woman what she was up to, and the latter replied, I'm going to use the restroom as well. The one in our private room is truly foul. Exactly. That's why I was just about to step out, she continued. The two women headed off together, and I entered the private room. Jiang Sui was there to discuss matters, not to sing, which is why the extravagant lights and music were off, leaving the atmosphere relatively quiet. Especially after Jiang Sui instructed me to shut the door, the room fell even quieter. Zhang Yang, where were you last night? I heard you didn't come to work, Jiang Sui inquired, lounging on the sofa, smoking a cigarette. What? Do you think you're my sister? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you? I retorted with a laugh. Jiang Sui scoffed and gestured to a man sitting beside her, saying, Let me introduce you. This is Zhao Ruijie, the son of Deputy Mayor Zhao Pingyin. I glanced at Zhao Ruijie, who appeared quite dashing, but his character was undoubtedly lacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't be associating with someone like Jiang Sui. I recalled what Gao Fei had mentioned about seeing a public bus parked outside Jiang Sui's nail salon, and I surmised that this must be Zhao Ruijie. Since I was committed to playing my role, I approached Zhao Ruijie respectfully, bowing slightly and using a somewhat humble tone. Young Master Zhao, it's a pleasure. My name is Zhang Yang. Zhao Ruijie seemed quite pleased with my demeanor and the title I had used. His expression radiated satisfaction as he puffed up. Come closer. Let me see what the former little brother of Sui looks like. I obediently stepped forward for a better view. At that moment, Jiang Sui burst into laughter. Look at this fool, just like a dog. When I beckon him, he comes right away. Previously, he thought he had some connections to handle Ma Dahai's foolish son, and now he thinks he can show off in front of me. Just look at him now. His attitude changes so quickly. As she spoke, she made mocking dog sounds, beckoning me closer. Just then, Jiang Sui's phone rang. After answering, her mood shifted rapidly, and she began cursing. Damn it, why are they causing trouble again? While speaking, she suddenly turned to me, her brow furrowing. After hanging up, she pointed at me, asking, Zhang Yang, did you have a hand in this? I feigned ignorance, asking, what do you mean I had a hand in it? She cursed again. Stop pretending. Did you send someone to cause trouble at my shop? Every time I come here to find you, something goes wrong at home. It must be you. I continue to play along, shaking my head and waving my hands. That has nothing to do with me. I've been here at work. How could I go stir up trouble? Stop pretending. It has to be you. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so coincidental. It may be that she intended to trick me into speaking the truth first. Suddenly, her tone softened as she said, It's fine. You didn't know my relationship with Zhao Ruijie. If he truly is the person you're looking for, I won't blame you. As long as you refrain from causing trouble in the future. Just admit it, I won't harm you. I continue to shake my head, insisting, It has nothing to do with me. Then hand over your phone. I want to see if you called anyone else. I realized that as soon as I produced my phone, the truth would be revealed, so I was naturally reluctant to comply. Hand it over. Let me check your call history. If you haven't made any calls, I will believe you. I thought it pointless to keep pretending, so I straightened my posture and smiled, saying, Jiang Sui, you shameless harlot. If you take my phone, won't it be tainted and foul? How could I allow you to touch it? As soon as my words left my mouth, everyone in the private room was stunned. They appeared particularly astonished, presumably thinking I had been intimidated by Zhao Ruijie's identity, which had caused me to become meek and submissive. The sudden reversal of my attitude, as I berated Jiang Sui, left them all bewildered. Among them, Zhao Ruijie's eyes bulged the widest, filled not only with shock but also with anger, likely feeling that I was dismissing his status as the son of the deputy mayor. Damn it! Jiang Sui was the first to react. Grabbing the microphone beside her and throwing it at me, but I managed to dodge. "Are you toying with me?" I replied with a calm smile. Why would it be surprising for a woman with a large chest and little brains to be played with? Jiang Sui charged at me like a madwoman, raising her hand to slap me. I seized her wrist and pushed her back, causing her to fall to the ground. She cried out in surprise as a woman nearby rushed to help her, while Zhao Ruijia stood up, glaring at me with a fierce expression. "Are you looking for death? Do you dare to lay a hand on me?" I looked at Zhao Ruijia and said, "This is my matter with Jiang Sui. You'd best not interfere, otherwise you might bring trouble upon yourself. Your father has worked hard to reach his position, likely the result of generations of effort from the Zhao family. Don't let a shameless woman ruin everything for you, understand?" My words only fueled Zhao Ruijia's embarrassment and fury, causing him to stutter. You really are arrogant. Didn't you hear who my father is? He is the deputy mayor. What can a mere KTV attendant like you do to ruin our family?" The others laughed, asserting that I was just an ignorant nobody, likely only having encountered local village leaders in my life, completely oblivious to the Zhao family's true power, which allowed me to speak such shallow and ridiculous words. I paid no heed to their mockery and smiled at Zhao Ruijia. "Stop flaunting your father's status around me. It means nothing here. Go to hell." "It means nothing? If my father were here, you'd be wetting your pants in fear. Not just you. Even a boss here would have to respectfully pour him tea. Do you understand?" Zhao Ruijia likely had never faced such humiliation before. As he continued, he grew tired of wasting breath on me. After cursing loudly, he stood up to come at me, with two men beside him clearly eager to show loyalty, marching over with aggression. However, before they could reach me, Jiang Sui stopped them. "This guy can really fight. You three have never trained. So you want to be able to beat him. It wouldn't be worth it if he got hurt." Upon hearing this, the three men visibly shrank back. Although they continued to shout defiantly, their bodies obediently retreated back to the sofa. At that moment, Xiatoxin and the shorter guy returned, sensing the tense atmosphere in the room. Xiatoxin approached Jiang Sui, feigning concern for her situation. Afterward, she continued to play her role, criticizing me lightly, but compared to before, her words lacked sting, and she didn't speak harshly. Jiang Sui berated me a few times before demanding, "You dog, admit it now. Did you send someone to smash my store?" I scoffed, "Indeed. It was I who sent people to smash it. But your brain must be quite dull if it took you 3 times to suspect me." Jiang Sui's chest heaved with rage, her face flushed. "Do you know how many customers we've lost because of your antics? Zhang Yang, I truly wish to end you. If I do not avenge this grievance, I will not carry the surname Jiang." She approached Zhao Ruijia, clutching his arm. "Brother Jia, you have to help me settle this score. You've seen how arrogant this guy is. He truly does not understand his own limits. He even dared to contradict you just now. You cannot let him go." Zhao Ruijia remained silent, sitting there smoking, his eyes narrowed as he gazed at me. He seemed to be both calming himself and contemplating how to deal with me. After a long pause, he looked at me and asked, "Your name is Zhang Yang, right?" I teased, "Indeed. Do you need me to write it down for you? Perhaps I should include my birth date as well?" He chuckled coldly and continued, "Don't get too cocky. I'll make you understand your mistakes. Now tell me, what does your family do? Are they farmers, laborers, or business people? Why does it concern you what my family does?" I retorted, "Of course it matters." Zhao Ruijia calmly extinguished his cigarette on the small table before him. "If your family are farmers, I can ensure you won't have land to farm within a day. If they are laborers, I can ensure you won't have work within a day. If they are business people, I can make sure your doors close for good within a day. Do you believe me?" Zhao Ruijia's words, seemingly pompous, struck me as laughable. If I had no backing, such threats might indeed hold weight, but now, I could only regard them as a joke. Jiang Sui quickly seized the opportunity to mock me, stating, "His father has been missing for years. Perhaps he has long since perished. His mother divorced his father long ago and no longer acknowledges this unfilial son. Now he is all alone. This KTV job is all he has." Zhao Ruijia turned to Jiang Sui with a smile. "Then shall we ensure he remains unemployed for life?" Before Jiang Sui could respond, Zhao Ruijia waved his hand dismissively. "No. If we simply tell him to leave, it will be inconvenient for us to find him for entertainment in the future. This kid is so detestable. If I simply take revenge on him, I won't feel satisfied. What can we do to truly vent this anger? Help me brainstorm." Chapter 80. Jiang Sui's awful idea then. The others began to chatter, offering Zhao Ruijia suggestions. Some proposed that I continue working there, and they would come every night calling the boss, Brother Xiong. to make me wash their feet in front of him and then drink the water afterward. Others mentioned that they knew many martial artists, skilled in combat sports like boxing and free fighting, who could come and beat me up daily, leaving me with bruises. Regardless of their suggestions, I remained unmoved. Eventually, Jiang Sui seemed to have an idea. She whispered something in Zhao Ruijia's ear, and after hearing it, he laughed. He asked Jiang Sui, "Are you sure this will drive him completely mad?" Jiang Sui nodded. "Yes, it will definitely work." As she spoke, Jiang Sui glanced my way, and the mischief in her eyes was unmistakable. Zhao Ruijia then waved me off, saying, "All right, you should leave now. I'll endure tonight and let you have your fun for one more evening, but tomorrow, you will pay." I had initially wanted to inquire about Jiang Sui's intentions, but I thought better of it. She would not divulge anything, and regardless of what she and Zhao Ruijia conspired, I felt confident in my ability to handle it. Let her stir trouble, I thought. However, just as I turned to leave, Jiang Sui called out to me, "Wait, you'd better call your people and tell them to get out of my shop. Zhao Ruijia and I are coming over, and if we catch them, they'll be done for." I replied with a smile, "Just wait, I'll make the call right now." After leaving, I contacted Brother Li, requesting him to send more men and to be more forceful this time. Shortly after I exited the private room, Jiang Sui and Zhao Ruijia left with their entourage. Just as they departed, Xiao Peng leaned in and whispered, "When you went in, Wang Liang was lurking in the hallway, keeping an eye on your room. He looked like he was relishing the spectacle, that scoundrel." I chuckled. "Didn't you give him a piece of your mind? What was he so gleeful about?" Xiao Peng hesitated, then shot me a glance, saying, "You might as well just kill me," since I had instructed Brother Li to be more ruthless. The damage to Jiang Sui and her mother's shop was substantial. Later, Xiao Taoxin texted me, saying Jiang Sui was nearly beside herself with rage and advised me to be cautious, as Jiang Sui might secretly plot against me. After warning me, she asked how I dare to challenge Zhao Ruijia, wondering if I had someone backing me. I couldn't be bothered to respond, not even to reply to her message. The following morning, around 10, as I was getting up to grab something to eat, my phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Chuyo's mother calling. A wave of anxiety washed over me. I feared that our visit to the pregnancy clinic had been leaked by the triangle-eyed individual. And now Lin Chuyo's mother was calling to confront me. Despite my unease, I answered the call. "Zhang, what is going on? Our clothing store has been shut down for inspection." Lin's mother launched into her reprimand immediately. I was left utterly bewildered. How was her store's closure related to me? Why was she questioning me? Though somewhat annoyed, I replied politely, "Auntie, your store is closed for inspection? Why are you asking me? Not related to you?" Lin's mother raised her voice several decibels. "The fire department just came to inspect, claiming our store's fire safety equipment is inadequate, requiring a 1-week closure for corrections before we can reopen." After they left, an unknown number texted me, saying this closure is a birthday gift from you. Explain this to me. Upon hearing this, I immediately understood it was connected to Jiang Sui and Zhao Ruijia. Last night, Jiang Sui had concocted a scheme against me with Zhao Ruijia. Clearly, this was the result. Jiang Sui, having lived under the same roof with me for so long, knew precisely where my vulnerabilities lay, namely, Lin Chuyo. She had sent Zhao Ruijia to create trouble for Lin Chuyo's family, a cunning move indeed. Without hesitation, I said, "Andy, I may have offended someone recently, and this might be their doing. Don't worry, I'll find a way to lift the sanctions against your store, and I'll resolve this before noon." "Humph," Lin's mother scoffed. "So, you admit this is related to you?" Although I anticipated a lecture, I chose to acknowledge it. "Yes, Auntie, it is indeed related to me, but I will resolve it immediately." "Resolve it? How do you intend to do that?" She pressed. "Auntie, just leave it to me. I assure you, by noon, your store will be back to normal operations." "Humph." She scoffed again. "Zhang, do you think I'm a fool? I don't know who you've offended, but they must be formidable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have involved the fire department. And you, with no family support or connections, are just a service worker at an entertainment venue. How can you help me?" I sighed. "Annie, you have to give me a chance to try. If not, let me hang up and I'll work on it. You'll see the results soon enough." "Forget it." Lin's mother's tone grew colder. "Consider this my misfortune. I don't expect your help anymore. I've already called Jiang Nan, and he will assist me. I'm only calling to inform you that your troubles should not implicate my family or Yao Yao. Have you forgotten how Yao Yao's face got swollen back then? If there's essay next time, you'll see how I deal with you." At that moment, I was at a loss for words. After all, the situation had arisen because of me, and all I could do was repeatedly apologize. Let's leave it at that. I don't wish to waste more breath. Just remember, keep your distance from my yao-yao and ensure your dubious friends do the same. Don't make our family utterly despise you. Honestly, encountering you has been a stroke of bad luck. I should Tia befriended your parents. It's cursed. With that, Lin's mother hung up. I set my phone down and mentally berated Jiang Sui. I had intended to handle this situation delicately, but now she had targeted Lin Shuyo. I had no choice but to retaliate fiercely. Subsequently, I called Madahai, asking him to help resolve the issue with Lin Shuyo's family store. About 20 minutes later, I received word that the fire department had dispatched personnel to Lin Shuyo's clothing store, and the sanctions would be lifted shortly. Just as this matter was resolved, Lin Shuyo called to inquire about it. Upon learning that Jiang Sui was behind the trouble, she spent a good while venting her anger at Jiang Sui over the phone. Naturally, I reminded her to be cautious during this time and advised her not to venture out alone, as I feared Jiang Sui might plot against her. Given the incident from years ago when Jiang Sui had swollen her face, Lin Shuyo seemed understandably anxious. She expressed her concern, saying, "What should I do? I just got a job, and I'm starting tomorrow. I'll have to ride my little electric scooter to work every day. What if she tries to cause trouble on the way?" Chapter 81. The monkey takes the initiative to find me. Lin Shuyo's worries mirrored my own. No matter what Jiang Sui had done to her family's shop, I wasn't overly concerned. After all, a single phone call could resolve that. At worst, Lin Shuyo's parents would have a worse opinion of me, which didn't bother me much since it had always been poor. However, if Jiang Sui were to do something drastic to Lin Shuyo, like assault her again, or even worse, that was an outcome I could neither bear nor change. Therefore, such an event must not occur. I asked Lin Shuyo, "Where are you working? Is it far from your home?" She replied, "Not too far. It's in the Plaza Commercial Building. An advertising company is hiring, and I'll be doing advertising creative work there." The plaza is indeed not far from Lin Shuyo's residential area, merely 2 or 3 kilometers away, and the route is bustling with activity. Even late at night, there are streetlights, so safety shouldn't be a concern. However, if Jiang Sui was truly determined to target Lin Shuyo, she could easily create trouble within those 200 meters. So, I quickly inquired, "What time do you start and finish work each day?" She remarked, "I finish work at 6 in the evening, and I start at 8:30 in the morning." After pondering for a moment, I proposed, "How about this? I could pick you up and drop you off every day. I ride a small electric bike too, so we can go together." Conveniently, I also do not have work at 8:30 in the morning or 6 in the evening. You want to escort me to and from work?" This. Lin Shuyo hesitated. I could sense her reluctance in her faltering tone. "Is that not permissible?" I inquired. I feel that it might not be appropriate. You work night shifts, so it would be quite troublesome for you to pick me up in the morning and evening." "Not all troublesome. Typically, around 8 in the morning, I'm also heading out for breakfast. I can drop you off at the square and then return for my meal. The same goes for the afternoon. After dropping you off, I will head back to work. It won't take long, and I'm not saying I will do this every day, just for the next few days while Jiang Sui may need you." "Well, the issue is, what if my parents find out? They do not want to get too close to you, although I do not wish to heed their warnings. It always leads to arguments when I return, and it makes me quite distressed." At this point, she trailed off. "And what else?" I pressed. "Feel free to speak your mind." After a few seconds of silence, Lin Shuyo hesitantly replied, "There's nothing. Is it difficult to express your thoughts to me?" I asked with a smile. "No, really nothing." The more she insisted, the more I understood she had unspoken words, merely too shy to voice them. I contemplated briefly, surmising she might feel that given our current relationship, my daily escorting her could be misconstrued as romantic involvement, especially by her new colleagues. To be frank, while I had long acknowledged that my relationship with Lin Shuyo had transformed from 4 years ago, the thought that she might want to maintain some distance left me feeling somewhat disheartened. I initially considered hiring someone to ensure her safety, but that seemed even less agreeable to her. Thus, I suggested, "How about this? To avoid your parents finding out, we can ride separately, maintaining a distance of around 10 to 20 meters. I will follow you from behind. Would that be acceptable?" "Oh, no need. We could just walk together. That way, we can chat. If you stay 10 to 20 meters away, what would that mean? Let us do as you suggested and try for a few days." "All right. Remember to meet me at the entrance of my community at 8 tomorrow. "Okay." After hanging up with Lin Shuyo, I contemplated stirring up some trouble with Jiang Sui and her mother, ensuring they also face some consequences for their actions. Upon hearing of my plans, Lao He and Ma Gan insisted on joining, claiming they had nothing to do today and were merely idle. As the three of us exited the dormitory area and approached the entrance of the Royal International, a Toyota Land Cruiser swung open, and from within emerged a familiar face I had long wished to confront, Yuan Ho. Compared to years past, Yuan Ho had hardly changed, though his demeanor now exuded a more palpable air of societal influence. Adorned with gold chains and a golden Rolex, his attire reflecting a certain ostentation. He must have been waiting for me, as he stepped out the moment I appeared. To be candid, I was somewhat taken aback. I had anticipated him to avoid me until I cornered him, yet here he was, daring to approach me. I could surmise his intentions, either to threaten me, boasting about his current status and warning me against causing trouble, or perhaps to offer an apology, claiming his past actions were beyond his control and seeking my forgiveness. Regardless of his motive, I was resolute in my desire for vengeance. As he approached, Yuan Ho flashed a smile and nodded, Zhang Yang. Shall we find a place to have a proper chat? I glanced at Lao He and Ma Gan. Could you wait for me here for a few minutes while I speak with him? Lao He, growing impatient, retorted, two grown men can talk right here. Is there a need for a private discussion? What? Are you planning something clandestine? Are you going to stab each other in the back? Get lost. That's your thing, not mine. Just wait here. With that, I headed towards the alley where the tattooed man had been, as it was relatively deserted. As Yuan Ho followed me, he suggested, how about we grab a meal? My treat, so we can have a good chat and enjoy a few drinks. Consider it a welcoming gesture from a brother and an apology for the past. Brother? I halted, looking at him with a smirk. Did I hear you correctly? Are you implying that we are still brothers? Realizing the absurdity of his claim, Yuan Ho merely smiled without responding, although I had initially intended to continue down the alley. Noticing Lao He and Ma Gan had distanced themselves, I decided to converse with Yuan Ho right there. What do you wish to discuss? I inquired. Primarily, I come to apologize. What I did 4 years ago was truly inexcusable. I have felt guilty all this time, genuinely regretful. I was coerced in my actions. Interrupting him, I stated guilt. If you truly felt guilty over the past 4 years, why didn't you visit me in prison? You could have at least brought me some clothes or food. I genuinely wanted to, but I didn't know the proper procedure. Enough. I waved my hand dismissively. Let us not delve into unnecessary details. We both understand your true feelings. If you're here to apologize, I accept it. I was truly forced into it. My older brother insisted I say those things. He threatened me, claiming that if I didn't, he would take the blame for the kidnapping and extortion of Jiang Sui and her mother, and that he would harm me. This was also Jiang Sui's wish. She and my brother reached an agreement. I was merely a subordinate, unable to oppose his wishes. I am genuinely sorry. I scoffed, continuing. Are you willing to testify for me now? Shall we go to the police station and you can recount everything that transpired, clear my name? Yuan Ho forced a bitter smile, remaining silent for a moment before responding. Zhang Yang, since the past is behind us, you have already served 4 years in prison. What's the point of dwelling on it now? One should look ahead, and you should consider your future more. I cut him off coldly. Spare me the platitudes. Just tell me, do you want to testify or not? Are you willing to identify your brother and Jiang Sui and her mother? Chapter 82. The outburst at Yuan Ho, displaying a hint of resignation, chuckled softly. My dear brother, identifying them now serves no purpose. This incident occurred 4 years ago. Besides, they must have had connections to orchestrate such actions against you. You may not be able to touch that layer of influence. Even if they were to face consequences, how would that benefit you? If my brother sends his men after you, what then? Growing impatient, I interjected sharply. Why are you being so evasive? I simply asked whether you would be willing to identify them. Just say yes or no. There is no need for all this nonsense. At my words, the smile on Yuan Ho's face froze, and he replied coldly, no, I won't do that. Don't harbor such thoughts. It's impossible. Then what is there left for us to discuss? Just leave. I have no interest in conversing with you. I waved my hand dismissively, preparing to return to Lao He and Ma Gan. The monkey directly obstructed my path, continuing to persuade me. Zhang Yang, he urged, why make things difficult for yourself? Let us plan for the future, shall we? I've gathered information and learned that your father has been missing for 4 years. You don't own a house and are stuck living in a dormitory. Working as a server in a KTV doesn't lead anywhere. Do you intend to endure a life of mediocrity? Here's the deal. Join me, and I'll mentor you. I guarantee you'll be driving a car within a year. Wouldn't it'd be wonderful for us brothers to enjoy life together? I chuckled and nodded. With your current momentum, it seems you're doing quite well. The monkey nodded in agreement. Honestly, I am. Do you see that luxury SUV? I bought it with my own earnings. If you stick with me, I believe it won't be hard for you to drive a Passat or Accord within a year. But if I join you and then run into your older brother, what then? Will you assist me or him? I replied. The monkey appeared momentarily speechless. Why would you seek trouble with my brother after joining me? Can't we coexist peacefully? Don't harbor delusions. Do you truly think you're worthy of my following you? At this point, I was unwilling to maintain the facade any longer. My emotions ignited as I jabbed my finger at his chest. Back in the day, I treated you like a brother. How did you repay me? You falsely accused me, leading to 4 years of imprisonment, ruining what could have been a prosperous life. Now you come to me with sweet words, as if it erases my suffering? How can you speak so lightly of it? Perhaps my gesture was too forceful or my words too harsh, for the monkey's expression darkened. I sensed he was equally agitated, possibly on the verge of cursing, but he restrained himself. He forced a smile and said, I'm sorry for the pain I caused you, which is why I want to make amends. Please, let us have a calm conversation. He then produced an envelope from his pocket and handed it to me. Inside is 5,000 yuan. Take it, rent a room. It should cover a year's rent. This way you can. To hell with you. I swatted the envelope away. Save that money for your own recovery. I will take vengeance upon you. And when the time comes, you can use this for your ICU stay. Zhang Yang. His face grew colder. Do you find this amusing? I speak to you calmly and apologize. Yet you choose this path? What? You're tired of pretending? After 4 years in prison, I express a bit of frustration. And now you can't handle it? What do you want? A fight? Go ahead, make a move. In a bid to provoke the monkey further, I shoved him forcefully. He was prepared and stumbled back. In the distance, Lao He and Ma Gan seemed to think I was about to clash with the monkey and rushed over, with Lao He asking what was happening. I gestured for him to stay back, assuring him I could handle it myself, prompting them to halt. The monkey then sneered, fine. Zhang Yang, if this is how you want it, I've done all I can. I offered you a good job and compensation, and you rejected it. Let us part ways. You go your way, and I'll go mine. Let us not interfere with each other, as if we've never met. I laughed heartily. Do you lack hearing? Did you not catch my earlier words? I said I would send you to the hospital for an ICU stay. And now you want to sever ties? That's impossible. I'm out of prison to take revenge on you all, and I won't let any of you off easily. Is that so? The monkey straightened his back. If you insist on this path, I'll accommodate you. But let me remind you, you're merely a KTV server now. Consider your capabilities. Can you truly handle me? He gestured to his SUV. In just 4 years, I've acquired this luxury vehicle. Do you think I'm still the insignificant thug I once was? How naive of you. Whether naive or not, you will soon find out. With that, I turned to walk towards Lao He and Ma Gan. After a few steps, I turned back to the monkey, and to remind your older brother of my previous words. He should prepare for a stay in the ICU as well. Zhang Yang, you will one day regret those words. The monkey warned. I await that day. As I approached Lao He and Ma Gan, Lao He inquired, who is he? I caught wind of some of your conversation. Did your imprisonment involve him? We continued walking as I recounted the enmity between the monkey and myself, also sharing the story of my grievances with Jiang Sui and her mother. Lao He was enraged after hearing my account, exclaiming his disdain for those who betray their brothers, asserting that the monkey was more detestable than the mother-daughter duo. Absolutely. We should have taught him a lesson right then and there, Lao He lamented. Don't worry, I will settle the score with him eventually. Today, let us deal with Jiang Sui and her mother first. All right, but when you confront him, count me in. I'll gladly assist you. Is there a fee? I asked with a smile. Lao He paused, then burst into laughter. Of course there's a fee. I'm not your brother. Do you expect me to work for free? Although he said this, I could sense he had already regarded me as a brother. Perhaps it was the release of pent-up emotions from earlier, but I felt an exhilarating sense of relief. I imagined how satisfying it would be to see him kneel before me, begging for mercy. When we arrived at the Street of Women, I discovered that both shops owned by Jiang Sui and her mother displayed notices of temporary closure. Numerous workers were inside packing up, evidently due to the chaos caused by Brother Li the previous day, rendering the shops incapable of operating. As Lao He asked how I planned to proceed, Lu Hui unexpectedly emerged from the beauty salon. Chapter 83. Time to lay low for a while. Lu Hui appeared quite distressed, her face dark and sullen. Upon spotting me, her expression soured even further. She pointed at me, fuming. Zhang Yang, you little brat. It's you who keeps sending people to stir up trouble in my shop, disrupting business time and again. Many of my loyal customers have abandoned me for other shops. Seeing Lu Hui in such a state brought me a sense of satisfaction. I replied with a grin, you ought to blame your daughter. She is always the one seeking trouble in my workplace. If she didn't provoke me, would I send anyone to vandalize your shop? Quit your nonsense. If Sui didn't bother you, you'd leave us alone? Can you guarantee that? I shook my head, chuckling. That seems unlikely. You and your daughter colluded with a monkey to frame me. I must repay that debt. What do you want? You demanded. Hands on her hips, glaring at me. I just told you, I seek revenge. Spare me the theatrics. Just say how you plan to take revenge. What are your intentions? To destroy us or leave us destitute? Just be direct. Don't play games with me. I spoke in a mocking tone. I haven't made up my mind yet. But if you two kneel and beg for mercy, I might consider letting you off lightly. Otherwise, why don't you try kneeling before me first? You think you can bring me down? Given our family's past, I initially intended to overlook your antics, but since you've repeatedly sought trouble with me, don't blame me for being rude. Is that so? I'm waiting, I added, glancing at the FAAD of her shop. I suspect your establishment's fire safety equipment is subpar. I'm contemplating filing a complaint. What do you think? Before arriving here, I had already devised a plan to deal with this mother-daughter duo, employing their own tactics against them. Since Jiang Sui had managed to shut down Lin Chuyao's shop, I intended to do the same to them. As long as I refused to relent, they would remain closed for business indefinitely, never earning a penny. If Jiang Sui sought out Zhao Rui Jie to trouble me again, I would bring Ma Dehai along to confront him, ensuring he understood that I was not someone to be trifled with. Lu Hui, upon hearing my intent to complain, displayed no signs of anxiety. Instead, she scoffed. Zhang Yang, I'm not underestimating you, but if you can manage to shut down our shop today, I might as well call you Dad. I replied, I would find it repulsive if you called me Dad. Instead, if the complaint succeeds, you must allow my two friends to have their way with you for a few hours in your shop. Before I could finish, Lu Hui's emotions flared up. Zhang Yang, how dare you go too far? Do you think you're some kind of saint? You should reflect on how you seduced my father and manipulated your way up, and how you entangled him with other men until he vanished. Are you pretending to be innocent here? Perhaps mentioning my father struck a nerve. As I noticed a flicker of panic in Lu Hui's eyes, she quickly retorted, stop spreading nonsense. My father's disappearance has nothing to do with me. Just don't. Not wanting to engage further, she waved her hand dismissively and shouted, enough. I'm done talking to you. Get lost, or I'll make sure you regret it. With that, she pulled out her phone and turned to enter her house, seemingly to make a call. Not lingering, I gestured to Lao Hei and Ma Gan. You two go inside and cause some chaos. Make sure the workers stop their construction, and if you can break things, do so. Lao Hei Godin. This lady is quite the figure, reminiscent of a fading beauty. I like it. I urged him to stop chatting and get to work, reminding him that this was his directive. If anything goes awry and we need to pay, you're covering it. Of course, I wouldn't let you shoulder that, he replied. Once they entered, Lu Hui's shouts echoed from within. Istipt azide tu kolmadai, intending to have the fire department investigate Lu Hui in Jiang Sui's shop. However, to my astonishment, when I called, Ma Dehai hung up on me. He soon returned my call from a different number, delivering unfortunate news. He informed me that someone had come down from above in disguise to investigate their corrupt practices and negligence. Consequently, all the leaders in Gang City were on edge, so he couldn't assist me without risking being exposed by competitors. When I inquired about contacting others, he warned that anyone I approached would likely yield the same result. He also revealed troubling news regarding my Master-S connections in the provincial capital, suggesting they were facing issues which could affect my standing in Gang City. This revelation was nothing short of a thunderclap for me. My ability to act with such impunity in Gang City relied heavily on the influence of my master and third master. If their power waned, I would be left vulnerable, with no one to protect me, and I could even face sabotage from those seeking to curry favor with rival forces. Without hesitation, I expressed my gratitude to Ma Dehai for relaying this information. After hanging up, I contacted my Master-S associate, who confirmed the undercurrents of unrest in the provincial capital and advised me to exercise caution in Gang City, warning against leveraging my Master-S connections to avoid drawing unwanted attention. After ending the call, I couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that I would have to rely solely on myself. I silently hoped that my Master S network would prevail in this covert struggle, allowing me to navigate Gang City with greater ease and pursue my revenge. However, also prepared for the worst, reminding myself that if my masters faltered and I lost my protection, I would need to rely on my own abilities to move forward. At that moment, Lao He and Ma Gan emerged from the building, their expressions alarmed. Lao He asked, "What the hell? Does your stepmother know Zhao Rui Jia, the son of Zhao Pingyan?" He seemed convinced she had just called him. "I believe she does. Jiang Sui Sui has recently been involved with Zhao Rui Jia." Lao He's face paled. This guy is no ordinary person. "Are you scared?" I asked him, amused by his dread. "Of course I'm scared. His connections are too powerful. Crossing him means no survival in Gang City. Not even Long Gu would dare oppose him." He whispered urgently, "We need to leave now. If this drags us into trouble, it's one thing, but if it involves Long Gu, we might as well be dead." Given that authorities were investigating in Gang City, I surmised that Zhao Ping and would be trembling in fear as well, likely warning his son to avoid trouble to protect his own interests. Thus, I figured Zhao Rui Jia would lay low for a while, allowing me to continue my pursuit of Lu Hui without too much concern. However, after some consideration, I decided against it. Both Ma Dehai and my master's contacts had advised me to maintain a low profile. As we were leaving, Lu Hui taunted me from behind, shouting, "Why are you running?" The moment I mentioned calling Zhao Rui Jia, "You all fled. Weren't you going to shut down our shop? Look at you, so pathetic. Get lost." I felt a surge of frustration and called back, "Don't be in such a hurry. I'll settle the score with you regarding my father soon enough." Upon mentioning my father, Lu Hui fell silent and turned to enter the shop, which only deepened my suspicion that my father's disappearance was undoubtedly linked to her. After I had distanced myself from Lao He and the others, he continued to mock me, claiming I had some substantial backing and had threatened to shut down the establishment, only to flee in disarray. He asserted that I was also clearly a pretender. I chose not to engage in further argument, allowing him to ridicule me at will. Beginning tomorrow, I would be commuting to work alongside Lin Chuyao, and later, I took the two of them to the electric vehicle market, intending to purchase an electric bike. They teased me, saying such vehicles were meant for women and that a man ought to ride a motorcycle. Just as I was about to leave after making my purchase, I unexpectedly ran into Officer Lee, the female officer. "Officer Lee, are you here to buy an electric bike?" I greeted her, as we had met before. She appeared to be off-duty, dressed in practical shorts and a fitted shirt, looking exceptionally graceful. Officer Lee, however, did not recognize me and frowned, asking, "Who are you?" Lao He chuckled and interjected, "Sister Police Flower, your memory is quite poor, isn't it? We are from Royal International. Remember room 303? You just came to our dorm to apprehend him, the one named Zhang Yang who stabbed someone in self-defense." It was only then that Officer Lee recognized us, her expression shifting to one of concern as she turned and entered the electric vehicle store. Lao He called after her, "Sister Police Flower, are you buying an electric bike? Shouldn't you be using a police car instead of needing one of these?" But she paid no heed to his remarks. I tugged at Lao He, urging him to move along. Upon returning to Royal International, I parked the electric bike downstairs and took a nap until around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, when a phone call stirred me awake. It was from Gan Tian. Upon answering, she informed me that she was en route to Port City and would arrive that afternoon. "Oh, you're coming to Port City?" I asked, surprised, while pondering whether she was indeed coming to see me, as she had previously mentioned wanting to visit. I recalled my earlier trip to Port City to meet a male online acquaintance, only to find he was not as he appeared in his photos, leading me to block him. He had since attempted to apologize multiple times, claiming he was unable to forget me and that my silence was driving him to the brink of despair, even threatening self-harm. Today, I received a call from the local police in Port City regarding his suicidal threats, advising me to check on him and calm him down. Hearing this, I was somewhat at a loss for words. It was rather pitiful for a grown man to be so affected by an online acquaintance. However, considering how stunning Gan Tian was, it was not surprising that a naive young man from a small place like Port City could become infatuated with her. My primary concern was for her safety, especially since she had previously faced threats of kidnapping during her last visit. I inquired if she was traveling alone or accompanied by a bodyguard. She replied that she had come by herself, having informed her parents about her plans, which they disapproved of, suggesting that if anything went wrong, they would let the local police find her. Yet, she feared for his safety and did not want to be responsible for a potential tragedy. Upon hearing that Gan Tian was making the trip alone, My concern deepened. I advised her to heed her parents' warnings, stating that it was not worth the trouble to visit someone like him. She laughed lightly, replying, well, dealing with the situation is secondary. The main reason is to spend time with you. Her words quickened my pulse, confirming my earlier suspicions that she had indeed come to see me. I cautioned her about the consequences of staying overnight, as her family might grow worried. She assured me she had spoken to her family, claiming she would stay at a friend's house. What about Soo-hee? Does she know? I asked. No. I didn't tell her. If she finds out, she will definitely scold me, she chuckled. Although I was pleased by Gan Tiantian's visit, I couldn't shake my worries about her sneaking away from her family. What if something went awry? No one could bear that responsibility. If Soo-hee discovered the truth, she would surely blame me. I urged her once more to consider returning if her stay in the provincial city had been brief. Gan Tiantian informed me that she was already halfway to Port City, with about an hour left until arrival. Realizing it would be futile to dissuade her further, I wished her a safe journey and reminded her to keep an eye on her belongings, promising to meet her at the bus station. She playfully remarked, what? You don't want me to come? Think I'll be a bother? I quickly interjected, what are you saying? To have the chance to meet a beauty like you is a blessing. How could I possibly refuse? I can't wait to see you. Gan Tiantian giggled, asking if I was serious. I responded earnestly, if I speak a lie, may I be struck by a vehicle. You shouldn't say such things. Quickly, spit 3 times on the ground to undo the bad luck. She exclaimed, clearly flustered. I assured her that my words were genuine. All right then, you'll pick me up later. Honestly, this is my first time traveling alone, and I'm quite nervous, she admitted. I will arrive ahead of time, I promised. After confirming her arrival details, I hung up and took a moment to refresh myself at a bathhouse, changing into clean clothes and preparing for her visit. About half an hour early, I rode my electric bike to the bus station. Chapter 85. Gan Tiantian meets Lin Chuyao. For the first time, the reason for my early arrival was the esteemed nature of Gan Tiantian's presence. I feared any unforeseen incident. After waiting for approximately half an hour, she finally emerged from the station, wearing a fitted checkered dress complemented by a white blouse adorned with lace trim. She looked exceptionally charming, her hair styled in a simple ponytail secured with a lovely ribbon. Upon reaching me, she appeared slightly flushed, perhaps from the heat or shyness. Hello. It's nice to see you again, she greeted, her eyes shyly avoiding mine. How was your journey? I asked, taking her shoulder bag. It was quite pleasant, she replied. Her demeanor, with a hint of shyness in her gaze, reminded me of how many girls had acted around me during high school, making it clear that she harbored feelings for me. Shall we head straight to the police station? I inquired. Not yet. It's getting late, and I'm a bit hungry. Would you take me somewhere to eat first? We can visit the police station tomorrow, she suggested. That works. Let us first find a place to stay, I agreed, pointing to my electric bike. Is it convenient to ride this? I asked. Gan Tiantian's eyes lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, yes. I've always wanted to ride one of these, but never had the chance. Really? You've never ridden one before? Sweet Tian nodded. Yes, since childhood, whenever I went out. It was either by foot or by vehicle. I have never had the opportunity to ride this. Do you know how to ride? Sweet Tian shook her head. No, I can't even ride a bicycle. I tried once when I was little, but I fell and hurt my knee. It was incredibly painful, and I never wanted to learn again after that. I thought it was somewhat embarrassing for an ordinary person of her age not to know how to ride a bicycle. But for someone like Sweet Tian from a wealthy family, it seemed quite normal. Then, I led her to the electric scooter, and we set off towards the Tianlong Hotel, the same hotel where she and Soo-hee had stayed during their last visit. The roads in certain parts of the port city were rather bumpy, and Sweet Tian would occasionally exclaim in surprise, perhaps fearful of falling off, gripping my waist tightly. My waist felt the softness of her small hands, causing my heart to race. This sensation was, how should I describe it, both innocent and bewildering, an indescribable feeling that was quite marvelous. Upon arriving at the Tianlong Hotel, Sweet Tian was overjoyed, expressing that riding on the electric scooter through the streets of the small county felt utterly wonderful. Seeing her so happy naturally brought joy to my heart. After checking in, I took her to a small restaurant across the street for a meal. During this time, Sweet Tian incessantly inquired about Lin Chuyao, expressing a strong desire to see what she looked like. As fate would have it, just as we finished our meal and stepped outside, we happened to encounter Lin Chuyao, who was crossing the street with Li Ming, heading in our direction, though she did not see us at that moment. I found it puzzling. Hadn't Lin Chuyao and Li Ming had a falling out during Duan Ting's birthday celebration? How were they together again? although I was curious. I didn't dwell on it, as I was with Sweet Tian Tian at that moment. Suddenly, a wave of panic washed over me, accompanied by a thought. I must not let Lin Chu Yao see me with Sweet Tian Tian, nor should I allow Sweet Tian Tian to come into contact with Lin Chu Yao too soon. I wasn't quite sure why this thought emerged, but at that moment, I felt a sense of guilt akin to infidelity, as though Lin Chu Yao were my partner and I was secretly seeing Sweet Tian Tian. I swiftly turned around and re-entered the restaurant, feigning a search for my keys. I think I lost my keys. Let me check. Sweet Tian Tian followed suit without hesitation. Is it the electric scooter key? I replied, no, it's the key to our dormitory. I'll help you look for it. As we searched for the keys, I silently prayed that Lin Chu Yao was not coming to dine here. Even if she was, there were plenty of restaurants on this street. Please don't let her come to ours. Luckily, Lin Chu Yao and Li Meng did not enter. And by the time I pretended to give up the search for my keys and exited with Sweet Tian Tian, they had already vanished. As we crossed the street towards the hotel, Sweet Tian Tian remarked, earlier, I saw a particularly beautiful woman crossing the street. I never expected there were such stunning beauties in your port city. I chuckled and replied, indeed, although our port city is merely a small county-level city, it boasts many beautiful women. As I said this, I considered the dynamics of my relationship with Sweet Tian Tian. I was certain we would become very good friends. Inevitably, she would learn about Lin Chu Yao one day, and I wondered what it would be like when she met Lin Chu Yao and discovered that she was my friend. Furthermore, how would Lin Chu Yao react if she found out I had become good friends with such a beautiful and wealthy heiress, who seemingly harbored feelings for me? Would she feel jealous? After escorting Sweet Tian Tian back to the hotel, I prepared to return to my dorm to get ready for work. Sweet Tian Tian appeared reluctant to part ways, her large eyes looking at me as she asked, could you possibly take the night off? I feel a bit bored and somewhat scared being here alone. If Mata Hai hadn't shared so many unfortunate tidings with me earlier, I would have gladly taken the day off. However, given the current circumstances, taking leave would be risky, especially if Wang Liang or Yuan would decide to pursue matters with me. If I were to be dismissed, it would be quite troublesome. Thus, I can only smile bitterly and say, I haven't been working here long and have already taken several days off. The last time I went to the provincial city was also on leave, so it would be difficult to ask for another day off now. Sweet Tian Tian's expression fell slightly. To be honest, seeing such a beautiful and charming woman look disappointed stirred a sense of guilt within me. She seemed to want to say something else, but ultimately just waved her hand and said, all right then, when will you come to see me? Tomorrow morning, around 8 or 9 o'clock. Okay, try to come early. I'll go buy you some snacks, and you should stay in your room tonight. It's not safe outside. Sweet Tian Tian obediently nodded. All right, I'll take my leave now. She looked at me, her eyes filled with reluctance. And I found myself feeling a bit reluctant to part as well. Later, while buying snacks for her and returning to my dorm, I pondered, could it be that I have developed feelings for her? Upon closer reflection, I deemed it unlikely. My feelings for her had not yet reached the level of affection. Moreover, I compared her to Lin Chu Yao in my mind, and it was evident that I still preferred Lin Chu Yao. That night, around 9 o'clock, as I was delivering drinks to customers, Wang Liang suddenly approached me, saying that Chun Gang from the bathing department wanted to see me. Chun Gang was the head of the bathing department, on the same level as Yuan Wan and Long Ge, and he was also Wang Hao's immediate superior. Given the circumstances, I knew his visit could not bode well, especially since the two individuals I had dealt with, one hospitalized and the other injured, were employees of the bathing department. As the person in charge, how could Chun Gang let me off the hook? I anticipated that I would face repercussions, so I sought out Xiao Pang, asking him to inform Lu He that Chun Gang might be out for revenge against me. Only after that did I venture alone to the bathing department. Upon my arrival, I found Wang Hao sitting on the sofa in the lobby, an expression of glee on his face, as if to say I was doomed. Chapter 86. Are you asking me to take Wang Hao's place? I thought you wouldn't dare show up, but here you are. Wang Hao stood up and approached me. I scoffed. Do you think I'm like you, a coward? A coward? Where did you get that notion? Do you really think that because you took out 2 of my subordinates, I would be afraid of you? Let me tell you, I intend to toy with you slowly, to torment you. That's what makes it interesting, understand? If I were to simply beat you into submission, it would be rather dull. How wonderfully coincidental. For I think the same way. That's why you're still standing here, unharmed, spouting nonsense. Wang Hao snorted. Enough with the chatter. Come with me. Our manager Chun has been waiting for you. He turned and walked down the corridor. I followed him until we reached the room where we had played cards last time. Inside, a man in his late 30s, bare-chested and smoking, was seated on the bed. He had several prominent scars across his body. Standing beside him were two heavily muscled men. The veins on their arms were bulging, indicating they were likely fighters. One of them had particularly thick calves, appearing to have a layer of toughened skin, suggesting he practiced Muay Thai. His bone density was likely much higher than average. If he kicked with full force, he could probably fell a tree, and, similarly, he could easily break bones. This made me quite anxious. If Chun Gang ordered these two to assault me, I feared I wouldn't be able to escape, and I might end up severely injured or worse. I cannot help but pray, Luha, oh Luha, please come quickly. If you do not, I shall have no choice but to call Brother Xiong. Are you Zhang Yang? At that moment, Chun Gang stood up from the bedside, looking at me with a questioning gaze. Yes. So, you were the one who dealt with Lao San and Shao Kong? Shao Kong, just a tuft of fur. Indeed. I heard there were some grievances between you and Wang Hao. Is that correct? Yes. What are your intentions then? Planning to settle the score with Wang Hao as well? When Chun Gang asked me this, his eyes narrowed, and a chill radiated from his gaze. If I were an ordinary person, such a look would undoubtedly be intimidating. However, having encountered the gazes of murderers in prison, it seemed somewhat feeble in comparison. I locked eyes with him, showing no intention of averting my gaze, and smiled. Yes, I will certainly seek revenge on Wang Hao. TSK, you do have some guts. Chun Gang's stern expression blossomed into a smile, and his eyes softened. He inquired, I hear that General Liu holds you in high regard and has been protecting you. Is that so? Perhaps. Are you interested in coming to work with me? I believe the bathing department has far more potential than the KTV department. If you join, I could have you replace Wang Hao as the assistant manager. Upon hearing Chun Gang's proposition, Wang Hao, who was nearby, immediately panicked. He quickly interjected, Brother Chun, are you joking? He is just a lowly waiter, without merit or qualifications. Why should he replace me? Chun Gang turned to Wang Hao. What? Do I need your guidance to do my job? Wang Hao immediately bent down. I wouldn't dare. I pondered that my being summoned by Chun Gang was primarily due to Wang Hao's influence. He must have spoken ill of me numerous times. Now, hearing Chun Gang suggest I take Wang Hao's position, Wang Hao must be regretting his actions immensely. As for joining the bathing department, I was indifferent. Coming or not coming mattered little to me. But if I could replace Wang Hao, I would gladly accept. Yet, I remained uncertain about the relationship between Chun Gang and Lu Ha. If Chun Gang were also Lu Ha's adversary, aligning with him could provoke Lu Ha's wrath against me. So, I tentatively asked, if I were to work here, would I need approval from the HR department? Should I speak to General Liu? Chun Gang waved dismissively. What? Is the HR general manager so important? I have fought my way to this position alongside Brother Xiong. And you think I need Lu Ha's consent to transfer someone from the KTV department? I refused to believe that. Observing Chun Gang's demeanor, I began to understand. He and Yuan, when were evidently allies, both at odds with Lu Ha. Whether he genuinely respected me and wanted to bring me in, or if he intended to use me as a pawn, remained unclear. I continued to inquire, Brother Chun, why do you insist on bringing me in? Can you provide a reason? Chun Gang, straightforward as ever, replied, quite simply, first, I believe you are young and tenacious, capable of being cultivated. Second, I disdain that fatso Lu Ha, and it would please me to poach someone from him. Of course, if you are timid and fear-provoking Lu Ha, then do not come. I have no need for cowards. I refrained from rushing to respond, instead scrutinizing Chun Gang closely. A wise bird chooses its tree. Lu Ha was not a wise choice for me. I had no intention of following him. Chun Gang, however, seemed more reliable than Lu Ha, a potential stepping stone. Most importantly, if I joined, I would be working alongside Wang Hao, providing ample opportunity to make his life miserable. Thus, I found merit in this prospect. However, I could not yet rely on a more formidable backing. What if I betrayed Lu Ha and faced retribution? Could Chun Gang truly protect me? I pressed on. If I join, will Lu Ha come after you and me? Let him try. He only flaunts his power because he is Brother Xiong's brother-in-law. Brother Xiong has long been displeased with him. You need not fear him. If trouble arises, I will support you. Yuan won from your KTV department, and I both share a disdain for him. Brother Xiong will certainly give us face. I then turned to Wang Hao. The issue is that I have a grudge against him. What if I come and beat him up? I will not involve myself in your affairs. You can settle it privately. As long as you do not cause a fatal incident, you may do as you please. However, while you may quarrel, it must not affect the bathing department's performance, or I will not spare you. Wang Hao, still defiant, retorted, You think you can beat me? You're delusional. If you dare come, I will make you lose all sense of direction. It will be best for you to stay put in your KTV department and not come looking for trouble. Clearly, Wang Hao was terrified of me taking his position as assistant manager, resorting to intimidation. The more he feared, the more I wanted to come. Yet, I needed to understand the dynamics between Chun Gang, Yuan Wan, and Lu He before making a decision. So, I smiled at Chun Gang, Brother Chun. If you agree to one condition, I might consider it. Chun Gang frowned, somewhat displeased. What is it? You want me to agree to a condition while you still consider it? What nonsense is this? I must think it over. Then tell me, what is the condition? There is a team leader in our KTV department named Wang Liang. I believe he is incompetent and unfit for the role. Perhaps you could speak to Yuan Wan and have him removed as team leader. Just that? Yes, this condition should be easy for you to fulfill. It's practically a gift. I chuckled. No problem. I will call Yuan Wan. But how long will you take to consider? A week, I suppose. I glanced at Wang Hao. I must give him a chance to obstruct my move to the bathing department, lest he intimidate me into not coming within that week. Chun Gang chuckled at my jest and nodded. Very well. This also serves as a test for you. He then looked at Wang Hao. Whether you can retain this assistant manager position will depend on this week. You have been with me for some time. Do not let me down. Chapter 87. You are no longer the team leader. Wang Hao smiled. Brother Chun, I will not disappoint you. I just fear I might injure this kid, and you will blame me. You want tea. Do as you please. If he cannot even handle you, he is of no use to me. Then I can rest easy. Wang Hao shot me a fierce glare. Zhang Yang, you think you're tough? Let us see how tough you remain this week. I ignored Wang Hao and turned to Chun Gang. I will take my leave now. But do not hold too high hopes. I might ultimately decide that following Lu He is the better path. Please do not harbor too much resentment toward me. Huh. I believe you are not someone lacking in discernment. Just as Chun Gang finished speaking, the door to our room swung open. Lu He entered with a sullen expression. He glanced at me, and upon seeing that I was unharmed, his demeanor eased slightly. He then turned to Chun Gang and smiled. What is going on, Brother Chun? Did I not inform you when that I have my eye on this kid? Regarding the matter of him injuring those two, no one should trouble him. You are showing me no respect at all. Chun Gang, despite his private disdain for Lu He, maintained a facade of respect in his presence. He approached Lu He with a smile, pulling out a soft cigarette to offer him. Lu, you're wronging me. I didn't cause him any trouble. I merely inquired about the situation back then, intending to let him go once I was done asking. Look at him now. He is perfectly fine. ISNT. Lu He took the cigarette from Chun Gang, took a puff, and turned to me. Did anyone lay a hand on you? I shook my head, replying no. All right, you may leave for now. As I walked toward the exit, Chun Gang instructed others to step outside as well. While I was heading to the elevator, Wang Hao quickly caught up to me. He grabbed my arm and threatened, This place ISNT for you. Stay in your KTV department, understood? I fixed my gaze on Wang Hao's hand and coldly replied, I'll count to 3. If you don't let go, I'll pin your hand to the nearby door. Do you believe me? Oh, I don't believe that you would dare act tough here. Go ahead. Give it a try. 1, 2. As I counted to 2, I slipped my hand into my pocket. I didn't see actually a spring knife in there. I was just trying to intimidate Wang Hao. To my surprise, he flinched at my threat and quickly released me, justifying it by saying Lu He was present and he would spare me for Lu He's sake. In that instant, I understood that he was just a coward who bullied the weak. The reason I was once intimidated by him was not due to his strength, but rather my own weakness at that time. I was merely an honest and diligent student, and such delinquents held too much sway over me. Now, having descended to the same level as him, it became a battle of wits and might, and he was bound to lose. I smiled and asked him, so, how good? Do you regret gossiping about me to Chungu? You thought bringing me here would mean Chungu would give me a good beating to vent your frustrations, but instead, he wanted to take your place. You must be regretting that now. Aren't you? Regret? Why would I regret? Just wait and see how I'll deal with you this week. We'll see who ends up regretting. Wang Hao spoke defiantly, but his eyes betrayed his true feelings of regret. I chose not to engage him further and turned to leave. Upon returning from the bathing center, I was taken aback to find Wang Liang standing at the KTV corridor smoking, seemingly waiting for me intentionally. As I exited the elevator, he hurried over, mockingly asking, "What did Chungu want with you? Did he hit you?" What business is it of yours? Just focus on your job and stop meddling. Perhaps thinking I had been beaten, Wang Liang grinned widely, saying, as the group leader, I must show concern for my subordinates. How they hit you? Was it severe? We have some ointment for bruises in the work area. Do you need me to apply some for you? Group leader? You're nothing but a joke. What is that? You disagree? This position was personally assigned to me by Brother Dongzi. You have to respect it, whether you like it or not. Just then, Xiao Pang emerged from the restroom, and upon seeing us, rushed over. Zhang Yang, are you all right? He scrutinized me closely and even touched my face. No marks, eh? Your face isn't swollen or red. Didn't he hit you? Xiao Pang asked. I shook my head, affirming no. Wang Liang scoffed. What are you pretending for? Everyone knows Chun Gang is a tough guy. He has 2 men under him who have trained in Sanda and boxing, and they won provincial championships. You must have been beaten up. He then ordered Xiao Pang, go get some ointment for bruises from the work area. Xiao Pang glanced at me, then at Wang Liang, clearly reluctant to go. Seeing Xiao Pang hesitate, Wang Liang became enraged, pointing at him and shouting, What is wrong? Does my authority as group leader mean nothing to you? Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and get it. His anger was partly directed at me, as he dared not confront me directly and took it out on Xiao Pang. Xiao Pang nodded, about to head over when I stopped him. Pang, don't mind him. We're not going. Xiao Pang gave me a wry smile. I'll go get it. We can see if you need it later. I insisted, don't go. He is not a real group leader, so you don't have to listen to him. Wang Liang huffed, continuing to pressure Xiao Pang. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going or not? If you don't, I'll text Brother Dongzi and let him come back to slap your face into a pig's head. Do you believe that? Hurry up and get the medicine. Don't go. I firmly grasped Xiao Pang. He won TB group leader much longer. Just ignore him. Oh, Wang Liang laughed. You think I won T last long? Who do you think you were to make that call? Yes, I'm the one calling the shots. You really overestimate yourself. If you can remove me as group leader today, I'll do whatever you say, even if you tell me to die. Is that so? You said it. Let us hope you don't regret it later. Regret? You wish. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and Yuan Wan, clad in an OL suit, sashayed over with her slender waist. Upon seeing her, Wang Liang immediately started complaining. Sister Wenwen, please help me out. These 2 don't listen to me as their group leader and are deliberately going against me. How can I manage? The other group members will be led astray, and soon they won't listen to me anymore. Before Wang Liang could finish, Yuan Wen coldly interrupted, from now on, you are no longer the group leader. Chapter 88. The first provocation faced as group leader Wang Liang was left dumbfounded by Yuan Wen's words. His mouth hung open, unable to close. His eyes filled with confusion and shock, unable to comprehend why she would remove him from the position of group leader. As for Xiao Pang, his joy was palpable. He looked at me with admiration, clearly understanding that this was the result of my maneuvering. Yuan Wen then turned to me, saying, You will temporarily act as the deputy group leader for Team 3. When Dongzi returns, he will assess the situation and make a decision. Perhaps sensing my potential usefulness to her and Chun Gang, Yuan Wen's gaze softened towards me, devoid of the previous coldness, infused with a hint of warmth that accentuated her mature femininity. I thought to myself, since Sister Wenwen holds me in such high regard, I will not disappoint her. Yuan Wen nodded and turned to head toward the elevator. Only then did Wang Liang chase after her. Sister Wenwen, why? Did I do something wrong? It was him who made the mistake by hitting someone from the bathing department. Why am I being removed? And he's being placed in charge. Isn't that encouraging others to follow his lead? Before he could finish, Yuan Wen halted, casting a cold gaze at him. Isn't it clear you don't want to continue working here? If you don't want to, then get lost. Wang Liang fell silent, watching helplessly as Yuan Wen walked away. After she left, Wang Liang turned to me, his expression akin to one who had been dealt a bitter blow. His eyes burned with resentment as he approached, demanding, Zhang Yang, what did you say to Sister Wenwen? Did you speak ill of me? Why did she remove me from the group leader position? Without hesitation, I slapped Wang Liang hard across the face. Is this how you speak to a group leader? Stung by my slap, Wang Liang seethed with anger, appearing ready to retaliate. But lacking the courage, he could only point at me, exclaiming, How dare you hit me? When I was group leader, you never spoke to me so rudely. Why do you think you can? I delivered a sharp slap to his face, exclaiming, Who do you think you are? Can you speak properly? After receiving another blow, Wang Liang's eyes blazed with fury, yet he remained too cowardly to retaliate, merely glaring at me in protest and discontent. Remember, you are merely a subordinate from now on. Be courteous in my presence. If you dare to chatter incessantly again, you can pack your bags and leave. With that, I seized the plump fellow and marched towards the workspace. Just a few steps away, I turned back to add, by the way, today marks the start of our night shifts, right? You will take on 3 consecutive nights. If you refuse, you can roll up your bedding and go. All bonuses for this month will be deducted. At this moment, the plump fellow felt emboldened and, relying on his connections, directed his ire at Wang Liang. Did you hear that? If you heard, just say yes instead of standing there like a mute. Ultimately, Wang Liang chose to acquiesce, muttering, "I heard." Upon returning to the workspace with the plump fellow, he was elated. "Haha, Brother Yang, you truly live up to your name. You've only been here a few days and already attained the position of team leader. How did you manage that? Weren't you summoned by Manager Chun for a reprimand? How did you escape unscathed and still become team leader?" I recounted the events that transpired in the bathing area, to which the plump fellow scoffed and remarked, "Is it simply because you have a criminal record, are fierce in fights, and possess a ruthless heart that they are so eager to snatch you up? What about us diligent employees who toil away? Are we doomed to languish in the lower ranks for a lifetime?" I patted his shoulder, replying, "If hard work and integrity were sufficient, there would be no poverty in the world. Everyone would be wealthy." The plump fellow furrowed his brow in contemplation before exclaiming, "That seems to hold some truth." Therefore, I advised him, do not be overly timid. Such an attitude guarantees perpetual obscurity. When a moment calls for it, you must display some resolve. At the very least, when others attempt to bully you, have the courage to say no. "Hey," when I asked Wang Liang if he heard your words, "wasn't that a show of fortitude?" He retorted, "That is hardly significant. You have a long way to go." Since I had assumed the role of temporary team leader, that evening I convened a meeting for our group. There are 10 of us in total, 4 of whom are quite close to Wang Liang. Combined with him, they constitute half of our team. During the meeting, one particularly burly individual jokingly remarked, "Team Leader Zhang, congratulations on your new position. Should you treat us to a meal or share some fine cigarettes?" This man often associated with Wang Liang, and I was aware of his ulterior motives. Nevertheless, I could not fault his statement, and I believe that one ought to treat others when appropriate. I smiled and replied, "Tonight, after work, let Wang Liang take the duty, and the other 9 of us will go for barbecue. It's on me." As I spoke, I also produced cigarettes, distributing 1 to each. When I handed a cigarette to the burly man, he grumbled about his substantial craving, insisting that 1 cigarette wasn't enough. And without seeking my consent, he snatched 3 or 4 more from my pack. Although I felt a pang of annoyance, I refrained from confronting him over 3 cigarettes, as it would have portrayed me as excessively petty, so I held my tongue. As we dined on barbecue that evening, I endeavored to win over my team members. In my view, while 4 of them had previously followed Wang Liang, it was primarily due to his position as team leader rather than any admiration for his character or abilities. Thus, I aimed to foster camaraderie with those I could, while also leaving a good impression on those I could not. I did not expect them to assist me in times of trouble. I merely hoped they would not take advantage of my misfortunes. During the evening, one individual expressed strong admiration for me. He was also a subordinate of Wang Liang, and under the influence of alcohol, he vented his grievances about Wang Liang as shortcomings. I sensed his sincerity and, believing his words to be heartfelt, I encouraged him. Although I am merely an acting team leader and may not hold this position for long, I promise to treat everyone fairly and justly. I will strive to secure the bonuses and benefits you deserve. I hope we can support one another and coexist harmoniously. Let us not bully our colleagues simply because we are in better circumstances or have external connections. If you face any difficulties, please feel free to approach me. As soon as I finished my speech, the burly man seized the opportunity, grinning as he asked, "Team Leader Zhang, I happen to have a bit of a predicament. Could you lend me a hand?" "What predicament?" I inquired. "Brother, I'm out of cigarettes and feeling quite uncomfortable. Could you lend me a pack?" He then kicked the colleague who had been friendly with me, cursing, "You blind fool. Can't you see I'm talking to Team Leader Zhang? Your presence is obstructive. Move aside." I was not naive. I understood that he was using this reprimand to subtly warn others not to get too close to me. He was playing a covert game, all while maintaining a cheerful facade, making it inconvenient for me to confront him directly. I could only smile and say, "I'm sorry, but I'm also short on cash at the moment. I just started working here and haven't received my salary yet. I treated everyone to barbecue tonight, so my pockets are rather light. Go ahead and pretend The burly man chuckled as he pointed at my pocket. I saw you buy 2 packs of cigarettes at the convenience store. Come on, lend me a pack. Don't be so stingy. As he spoke, he half-jokingly, half-seriously reached for my pocket. Naturally, I playfully pushed his hand away, saying, "Hey, don't be like that, brother. I still need these 2 packs for tomorrow." While engaging in his playful banter, I saw an opportunity. I casually grabbed a skewer of lamb from the side, and while we were playfully shoving each other, I suddenly jabbed it into the back of his hand. Chapter 89. Would you pretend to be my boyfriend? He yelped at the sudden jab, recoiling instantly. What was that for? He exclaimed. I feigned an accidental poke, hastily apologizing. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. Look, if you insist on roughhousing, then this is bound to happen, right? He wasn't foolish. He realized my intent, but we maintained our playful demeanor, allowing him to save face despite his annoyance. Most importantly, I had established my authority. He understood I was not to be trifled with and that I could be quite formidable. When our eyes met, his previously assured gaze faltered. Seeing his silence, I continued to feign concern. Are you all right? Should I send someone to the hospital for a checkup? I'll cover the medical expenses. I gestured to 2 nearby individuals. You 2, please escort him. You can cover the costs up front, and I'll reimburse you tomorrow. They nodded in agreement and took the burly man away. I signaled for others to continue enjoying their food and drink. After a satisfying meal, the plump fellow and I headed back to the dormitory. Brother Young, I admire you even more now. He was trying to play tricks on you, and I thought you wouldn't be able to confront him directly. I never expected you to find a way to teach him a lesson, and he could only swallow his pride. Huh, that was brilliant. Stick with me, and you'll learn in due time. One day, you 2 will thrive. Deal. The next morning, I was awakened by the persistent ringing of my alarm clock. After a brief tidy-up, I rode my electric bike to Lin Chiyo's residential complex. Lin Chiyo's work hours commenced at 8:30, yet we had agreed to meet at 8. It was not until around 8:30 that she hurriedly emerged from the villa area on her electric scooter. I surmised that she must have been delayed by her makeup routine. Indeed, upon her arrival, she shyly apologized, stating, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. I got caught up with my makeup, and when I rush, things tend to go awry." I reassured her, "No worries. Let us head to the office. That's what matters." Thus, I accompanied Lin Chiyo on her electric scooter toward the square, during which she shared details about her family's store undergoing renovations. She urged me not to worry or feel guilty, as the penalty had been lifted. I had already been aware of the cancellation, so it came as no surprise. However, her next statement left me momentarily bewildered. She sighed deeply and continued. The cancellation was due to Jiangnan's connections. My parents are quite fond of him now. Just earlier, while I was doing my makeup at home, my mother kept mentioning that Jiangnan would be visiting our port city this afternoon, and she suggested I take him out shopping tonight. It's driving me mad. Wait, Jiangnan is the one who used his connections to resolve your family's business issue? I inquired. Indeed, she affirmed. My mother mentioned she called Jiangnan about this, and he managed to sort it out. Upon hearing Lin Chiyo's words, I found myself in a state of amused disbelief. It was I who had contacted Ma Dehai to resolve the issue. How had the credit shifted to Jiangnan? Upon reflection, it seemed merely coincidental. Lin Chiyo's mother had indeed informed me that she had asked Jiangnan for assistance, and shortly thereafter, I had spoken to Ma Dehai to settle the matter. Thus, from Lin Chiyo's mother's perspective, it was naturally Jiangnan's merit. I had contemplated clarifying the situation, but decided against it, reasoning that Lin Chiyo might not believe me. Moreover, her home was only 2 to 3 kilometers from the company, and we were nearing our destination, leaving no time for further discussion. Ultimately, what mattered was that the issue had been resolved, and who deserved the credit was of little consequence. Before long, we arrived at the base of her company's building. The advertising firm she worked for had its own corporate culture, one aspect of which involved all employees performing 10 minutes of morning exercises downstairs. Upon our arrival, I observed a considerable number of employees, perhaps 30 or 40, engaged in the routine. Truth be told, for an advertising company in a county-level city, such a turnout was commendable. Among them stood a tall man in a suit, seemingly a supervisor, who kept glancing in my direction as Lin Chiyo approached him to discuss her onboarding process. It appeared he gestured toward me, prompting Lin Chiyo to glance back at me before shaking her head at the suited man. I speculated that he might have inquired if I was her boyfriend, to which she likely responded in the negative. Not wishing to create further misunderstandings for Lin Chiyo, and concerned about Gantian Tion's weight, I hastily took my leave. Just as I departed, Gantian Tion messaged me, asking if I was awake. I replied that I was on my way to find her. She responded, "Hee hee, take your time. No rus." Upon reaching the Tian Long Hotel, I found Ganti and Tian waiting at the entrance, evidently having taken time to prepare herself, likely awakening early. "Did your family suspect anything last night?" I inquired. She shook her head, "No." "Then let us grab some breakfast before heading to the police station." "All right." As we dined, Ganti and Tian unexpectedly requested that I pretend to be her boyfriend. She said, "That non-mainstream guy thinks I still have feelings for him. I don't know where he gets his confidence. If I see him today, could you please act as my boyfriend to dissuade him?" I found myself both amused and exasperated. He has been heartbroken to the point of considering self-harm, and if he learns you have a boyfriend today, it might push him over the edge. Ganti and Tian paused, then chuckled. "True. So what do you suggest I do?" "Let's first see what the police have to say. If all else fails, just keep him at bay, engaging him in conversation sporadically over the next few days. Gradually, he should come to terms with it." Ganti and Tian sighed. "Very well. It seems we have no other option. Will you continue with online dating?" I asked. "Absolutely not. I'd rather not," she replied vehemently. "Exactly. Those who genuinely like you are probably lined up all the way to Paris. Why bother searching online? The people in reality are too bothersome. I despise them." She paused before continuing. "By the way, I might still need you to pose as my boyfriend." "Why?" I inquired. "There's a guy from the provincial city who has been pursuing me relentlessly. I told him I was taken, but he insists on meeting my boyfriend to believe me. Would you mind meeting him to put his mind at ease?" Seeing the eager expression on Ganti and Tian's face, I felt a twinge of hesitation about declining. Why did I want to refuse? On one hand, such a situation could easily lead to misunderstandings, particularly with Lin Chiyo. Although we were not officially together, I still wished to avoid any misconceptions. On the other hand, the suitor in question was likely affluent and well-connected, and posing as Ganti and Tian's boyfriend could invite unnecessary complications. Given the precarious state of my mentor's network, I ought to remain discreet and avoid trouble. Noticing my hesitation, Ganti and Tian moved a chair closer and sat beside me, playfully tugging at my arm and pleading, "Zhang Yang, please." I am utterly exhausted from dealing with him. It was clear why women often resort to such endearing tactics. Her charm was irresistible, especially with her captivating beauty. My resolve softened, and I relented. "All right." Upon my agreement, Ganti and Tian eagerly pulled out her phone. "Let us take a selfie first, something intimate to send him." "What? Now?" "Isn't that a bit rushed? We could wait until we resolve the non-mainstream issue." I chuckled. She shook her head. "If we take a casual photo later, it might lack credibility. We're having breakfast now. If we capture a cozy moment, it'll appear genuine. Then we can take another while shopping, or even at the hotel. A hotel picture would boost credibility." At the mention of taking pictures at the hotel, her cheeks flushed, indicating her mind had wandered to uncharted territory. "All right, let's take one now." Ganti and Tian retrieved her phone, activated the front camera, and captured our selfie. To convey intimacy, she leaned in closer, resting her head on my shoulder. I could detect a fragrant scent wafting from her, stirring something within me. After the photo, I noticed her face had grown even more flushed. Once we finished our meal and stepped outside, she chose not to send the photo to her admirer, stating she would wait until the evening to do so. At that moment, I couldn't help but wonder if she was merely toying with me, aiming to get closer by capturing a selfie. Upon further reflection, I dismissed the thought as paranoia. Upon arriving at the police station, Ganti and Tian sought out the officer who had previously contacted her. To my surprise, it was the same male officer who had accompanied Officer Lee to find me earlier. "Why are you here? What is your relationship with her?" he asked, pointing at Ganti and Tian with a look of astonishment. Before I had a chance to speak, Tian hurriedly interjected, "He is my good friend. I have no relatives in Port City, so I asked him to accompany me. Is that really a problem?" The male officer glanced at me, a hint of disdain evident in his eyes, before he shook his head and replied, "It's fine. The reason I called you here is primarily to mediate at Ho Xingxing's home. This isn't an official case, so bringing someone along isn't an issue." Ho Xingxing was the name of Gan Tiantian's male acquaintance, and I couldn't help but chuckle internally at the amusing pairing of names. Ho Xingxing and Gan Tiantian seemed quite fitting together. Do I really have to visit his home? Can I just call him or something? Perhaps I could ease him into it, like adding him on QQ and chatting slowly. I really don't want to meet him. I mused. The male officer sighed in mild exasperation. "Since you've already come all the way from the provincial capital, I think it's best to meet him in person. It won't take much time, would it? Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. Gan Tian still appeared reluctant. But what if his family says something unpleasant? The officer reassured her that won't happen. I've met his family, and they are honest farmers. I've already explained to them that the responsibility does not lie with you, so they shouldn't make it difficult for you. Besides, when we arrive, perhaps his parents will be out working in the fields. At this point, I also encouraged Gan Tian to go, and she reluctantly nodded in agreement. The officer instructed us to wait by a Santana park downstairs, then went to find a colleague, who turned out to be the female police officer. She seemed to have already learned of my presence, as she appeared unfazed when she emerged downstairs, casually greeting both of us. Standing nearby, she occasionally stole glances at Gan Tian, likely finding her beautiful and exuding the aura of a wealthy girl from a big city. The male officer soon returned and drove us towards Ho Xingxing's home. Ho Xingxing's residence was in the most remote village of our port city, situated near Nanshan. Most young people had migrated elsewhere for work, leaving primarily the elderly behind. There was only a small convenience store at the village entrance, with a 2-story brick house, while the remaining buildings were mostly dilapidated homes constructed in the 1960s and 70s, an indication of the village's poor economic condition. The officer remarked that Ho Xingxing's family was even worse off, being among the lowest in the village, their courtyard wall having collapsed due to lack of funds for repairs. To preserve some dignity for Ho Xingxing, the officer chose not to drive directly to his home, but parked near an open space in the village. He and Officer Li then personally went to summon Ho Xingxing, calling Gan Tian over. While we waited, Gan Tian surveyed the surroundings and lamented, "This village is so poor." Indeed, one would think that with such dire family circumstances, Ho Xingxing would work harder instead of spending extravagantly on game credits and fashion items. It seems that perhaps because life was challenging, he placed immense value on his online presence, seeking respect and emotional fulfillment in the virtual world. Yet, the reality is that the online world is often deceitful. I joked, knowing that it's fake. Didn't you fall into the trap yourself? You even came to Port City with Suhi to find him. What if he turned out to be a handsome guy? Wouldn't you have ended up in a real relationship? Oh please, Gan Tian playfully hit me. Don't say that. Just thinking about it makes me feel so embarrassed. I promise I won't engage in online dating again. As we conversed, the male officer and Officer Li emerged from the alley, followed by a rather shy figure, Ho Xingxing. He was of slight stature, somewhat lean, with a hairstyle that was once trendy but now appeared unkempt, likely due to not having washed it in a while. He wore saga pants and a red and black striped tank top, giving him a rather unsophisticated appearance. Gan Tian whispered, "Look at him. If you were in my shoes, would you date someone like him?" I chuckled, "Certainly not. But do refrain from saying anything that might hurt his pride. We're here to resolve an issue. So perhaps you could start off on a positive note. If you find it difficult to chat with him later, consider creating a new account on QQ. I could help you converse with him." Haha, that's a great idea. Before long, the two officers approached us. As Ho Xingxing walked over, he seemed extremely shy and lacking in self-confidence. "Well, you've wanted to see her for a while, and now she is here. Isn't it less painful for you now?" the male officer inquired. Ho Xingxing simply nodded in silence. The officer continued, "She is willing to start as friends, and you can chat with her on QQ later. However, please refrain from calling or texting since those cost money. Allow her some personal space. All right?" Ho Xingxing nodded again, brushing aside his bangs that obscured his left eye, casting a furtive glance at Gan Tian, appearing both awkward and unrefined. It was no wonder Gan Tian had felt repulsed after their last encounter and wanted nothing to do with him. "You two should chat for a bit. We'll wait for you elsewhere. Please don't take too long, as I have other matters to attend to. Let's say a maximum of 10 minutes, all right?" After Ho Xingxing nodded, the male officer and Officer Li stepped aside, beckoning me to join them. Gan Tian seemed apprehensive about being alone with Ho Xingxing. She grasped my wrist and pleaded, "Stay with me, will you?" Chapter 91. Advising Gan Tian to keep her distance, I pondered the situation, remembering that Ho Xingxing had previously attempted suicide. Such individuals often harbor extreme emotions, and if the conversation with Gan Tian took a turn for the worse, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Thus, I nodded in agreement to remain. The male officer gestured for me to come over, yet I chose to ignore him, internally questioning how he could be a police officer while handling things so carelessly. Wasn't he concerned that Ho Xingxing might suddenly lash out at Gan Tian? Fortunately, he did not press the issue. You didn't suffer any serious harm from your last incident, did you?" After a brief silence, Gan Tiantian was the first to address Ho Xingxing. He shook his head, murmuring that he was fine, his voice barely audible. May I see your injury? Despite her disdain for him, Gan Tiantian maintained a gentle tone. Ho Xingxing extended his wrist for her to inspect, and I took the opportunity to glance as well. Truthfully, the wound appeared quite severe. It seemed he was genuinely reckless and extreme, a person one should keep at a distance, as one could never know when he might decide to take drastic measures again. Take care of your injury, and please refrain from such foolish actions in the future, Gan Tiantian advised. Yes, he replied. You know, I prefer someone ambitious and responsible. If you genuinely wish to pursue me, you must work hard and make something of yourself. Once you've achieved that, I might consider giving you a chance, all right? As you are now, my family would never approve. Her words seemed to empower Ho Xingxing, who responded with newfound determination. Okay, I will work hard. However, I will also be busy in the future, so I won't have time for games. And I might not log into QQ often. You need to prepare for that and strive to improve. Understood? Understood, he replied. Sweet Gan Tiantian seemed to feel that the conversation had reached its natural conclusion. She glanced at me, signaling with her eyes that it was sufficient. After I nodded, she waved to Officer Li and his male counterpart. The two officers appeared bewildered, likely surprised that our discussion had been so brief, yet they approached nonetheless. During their approach, Ho Xingxing suddenly cast a glance in my direction and inquired, Who is he? He's a good friend of mine. Oh, then, you wouldn't be dating him, would you? This question marked the longest utterance Ho Xingxing had made today. Gan Tiantian hesitated at this inquiry. Even though she knew she had to deceive Ho Xingxing, her reluctance revealed a strong desire for a romantic relationship. I cleared my throat, prompting her to respond quickly, and she hurriedly replied, For now, I haven't thought about dating yet, but if I do, I will let you know. Perhaps feeling a bit guilty. Her cheeks flushed. All right then, just don't give up on yourself. Please refrain from doing anything foolish like suicide. Honestly, I dislike individuals who bring negative emotions into my life. If you truly wish to pursue me, strive to be more optimistic. I will, she assured. At this moment, the male officer and Officer Li had reached us. He asked Ho Xingxing how the conversation with Gan Tiantian had gone, to which Ho Xingxing nodded. Stated he was quite good. Do you feel better now? Yes. You won't consider suicide anymore, will you? No. The male officer chuckled and patted Ho Xingxing on the back, offering a plethora of encouraging words. Once he concluded, he sent Ho Xingxing home and then drove us toward the city center. On the way, the male officer frequently glanced at Gan Tiantian and me through the rearview mirror. As we neared the city, he suddenly asked Gan Tiantian, what kind of friends are you and Zhang? This unexpected question momentarily stunned her. We're just good friends. Why do you ask? How long have you known each other? From your conversation, it seemed you haven't known each other for long. Indeed, not very long. Did you meet online? Surely not in the same dance game? No, we were introduced through a mutual friend. The officer shot me another glance in a mirror, and I understood his implication. He likely perceived Gan Tiantian as a naive heiress and me as a ruthless delinquent, fearing I might deceive her for monetary gain or more. Although his judgment carried a hint of disdain, I was not offended. It indicated he possessed a sense of responsibility and genuine concern for Gan Tiantian's well-being. I'm uncertain if I should say this, the male officer began. Speak freely. I believe that if you can engage in an online romance and come to Hongshang to meet your online boyfriend, you may be somewhat gullible. Therefore, when making friends, you must remain vigilant. Avoid mingling with dubious characters. It's crucial to be cautious in order to prevent falling victim to deceit or exploitation. Would you not agree? His words were somewhat delicate, and Gan Tiantian was indeed too innocent to grasp that he was warning her against me. She expressed her gratitude to the officer, saying, Thank you, officer. I will be more careful. It was just that I had such a strong connection with him while chatting in the game. He is entirely different in reality. I never imagined he would. I'm not referring to him, the officer interjected, bemused. Huh, then who are you talking about? After asking this, Gan Tiantian seemed to finally understand, glancing at me and then breaking into a giggle. You mean Zhang Yang? He's a really good person. Although we haven't known each other long, I trust him quite a bit. He and Ho Xingxing are not the same type of person. Really? You trust him? You've only known him for a few days, and you already trust him? Officer Lee chimed in. I believe I'm a year or two older than you. So let me call you little sister. Do you know that just a few days ago, we received a report of a stabbing incident involving Zhang Yang? He severely injured someone with a knife multiple times, and do you know where he works? At the Royal International, a local entertainment venue where, to say the least, A significant portion of his staff are delinquents. Do you truly believe he is someone worthy of your trust? Can you truly discern his character after such a short acquaintance? Gon Tian, unaware of my violent incident, turned to me. I casually defended myself, claiming that many had forced my hand. Whether she chose to believe me was her concern. Fortunately, Gon Tian still trusted me. She said, I still trust him. He saved my life, and our relationship is complicated. She seemed at a loss for words, then waved her hand dismissively. Never mind. I appreciate your concern, but I trust my friend. We are only looking out for your welfare. You are beautiful and come from a wealthy family. It's only natural that some unsavory characters might take an interest in you. All right, I understand. Please stop. With that, the male officer and Officer Lee fell silent. Officer Lee cast a cold glance back at me, warning, you better keep your nose clean and accumulate some virtue. Understood? I smiled. Rest assured, Officer Lee. I can understand why you might harbor a negative impression of me, but I believe that as we interact more, you will come to understand my character. Who knows? We might even become good friends. Huh. That is an impossibility. Chapter 92. I was stolen a kiss. Officer Lee's tone was laced with disdain. I was perplexed. Why did it seem she harbored such animosity towards me? Had I truly provoked her in any way? Perhaps my earlier comment about possibly becoming friends with Officer Lee had stirred jealousy in Gon Tian. She playfully nudged me, saying, oh, don't say such things around them. I trust you, and I want to be swayed by them. Let us return to our previous topic. Very well. The officer sighed deeply, seemingly resigned to the situation. Upon arriving in the city, as Gon Tian and I exited the vehicle, the male officer called me back for a private conversation. He led me to a secluded corner and stated, this time, I summoned Gon Tian to Hongcheng, so I must ensure her safety. It is imperative that you do not engage in any inappropriate behavior with her. If you do, I will not spare you, understood? I smiled and inquired, Officer, are you genuinely concerned for her safety, or are you more worried about the repercussions it might have on your reputation? The male officer scoffed. Reputation? I don't hold that in high regard. Is that so? If that's the case, why did you let me go last time when Ma Dehai insisted you take me in? If you were unconcerned about your reputation, you should have enforced the law strictly. The officer appeared momentarily taken aback by my retort, then waved dismissively. Do not get ahead of yourself. Just ensure you don't give me any significant leverage against you, or I will not be lenient. To my surprise, he abruptly shifted the conversation to Officer Lee, warning, Officer Lee is not like those naive, wealthy girls. She is not so easily deceived. So if you entertain any thoughts regarding her, I advise you to abandon that notion. I jestingly remarked, Officer, do you have a fondness for Officer Lee? The male officer did not respond, but turned away, clearly indicating his affection for Officer Lee. After the two officers departed, Gon Tian hurried over to me, anxiously inquiring, what did he say to you? Did he warn you to stay away from me? You mustn't listen to him. I'm not worried about him, so why should he be concerned? I shook my head and replied, no. He simply mentioned a few other things. Let's not discuss them. Gon Tian needed to register a new QQ account to evade Ho Xingxing, so he subsequently went to an internet CAF. After creating the account and memorizing the login details, I added Ho Xingxing to her contacts, taking over the conversations to help her extricate herself from this predicament. By the time we left the internet CAF, it was already noon, and I began to contemplate advising Gon Tian to return to the provincial city. On one hand, Lin Chuyao finished work at 6 in the evening, and I needed to pick her up by around 5:40. Moreover, I had work that night and couldn't accompany Gon Tian. On the other hand, if she did not return tonight, her parents might worry if they discovered she had been in the port city for the past few days. It would undoubtedly lead to trouble. If Sui found out, I could only imagine the scolding I would receive. As we walked towards the hotel, I suggested to Gon Tian, why not go back to pack your things? I can take you to the bus station. You should head home tonight, or your parents will become anxious. Gon Tian clearly didn't want to part with me. She shook her head, saying, I'll go back tomorrow morning. I'll call my dad later and tell him I'm staying at my friend's house again. But you'll be alone at the hotel tonight? That sounds terribly dull and unsafe. What if someone tries to kidnap you? I urged. Huh? Are you working tonight too? Don't you plan to take a day off to accompany me? Gon Tian seemed taken aback by my question. I offered a wry smile. My supervisor just promoted me to team leader yesterday. It would look good to ask for a leave right after my promotion. Well, Gon Tian clearly wanted to persuade me otherwise. It's fine. I'll come to the provincial city to visit you in a few days, okay? Or you could come with Su He. If she finds out you secretly spent 2 nights in the port city without my knowledge, I can only imagine how she will scold me. But you didn't spend much time with me yesterday, and you went to see Ho Xingxing this morning. I had hoped we could enjoy ourselves together this afternoon and evening. If you leave now, I'll feel a bit unsatisfied. Suddenly, emboldened, I asked, "You don't have feelings for me, do you?" Gan Tiantian was evidently taken aback by my question, her demeanor shifting to one of unease, her face flushing crimson. I don't. I just think you're nice. We can be friends. I just ended an online relationship. I can't like someone else so soon. The more she spoke, the more flustered she became, even pulling out her phone to check the time as a means to mask her embarrassment. Yet, deep down, I already had a sense of her feelings. Then you should return today. There will be plenty of opportunities to hang out later. All right, but you must promise to visit me in the provincial city in a few days. Observing Gan Tiantian's bashful demeanor, I found her utterly adorable, even feeling an impulse to embrace her and steal a kiss. Well then, let us get you a ticket first. Gan Tiantian shook her head. Let us buy it around 2 or 3. We can still hang out for a bit before it gets dark. I suggested. We can buy the tickets for 2 or 3, then enjoy some time together before I take you to the station. All right then. Consequently, I took Gan Tiantian to the station and purchased her a ticket for 3 o'clock. After obtaining the ticket, she expressed her desire to watch a movie with me. I checked the schedule, and the nearest screening started at 1:30, finishing at 3:30, clearly too late. I proposed, why not find a private room in the internet CAF to watch a movie on the computer? Really? Can we do that? She asked. Of course. If you book the room, no one else will enter. All right, let us go watch then. Thus, we went to the internet CAF and reserved a private room. We chose to watch the renowned romance film, Titanic. I had seen this film as a child, accompanying my parents to the cinema. Back then, in the late 90s, I was too young to grasp its depth, only recalling the ship sinking and many lives lost. Now, in my 20s, with a burgeoning understanding of love, I found myself deeply moved by the film. A strong desire for romance welled up within me, especially during the poignant scene where the male lead perished, and the female lead blew a whistle, leaving both Gan Tiantian and me in tears. As the film concluded, we remained enveloped in its emotional atmosphere. Just as I glanced at the time, realizing it was time to take her to the station, Gan Tiantian suddenly wrapped her arms around my neck and planted a kiss on my cheek before dashing out of the room. My mind went blank, and I sat there, utterly unaware of what had just transpired. When the cool sensation on my face registered, I touched it with my hand, feeling remnants of her kiss. Gan Tiantian kissed me? She actually kissed me?